action film?
It comes down to the character. Like if you think about what are the best action films? What are your favorite films? Like Die Hard. He's a cop, so he's still capable, but he's not Superman. The fact that he's like in over his head and you're rooting for him, that's a great character. John Wick, he is Superman, but he's retired, and now he's pissed off, and he's going back into a job. So it comes down to the character really being very important, because the action will then have a character to it.
I think Leon the Professional.
That's character.
That's all about character.
Now that when I say we're going to do action movies, I mean movies that are really action first. Like there's some movies that are more dramas that have action.
Where's the boundary? So John Wick is action.
That's more action, but it has character in it, but it's action driven.
What about like Predator?
Predator is a sci-fi action film, so that's kind of a hybrid, which I like, but sometimes it's hard for the audience to know what they're buying into. Like they focused a lot on the action in the trailer, and then they felt there was some otherworldly thing, but you didn't really know. But it's a great movie.
But Die Hard is a good example.
That was a good example, right? I could think of right off where there's a character that really made the difference, and then everyone repeated that. For a while, it was like Under Siege. I was like a regular guy who's really actually has some training on a ship now. And then on the bus, you got a cop. He's a cop, but he's not super cop. Yeah. So that's why you root for him. That became an element that people repeated a lot.
What about Taken?
That's a great one. That's a great character who is superhuman, who's also retired. So there's like a superhero type character in an extraordinary circumstance. Like that's now his daughter's taken, right? And then there's ordinary people, like the Terminator. That's a great character. Not the Terminator, he's a villain, but Sarah Connor, who is a waitress, doesn't think her life's going anywhere, and she finds out she's the mother of the guy who's going to save the human race. And she's got to train him. Suddenly she has to become someone else. Those are cool movies because it's a genesis of a character. And you see a character go from waitress to revolutionary.
Step up, yeah. What about, some of them are like Godfather is really not about, it's not action.
Not an action movie. Drama that has some action.
Right. John Wick is a mob film in some sense. Goodfellas. There's a lot of dynamic action, but there's really not action first.
That's really a character type piece. Great. Freaking amazing. And it feels like action by the way he does it. It's just like that. It's like fast paced, fast talking, fast moving. Like Escape from New York is one of my favorites since I was a kid. Because every movie, you'll notice this now that I tell you, even like a romantic comedy, there's a timeline. Every movie has to have like a ticking clock. So the audience knows this story is not just going to take over a period of years. So suddenly someone in the movie around 20 or 30 minutes in will say, we've got to go find the groom before the wedding this weekend. It'll be just like that. Escape from New York has the best example of a ticking time clock because he's literally got bombs in his neck and he's got a watch that shows him. He's constantly clocking it, how little time he has, and he gets you so like, oh my God, is he going to make it? That's like the best use of that. And no one's ever topped that ticking time clock. All the other ones seem artificial in comparison. Aliens, we got to get off this planet now because this whole thing's going to blow up. There's a timeline. It's already urgent, but now there's a timeline. You see every beat of sweat.
Where are you? Scooby, Scooby, where are you? Scooby, Scooby Doo, Scooby, Scooby, Scooby Doo, what, Scooby Doo?
I love you.
Where are you?
I always have.
Scooby Doo, where are you?
Love story there that he put into Titanic, that he put into Avatar.
Scooby Doo, what, Scooby, what, Scooby Doo, what, Scooby Doo, wait, where are you? Wait, Scooby Doo, where are you? Scooby, wait, Scooby Doo, wait, Scooby, Scooby Doo, wait, Scooby Doo, where are you? Scooby Doo, where are you?
The studio even, when they said they were going to remake it, good thing I put that ending on. That's the only reason they showed it to an audience. We were going to remake it. They weren't going to put that movie out. They showed it. Said, we need to show this movie to an audience because they might not like the fact that we killed a girl before we remake it. Right. Show it to an audience. The audience liked it the way it was. So they said, we want to take this movie to some film festivals. And I was like, no, not this movie. This is my practice movie. No one's supposed to see this movie.
Yeah.
And they go, no, you got something. No, dude, if I knew anyone was going to see this, I would have shot it completely different. Give me $2,000. I'll go reshoot half of it. Just knowing people are going to see it. I want something. And the head of the studio was smart. He said, you don't know what you have here. Let's take it. Telluride, Toronto did great. Like I said, and it won Sundance. So now we have to put it out. But I was like, I would have said, don't show that. But they also questioned the ending and didn't come into play because we ended up making Desperado. And the girl in Desperado doesn't die. You know, we didn't do that. We didn't kill Salma. But that's what needed to happen in Mariachi. Quentin called me one time. People would always say, like, oh, Reservoir Dogs, he borrowed from this movie, Hong Kong action film called City on Fire. It's about these guys that are all criminals and they kill each other, whatever. And said, hey, they're showing a double feature called East Looks West and West Looks East. They're showing Reservoir Dogs with City on Fire, the one they say I borrowed from. And they're showing Mariachi with a Hong Kong film called Run, where they ripped off Mariachi. Like, they just took the whole story. They had Chinese actors in Mexico with the guitar cases. They just followed it beat by beat for watching it. And it was like scene by scene. They just remade it without even getting the rights or anything. It was so fun to watch. We saw Mariachi first, then we watched that one. And I'm like, what's this big brothel scene? No, this isn't my movie.
Everybody loves.
There's a scene in my movie where the bad guy has two girls in bed with him. They figured that was a whorehouse.
Everybody loves.
Yeah, so they got this whorehouse. And they have helicopter shots and all kinds of big things. The action was awesome. Yeah. But then the girl's really good. And then midway through the movie, I'm like, oh shit, she's gonna die because I killed her in my. I don't want her to die. I like this actress is really great. They have a really great love story. I hope they change that part. No, they kill her. So I felt bad twice. I sealed her fate. I sealed her fate because I have a line in Spy Kids 2. And I start thinking, when you create stuff, you start thinking, I wonder if that's how our creator is. He's like, oh shit, I just kind of threw that in a memo, and now that whole town's going to get wiped out. Yeah. I didn't even think about the implications of that. Because there's a line, I was making a character that Steve Buscemi plays in Spy Kids 2, and he's a creator. He just wanted to make a little miniature zoo for kids. And then he thought, well, what if I put some together, like a lizard with a snake and it's a slizzard, or you have a spider monkey, which is like literally spider legs and a monkey top. So he makes that, and then he thought, hey, why don't I make him a little bit bigger for kids that have big hands? And it got out of control, and they turned into these huge creatures, and now they're trying to eat him. So he's hiding. The kids find him hiding. And he says this one line that people keep coming. It's on the internet, and a lot of this meme about this. Why is this line in this movie? It's so wild. I thought, I wanted Steve to come up to the camera and like he's lost in his own creative world. And he says, I can't even go outside because my own creations are going to eat me. And he comes up to the camera and he goes, do you think God hides in heaven because he too lives in fear of what he created here on earth? It's like really, just for a moment, this thing, and it's like, because you feel like that way when you're creating stuff, like you're creating something, and then now it's taking on life on its own. It's like, oh no, now this character has to die. Oh, I didn't want that. This domino effect of creation. And you start thinking, well, that must be what creation. I mean, he is hiding up there because look at, he didn't expect all this shit to happen, giving us free will and all that.
I mean, in this particular context, you are the creator of the story. And it, for some reason, makes me feel good to know that you feel the pain of this character dying.
Yeah, absolutely. Because, like, if I'm writing it, but if it's not coming from me, I'm as surprised sometimes. And Quentin would say that, he'd say, you just get two characters talking when I'm writing my script, and then suddenly they're just talking to each other. And I was like, what does that mean? And now I know what that means. It's like, you just gave them life, and now the dialogue's coming through them.
Let me just ask you, you're the perfect person to ask about the genius of Quentin Tarantino. What makes him special? As a director, as a creative mind, what do you see in him that's beautiful, that's brilliant?
Since I met him, he was just like this brilliant ball of energy. And, like you see him, I walk around his house and I'll see like a few sheets of paper all handwritten out. I'm like, what's that? He goes, oh, that was something I was starting to write. I'm not going to finish it. Can I take these and go turn it into like a whole trilogy of films? Like what he throws away, all this mortal men would kill for. You meet people like that. I tell people, your parents say, watch out who your peers are. When you're younger, that means one thing. But as you get older, surround yourself around people who swing much farther than you. That's just like, but that's really true. I mean, just by being around him and working with him, you get, by osmosis, you learn stuff. And it just ups your game because they're just swing way beyond you. Jim Cameron was like that. So like when I first met him, I was trying to impress the hell out of him, because I was such a big fan. And I was about to go do Desperado, and I went, hey, I just took a 3-day Steadicam course because I can't afford Steadicam operators. So I'm going to operate Steadicam myself on Desperado. Now, if he was just my peer, he'd say, oh, I did the same thing. I'm going to do the same thing. That would be like hanging out with somebody of your ilk. But you want somebody who's above that. You know what he said? He goes, I bought a Steadicam, but not to operate it. I'm going to take it apart and design a better one. It's like us mere mortals trying to learn how to operate the camera. He's designing all new systems. That's the guy you want to hang out with, not someone who's doing what you're doing. So surround yourself by those kind of people, and that's when you learn things like don't blink. Like somebody who's like really swinging for the fences and accomplishing so much. And Quentin was like that. So I met him at the festival. He saw mariachi. He loved it. We came up, we talked, and he said, like my next film I'm writing right now, Pulp Fiction. So I thought, man, I'm going to put this guy. He's so fun. I'm going to write him in my Desperado script, which I was writing. So that was before Pulp Fiction and all that when I cast him. I didn't know he was going to go become such a household name. I just was drawn to his energy, and I'd already written him in. And I met Steve Buscemi there, and I was like, I'm writing a character for Steve Buscemi. Then I went back to the Sony lots where I was working on Desperado, and Quentin and I ended up having offices right next to each other on the Sony lot by accident. I didn't even know that. I just met him, and I go back, and he's just, because originally Pulp Fiction was for TriStar, because Danny DeVito was a producer, and he was going to make it for TriStar. So he was there writing Pulp Fiction, and I was writing Desperado. So I'd go show him like storyboards from Desperado, and he'd come act out scenes of Pulp Fiction, and we got to be really good friends that way. We'd go eat lunch at Versailles across the street, at the Sony lot. And then Sony passed on Pulp Fiction. It's too weird, it's too long. $8 million movie or $7 million. They're like, we're going to go make the next Pauly Short movie instead. Like we don't understand this thing. And Miramax got it, and they'd just been bought by Disney. So they produced their first film was Pulp Fiction. And then that thing went to Cannes, and it was a whole thing. But what I loved about his story is that when he made Pulp Fiction, he had a director's screening. He showed it to some directors, and I wasn't able to go. But anyway, I had dinner with him once. It was in my journal, because I keep a journal. At 2:40 a.m., when after I dropped him off at his house, I said, "Oh wait, how did your movie come out?" Pulp Fiction. He just finished it. And he went, "Man, it still feels like a movie Quentin would make. It doesn't feel like a real movie." And I was like, that's fine. What does it mean? It feels like one of those movies I would make, like Reservoir Dogs. It doesn't feel like a real movie. And I was trying to be the supportive friend, going, "Oh man, he was so excited about this movie. Now he's bummed about it." And I was like, "Well, it should be different. It should be like." He's like, "What happened?" He drove off. So I thought, I guess that wasn't the one. So I went home and I called some of the directors that were at the screening. And they go, "Yeah, this isn't the one for him. It's not." None of them saw it. But that, you're like surprised. But that happened with George Lucas too at Star Wars. Everybody saw that movie and was like, "Poor George." They showed it to all his director friends. "Poor George, what do you waste all this time with this for?" Only Spielberg was the one who said, "It's naive and it's going to do really good because it's naive and kids will like it." But everyone else was like, "What's he doing? We're artists. We're making art film. What's he doing this garbage for?" Because nobody knows. It shows no one knows anything, not even the filmmaker. When you're being groundbreaking, you don't know what groundbreaking is. Not you or anyone around you, except maybe one or two people. So he said, "There was one person." I go, "Oh yeah, who is your Spielberg?" Catherine Bigelow, without a doubt. She's the only one who said, "There's something here." No one else was saying that. He said, in fact, because he remembered suddenly, he forgot the story. But if it wasn't in my journal, I would have forgot it too. Because in fact, one of my friends even said, "I want to sit you down and tell you all the things that are wrong with your movie. But I'll wait till you get back from the Cannes Film Festival." And he goes and he wins the Palme d'Or, and then his friend's like, "Oh, what the hell do I know? I've only made one movie myself, so never mind. I guess we're all wrong." So even he didn't expect that at all. So that was a shock, even to him. So think about that.
Yeah.
That means, what do? Commit to a body work. Just do that. You don't know. You don't know what's going to be a Pulp Fiction, what's going to be a Jackie Brown, what's going to be, you don't know. And you like to think they know, but they don't know either. They feel it. Like I asked Jim Cameron, I said, do you see your movie really clearly? Like, can you see it like with hyper focus? Because it seems like that. And he goes, it's like really far. It's out of focus. And you work on it. It starts coming. I said, oh, okay, good. So that's normal. I thought maybe he had laser vision or something, but no, even him, he doesn't really know, but he feels that he can make decisions and he understands what a creative drive is and how to just keep being relentless about it. But it's not like they have all. Proximity is huge. Proximity will change your life. Did for me. Just being around those guys. They didn't teach me, hey, I'm going to teach you how to make a movie. Just being next to them, being in their world, just ups your game. And you're able to do things you weren't able to do before. You get ideas you didn't get to do before. I'll show you one of my painting things. You're not going to believe this freaking thing. I had a painter friend in Germany, Sebastian Kruger. He gives a workshop once a year. So I'm going to go there and I bet I'll learn more about directing by watching this guy paint than I will by watching another director. Because that's just now I know how creativity works. You're going to learn lessons outside of the box by doing that. And I try to practice before going out there. I was doing a Danny Trejo. I'll show you the before and after. You're not going to freaking believe what you see. But this is it really tells a story of how important proximity is. So I do this painting. It's like, it looks garbage. I'll show you. It looks like garbage. I can't do paintings that are just like, you never should say I can't. You just cut your leg off. But I couldn't at the time just paintbrush into paint and then write on the canvas like that without using some kind of medium, which this guy, Sebastian Kruger, would do. So first I did a digital painting of Danny Trejo, like just to get the framing and all that.
Nice.
And
how's that created?
That's like on a Wacom tablet. Then I did it with paint, and it's like, it's all cruddy, and it's too thick, the paint, and it just looks. And I just gave up right away. I was trying to pre-practice so I wouldn't be a total buffoon there, because I was going the next week, and I thought he's using a different brush. Obviously, he's using a better paint. This stuff just is clogging up, and it's crap. I'm sure when I get there. So I get there, and he's doing a Mick Jagger, and he starts with a mid-tone, starts blocking in the face with a little tiny drawing of where the face goes. He starts doing that. He starts adding some highlights. There's the photo, his reference. And I'm like, why are you concentrating so much on the cheek first? And he's like, it's different every time. And I go, what paints are you using? And he's like, it was regular acrylic paint. What brushes do you have? Regular brushes. I'm like, mine doesn't look like yours. Let me try what he's doing. You start with a mid-tone. I'm going to do that Danny again. Start with a mid-tone. I'll start adding some highlights. And I did that. And everybody kept coming over going like, did you just do that? And I was like, yeah, I don't know how. But it's very cartoony still. He's doing a very realistic Mick Jagger. Look how real that is. And you're just watching, and he doesn't teach you anything. So he just starts painting. So this is the photo he had as a reference, but then this is his painting. Right? Yeah. And because I'm there, he's not teaching you how to paint.
Through osmosis, you're learning somehow.
You're seeing that there isn't a trick.
Yeah.
I thought he had a trick, and that's why I couldn't get any further. He's using the same brush and the same paint. Well, how come I can't do that? And you do it. I go, I'm going to try and do something realistic. I've never done realistic before because I'm a cartoonist, and everything had this cartoony. And that was just easier for me because I thought I would need too much training. I did another Trejo. I started doing a realistic. I finished out just one section of the space and put the pen down because I did that. Yeah. The same day. I got out of my way because seeing him get out of his own way, I think that's why sometimes people need to go to school for stuff like that. Because then now, I just did 4 years of school, so now I must know. Now you're giving yourself permission. But you could give yourself permission right away, and it's going to come through.
And drawing Danny Trejo, of all people, it's like there's so much going on there. It's like he's so expressive. And you've worked with him a lot. And he's one of those badass humans on the screen. You've created that. Can you just talk about what it's like creating those characters?
What was exciting about Desperados, I went to go make it, and there were no Latin actors working in Hollywood because no one was creating roles for them. So I thought, wow, I got to go create my own stars. We'll bring Antonio from Europe because they kind of know his name from the automotive art movies. And I saw him in Tie Me Up, Tie Me Down when I was in the hospital riding mariachi. We're watching TV while I was a patient. And there's a scene where he like headbutts Victoria Abril. He just gets her headbutt. He goes like that. And I was like, whoa, I bet that guy would want to be in an action movie. He's got something inside. Yeah. So I called him when we were doing Desperado, and I said, would you ever consider doing an action? Oh, man, I'd love to do action movies. So I said, I got a movie for you. It's Sequel to Mariachi. And so Salma I found in Mexico television, doing, she couldn't get work in the U.S. because of the
how
roles.
Did you find her? I mean, this is one of the craziest actors in the world.
One of the best stories. I was really determined to hire a real Latin, especially Hispanic, and then she's Mexican actress to be the Mexican character. That's like as authentic as you can get. And there was no one who was getting any jobs because no one was creating any. So there was no one that had any movies under their name because there was no one. It was a whole systemic problem, right? This was 94, 93. So I was watching a Paul Rodriguez show on Univision because I was trying to practice my Spanish because I was having to do all these Spanish interviews because Mariachi was in Spanish. That was the other part I didn't tell you. I didn't speak Spanish when I made that movie. We didn't grow up with it. So I left that part out of the mariachi story because I thought people already didn't believe I made the movie by myself. They knew I made it in a language I didn't speak. I should have said it because it'd be even more inspiring. Like now you have no excuse. Yeah. I would wrote the English subtitles basically.
Shit.
I wrote the titles, what became the subtitles. And then we'd take it to the actors and the actor would translate it for me. And I was like,
that is so inspiring.
I'd be like,
holy
I would try to speak Spanish and say, vamos a recordar. Let's record. And they'd be looking at me like, that means let's remember. The recordar doesn't mean record. That means grabar. Now I know. Back then I didn't know. So I'm watching Univision, and then there's Salma as a guest. And she's a big soap star down there in Mexico. And she comes out. She's beautiful. She's funny. Everyone's laughing. She's Salma. Everyone that we know now. And she starts talking about, what I gather from what she's saying, that she's having trouble finding any work in the U.S. because of her accent. And then Paul Rodriguez said, well, say something in English. That she says, and she sounds just like she does now. And he goes, that's great. She goes, I know. And I went, I think this is the girl. So I called her in my office, and I videotaped our first meeting together. So I have that somewhere.
Oh, that's awesome.
Telling me about, and
so
it's
awesome.
Salma. It's Salma.
Yeah.
It's her, with her energy, with her passion, and funny. She became instant friends with my wife. Before they walked over, your wife and I are best friends. She already was like part of the family. She's godmother to my kids. And I thought, I'm going to help you. You're going to help me. I need to have a Mexican actress in this, and you're going to be phenomenal. The studio didn't see it. They were like, what? She hasn't done it. Why don't you just hire somebody else who, already has a name? So if we just give her one movie, then she'll be someone who's in a movie, and then you can keep casting. So I made a whole other movie with her in English called Road Racers. It was my second film for Showtime. Really cool little rebel without a cause type movie. And I gave her a role in that, so we have an example of her doing English. And they still were like, we need a screen test. We need to have a screen test with a bunch of other actresses, So I said, sure, let's do that. So I went over to her house the night before before the screen test, and we worked on the scene, which is the best scene, where she's operating on his arm, and they've got all this chemistry. I was just directing her through it, like completely down to when you pick up the water and you hand him the water, don't scream, oh, hot water. Just be like, hot water. While he's spitting it out, and it's going to be a big dramatic action with like a very light delivery. And so we got it down to a science. The next day we show up. Antonio does a scene where all the girls come in. He does it with her. Clearly, they've got amazing chemistry. She just nails it. He's great. He loves her too. Studio's like, okay, you can hire her. Reluctantly, like that, right? But once they saw the footage come as we were shooting, and they saw it on the big screen when they're watching the dailies, then they were like, oh my God. And then they saw it. Then they saw what I saw when I met her. But sometimes, you say, what do you do when people are like, hey, why come you using this? Just know that not everyone's going to see it. You may have the only vision. Just keep going. There's an instinct that tells you to keep going that way. You'll get proved right or wrong, or maybe you're slipping on the first two rocks or whatever, but follow your instinct, because everyone's going to have an opinion, and it's not necessarily the right one. And when you're an independent filmmaker, you can make those decisions that change people's career, that changes the world. And that's why you want to remain independent. That's why what's happening now in the industry is great, because I have to make movies like the way I started, which is what I've always liked to do, which is just doing it where we create our own destiny. We go, hey, we're going to make a movie. We're going to make it for this budget so we can make it. And the story is going to be so character driven and cool. We're going to be able to get big actors to be in it because they're going to want to be in it. So Danny Trejo, you asked me about Danny Trejo.
Yes.
Okay, Danny Trejo. We're doing Desperado now. I'm casting all kinds of people. Now I have this character that I want to have a bunch of knives. He opens up his vest and there's a bunch of knives. So bring me all the coolest looking, Latin actors we can find. And before he even walked in, there's a picture of him. He already looked like the guy, but he was younger. He always just played prison inmates. There was a picture of him as an inmate in prison. I want to give him a cool role. Whoever this actor is. He walks in and I see him. It's Danny Trejo. He sits down, and I had the prop knife already made. And I say, you need to have this in your hand and look like you sleep with it. Like, just practice flipping it around your hand. And I gave it to him. You got the role. Just start practicing with that. He gets up and walks out. He didn't have to say anything because there's no dialogue. He walks up. We get to the set. He kept saying, coach, give me a line. Give me a line. It's like, no, you're such a nice guy. You're going to blow the whole mystique. I want this guy to feel like the most evil, scary guy of all. And you're such a nice guy. I didn't let him talk till dusk till dawn. But one thing I noticed was that the town we shot in, the Mexican town, which is the same town I shot Mariachi. We went back there because I wanted to pay back the city. So we had this big movie there. And they didn't really know Antonio because he was in European movies. Salma hadn't come to the set yet. But they saw Danny Trejo there in his vest, looking like a Mexican icon. They would go like this. Everyone thought he was the star. And I just know magnetism when I see it. And I went, this guy's got something. So I went to him and I said, I got a movie we're going to do someday. This is 94. We didn't make this movie for 15 years. Machete. You're going to be Machete. I had an idea for Machete, and it wasn't the same story. I had seen a story. Actually, Mariachi, the guy from there, sent me this funny story. He said, hey, look at this story. That the U.S. DEA and FBI sometimes would hire a Mexican federale to come do a job for $25,000 that they didn't want to get their own guys killed on. I said, that's Machete, the guy that they pay. But he's not doing it for the money. It turns out he has to get this guy that escaped Mexico, and that's the twist. So that was the original story I had. I said, we're going to do this someday. And we talked about it for years and never did it. Never got around to doing it. So when I did Spy Kids, I put him in Spy Kids, and I said, hey, let's pay tribute to that character we never got to make, and you'll be Uncle Machete. He's a gadget guy, but he's got a mysterious past. But then a few years later, Quentin and I were doing Grindhouse. And he'd already done Dust Till Dawn with me. I was building my own Latin star system. Salmo showed up in a bunch of my movies. Cheech shows up in every movie. Danny shows up there. I brought Cheech out of retirement and put him in my movie. I needed to create my own Latin star system because all my scripts, because when you write in your own voice, you're going to write probably somebody that's Latin, so you need to have a star system that matches that so that you don't have trouble casting and people are like, well, you can't hire this person. So I built up my own star system. So Danny was one of my stars. So after we're doing Grindhouse, we had to do fake trailers for Grindhouse. And I told Quentin, I know what trailer I'm going to do for the movie I never had to make with Danny called Machete. That'll be so fun. We finally get that out of our system. And doing a trailer is so fun. It's 2 days of shooting. Just still being a resourceful guy, we asked this company that had a digital camera we wanted to use, can you let us send it to us for a couple of days camera test? Instead of shooting a camera test, we shot the trailer. So we got a free camera, shot the trailer with him. And it's just the money shots. Him opening his vest full of machetes, him aiming that gun, him in a waterfall with 2 gals. And I just came up with this really funny trailer, and we shot it. People were screaming at the premiere. You couldn't even hear it. They just wanted that movie so badly because there was blaxploitation in the 70s. There was never mexploitation. It felt like this should have existed, but it didn't. Mexican superhero. I just never seen anything like that. Now but like even his mom calls him Machete. Like he just became this guy. And about 250 movies that he's been in, Machete's his most famous one. So for 5 years, people would come up to us and say, "Where's Machete? When's that movie coming out?" We're like, "It's not a real movie, but when it looks real, we want to see that movie." So we finally made the movie because people just asked for it. And I was adamant about being resourceful again. All the shots that are in the trailer are really great. I got to reverse engineer the trailer into a movie so that I can use the shot that's in the trailer. Like this girl in the waterfall. Why would this girl be in the waterfall? Like a really clever way that he gets the bad guy. Her face is kind of covered by his hair. We'll cast Lindsay Lohan there, or the senator will switch it out for Robert De Niro. Well, I just reverse engineer it so every time there's a shot in the trailer, it's in the movie. But I shot all the footage around to lead up to it. That's another fun creative exercise. Just to reverse engineer something you just did like this on the day. You just threw a bunch of cards out basically with that trailer. And now you got to go make a movie using all those cards. That's like a creative exercise that I thought so satisfying, so fun.
Yeah, that was beautiful. You're actually known in part, maybe you can correct me, but to do pretty unexpected, surprising, kind of interesting casting. So Robert De Niro is an example of that, and that's just a great role. The second aspect of that, I heard the story that you can just get an actor in and out in just a few days, really fast. The Robert Rodriguez experience, they call it. How do you make that happen? Like, can you just tell the story?
Well, I'm the editor, I'm the cameraman, I'm the DP. And so when I call him and say, I got you as the villain in this whole movie, but I swear I'm going to shoot you out in 4 days. You come down in 4 days. In fact, there's a scene where he's in the hospital. He's just smiling. He's having such a good time because he couldn't believe it. I said, guess what? When you wake up from your hotel room, Stephen F. Austin, you just cross the hallway. That's the set. The room next to yours, we turned into the hospital set. So you're just going to come laying there in your pajamas.
Really? That's what you did?
Well, yeah, we had to save time. We only have 4 days. So everything had to be very thought out to be like, boom, 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 let's shoot the money, get him out of this. We don't have to spend a lot of money on him.
Book a room in a hotel, set up to look like a hospital room.
Yeah, that's our set. And it's real. You don't have to dress it. It's just right there. All you do is put like a little tube there, for his IV, and then you have a couple of nurses, and it looks like
just genius. Robert De Niro.
Resourceful.
Next door.
But I said, you're going to think about me when you're on your next Meet the Fockers movie, and you're on there for 6 months, but I have you sit in a trailer. I don't like to do that. So, I gave Lady Gaga her first 2 movies because after Machete, she said publicly, I saw Machete, and my song Americano should have been a Machete. I thought, she saw Machete. Yeah. So I called her up and I said, hey, I'm making a sequel, and I would certainly use your music, but have you ever thought about acting? Because you're an amazing performer. I think I've worked with a lot of actors who are also musicians, and they're always great because I already know how to be a persona, be on stage, be in front of a bunch of people, which most actors can't do. And she said, actually, I studied acting before I became a singer. Well, you'll never be able to be in a movie because you know what? They don't know how to shoot people out. They want 6 months of your time, and you're always on tour. But you come be here, I have a part for you. I can shoot you out in half a day. This whole section of a movie, and I'll shoot your movie poster. She's like, okay. So she shows up. I had all the sets like a conveyor belt right next to each other. Shoot. She's in the car. That's why she had me do her music video for Rain on Me Later. She just go to Austin. Robert, put me on a grease. I was throughout that whole movie. I don't know how we did that. It was half a day. She was there half a day. I did the same for Sin City too. I was like, I have a set here waiting for you. If you're on tour in Houston, just drive into Austin. I'll shoot you out in half a day. You get to be in a scene with Joseph Gordon-Levitt. Sure. She came down.
So wait, how do you take Robert De Niro? How do you take Lady Gaga and just solve the puzzle of all the scenes that have to be in? How do we shoot them quickly, efficiently, conveniently?
You have to edit your own movie. I have this analogy, a food analogy that works really well. The script is like your grocery list. Filming is like grocery shopping. Getting the best performances, getting the best ingredients, right? Editing is like the cooking. It's too much of this and not enough of that. You fuck the whole thing up. So there's so many filmmakers do not edit.
Yeah.
And they give it to some other guy who might look at all your ingredients and go, well, this is all great, but I'm going to go make a fucking souffle. Yeah. And he makes something else. So by doing that job, I've worked on some big stuff, and I realized finally after many years, because I've always edited, I realized this is why movies cost so much. There could be 150, 200 people on the crew, and I swear not one of them knows how to edit. Not one. So they're getting the wrong stuff. They're having to reshoot shit. The editor is in a room somewhere, useless, and calling after the fact. You still need to get this close-up. But you got to reshoot that because it doesn't match. Because no one knows editing. So if you just know that, you're already miles ahead of 99% Hollywood. But that's just how I learned by accident. So I kind of stumbled upon it. But and I realized that's what the problem is. Because across the board, I'm watching them going, that's not going to match. You guys are just spending money, sending crews out, shooting stuff for this. It's just It's a clusterfuck. Let me show you. And that's how Sin City, Bruce Willis, 9 days.
Whoa.
Brittany Murphy's in all 3 stories, 1 day. Benicio del Toro, 3 days. It's just like you're just shooting this stuff. Mickey Rourke is in a sequence with Rutger Hauer. We shot 8 months apart. I didn't have Rutger Hauer until I was doing Sharkborn Lava Girl. So I just shot Mickey acting with me, and then I shot Rutger acting with me, and then it's come together.
Wow.
What's weird is like editing exercises, or like I used to do these editing exercises where I would tune my VCRs together, and I would cut my movies, but sometimes I would just cut a music video. And I cut a music video once, so I was a big fan of Rutger Hauer and a big fan of Mickey Rourke. So I said, I want to make it look like they're in a movie together. So I cut this music video together. And so it shows like lightning on Rutger and the Hitcher, and then lightning on Mickey from Rumblefish. But Rumblefish is black and white. So I made the whole thing black and white. And I was like 19. I was 19 years old when I did that. And then years later, I'm making Sin City. I shot Mickey not knowing who the other actor was going to be until I cast him 8 months later, and it was Rutger. I'm cutting them together to look like they're in the same movie. It's in black and white. And I'm like, I've done this before.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I found that old video. It's like, oh my God, I already made a movie then in black and white. That's some weird shit, right? That's the magic of creativity. It's like sometimes when you have a vision, it's not clear, but it's coming to you from the future. So you got to just follow the voice. No matter what anyone says about your curtains, just follow the voice you got in your head. Because you don't know, and you're not smart enough to know. And you don't need to know. You just need to do. You just need to be the hands. So this is like what you can do with no time or money when you know all those jobs. It's the benefit of knowing those jobs. Like I said, the more you know those jobs, the more you know your main job, which is being creative, not on the day, thinking on your feet. So I'm going to show you this this test. Okay, so for Dust Till Dawn, the TV series, I would always shoot the first episode and the last episode. It's like a 7 or 8 episode season. There's 3 seasons. By the time we got to the 3rd season, I was doing Alita, so I couldn't do the big finale episode. And my actor who plays the George Clooney character, DJ Catrona, he's somebody who fucking wanted to be a writer, was writing. He wrote Fight or Flight. It's this movie that's going to come out with Josh Hartnett. That's his. He wrote it. After doing this, he was like, man, hearing you talk, you know what? This is what I love about it. You inspire people. The feedback loop inspires you back. So, man, hearing your talk for Red 11 and the cards, and I've got a script that's partially written. I'm going to go crank it out in 3 days. I'm going to cut off the phone in 3 days. I'm going to finish that thing in 3 fucking days. And he came back and he said, I finished the script. And I read it, and I go, what? You read it in 3 days? And well, I wrote some of it before, but I just kept thinking I wasn't ready. And then you told me the thing about not being ready, and you said that really resonated. I went and I finished it in 3 days. I go, man, I'm going to do that. I'm going to go do the DJ method. I call it the DJ method. I have a bunch of half-baked ideas that I'm just going to go turn off the phone and finish the thing in 3 days. And I'll fix it later, but so 3 days, it's going to be pure pipe. It's just going to be coming through because you're just going to be picking up the pen. So anyway, he came to me with this idea. He said, oh man, I was hoping you'd do the last episode of Dust Till Dawn because I had this great idea for a scene. We're in a zombie town, western town. We have those guns where you have to pull the trigger, the hammer back before you can fire. So I thought, what if I have a gun that's empty and I got bullets in the other hand? And I bump into a zombie. The bullets go flying. I jump and I catch all the bullets and shoot the guy before I hit the ground. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's kind of like a real cool, like Desperado type thing. But dude, this is a 7-day shoot for these episodes. Everyone on the crew will have a different idea on how to do this. Stunt guy will put you on wires because you have to do all that action, or the DP isn't even operating the camera. It's a camera guy. The director doesn't know how to shoot. He's not operating the camera. Your editor's in a room somewhere. VFX guys aren't there. You're not going to be able to ask them how to do it. But I am my own VFX. But I came up with how we do all the shots in Sin City and all this biking. We need one guy to come do it. I'll come do it. I'll come do it because I'm already going to be there because I have to shoot a 2nd unit fight scene for the other actor who wanted a cool fight scene. So I was already doing that. So when it comes to your scene, we'll switch places because it's got to be done quick because you got to shoot it in 20 minutes because you got a ton of other shit you got to shoot. And you'll just never get it. You won't even get it in a film schedule, on a regular movie schedule. It's just too crazy. You need somebody with a vision to do the whole thing. So this is what it would look like if you're on the set. I'm going to show you the footage, and I'm going to show you the scene. I have to show it to you a couple of times. You're not going to believe you're about to see. So if you were on the set, this is what it would look like. So I get there. They said, we're ready for that scene. So I get over to the set. I go, okay, where are you coming out of? This building. where are you getting the bullets from? That body. Okay, bring that body closer. Okay, stunt guy, bring a pad over. I want to see you just jump and start to twist as if you're turning. I just want to see how much airtime you can get to get any action there before you hit the pad. He starts to jump. He barely starts jumping. He's already hitting the pad. So, okay, that ain't going to work. You get out of here. DJ, you're going to do it. I have no idea how I'm going to do this. I hadn't thought about it before. But now you're there.
This is so awesome.
And now the options are very limited.
Yeah.
You're very limited. Look at the sun. You're going to see the sun not move. You see, that's the point where the sun starts getting lost. I have to shoot this in 20 minutes. You're going to do 3 jumps. And I'm going to cut it to look like 1 jump. All the bullets are going to miss. Only one's going to go in. So here, just follow what I'm saying because we don't have time. What cameras do we have? What's on the A camera? A long lens. Oh, yeah, that's my camera. I'll operate that. What's on the B camera? Steady cam. Leave it on steady cam. No chance. No time to convert it. At one point, I want to lower it. So just flip it upside down. We'll flop it later. Give me the main camera. Okay, DJ, start running towards that bullet and grab it and pretend like it gets shot out of your hand. I shoot it in slow motion, but I'm showing you how it would look on the set. Okay, now the bullets are flying. I'm going to add those digitally. I'm going to hold the bullets up to the light at each angle so that they know what it's supposed to look like so they can match that. Otherwise, it'll look phony. Now, first jump. I just want you to commit to just jumping out and just look at the barrel. Just look at the barrel on your hands when you're jumping because that'll look like you're looking at the bullets. And just don't even think about that you're going to catch a bullet. Don't think about that you're going to start turning. Just stretch your body out. Get a really graphic look. How cool that looks.
Yeah.
And then the side view, shot this at the same time. You can already tell it's going to look like bullets are missing, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, now I need this part though. I need the part where he's catching the bullet. This little window there. Mm-hmm. How am I going to do that? So the lens that long is going to be all out of focus. It's not going to be slow motion enough. He even knows me. He's like, what the hell am I doing? So just lay on the pad and rock up and down. And as you're coming down, that'll look like you're falling as I'm zooming in. Because I'm operating the camera and I'm cutting this in my head.
Yeah.
And I'm saying, just do it again. He's like, okay, what is it? Rock up, and as you go down, it's going to look like you're falling.
Well done.
The bullet, okay?
Well
now,
done.
You've caught a bullet. One went in. Now, second jump. When you do the next jump, as if we just passed those other moments, you've caught a bullet already. So now you're going to snap it close and start your turn. That's all you'll get before you hit the pad. Snap, turn, right? So like, okay, I want the cameras to feel like they're dropping with them. That'll give you more of the sensation. So let's actually lower that steady cam shot. Flip it upside down and get a low angle. Yeah, look at the sun's right there. Hasn't gone behind the building yet. That, and then my camera, I lowered my camera down, and I got that angle. Right? Okay, now, last jump. I bury a thin, so just bring me a thin mattress, because I want him to do all the stunts. I don't want a stunt guy, because he does this himself. He just did it in 3 jumps. But the audience will know. They'll just be like, we believe that this guy can do anything. I want you just to finish by turning and cocking the hammer back and firing before you hit the ground. I'll give you 2 takes for that. Almost get to there. And then we do a second take. Oh, that other one was probably a little better, even though you don't really see it. I've got to go through everything. I got to cut it. I got to add the sound effects myself. I got to put the music in myself, because music guys would just end up filling it with music and ruin it. Sound effects guys would just fill it full of sound effects and ruin it. I want all the sound to drop out. So as he's jumping, all you hear is the wind in his jacket, the clinking of the bullets as they're bouncing off. So you have this breathless moment. No music. Cut the music. And that moment you cut it, but you're like, I wonder if he's going to make it, right? So I go home, I cut it. Before I even have the visual effects in, I just cut it that night, because I cut my own sound effects. I cut my sound effects in. You can already tell it's going to work. You can already see, but even with the bullets not there, you can tell by the sound where they're going to be. It's going to work. I pull them up and say, dude, this is going to work great. So I go to the effects guys and I go, okay, there's the bullet in this frame. The next frame it's here, because I used to animate. In the next frame it's there, and then it hits the barrel, and then it starts bouncing this way. I want it that clear so we can follow that a bullet was supposed to go in, and then it bounced way over there, and then this bullet bounced way over there. And they send it back, and a bunch of bullets come down. No, guys, listen to what I say. I'm going to show you again. Draw it to you again. Just the sound will play like there's multiple bullets flying. I don't need to see all those bullets without I don't know where to go. And they got it right. And then check this out. I'm going to twice, because I ain't going to believe it. direction.
Wow. Wow.
Crazy.
Well done.
You don't even see that in a feature film, much less a TV show.
Just as a director, well done.
Oh, here, just one more time. I'll show you something you didn't notice both times.
That's amazing. Just those decisions coming together perfectly.
Coming together,
really
and
well done.
And like this, you got minutes.
Just moving the camera like you decided to do really worked really well. The balancing of the matches, whatever.
And it's not like you have this whole plan figured out ahead. You're literally in the moment. It's coming through you.
But you're seeing it, though, right?
I'm seeing it because I've done it enough. That's why you really want to learn all those jobs, because you come to a moment like this when the shit's fucking in the fan. You got to know how to pull it out. You could have gotten all those people together and they never would have figured that out. You had one person that had to see it all the way through. You're seeing the bullet, how it's going to go in the result. I've done enough times to know that if you don't do it just right, you're gonna lose the image. You're not gonna know where to follow, and you'll miss the point. And also, I love that you're thinking about where the eyes of the audience will go, and that's I feel like too many people might think about some more general concept of a scene versus like the audience, where's their eye? Where's their eye? Well, you're drawing it through sound. Through picture, I'm gonna show you. If you notice, without the sound, you don't really see him click that thing back. The sound is so sensory. Watch this. You don't really. Right. I thought I saw it. You think you saw it, but you hear it, so you feel like but watch it. It's actually he's already finished. You don't really see him do it. You know? But you swear you saw it in a close-up because the sound is in a close-up. I took the sound in a close-up. And here's another thing you didn't notice. He hits this ground in the first shot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You didn't even notice it because I didn't play the sound. So if you don't hear it, you don't see it. And if you don't see it, but you play sound, you hear it and you see it in your mind, right? So check that out now with the sound on. And you'll see both those parts play completely different now. Right. Now you hear it. Right. Like I know you can get away with that because I know editing, and like if I don't play a sound, I can go ahead and milk that shot as long as I want. I'll make him be in the air longer, even though he's actually touching the ground by not playing the sound. And that comes from, you said directing, but it's not directing. Like people can direct and say, this is what I want, but to actually execute it, you need to be a craftsman. And to be a craftsman, you have to learn all those crafts. And not just with the visuals, but with the sound. With the sound, too. Sound is so important. Sound is half the picture. Sound, and if you cut sound, you realize how important sound is. I would learn so much by doing those movies, like Desperado action movies, where you go, wow, the sound, I can add an extra sound effect of an extra punch he didn't even throw. And it sounds like he's beating the shit out of this guy. You only need to see 1 or 2 hits and you can hear 5. You know where you can push your limits because you've done it and you've got the experience. It's so amazing that you can use sound to make a person believe they saw something that wasn't actually there on the screen. Yeah, your brain fills it in. That's crazy. And that's why that's so important, because if you don't know that, you'll be on the set shooting 10 takes of that. Because you're like, no, he didn't. No, I didn't see him click it back. I didn't see him click it back. That's really needed. I can do that with sound. Let's just go. Let's just keep moving. Oh, when you say sound close up, where's that? So the sound, all the other sound dropped away, and all you hear is like the sound, like the mic's right on that thing, so that you hear it so big in your ear that you swear it was in close up too, but just the sound was close up. How do you? Sorry, just to give an insight into like that process of sound design. What are you like listening to the sound and just like experiencing the feeling that creates, and then you're like, that's just right. I'm playing in post a lot, so I have a whole library of sound effects from all my movies. So I can pull up like the gun sound we created for Bruce Willis in Sin City, and use that and mix it with Antonio's gun from Desperado. You know, I remember in 4 Rooms, there's a scene where the bellhop goes into the hotel room, jams his key into it, and clicks it. And I used all gun sounds for the sound of the key instead of key sounds because it wasn't sound close enough. So if you listen to it, you hear like all these sounds from gun to do the key, because it's like that conveys the sound better. You know, I'll use different kinds of sounds that just have impact and put it somewhere, like when he hits the ground. So I like playing with all that. in post when I'm editing, because it makes my editing job easier. Sometimes it's like, oh, the sound is covering me. I don't need to keep trying to massage this. The sound is actually selling it. And so I keep those sound effects into the final movie. So it's just all part of necessary. It's like being a chef. You're there cooking and you're going like, I know the recipe says this, but I think it really could use jalapenos and some extra pepper and maybe a little more salt. And then it needs an acid of some kind. So I'm going to add some lemon juice.
Yeah, you made me realize, I'm not sure where I saw that, but you were talking about making sort of almost like home films for fun. And I think you mentioned how exciting you can make a very mundane scene by just adding sound.
Oh, yeah.
I think there was like a
little kid in his car. Yeah, one of those little... but I added a motor sound to it, and it's like, wow.
And it sounds realistic somehow. Like, I don't understand
and then
what my brain is doing that.
And then we're playing with these little cars, filming ourselves some of the cars. But then I replace it with real car sounds. And it just, your brain links the reality of the real thing.
Crazy.
And you realize how unimportant the visual is and how important the sound is, actually. Sound is everything. That's what I was really lucky in mariachi, that my camera didn't work for sound, because then I got really good sound that I would have gotten with a shitty mic out of frame. Because that's the first telltale sign of a low-budget movie is bad sound. Bad sound right away. You can already hear all this hiss and all this. Mic was too far, and you're like, low-budget movies. Before your eyes even tell you, the sound gives it away. Isn't that amazing?
The audio is first. Sound is first. Really. Even though it's a visual medium. It's so crazy. Just on the... What's the plan with the 4 action films? Like, what are the next steps?
I'll probably direct more than one, because there's already several that I want to do. But I'm going to direct at least one, but I'm producing all 4 there at my studio.
It does draw you in.
It draws you in, and it makes you go now think of ideas you never would have thought of before, mainly because it has a filter. Well, now I don't have to think of all these ideas. I actually have, like me on that set, there's only very few things I can actually come up with that are just action driven first, and they have a great character. You'll get to it a lot faster with a filter. That's the beauty of a filter. So now you've just shrunk your target, and now you can hit that target. And people are coming up with ideas because now they've got proximity, and they've got a reason to come up with the idea, and they've got a deadline, which is the best thing you can do, is have a deadline. Because when you have a deadline, you can freaking move mountains. You know, I had to Spy Kids in the theater every year, 3 years in a row, not being pre-planned. Every year there was a Spy Kids. Now the third one was the biggest cast, mostly green screen, video game, and the first digital 3D movie ever. So getting visual effects companies to make that, we realized, oh, I shot it with 2 cameras. That means each effect shot has to be done twice from a different angle. So I went to the studio midway through that and said, there's not going to be a movie in the theaters in time. You're going to have to push the date back. And they said, okay, we've never heard you panic. We'll push the date back for you. They called back 10 minutes later. I was like, oh, thank God. It's really complicated. I didn't know it was going to be this complicated, but I wanted a challenge. And they said that McDonald's will sue us for $20 million if you move the date. You have to have the movie in the theater. We started shooting that movie in January of 2003. It was in 3D, in theaters by July. That's the fastest any effects movie has ever done. Because you had no choice. So the deadline makes you do things and make decisions really quickly. And it was the biggest of the 3. Deadlines are good. And it's hard for us to self-impose a deadline sometimes because we know it's a bullshit deadline and your brain knows it's bullshit. But why do deadlines work? Because when the deadline's coming up, what do?
You start to put the pen to the paper and it starts just flowing, right?
You have no choice. You have to get out of the way and open the pipe. And it just comes out. And you're shocked. You're like, oh my God, I should do everything at the last minute. Well, no, you don't have to. But if you just learn how to open that pipe earlier, you wouldn't be in a rush. But you had to get out of your way because your deadline was up and you had to come up with it. So many people are going to come up with all these extra great ideas at the last minute. They've already, but it looks like everyone who's already signing on, because it's cool, they don't know when the deadline is. They keep writing in saying, when is the deadline for this? And we say, well, when we close the funding in May. But we didn't say when still. So I think that gives them like a sense of a deadline, like shit, it might be May 1st or maybe May 2nd, so we better get my idea. So I think it works in your favor because then you come up with stuff. And you're going to feel so enriched by doing the idea. But you're not going to care if it gets picked or not. You're going to love this idea so much, it could turn into 10 other things you never even thought about. That's the beauty of doing a project. Nothing ever goes to waste. So many ideas that were sitting around that I come up with and put a lot of time in are now like, oh, I can do these now. I know how to finish it now.
I have to ask you about Alita. So you've done so many incredibly innovative projects. This is one of them. It turned out to be this visual masterpiece. There's a bunch of complexity, beautiful complexity about it, in that it started out as a film that James Cameron was supposed to make.
Yeah.
And then you started to collaborate with him on it. And these two, I would say, brilliant directors, but with different styles, if you were talking about. And so, plus there's the complexity of, for people who haven't seen it, you're putting this artificial creation, this beautiful, photorealistic artificial creation of a human being into a real world. You have to capture the performance, not just the motion, but the performance of this actor, put them into this, with the power of technology, into the real world, to convey all the emotion, the richness of the human face. Can you just speak to the process of bringing that world to life?
Sure. I mean, one, I never would have attempted it if it wasn't Jim, because Jim has figured all of this out. So just to get you, again, remember, like I said, hey, Jim, I'm operating a Steadicam. What do you think of that? Well, I'm designing a new system. That's always how it is between you and I. So when I went to show him Desperado when it was done, he said, you might not want to sit through it. If you don't want to sit through it while I'm watching it, it's fine. Do you want to read any of my scriptments, my treatment scripts? They're called scriptments. But sure. He goes, I have Spider-Man, and I got Avatar. This was in 95. He was showing me the scriptment for Avatar, which there was no technology for that. He was already doing stuff that didn't exist. Yeah. And I was reading it going like, it's a great story. He was like, I don't know, I think I can do this. It's impossible. It's not even, he'd just done, Terminator 2 a few years before. It's like, that was state of the art. So Alita was going to be the movie he did first to prepare for Avatar. And so he had already done some prep work on it. It was based on a manga. But before they did that, they just started doing some tests for Avatar. And then as they got deeper into the tests for Avatar to prepare for Alita, they went, I guess we're making Avatar first. So Alita got kind of pushed to the side, and they ended up doing it, which ended up becoming such a journey to make that movie, to get the technology to build it, to make it. So I remember visiting him on the set. I mean, I've known him so long. I was on the set of Titanic. That's how long I've been around this guy. I was on the set of Titanic. I was on the set with Sarah Connor and Arnold Schwarzenegger and Eddie Furlong for the 3D ride he made for Universal a few years later. So, I mean, I feel like I've been around him a lot of his career. And to be able to visit the set, of Avatar, and remember him showing me, like, artwork they did. Very photorealistic. And he goes, curious to see how photoreal it'll be when we're finally done with this process, because you don't get to see it till it's almost done. And I was like, wow, he's just shooting blind. He's really, talk about me shooting mariachi, not seeing the footage. He's making this whole movie not even knowing what the end result's going to look like at all, because you're not going to know till you get there. And when you get there, if you don't like it, there's not a lot you can do. So I just seeing him do that and have that success really made it easier for me to do Alita, because then it's like, okay, we don't know. Again, we don't need to know. We know we'll get there, but we don't know how we're going to do it. We're going to start. And anything that I come up with on this movie and his team, because he had all his wedded people working on it, he had them all working on it too. I do a fast version of his process because it's a lot of live action. Avatar's mostly CG. I have live action sets. You have to come to my studio because I still have the whole Alita city in my back lot.
Well, here, the Troublemaker studio?
Yeah.
That's where it was?
Yeah, it was shot here. So when you go see my city, I built it very resourceful. This is weird. It looks just like the town from Mariachi. It's in my backyard. I'm like, it looks better than the town from Mariachi.
Yeah.
90,000. It's the largest standing set in the country, because sets are always mowed down for the next movie. But I just kept it there. So we used to shoot it all the time from Mexico or South America or Europe or whatever. It's 7 streets, and we added digitally above it. The ceilings are 20 feet high. You got to come see. You don't believe that it's here. It's unbelievable.
Where is it? North of Austin?
It's where the old airport was. So it's like on 51st Street. It's like really close to town.
I would love to.
You got to come see. You're not going to believe it. All my props, all my stuff from all my movies. So people who are, investing in brass knuckle, that's why they say it's like a Willy Wonka movie, because they're going to get to come check out all that stuff and be in proximity and see, oh, like me with that painter. It's not a trick. He's just doing it. Then you realize you can do it too. But we thought, let's shoot mostly live action and we'll just replace her. But we still have to figure her out. You have to cast the right actress. And when I saw Rosa Salazar, she was just amazing. She made me cry in audition the first time. I was like, oh my God, this person has something. If we can capture even a fourth of her facial expression, it'll bring so much life. And they got it 1-to-1. And it really helped Jim on the next Avatar and Weta because they got to try out a bunch of things. That's why Avatar, the second Avatar, Way of Water, looks so much more refined than the first Avatar because of that middle step of doing Alita. It was training ground for them.
Can you actually educate me on the Weta process? Is this like a performance capture technology?
Yeah, we have her in a suit for capturing her body movements, but also facial capture. It's performance capture of all her performance, all her emoting. And we have witness cameras around everywhere to pick up where she is. And everything else is real, and we're just replacing her, but with someone even smaller in size. So you have to erase everything behind her. There's like a bunch of technical things you do. But the idea is to, whatever performance she gives, she's such a great actress, is to capture all of that, because then this character that doesn't even exist will feel very emotional, and you have to be tied to it. You have to feel its heart. She was the heartbeat of it.
So she's acting with all
that, but it just disappeared. You know, she's not even, it's like it's not even there. Like, we don't know this here. It's like that. She can just perform through it.
What were some interesting, unique, challenging things about you directing her performance in this kind of world?
I just knew she had to be her. It was going to be just so easy with her. She's just so great. Everything was just so real, and everything was just like, she's that character. She becomes that character who's seen this world for the first time. No special effects going to help you with that if the performance isn't there. So it was all about getting the performance and casting the right actors. That's why you get Christoph Waltz there. You get Jennifer Connelly. You know, these masters are all on the set. Mahershala Ali. You know, you've got an amazing cast of people. And that's really the heart of it, so that the technology kind of goes away.
How hard is it to get the actors to act when, like, the full world is not around you?
We put so much of the world around you. Like, when you see the city, we put like a blue screen way in the back to just make the city keep going. But we built the sets there, the town, we built the real sets, so everything was very tangible and real. And that way she had to fit into that world and be as real as that. Because if it was all done in CG, well, then now you can fudge everything. But if you put her in a real environment, that's a real challenge. And that really helps them in Avatar, because that whole place is created in Avatar. You could get away with a lot if they wanted to commit to that kind of detail. And on the next Avatar, that's why it just feels like you're really there. It's just stunning. And you get there by having something to work on like this to take the technology to the next level. So it was cool to be able to help, you know, knowing that you're being helpful to him in his process and not just distracting him. But then also he liked that his artist had something else to work on besides just Avatar, to just work on something, you know, different, to freshen up the perspective on things and methodology. And so, yeah, that was a really exciting movie to work on. And then we got to shoot it here. Jim Cameron movie here in Austin. That was the best, having him here. And that my whole crew, who's worked with me 25, 30 years, everyone had an extra spring in their step, because they're like, wow, we're working on a Jim Cameron movie. I mean, that's just like a high bar of achievement for everybody, you know, working on it.
We talked about a few other directors. Can you speak to the genius of James Cameron? Like, what makes him special? We talked about some of the difference in your approach and his. He's created some of the most special movies ever. Also, what's behind that? What would you say is interesting about the way his creative mind works?
I think any of those guys, George Lucas, you know, him, you know, John Lasseter, when he did Pixar, it's a mix of. I got really lucky. My first job was at Photoshop, because my dad had a friend who owned a Photoshop. He said, "Your summer job," and I was like, "Go work for my friend Mario." I got a Mario's Photoshop, and I'm, you know, developing pictures, or, you know, you develop photos from film. And he said, "Here, take this camera home. Give me one of his cameras. Take this camera home and some film. I need you to learn how to use the camera so you can help me sell the cameras."
Yeah.
So I went home, and, you know, I have a bunch of siblings. So, like, when the stars of bedhead, taking all these pictures of everybody, I take it back, and he looks at the pictures when he develops it. He's like, "Whoa, these are really creative. You're a creative person." So when sometimes people tell you something that you can't unhear, and he goes, "That's a gift. But you need to know now you need to become technical. Because most creative people need technicians, and technicians always need creative people, because they're not usually the same. You're born with creativity. It's against your nature to be technical, but you can learn if you apply yourself. And if you're both technical and creative, you'll be unstoppable. And I was like, stop. So here, I want you to learn zone photography, like Anson, I want you to learn the technical part of it. So that's why I didn't take a crew in mariachi. Because I knew if I'm just a creative person and I need a crew to go actually technically make the movie, I'll always need something. And when you want to really change your life, you want to get your I need list down to little as possible. Because if you're like, well, I want to shoot my movie, but I need a cameraman and I need somebody who knows how to light it, your I need list keeps growing. That's further and further and further you will be from what you need to accomplish. So I kind of went down there without any help. So that, remember that script analogy where the guy said, throw away 3 scripts? I said, no, I'm going to write 3 scripts and then shoot each one so I get better at each one of them so I can learn to be technical. My technical capability was so little, like I'm literally calling the guy on the phone. How do I use this camera? You know, that's how little I knew about it, but I knew by doing the job I would learn. By being both, that's really the key. So Jim Cameron is like that. Jim Cameron, when you see those guys, George Lucas, very technical and very creative. So that's very technical, but very creative, Pixar. Jim Cameron, very technical, very creative. Putting those two things together is really what sets you apart from other technicians and other creative people. And it's very, very powerful. And a lot of creative people, again, it's against their nature to be technical. They don't want to do it. Make yourself do it. Read the manuals. Take the lessons. It frees you up because then you can go do, like, you know, I just showed you in that demo. You're able to now be a technical person and creative, and then you're unstoppable. He's one of the best at it. And he just knows how to craft a story. He's very analytical as well. Like, we bounce off each other in a funny way. He goes, man, he came down to visit my studio. Or we did a lead on, he went, you only surround yourself with people who are like you. Like, you exude creativity, you know, from every pore. Mm-hmm. And so does everyone at your studio. And I go, yeah, I didn't hire them that way on purpose, but I think if you're not that way, you kind of know you don't belong there and you kind of leave. Yeah. And then I went to his studio, and there are a bunch of Jim Camerons there. They were like, oh my God. They're all very technical. Yeah. You can't get all kind of fuzzy with the logic or you can't get really creative with the physics or anything. They're like, no, that's not how it's working. And they're just, wow, super great at what they do. Bars, sky high, and they're all like that. Because if you're not if you're not like that, you can't hang with those guys. You can't hang with him very long.
I heard a story where the guitar case being a rocket launcher, where to you create this real world where everything is possible. The magic feels real. And for James Cameron, he has to know how a guitar case would work that would actually be able to double as a rocket launcher.
When I showed him the trailer for Grindhouse, and he sees the machine gun laying all that, he goes, whoa! That's unbridled filmmaking. It makes sense the second you're watching it, not a second after, but the second you're watching it, you believe it. Yeah. But he's really interesting in that he's so prolific. I walked into his writing studio, and it'd be like on one of the tables, like, do you have those papers there? That thick, that thick, that thick. Oh, what are these? He goes, this is a whole, space opera version of this movie. We're not making that one. It's like, you're just cranking out all this stuff. Like, again, can I take this? Yeah. Because I loved his analytical part of his brain. I'm not that analytical. I'm just kind of like, hey, I'm really creative feeling. I'm like, woo, go this way, and then woo, go that way. And he likes that about me. But I'm like, because I think about things too much. Like, you think about things like, what makes a movie $1 billion? What are the elements that you need? And I'm going to analyze that, and I'm going to make sure the movie does that. And he engineers a submarine that can break the world record. He engineers a movie that can break the world record. He's like, he has that engineering mind, but the creative part, that's very rare. So that's very rare, and he's capitalized on both. He had this submarine model like this big on his desk, the one that he broke the world record for going. And just seeing it and knowing he would have kids and stuff and wife, and I'm like, aren't you afraid going down there with, something could happen? No, I wasn't afraid. Why not? Because I designed this escape for you. If it was any other bozo, I'd be afraid, but he designed this escape for that kind of confidence, that's him. He just knows if some other bozo had designed this escape vehicle, I would be afraid. Total confidence, because he did it.
The confidence of extreme confidence was brilliant.
Just to get you like excited about how creative this stuff is. So Desperado was the only movie on the Sony lot being edited digitally. Not only was I editing on a computer, I was editing in my house, which in 1994 was just unheard of. So I'm there in my house, and they made me cut in LA because at first I told the studio, I want to edit Desperado myself because it's important that I edit it. And they go, no, you can't. Why not? I never had a director edit his own movie. So they want to set a precedent. In case they thought it would give you too much power. So this is the power of precedent. I said, well, you bought mariachi, and I edited that. So I said, okay, but you're going to have to edit in LA so we can watch because we don't think you know what you're doing. You saw the footage and the shots are really short. It's too short. So I shot too short. Oh, because I was shooting my cuts. You know, like they're used to seeing footage. When Antonio walks into the bar and it's going to be a dialogue scene, they expect the whole thing done from a wide shot. I would shoot the wide shot. He walks in, cut, move the camera, let's get over here. Because I'm not going to use it for the rest of the scene. I know we're going to get into coverage because I've already cut it. I was like, that's interesting. So I cut the first scene. If you've ever seen Desperado, the first scene is the best scene. Steve Buscemi's telling a story. He's talking about the myth of the mariachis.
Oh, yeah.
It's crazy.
Great scene.
It's crazy.
Great scene.
So then they come over. I say, hey, you come see my first scene. So they come over to my house. They watch it. Okay, you know what you're doing. But I was cutting Desperado in my house that I rented there. And then we shot Dusk Till Dawn at the same time. So I was cutting Desperado, 4 rooms, and Dusk Till Dawn myself. I'm the editor. I don't have an editing team other than the ones who import it into the machine. So Del Toro came over, Soderbergh came over. Can I borrow it for Schizopolis? No one had heard of somebody having an Avid in their living room. Jim comes over and he goes, I hear you have an Avid in your living room. And I go, yeah, come check it out. I'm just like, I roll out of bed. It's like, sounds unremarkable because that's what you do right now, but back in 94, unheard of. I'm cutting 3 movies at the same time myself. I roll out of bed. I come here, I can cut Desperado, I can cut Dusk Till Dawn. But that's it. I hate working with editors. You know, when I was doing Terminator 2, they wouldn't even let me put the Bad to the Bone song in Terminator 2 because they didn't think it would work. And I had to sneak into the edit room at night on the weekend to cut it in and then show them the next day. He's like, that's your own movie. You can't give that kind of power to people. He said, I hate working with editors. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna tear down a wall in my house. I'm gonna put it in Avid. I'm gonna cut my next movie. And he did. He got an Oscar for editing Titanic. He had 2 other editors, but now no one ever took him for a ride like that again. He edits on every movie. He has other editors, but he can go do his own cuts. When he shows me like footage, he's showing me himself on his own machine. And it's like, again, it gives you all those tools to be able to really find your vision that you're looking for, because you can't always explain it to somebody because you don't always know yourself. It's part of, you kind of come up with it as you do the process.
Just a small tangent about the different software and the technologies involved. So you mentioned Avid. Is Premiere Pro.
Premiere was still in its early stages then. I think Soderbergh looked at it and it said, yeah, I can't afford an Avid for this movie. I'm going to go do it. So I think he started cutting on Premiere, but I'm sure it's all better now. I just have always used an Avid because I just always ran it back to the same production. I think I don't have to buy a new one, but there's lots of good stuff. I've heard about all kinds of systems. I just use the same one.
I guess that's the question I have for you. It's just interesting for people. It's very interesting to me, just the details. Use Avid. Like, what do you like? Multiple monitors, one monitor?
I have a couple monitors, and then one big monitor to watch it if I'm watching the scene back, because the monitors are still all wacky. I mean, if I were to design my own system, I'd probably design it differently. But I've worked on that thing since 94. I still don't know all the shortcuts and all the shit. I still use it like my tape deck. Play, rewind, pause, and I can cut so fast with that. I don't use the mouse for shortcuts. I'm just like, I don't.
So you found your way, preferred way, workflow of using it, and now you can sort of let go of the technical and be creative.
Yeah, just be creative. It's just a tool. It's just a tool, and it's like, it doesn't matter what system it is. It's like, if you can get it to work for you, great. Like, there's a lot of problems I have with it that I know are probably fixed on another system, but that they'll have a whole other set of problems. So it's like, well, why bother with that? You know, there's limitations I think that it has that would need to be fixed, but not for what I'm doing. I mean, I can still do what I need.
It feels like part of the artistry is every system has limitations on how to work around those limitations. I mean,
my first VCR, like those things. Those things were, I was always known for taking what little basic equipment and milking the shit out of it. What it could, pushing the boundaries of what it can do. And now you're working on you can spend 10 years on, you're scratching the surface of what's capable of. It's totally flipped the other way. I'm not milking anything anymore. I'm barely getting, the smallest capability of this, because I would have to spend a lot of time to figure out all the stuff that it could possibly do. And I'm sure it's all great, fantastic stuff in the world. And when I grew up, like, okay, let me splice these two sound things together. And it was so hard to get it to do. Or people would be like, you got that movie out of that equipment? Or now it's the other way around. It's just like, all this equipment is great. So when people come to me and say, I've only got this camera, I was like, that camera's 10 times better than anything I had in my first 15 years of filmmaking. So you have no complaints. This is like, you can just start now and just start making stuff.
I have a lot of friends who are huge fans of your movies. So one of them asked me that I absolutely must ask you, do you know if there's a sequel of Alita coming?
Well, we're working on it. We're definitely working on it. Jim and I both want to make it. That's usually when we meet, we talk about it. I gave him something to read. You know, he's a little busy with his Avatar movie, but I'm gonna see him again soon. We'll see where it's at. But we would love to make another one. We have ideas on how to do it because it was always built to be a trilogy. And he sees that there's a lot of love for it. It was just weird because it was a Fox movie and they got bought by Disney, you know, and then they weren't really making Fox movies because they had enough Disney movies. They had enough work with their Disney movies. But now they're starting to make some Fox movies, like they did Deadpool, and some Fox movies are starting to get made. So time might be right for us to come back and do it, Alita.
Well, I hope you do soon. It's but it is, when you do so many different kinds of movies, it's a whole different kind of puzzle, right?
No, but it's not a bad movie. It's cool. It's one of the few. Like usually, I make family kids movies or R-rated action horror movies, and that was the first time I got to do a PG-13 movie, which was kind of like, it had a lot of action, but it was for families to watch it too. And it was kind of like best of all worlds.
I have to ask you about Sin City, one of my favorite films of all time. It was a visually stunning world. What are some maybe interesting, detailed aspects about you creating that world?
This is why you just got to follow your nose and go do something. Jim and I were both into 3D. Like, I visited his set for the Terminator 3D ride. Dusk Till Dawn, I wanted to be 3D. Actually, when they got to the bar, if you watch from that point on, everything's kind of set up for 3D. Everything was shooting into the camera and all. But the cameras they had for 3D and film were those old, shitty ones. They were so bad. And I went, okay, we can't do it. But I really wanted people to have to put on glasses when they got into the bar. And it was going to turn into a 3D different movie. I got to do that on Spy Kids 3D. So when I did Spy Kids 3D, I thought, if I get Jim's cameras that he's done for these underwater 3D, documentaries, I can make the first digital 3D film for theaters. And so I did, and it seemed like the easiest way was to utilize that when you put on the glasses when you go into a game world. So there's a green screen, and we shot all the actors on green screen for all the game stuff. We can do a lot of 3D stuff coming at kids' faces when they're reaching. My 3D is not like the kind they have in theaters where it's very polite. Mine's like theme park 3D, where kids are doing like that, trying to grab. That's why it was such a big hit. Nobody does 3D like that. But I wanted that. I want shit falling in people's laps, So you go, okay, this is why I'm wearing glasses. Well, I'm wondering why. And when I went to go make my next movie, so this is how crazy this was. We shot Spy Kids 3. Remember I said how fast they came out? That was in the summer of 2003. A few months later, Once Upon a Time Mexico came out. 2 @1 movies. Both were finishing trilogies of mine. And each one starred Antonio, Danny Trejo, so when I was editing those at the same time, you'd be like, whoa, one movie they're killing people, and the other ones are like with the kids going like, hey, family. So it was really, fun. It was fun it's easier to do very different things than to do like 2 action movies or 2 family movies at the same time. But I was like, okay, what's my next movie going to be? Oh shit, how crazy is this? Okay, so Antonio is on the set. I'm going to shoot him out in half a day for Spy Kids 3D because he's only in the last scene on the green screen. Shoot him till lunch. Okay, now go away, put on your Desperado outfit because we owed some shots for Once Upon a Time Mexico on the green screen. He finished 2 trilogies in the same day. That's got to be a first, if ever. No one's ever finished 2 trilogies in the same day. And it's just kismet. It's just how it happened to happen that day was just luck or the universe or whatever. But I needed to make it something new now. So I was looking through my bookshelves of inspiration, and I picked up my Sin City books, which I've had. I used to be a cartoonist, and I always loved how he drew that. Every time I'd see a different edition, I'd buy it, go home, and go, I already have this. I got like 3 copies of this already. It would just always grab me by the throat. And I liked that he was a writer-director in a way, because he would not just wrote the comic, but he drew it too. A lot of times it's a different writer or a different comic artist. He's like a real, like a kinship this is someone who writes and directs his own thing. But I was looking at it and I went, oh shit, I know how to do this now. I just did it on the green screen. If I shoot this on green screen, the actors on green screen, I can make the backgrounds look just like this, and I can contrast up the actors, and I could get this very graphic look, which sometimes for a window, it's just a white box. So it's even got a sliding scale for budget. If I run out of money, just put the actors in black and white, just put like a white dot behind them for a street light, and that looks just like the book. So I'm going to bring the book to life. So I'll show you how fast we go from development at Troublemaker. It was October. Once Upon a Time Mexico had come out. I was like, oh shit, I know how to do this now. Sin City, I'm going to do a test. I went to my green screen here in my studio. You'll see my green screen where I shot all these movies. And I shot, my sister, myself, put it black and white. Looks just like the comic, but it's moving. I call a comic book artist friend of mine, Mike Allred, and I said, do you have Miller's number? He goes, I do. Okay, I'm going to call him. So I called Frank Miller. Hey, it's Rob Rodriguez. I have a test I'm going to show you for Sin City. I'm going to be in New York tomorrow. He's like, tomorrow? Okay, yeah, sure. Come by. Meet me at this bar. Okay. Book a flight to New York. I didn't have a flight. I fly up there. I have my laptop just like this. Yeah, that's good. I go to the bar. I show him what looks like an image from his comic, and it starts moving. And he's like, wow, how did you do that? I said, I got my own studio and all this. And then I started telling him, man, let's make this movie, because no one had the rights to it. He never gave the rights to a studio. A lot of comics, Warner Brothers bought this a while back, Then you got to go through the studio. He still owned his own rights. In fact, he'd gotten burned by Hollywood so many times as a screenwriter that he said, fuck it, I'm going to go back and draw a comic that's so raw that can never be made into a movie. So, of course, I call him, hey, let's make a great movie. So I show him how we can do it. And I go, I know you don't know me, and I have to earn your trust for you to give me your baby. But we can make this right away. And he's like, he's all excited for about 2 seconds. And then he goes, oh, no. Then we got to write a script, and the studio's going to have notes. All that shit he's been through before. And it's not like that. I have a whole different setup. I got my own studio in Austin. This is how it's going to be. If you like this idea, you're not going to have to take any risk. Let me take all the risk. I'm going to go write the script myself next month. It's going to be unremarkable because I'm going to write it right out of your book. I'm going to edit 3 of the stories down. I'm going to just take stuff out, really. You might add a few things to connect it, but I'll write the script in December myself. No money involved. Then we'll call some actor friends of mine. We'll have them come to my green screen. We'll shoot the opening scene as a test, but it's also the opening scene. I'll do the effects myself. I'll do the sound, do the music. I'll do fake credits. We'll watch it together. If you like what you see, we'll make the movie. Give me the rights then. If you don't like it, keep it. It's a short film to show your friends. It's be really cool. So he's like, all right. There's nothing on him to do. It's all on me. I write the script in December. January, Josh Arnett, Marley Shelton come down, fly Frank in. We're shooting for 10 hours on my green screen. We shoot that opening sequence. Incredible opening sequence. Record his voiceover right then in my little voiceover booth. Marley Shelton comes up. Why did I hire him to kill me? I don't know. Let's go ask Frank. He's right here. Let's go ask Frank. I want to know myself. So he tells her, and he's like, I want to do this movie. He's already, I tell you, Frank, I used to be a cartoonist. It's the same thing. You're already a director. You're just using a pen instead of a camera. The performances you get out of your paper actors are phenomenal. The shots you do are like beyond any DP's ever done. And the visual look, we've never seen that. I want to just take this and make it move. I just want the comic to move. Any other studio would just go make it look like any gritty crime movie, and they would miss the point that the visual is half of it. I want it to look just like this because it would be the boldest movie anyone's seen, because that's how it reads when I read the book. It's like if this was moving, it would be the most phenomenal movie. In fact, I asked him, do you ever feel like directing any of these short ones? I thought about directing The Big Fat Kill maybe as a short film. You should come direct them. Shit, you should direct all of them with me because I'm really copying it right. But you should direct it with me. All right, let's go. So then January, okay, so remember, I met him in November. I wrote it in December. January, we shoot the test. It takes me a couple weeks to do the effects. He loves it. I make a meeting with Bruce Willis, show it to Bruce Willis. What's so cool about doing that opening scene is that any actor I show it to now, I show him the book, which is awesome. You'd be playing this character, but look at this test. Let me show you the book, what it looked like before I turned this test into a test. Watches it, Josh Arnett, voiceover, music, titles come on. First name on the screen, Bruce Willis. Hey, look, you're in the credits. You have to do it now. Manifesting it, right? He's like, shit, man, this is great. I'm in. He's in.
Wow.
Go get. Everyone else from that was just easy to get. And we were filming the movie. So February, right? Building the few little sets we had, like the bar. I told Frank, we don't need to build a bar, but I'm going to go ahead and build a bar so we have a place to go have script meetings. Everything else will be green screen. We'll build fake steps and things out of green. So we're doing that, and I'm casting the first one. We're shooting the movie by March, beginning of March. And I remember because my son was born March 3rd. And I was in LA for his birth because I was also recording the orchestra for the score I wrote somehow in the past few months for Kill Bill 2. That's how much stuff was going on.
Yeah.
You know, that's like when you just let it flow, you're just riding the wave. You're not doing any of that. So that's what's by staying in that like urgent, there's always the deadlines are just pushing you to create stuff. And we shot the movie so fast in record time. Now, not only that, I shot a whole other movie that year. I shot The Adventures of Shark Boy and Lava Girl with kids that came out 2 months after Sin City the next year. Less than a year Sin City was out.
You're shooting that in the parallel with Sin City. That's hilarious.
Is that great? Yeah, that time we'd be shooting with the kids in the afternoon. Rutger Hauer would come. So Sin City girls to finish, shooting stuff that we needed to film. It was just insane how fast we had to move. I was doing it in I was editing. I just edited it. And then I would scan the artwork into the computer, and I would edit the storyboards with the sound effects, and I would do the voiceover. I would imitate Mickey, and I would imitate Bruce, and lay out how fast it was going to move. And like, wow, so now we have a template with the real drawings and the lighting on how we're going to do it. I could do pretty good in Bruce Willis. I know his career so long. You're doing his voiceover, and he would hear my guide voice. He'd be like, that means that you can't tell. It's like, oh, that's me, but just do that. Oh, man, it sounds like.
First of all, why haven't films like that been made?
Well, it's a very specific look because it went to that comic. The first piece of music I wrote for that was the main title, and I called it Descent. I wanted the notes to descend because it felt like you were descending into this dark world, and you don't come out to the end of the movie. You're just like in this world where all these layers of unreality, like water doesn't photograph that way, snow doesn't, but it's there, and you're seeing it, and you're seeing the actors. So you're just really, it's like a dream world.
Yeah.
So I was really into it, and I did tests for the most difficult shots first. Like, how do I get his tape to glow in the dark, like in the comics, so it's still in the shadow? And I realized, oh, use fluorescent tape and a fluorescent light. That way I can keep it, we can still key it. Like, I started just doing my own visual effects like that early on because I knew technology was changing so fast that I would need to just know how to do it like a magician. Shooting digital, nobody wanted to touch digital back then. DPs were all afraid of digital. They didn't want to have to learn something new. So I had to DP it. So me photographing it, I'm like, it's so fun to cut because, I mean, to light, like you have to have that light out of frame right now. But I could bring the lights in right here as long as they're not crossing it. I'm just going to take it out of the green anyways. I could have the coolest light on everybody. Cool edge lights. You can have an edge light back here, an edge light back here, a fill light here. Like, I don't even erase him. I just take him out.
Can you educate me and people curious about this? Like, what is the power of light when you're telling a story, when you're creating a feeling, an experience? Like, what's the artistry of that?
Well, if you look at the drawings too, sometimes it's the absence of light. Like you would see this face, but then this would be completely black, but you would still see my eye, which is like impossible, right? Yeah. But you believe it when you see it because it's there. So things like that were a lot of the tricks I tried first because I like that about it. It's like you have a guy completely backlit, so there's no light on his face, but yet his glasses are glowing white. Yeah. So we put fluorescent tape in there, hit that with a light, then we could turn it white later. Black and white really helps. And then just up in the contrast. But I mean, it's just something that you have a feeling for, but you're able to try it. In fact, when I took it to George Lucas said this to me early on because we're the only guys shooting digital. He said, man, it's so good. You live in Austin. That's why I'm in Marin County. Because when you live outside of this box of LA, Hollywood, you think outside of the box automatically. You're just going to stumble upon innovations. And he was right. It was like, yeah, why aren't we shooting digital? Let's shoot digital. Why aren't we shooting digital 3D? Let's do that. Why don't we just use green screen for the background? You just start innovating because you're away from anyone saying, hey, you can't do it that way, which they would say if I was in LA. So we just came up with a whole other method. So I took him to Sin City to check out the first thing I was going to show at Comic-Con. He said, now this will really show people what digital is capable of. This really shows how avant-garde you can get with that shit. That you could never have done that on film, you know. And so by me versing myself in that technology early, I was able to make a movie like that. And then everyone had to play catch up, you know. So you should always just follow that's why people say don't use those curtains, not going to work. Just blow past those guys. Go innovate your own thing, because sometimes not knowing is better. You know, being too naive to like, don't you know you shouldn't have been able to make that movie that way? People would say like that all the time. Yeah. How did you make a movie for $7,000? Just, you know, it's impossible. It's like, why do you keep using that word? Because it can't be impossible if I did it, because I'm not that smart. And it's like saying, how did you get to the top of Mount Everest? It's impossible. Well, I just kept walking. I didn't realize it was kind of at a slope. I didn't really realize it was going up that.
Yeah, you thought like a big part of your approach to filmmaking to life is manifesting the reality you want. In fact, I should sort of comment. I'd love to ask you about manifesting that. You asked me at the beginning of this conversation, do you consider yourself a creative person? I should sort of reflect on that, because I was very uncomfortable answering that.
Yeah, I noticed a little bit, and I was like, I'm gonna free you up so that you're never uncomfortable again.
It's scary to say that about yourself. There's a
lot of people who go, well, you're not an artist, you're not a creative person. But no, you're not saying I'm an artist. I'm saying I'm a creative person, but that's an artist too, isn't it? The artist isn't necessarily the guy with the French mustache and the funny hat. That's not necessarily what artists are. Regular people. Yeah. And regular people relate to art that's imperfect. If you can make art that's perfect, no one will relate to it. So when you think about it like that, you go, well, I can make imperfect art. So yeah, I am an artist. And if you have doubt, you're an artist. That's an artist. Real artists always wonder if they're good enough. So you are an artist. Just by the fact that you had uncomfortable saying it, you're a real artist.
Yeah, and there's some degree, I don't know if you could speak to this, but there's a fear of creating shitty things. I've created a lot of really shitty things in my life, and it always feels like that's really important to do.
Okay, but you're judging something that you have no business judging.
Right.
Like, I have so many people. That's why I like making movies on purpose that have less money and less time. On purpose. Like, the biggest movie I said all time on Netflix is We Can Be Heroes. I told them I don't want to spend more than $50 million. I know you all want to give me 80. But I want to be a hero and come in at 50, because one, it'll make it better, and then two, you'll make 3 of them instead of just 1. I don't want to just go spend the farm. And not many filmmakers will do that. They don't try to get as much money as they can. But when they're spending less, it's a win-win situation. And you have more creative freedom, so they're going to leave you alone. You can do whatever you want. Yeah. So I like the creative limitations that come from less money. That's why I like brass knuckle films. Like, we're going to make them for less so that they are better. Not to make them shitty. So many people have come up to me and said, you know what part I love in your movie? And they'll tell me some scene. And I'm like, oh, well, that's because we ran out of sun. And we had to, do that jump with just him jumping on a pad 3 times or whatever it is. It's something that you fumbled together. And that's what they're drawn to. They're drawn to that imperfect thing. And so I wouldn't judge it, because somebody's, if you called your movie shitty, that's like John Carpenter saying, yeah, nobody liked the thing. And it's a shitty movie. And everyone hated it, so it must not be good. And then 10 years later, it's a masterpiece. So don't judge it, because words we use on ourselves are very powerful. So if you say, well, I'm kind of an artist sometimes, I make a lot of shitty stuff. Well, that's gonna be your lot in life. I'm in pretty good shape for a director. It's not because I'm operating the camera, because I work out, right? But I always hated working out. I was not into sports. I was a filmmaker. I was a cartoonist. In high school, I was really tall, and I would say, come be in our team. It's a small school. We need you. And I'm like, I don't know how to play any of these things. I'm an artist. There's a line in the faculty that was my line to my coaches when they would say, you got to come run with everybody. I would say, I don't think a person should run unless he's being chased. I get that to the Elijah Wood character, because that's the guy I identified with. He's there with his camera, and that was me. So I hated it. And then because I was a cartoonist, drawing like this for hours, 4 hours, my back would go out for a month. It would just go out from being so tall and crunched over. And then when I started making movies, operating the camera and doing Steadicam, every year would go out to where I would need cortisone shots to get up again if I'm filming, or just be out for a month. And on Spy Kids 2, Ricardo Montalban had bad back surgery that went wrong, and he was in a wheelchair. So he's in a wheelchair and I'm in a walker. And he's like, I'm 84. What's your excuse? And I was like, I don't know. He's operating steady. He goes, you have to work out, Robert. You have to work out. And I was like, yeah, okay, yeah, I know. And so then I thought, okay, next year I'm working with Stallone. Stallone. How do you get in shape? Because I need to get in shape. My back's always going out. Get a trainer. Anyone who ever saw in Hollywood got in shape, they had a trainer. So even you, everybody, I need a trainer. He has a trainer. So no, I need a trainer. I can't train. It's like, well, shit, if you can't even train on your own, then what do us mortal men have? I got a trainer, and guess what happened? Hated it. I would feel sick when he's coming over because I hate working out. And then some years of doing that, I can't stand it. But I know it's good for my health. So the desire's there. So if you can't accomplish something in your life, it's not a lack of desire. Like if you want to be more creative, it's not a lack of desire. It's a lack of identity. Like the fact that you were comfortable about saying creative, it's because there's a lack of identity. Mm-hmm. You have lots of desire. You got to get the identity up, and then suddenly you're making shit. So a friend of mine from Mexico, she comes over. I have to stop smoking. My doctor said I have to stop smoking for my health, so I'm not smoking right now. So I've been smoking since I was 8 years old. So well, you're gonna go back to smoking because you just told me your identity is a smoker. So right now you're a smoker who's not smoking. What's gonna happen eventually? You have to say I'm a non-smoker. Like just that lesson I've forgotten. You have to say I'm a non-smoker. Because what does a non-smoker do? If you believe you're a non-smoker, you hate smoke. Start choking at the smell of smoke. Okay, I'll try that. She walks out. I go, shit, I forgot about my own. I wonder where in my life I can apply that. Working out. Of course, my God, I hate working out. No wonder I am so miserable. I'll tell my trainer and anyone who will listen. I can't stand working out. I don't understand sports. So that day I said, I'm an athlete. I'm an athlete. That's the last thing I would ever call myself all through my entire life. This was 2012. I'm an athlete. By the next day, not only did my life completely change, and it's easier if it's opposite day. Like if you're just doing it by degrees, that's bullshit. You got to go complete opposite. Because if there's like a donut, if you say, well, I'm going to only eat half of it, you got to go, no, I'm going to get an apple. Opposite day is much easier. Not only did I change my life working out, I never needed a trainer. I have not had a trainer since all these years. Because I'm an athlete, I'll just do it. What does an athlete do? Yeah. An athlete loves working out. An athlete will make time to work out, and they'll eat right. I would never be the person that would call themselves an athlete. But that's how much you can change your life by changing your identity. So if you want to be more creative, you've already got that in that desire. You've got enough of that. You don't need more desire. You need more identity. So you got to say, I'm a creative person with a straight face. So when I say, hey, are you a creative person? You go, yeah. Because then if you say that, what do? You're going to do more creative stuff because that's what a creative person does.
It doesn't make sense to me how manifesting works, but it does seem to work. Like basically visualizing a path towards a certain kind of future. I guess everything around you, everything within you kind of makes way for that, makes way for the possibility of that. So
weird. It's weird, but it's kind of a nice to know that you can do that. But you have to just have that conviction and just say, start with a label.
Yeah, the R,
the double R, or the label you just gave yourself. Yeah. Like I changed my label. My label was I hate working out.
I'm an athlete.
I'm an athlete, not a non-athlete anymore. I'm changing my label, and you get so inspired because now you know what to do. Because you can't help but conform to your identity. You're always going to conform to your identity. So just change your identity, and you'll change your life. And it's not that hard. I didn't have to go get hypnotized or anything. It was literally I just told myself, if I could do that, go from a guy who doesn't want to work out, hates it. I had the desire. I was already hiring the guy. I lacked the identity. As soon as I changed my identity, boom.
Well, one of the things for me like that is probably music, just playing guitar.
Are you a musician?
Yeah, music.
Yeah, look at you, stop. You paused.
I would definitely not. I mean, I'm going along with it now, but if we're just in
you wouldn't have said that.
I wouldn't have said
but I heard you rip on the fucking guitar.
And I've heard you play it kind of amazing in all different kind of contexts.
Oh, but I should be like freaking Santana by now because I've had a guitar in my hand since I was a kid. But since I'm not a full-time musician, I don't get to play it that often. So I'm not as good as I should be. But, when you apply yourself to just rehearse for, a couple shows, you book some shows. Look at this. This is me just like playing our first arena show, opening for George Lopez. That was crazy to be on the stages where your heroes that you saw them, now you're seeing what their point of view was. It blows your mind. You need to just get on stage. You get on stage once and you'll see that it's not as bad as you think.
You're not like terrified because you're playing pretty complicated things. I've seen you play live.
Yeah, and I messed up a bunch of times. But you don't want to focus on that. You just go like, okay, I got to do it. Because when you're up there, it's not that you're like screaming nervous, but your hands just won't work anymore. Yeah. Something will happen. But that happens to everybody. If you really watch even the best in their live performances, watch really close. And you see they screw up a couple things, but you just won't notice. They just go right through it. It's like it's about the live performance, and that's how you know it's real. So I think if you can really just lean into it more, really work on the identity part, because you've got the desire. You want to play guitar. But as soon as you say, yeah, but I can't play live, you just chopped off your leg at the start of the race. You say, I don't know. You just chopped off your leg. Yeah, you're doing this to yourself. Yeah. You're literally doing this to yourself. I don't mean just you. I mean, anybody who just like, who pauses, who hesitates. You don't have to have doubts. Why would you have a doubt? Because you know the process now. It's like, if I don't know how to do something, I know how to figure it out. Like, I didn't know how I was going to do that scene with him jumping and flipping. I didn't know that. But do I have doubt that I'm going to go in there and be able to do it? If you say that you do, now you're a doubtful person. That's how powerful that is. But if you say, no, I don't have any doubt, because I know I'm going to figure it out when I get there, somehow it'll fall in my lap. I trust the process. You don't have to know. So if you trust the process, that you'll figure it out.
But here's the thing, like sometimes you fail and there's audience.
Yeah, then you get 4 rooms. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then what happens?
Right, don't blink.
Don't blink, and then you go sift through the failure.
Yeah, exactly.
And you go, wait a minute, what did I get out of that?
Yeah, I've done that a bunch. It is great.
Look, what's the worst that can happen? You go on a stage and you bomb. It's not going to be the first stage. And it's one of those you can talk about, so that when you do the next one, and sometimes they all go right. I've had a couple of shows. We did a couple of shows where we had video cameras set up for the second day. Listen, let's not film the first day because we're going to be afraid of just finding our feet. Let's film the second day. First day, it's fucking flawless. Flawless, because no cameras. It's like you just go. Yeah. Second day, we weren't as into it as we had just done it. It felt like the second take. You know, it just didn't have the magic. And that's the one that's recorded. And we're like, kicking ourselves. We didn't film both nights. We should have filmed both nights.
I love how much of a mess this human existence life is.
Yeah.
You've talked about the importance of journaling, because living is reliving. I love that phrase.
I came up with that because it's like, wow, I see so many people who get after you for like filming a concert and they go, live in the moment. I'm like, dude, it's counterintuitive. The moment goes by like this. Yeah. We're not going to remember any of this. The fact that we taped it, thank God. Because later on, it's going to be a file photo of me remembering you. 3-pound me computer. All I'm going to have is a file photo of you maybe in a suit. And you picturing me in maybe a black t-shirt. Mm-hmm. And the metadata narrative is going to say, had a great talk about if we remember creativity. Yeah. You know, like your brain doesn't remember. But when I pull up old home movies, I can show my kids that I just found. And they're like, they don't remember it. I don't remember filming it. And it's like New Adventures of. It becomes iconic and it sticks in our head. And all our jokes are based on old things that we used to do and say. So living is reliving. So keeping a journal is very important, because I found that anything at past 15 years, it's like I'm reading someone else's journal. I'm like, I didn't even know that's where I got that guitar. I thought I bought that guitar. It was given to me at $10,000 Santana. It was given to me my birthday by the studio that I made that movie. How did I not remember that? It's like crazy what you don't remember. And the brain is it's not a very reliable computer. It's made out of freaking butter.
That's a really profound idea, that so much of our life is lived through replaying our memories. And then watching stuff is one of the ways to sort of refresh, give some more, texture and details.
Makes it iconic. It makes it iconic in your life and part of your life. Otherwise, it just went by. Like, I'll ask people, like, we just had what did we do last week? What did we do last month? They're like, I can tell you because I wrote it down. I'm not going to remember it. And then when you go through your journal, like, I go back and I find, wow, life-changing thing happened Friday. Another life-changing thing I didn't know at the time, until now I know that really sent me on, happened Saturday. And another big freaking thing happened on Sunday. Like, they come in threes sometimes. You start being able to predict the future a little bit because you see the patterns, and it's pretty wild to do that. And I swear I've talked to people, big group of people, 500 people. How many people here journal? 2 hands, 3 hands. I couldn't believe it. It's like, man, you guys, if there's anything you're going to impart on you, is journaling. Your life is way more interesting than you think because it's not going to feel like anything while it's going by. But in retrospect, you look back. Like I can just go through, I keep a journal, 1 file per year. So I started a new one in 2025. If I want to look up, like I'm going to do a director's chair episode, I look up Michael Mann. All the conversations we had since 94 that I wrote down, and I was like, oh my God, I can't believe you said that. That's how I knew about that thing with Quentin. I'd forgotten about that story with Quentin saying, Pulp Fiction. I'd forgotten that because from the moment I asked him that question to the success at Cannes was very quick. So it was a lost moment in time where I had it recorded down to the time, down to the hour when I asked him that question. He thought it wasn't, he didn't think that was the one for him.
Yeah, and there's I don't know, when it's private journaling, there's an honesty, there's an innocence that about like the dreams you have about the future, the conceptions you have about the future. I mean, that's what this thing is. Is a journal.
It's just a journal. It's like,
but the profundity comes out of it. Right?
It's crazy. Yeah, you didn't, and so much I figured out. Then I'm talking like a professor by the end of that. Like people come up to me and they're asking me all these questions about stuff I wrote in there, and I'm like, I wrote that in the book. Shit, I was smart back then. What happened? I don't remember half of that. But I think that it's the same thing. When you go to teach someone, your mouth opens and stuff comes out. I'm always taping myself like when I go to give a talk because that's also the pipe working. Someone else is talking to you sometimes. So the act of sharing, that's why I've always liked to share information because the feedback loop is insane. Like me inspiring DJ to go write. He writes the script in 3 days, comes back, tells me, no, I'm doing that method. And it's like, wow, people come back with their version. And I love telling my kids stuff that I learned that I wish I could tell myself. But I can't take a time machine. The closest thing is telling your kid because then they can take that information and process it. So many times they've come back and said, wow, Dad, the lesson you taught us about this it's really become big in our minds. Yeah, what was that? And they tell me, and I'm like, I never told you that. She said, yeah, you told us. Well, I told you maybe 10% of that. All the rest you added. Oh, yeah, well, we embellished it. It's like they turned it into something else, and it's like, wow, that's so cool. But yeah, that thing about reliving, like that was one of my favorite ones. Just, my mom's turning 75. I'm not wanting to do anything for her 75th birthday. So why not? The whole family's going to have 10 kids. They're all going to want to do something for her 75th birthday. Nothing can top my 65th. I was like, what are you doing on your 65th? I didn't even remember. I'm the one who orchestrated it all. She goes, oh, you flew everyone in from all over the country, gave me a car. Gotta have a journal of that. So I'm sure I have video. I go back 10 years, see what tape I had it on, find the tape, pop the tape in. Forgot about all this stuff. So I cut together a 10-minute version of it, showed it at her 75th birthday. Just watching the old one. Everybody's like, oh my God, look how young everybody was. Look how small the nieces and nephews were. She starts bawling as soon as she gets the key, the gift of the key in the video, because she realizes now what it's going to mean that she's going to get this car. And so it's like, wow, let's just play the old tapes. We don't even have to do anything anymore. We've banked so much amazing stuff that we've all forgotten that, my kids just love watching their old home movies. They hardly remember any of it, but even a VHS to them is virtual reality because compared to our memories, it is virtual reality. They're like leaning into the screen to see what's around the corner and they're remembering the place and the sounds. And they say, oh, we left the living room. It's like we're there. Like, wow. I was always afraid they would see this old footage and go, this is dog shit. What kind of camera was that? He says the limitations. You put up one of those files on your screen, it's like this big on your laptop now. That's how low res shit was back then. It doesn't matter. It's like, compared to our memories, that stuff, living is reliving. Like, pull up that, shoot as much as you can, take as many pictures, but write the journal, because you'll have a picture, you're not going to know what it's from. Even 10 years from now, you won't know what that picture's from. You read the diary, you go, oh, that's what that is. Oh my God, you can piece together all these things that are important to you, or that become more important with time, actually. And what's important later compared to what's happening at the time.
To add on top of that, so journaling is a kind of raw, or like home films is a raw projection of what's going on in the moment. I think it's also really powerful because I've done that, is to do a high effort description of where your life is for yourself. So sometimes journaling is like low effort.
Yeah, sometimes it's just I just want to mark it. We had this conversation. I had to go do something at 5. I did that. Met somebody that I know last night. I met somebody that's going to be life changing. I'm going to write a little bit more on that because I can just now I know. But I'm going to just record it so later if I look it up.
So one of the cool things you could do is, like for example, somebody, Jimmy Mr. Beast does these videos, which are great. I think it's a great exercise to do for yourself, which is a video he records for himself that he doesn't look at to be published 20 years from now. This is a message to myself 20 years from now. Here's where I hope you end up. You're basically a younger version of yourself speaking to an older version.
Yeah.
And then you get, time flies. And like you get to a point where it's like, holy shit, it has been 10 years, it has been 20 years. You get to listen to a younger version of yourself. Like it would have been hilarious if you shot videos like that to yourself, because it was just like the incredible journey your career has been on. And just to think about that, like the delta, the difference between what your dreams were and where you ended up. Usually you outdo yourself in many ways. Sometimes your life goes in a totally different trajectory. And the result is kind of funny. It's a nice illustration of the nonlinearity of life.
I would film stuff like that with my kids. I couldn't do it, but I would film my kids saying, "Hey, turn the camera around and say, hey, Rebel, it's me, Rebel. I'll be Rebel in the future."
Yeah. So you have shots like that.
Yeah, and then they show them like that 10 years later, and they're like, "Whoa!" To see it talking to them and saying,
"Yeah."
And I would do this thing where I would film them watching it and then pan off, so that 10 years later I could get, "Hey, Rebel," him reacting, pan off because I knew Rebel watching it. It's just like keeps going. So I have one like that where it just keeps panning and they're watching themselves within the movie, within the movie. It's like an ongoing project. It's just so fun to just play with memory and make you realize how fast time moves, and they go like, I kind of remember that, but I don't remember being that tiny.
Yeah.
I have that memory. It's just like wild how time moves, and it makes them feel much more precious about how quick time moves and how important every little moment is, because you see the fragility of it too.
Does it make you sad, break your heart that the number of memories we get to create is finite, that this life ends, eventually the story's over?
I had this theory. I want to put this in a movie. I don't think I've ever seen it before, because I woke up from a dream and it was like trying to remember it. You're like, God, it's so real. If you don't write it down right away, right, it kind of fades away. But while you're dreaming it, it's really real. It's like you see the walls. By the time I went to go tell somebody, it's like, shit, I forgot most of it. I wonder if that's what it's like when you wake up in your consciousness after you die. You wake up in your next consciousness, getting ready to move into whatever your next body is. You're like, wow, I was a filmmaker. I had 5 kids. And I'm gonna be a fish now. Yeah, it's like a dream. It's like that gone, that. And it's like that's what past lives are. They're like distant memories, like a dream that's faded away. That's why you barely feel remnants of it. Do I feel sad about it? When I tell people, they flip out when I tell them that. Yeah. Like I want a character to be like that, like he's dying. He's like, I don't want to forget this dream. I don't want to forget. So let me wake up. Don't let me wake up.
But you forget. Especially the moment you try to tell somebody. Yeah, you tell the next fish.
Yeah, the next thing is there'll be a fish next. But yeah, like it feels like I'm almost sad about it, but then it just makes you even more double down to be precious about the life you're in now.
What do you think is the meaning?
And record it.
What do you think is the meaning of this whole thing of life? Why are we here?
I mean, I really feel like my kids and I were just talking about this last night. We were just blown away. We did this Asterian astrology thing. It was the oldest form of astrology. It just nails each person. And it's like, yeah, because when you have a kid, you realize right away, this isn't my kid. This is not I'm just in charge of it. It's a completely different soul. He's a different soul that ended up in my hands. It's not, there's physical characteristics that get passed on because of just how biology works. Even sometimes posture and movement is the same. But the actual person is somebody else. And all the kids, I have 5 kids and I have 9 brothers and sisters. They're all different. And you realize we made a pact in a past life to gather together because every time. It's like, it's so good you were born in this family because you were given free reign to go find who you're really supposed to be, and you find out everyone is doing what they were supposed to be doing. Well, it's cool. Almost like this clarity you get by just saying it. They now know that they were always supposed to be like this creative person, and now they can double down on it because they know that's who they were supposed to be. They don't have to have any doubt anymore. They don't have to wonder, well, am I supposed to be more business-minded, or can I be creative? Isn't that some kind of frivolous? Is that a real job? Can I do that? Now they realize, no, you're supposed to be doing that for these reasons, and now they can double down. You can skip all that and just decide, I feel like I want to be that person, so I'm just going to declare I am that person. And as soon as you say it, you are that. And tomorrow, your activities will conform to that. That's how powerful that decision is. So when you walk out of here, it's going to be with a complete commitment. I'm a technical and creative person, like my first boss. I'm unstoppable. My boss told me that. He's right. I became technical and creative, and you're just unstoppable. You can just keep going and just go, I'm unstoppable. Doesn't mean you're gonna use your powers for bad, but you've just changed your life by just declaring that. And I'm also a creative person who lives his life creatively. I'm going to find creative ways to use that technology. If somebody says you're not the same kind of artist I was expecting, that's their own opinion. Don't blink. Just keep going. All these things that you've learned that people were supposed to tell you along the way, they're telling you for a reason. Anytime you got pushed, like if you go back to your life at your really critical moments in your life where you went that way instead of that way, there was probably somebody there who said something to you that kind of pushed you. There was one guy when I was in high school. It was like senior year. I wrote a paper, and I wasn't a great writer at all. I wrote a paper for a Latin American studies class, gave it to the teacher, and he said, "Wow, you're going to be rich and famous in 4 years, based on what I read." I was like, "Really?" It's like, well, 17 or 18. 4 years later, I did mariachi, and I went to him later at a reunion, and I said, "You called it. You said I was going to be. Why did you say that?" And he's like, "I said, you look like he would never say that to somebody. You'd think he would own it and say, 'Oh yeah, I knew it. I told you.' No, he was like he didn't even know who that was. He was like acting like he never would have said that in a million years." So again, sometimes things come out of our mouth. It's not us. It comes through us. So if you think of it that way, why are we here? We're here for a reason. We're going to get nudged along. Listen to the signs. Own who you're supposed to be, because you are that person. Don't let your human doubt get in the way. That's like the guy closing the pipe. I don't know if I'm really creative. I don't know if I'm really a businessman. And you're just closing the pipe. You're not going to let it flow. Just be a good pipe. Just say, I just want to be a good pipe. Clean, open. And then that's when the magic happens.
And no matter what, don't blink.
Don't blink. No matter how many. That dude was getting so much shit thrown at him. I wish you knew that time period, because you would go like, yeah, that's right.
It's incredible.
It was unbelievable. I can't even convey. There was no internet and stuff back then. This was like literal press, reviews, public. It was like, why are they targeting this guy? They just did not like. He just had unprecedented success, and was a really great guy, and was making amazing shit. So it was the triple threat of makes people jealous.
Well, he's one of the great artists of all time. So are you. It's a huge honor to talk to you. Thank you for everything you're doing in the world, for creating the world, and for inspiring millions of people to also be creators in the world, and for your new project that's bringing people in. Robert, as I told you, I'm a huge fan.
I appreciate that.
It's a huge honor to talk to you, brother.
So great talking with you. Great questions. You're going to change your life.
Thank you, brother. $1 million.
Yeah, right there.
Thank you for listening to this conversation with Robert Rodriguez. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Alfred Hitchcock. In feature films, the director is God. In documentary films, God is the director. Thank you for listening, and I hope to see you next time.
All the people who sold the war in Iraq, they lied us into war after after a war. They've bankrupted the country, damn near destroyed the dollar. And like no one loses their job. No one even gets in trouble over any of this. If you make everybody monsters and they're not human beings, but you can't do diplomacy with monsters. You can't make a you can't negotiate. With monsters, but you can with humans. Maybe there are times where you shouldn't negotiate or you can't negotiate with humans, but it's better if you can. And we could use a lot more of that thinking. Donald Trump has put a lot of political capital chips into the middle of the table that I can end this war, and he's going to look very, very bad if he can't. So he's very highly incentivized to get this thing done as quick as possible. You're fighting in a way that produces more of the thing that you're fighting. And so the first step is to stop doing that. Like your cure is making the patient more sick. So stop doing that, and then let's see if maybe we could heal. Where are the tapes? Why is everyone talking about the flight logs and the files? Where are the tapes? This guy was clearly taping people to blackmail them. Like, why does anything need to be redacted for national security? Like, I'm sorry, you're telling me there's a pedophile ring and we can't tell you everything about it for national security? Why would that be related to national security?
The following is conversation with Dave Smith, an outspoken and at times controversial anti-war libertarian, comedian, and podcast host. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Dave Smith. You are a longtime libertarian, perhaps an anarcho-capitalist. We can talk about that. Can you explain the different variants, flavors of libertarianism and where you stand among those variants?
Yeah, so there's almost like anything, like with left-wing schools of thought or right-wing schools of thought, there's many different camps and different thinkers. And so within the kind of broader theme of libertarianism, there was a lot of influence from people like Ayn Rand, Milton Friedman, Thomas Sowell. Those were, I think, some of the more mainstream figures. And then there's kind of like the Ron Paul brand of libertarianism, which is kind of distinct from that other camp, where they're much more of an emphasis on foreign policy. All of them kind of fall into the radical minarchist points of view. And then there's Rothbardian anarcho-capitalist. Then there's also like David Friedman, who's an anarcho-capitalist, but from a completely different perspective than Murray Rothbard. I would probably be most closely like with the Rothbard school, very similar to Ron Paul, but even maybe a little bit further in that, the very little bit of government that Ron Paul might support.
You've been a big fan of Ron Paul. Can you explain what you admire about him?
A big fan is an understatement. I think Ron Paul is like the greatest living American hero. I revere him on the level of the founding fathers, Thomas Jefferson or George Washington. Number one, I mean, all of the major issues that he was correct in his understanding of them, his diagnosis of what caused these problems, and his solutions. And in hindsight, there's just like a million different examples of where almost everybody today would agree, even though his ideas were very controversial at the time, to be like, oh my God, if we had just listened to Ron Paul about that, we'd be so much better off. But I think there's something almost deeper than that about why Ron Paul inspires so much love from so many people is, okay, so number one, the guy, he was a champion of these views for decades when there was no payoff for it at all, where he was just kind of alone in the woods being, they used to call him Dr. No because, well, he was a medical doctor, and then he would be the lone no vote in Congress like all the time. Like on the bills that the entire Congress, bipartisan agreement, everything, and there's one vote against it, and that he would be that guy. He clearly kept doing what he was doing simply because he believed it was right, not because there was any benefit for him. In fact, he dealt with a lot of headaches for the views that he had. And then he was just a genuine person of integrity. You know, he's the only congressman who I've ever heard this about, and like DC insiders, people on the Hill will say this. He was the only congressman of my lifetime who lobbyists simply stopped visiting. He was the only one who they just stopped going to his office because they like, there's just no getting through this guy. He was just not in politics like that. And he was, you imagine what it must have been like the lobbyist perspective when they had to go there. You know, all right, listen, we really need you to vote yes on this or that. And he was like, Constitution doesn't authorize us to do that. And they're like, what? Like, who in this town even talks like that, you know? And so there was just, he's also just, I've met him many times at this point, and he is just genuinely, he's like one of those guys who's just from like an older, better generation. Just, he's the sweetest guy, but he's like, but he's not a pushover. Like, he was a tough guy in his day, and he was an athlete. He was in the Air Force. He was married to the same woman for, I think, over 60 years at this point, has like a big, beautiful family. He's a country doctor. He was a baby doctor who delivered thousands of babies. Like, he's just, he's like this kind of classic American figure. And, you know, I just think, you know, at the risk of falling into like hero worship or something like that, I do think I think he's a genuinely great man. And I think great men are to be revered.
Yeah, as you said, there's integrity there. Can you speak to the ideas that Ron Paul represents? Like you said, some of the things he's been right about. Maybe can you speak about the economics, the Fed, and maybe war and being anti-military intervention?
Well, I think it all came from kind of the same central thesis, which is that the highest political value ought to be liberty. And that, you know, the government by its very nature is an instrument of force and tyranny, and that therefore the more government you have, the less liberty you have. I think he also was way ahead of his time in like really calling out the corruption in DC. And I think that's one of the things that's kind of that it's a common through line between the Federal Reserve and government spending, and of course this crazy war industry that our country has. There's a lot of components to that, but essentially Ron Paul was talking about draining the swamp way before it was like this dominant mass message. And I think Ron Paul in many ways laid the groundwork in his 2008 and 2012 presidential campaigns for not saying that he leads to Donald Trump, but he laid the groundwork for Donald Trump to be able to get up at the South Carolina Republican primary debate and look at Jeb Bush and say, your brother lied us into war. And you know what I mean? And to have the Republicans agree with him. You know, these were a lot of the same people who had voted for George W. Bush twice and supported the war and even mocked their liberal, you know, fellow countrymen for not being on board with it. And a lot of that was the work that Ron Paul did, and people waking up to how messed up all these wars were. And I think that at least there were a couple major things for me, okay, at the time. So I was a young man when I first found Ron Paul. I was in 2007 was when I first saw him, and then started obsessively reading all of his books. And so I was young. I'm born in 83, so what does that mean? 23, 24 when I first found him. So I was a young guy. And at least for me at the time, there were like kind of two categories in my, you know, naive mind where, okay, there were like the liberals who supported big government at home, but were skeptical about, you know, big government abroad, or they're skeptical about wars. And then there were the conservatives who said that they supported small government, limited government at home, but were always on the side of whatever the next war is. And at least for me, and I think for a lot of people of my generation, Ron Paul was the first guy who came along and said, like, no, I'm for limited government here and abroad. And it was kind of like a portal where you could like access a different perspective on the world. And then once you saw that, you were like, wait, that's actually what makes sense. It doesn't make sense to like, what is it exactly that like all the Ronald Reagan and George W. Bush and even like Milton Friedman and guys like that and Thomas Sowell and it's like, you want a constitutionally limited world empire? Like that's what you guys stand for? Because that doesn't fit together at all. And so why is it that we were taking this as a given? And then of course the more you look into it, you realize that like, okay, those two things do make sense together. And then also that kind of like in the initial wave of like the original progressives, you know, look, people like Woodrow Wilson or FDR, these were people who were pushing big government at home and big government abroad. And that actually made much more sense as a cohesive worldview. And to oppose that would be the Ron Paul worldview. And then the other thing for me, and this was my introduction to Ron Paul, and this too to me was like kind of a portal in a way. It was a way, at least in my naive, not fully functioned brain, or fully developed brain at 24 years old or whatever, it was a way for me to kind of get, like I tapped into something that was outside the empire. And I had heard a lot, you know, I was already against George W. Bush, and I didn't like the war. I had already figured out, you know, I think this war in Iraq is bullshit. And I think that we were lied into it. And so I kind of got that. And then there were liberals and left-wingers who I knew. I grew up in New York City, so I was very familiar with the left-wing perspective, and who were critical of George W. Bush and for fighting the war and you know, signing the Patriot Act into law and things like that. But I had never really heard anybody break it down the way Ron Paul did when he basically was like, look, there's a reason why these terrorists hate us. And it's not what they're telling you. They don't hate us for our freedom. It's not as if, I remember the way Pat Buchanan put it, which I always loved, was he goes, he said, Dick Cheney makes it sound like Osama bin Laden stumbled on, like in the deserts of Afghanistan, he stumbled onto a copy of our Bill of Rights somewhere. And he was like, oh my God, they're free to look at this speedy trial. Are you kidding me? Like, this is like, what is going on here? They can open guns, and their women can wear mini skirts, and that just made people so angry that they were ready to, you know, like suicide bomb themselves. And like, that makes no sense at all. And then Ron Paul was just like, no, look, here's the thing. If we think we can just go around the world killing people, propping up dictatorships, putting our military bases in the Muslims' holy land, and not engender hatred from that, then we do that at our own peril. And I thought it was such an interesting kind of, you know, it had always been, I'm an 80s and 90s kid. And to me, it was always kind of a given that like, America's number one, we're the force for good in the world. And it was like an interesting introduction to the idea that there are people outside of that who are dominated by that, who don't care for it very much. And like that's what 9/11 was actually about. And for me, you know, I was living in New York City. I was 18, I think, when 9/11 happened. And that was like the moment of my childhood. It was a huge thing to live through. I mean, we were attacked. This seemed like something that could only happen in a history book. It didn't happen to America in the 90s. 2001 was basically the 90s. And it was just like, oh, finally it clicked. It was like, that makes sense. It's the first time I had ever heard like an explanation and an understanding of this whole thing that we're involved in now, from 9/11 to the terror wars, that actually just made perfect sense.
Yeah, we should also say that there's some degree of truth that the battle is not just militaristic, it's also cultural. And then many of those parts of the world don't want other people's values forced onto them.
Right, but the way that George W. Bush and Dick Cheney and every right-wing host in America and Sean Hannity and Bill O'Reilly and like everybody, what they were saying is that they hate that we're free. Whereas it was much closer to saying like, they don't like us imposing on them. Even like all the hardcore neocons, Brett Stevens, the New York Times, he wrote this piece on the 20th anniversary of the invasion of Iraq, so 2023, to cheerlead the war in Iraq. And he goes through the whole piece, and there's not one mention of the million people who died in the war. You know, he literally just goes, the piece is just measure life under Saddam Hussein versus life under the Shiite parliamentary system that they have now. Which one's better? And he's arguing this one's better, therefore it was worth it. But there's like no mention. It's like, okay, but what about the 20 plus million people who were displaced? What about the million people who were killed? What about all the millions of people who are injured? What about the tens of thousands of our soldiers who have blown their brains out in the aftermath of the thing? Like, it's like so many times, this is true with government policy in general. People talk about like the end result that they want. You're like, yeah, but what about the process by which you get there, and how much hatred, could you, I mean, like, it's not that hard for me to like put myself in other people's shoes. And like, I have 2 little kids and a wife. And if anybody were to ever try to argue to me that they have to be the eggs that get broken to make some bigger omelet, like, it's okay. Like, we're ultimately going to impose something on your society that's better than what you have right there. It sure does suck that your wife and kids got to be the one who get taken out. I mean, I'm just saying this to myself, and this is not real. This is just a thought experiment I'm making up. I'm already pretty close to being a terrorist. Like, my next thought is kind of like, well, okay, well, I hope you're going to like it when you watch your family die in front of you. Now, I'm not, hopefully, even if that happened to me, I wouldn't go kill that guy's family. Like, maybe I'd just go after him or something. But I could understand. I think most people who have kids could understand going to a level of like the most evil, dark place you could imagine if anyone ever threatened or actually did something to your kids.
Yeah, we have to remember the thing that's difficult to measure that you just mentioned, which is the hate that's created by every bomb that's dropped.
It was General McChrystal who, was the general running the war in Afghanistan. He wasn't Ron Paul, you know what I mean? Like, he was a sir, yes, sir, how do we fight and win this war general. And he's the one who coined the term insurgent math, that 10 minus 2 equals 20. It's like the more you keep. I was rereading about this the other day because of the, Trump's been bombing the Houthis in Yemen. And, it's like when we first, I think it was in at least in 2009 is when Obama really stepped up the drone campaign with the then secret drone bombing campaign. And Yemen was one of the major theaters. And even back then, when it really was just it was a war on terrorism, like the main targets were always Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula and their presence in Yemen. Even then, like, so before the Saudis invaded, so like from 2009 through 2015, AQAP just kept growing. He was doing all these targeted bombing campaigns, and they call them targeted. 96% of the people are innocent who get killed, but they call them targeted drone bombings. And Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula just kept getting bigger and bigger because, it's like, yeah, every time you go in there, it's like, okay, you took out one target, and then you took out 3 little girls, and, a few, and every one of those little girls had brothers and uncles and fathers, and, and all of them just signed up to join the fight now because, and I found Ron Paul was the first one who really made this click for me. But it's, in a way, and I'm not a leftist, I'm not an egalitarian, I'm not a cultural relativist. I'm not saying that all cultures are the same or that we all look at the world the same way. There's enormous differences between all of us. And I personally think some are better than others. But there are things that unite all of us. And in a weird way, I remember one time I was arguing with a Democrat guy on a SE Cup show. I used to be a contributor on her show. And we were arguing, and it was after a terrorist attack here in New York, a fairly minor one. It was like a guy, I think he hit someone with his car and then jumped out with a gun, and then the cops lit him up and killed him. This is like back in 2017, I think. And he claimed to be ISIS inspired. I don't remember if there was like a direct connection or not. But they were, at the time, they were like, doesn't this mean we got to step up the war in Iraq or in Syria where ISIS's stronghold is? And I remember the guy saying to me, he goes, I went off on how these wars have been disasters. And he goes, yeah, but Dave, what you're saying here is we're supposed to do nothing? Like, this just happened and now we're supposed to do nothing? And so, like, even though this guy had a suit and tie on, and we're in a cable news studio, and we're in a first world country, we're in the United States of America, and we're having the basic thing that he's saying is like, what do you say? You're saying we're not going to go kill some motherfuckers? He was just putting it as like, do something. But what's something? Something is dropping bombs on human beings, when, like, yeah, some innocent people are going to die. But okay, but it's the same thing. It's the same after 9/11. We're like, we got to go fucking invade some countries right now. That's the same impulse. It's like they killed some of our people. You think we're not going to show them who the real killers are? You think there's a chance that you could come here and that is like the most human instinct ever. It's like some other tribe just came in here and killed some people in our tribe. So what do you want to do about that? Well, I don't know. It's not going to take me too long to figure out. We're going to go kill a bunch of people in their tribe. And I do think that like I think that's the major motivating factor for both sides of the Israel-Palestine conflict. I think that's the major motivator for both sides of the war on terror conflict. And it's like, it's in a way, when you look at it like that, there's something, even though it's so dark and tragic, there's something almost beautiful about it where you're like, oh, we're all caught in this same cycle.
Yeah, it's deeply human, the warring between tribes. But, especially in the recent years, but more and more through human history, there's almost like a third party, which is this military-industrial complex, which is making money from the two tribes. So if you just have two tribes, one, I've been reading a lot about Genghis Khan. If this is why Genghis Khan banned this, it was very common in Mongolia before Genghis Khan to steal people's wives. Like, you're my wife now.
Right.
And he realized that creates a lot of conflict.
Yeah, it sure does.
That seems natural and human, that kind of conflict. But whenever a third party rolls in and starts making money on the whole thing and then driving that forward, then the escalation of the conflict comes with this whole machine that makes de-escalation really difficult.
Yeah. The military-industrial complex in America. It's so big and it's so sophisticated. And it's so it's not just that there's there's the intelligence agencies, there's the weapons manufacturers, then there's the like people in the media who are either directly or indirectly just parroting, all of their talking points. And so it's not just that you can kind of like you make money when there's a conflict, but you have this entire apparatus to like create the conflict and then create the public sentiment for that. And then it's interesting, we're in an interesting place because we're kind of in this like new frontier of now where shows like this can happen, and there's a lot of them, and a lot of them are humongous like yours. But for so long it just didn't exist, and it was just like, oh, like for so long it was the case that like the New York Times and NBC and CBS and ABC and the Washington Post and the Associated Press, I guess, they could just move the nation. I mean, if they wanted to be like, hey, there is the idea that, forget even like after 9/11, the idea that in 1990, 1991, that there was any organic movement from the American people going, we really got to see about the Saddam Hussein guy. The dictator in Iraq is having a slant drilling dispute with the Emir of Kuwait. We really got to do something about it. Like, that is not something that organically came from any. That was not like a few soccer moms hanging out, watching their kids' game, being like, I really do think in a couple of years we're gonna have to send these boys over to Iraq to get. Like, that's not. They just from the top down were able to create this feeling that like, hey, there's a new Adolf Hitler on the rise over here in Iraq. We got to go see about this. There are these poor people in Kuwait. We have to do that. They were able to create this desire for war that was, it's really incredible when you think about it, because I think for the most part in human history, you would have had to have some type of plausible threat, some type of plausible reality to convince people that we actually have to go to war in order to deal with this. Whereas like, the idea that in 1991 the United States of America would feel threatened by Iraq was just ridiculous, and yet they were able to do it.
Well, so to push back a little bit, throughout human history, there was also a thing. You look at the Roman Empire, where just the cultural values were different, where military conquest was seen as a good thing. So, like, we just almost assume in the United States, war has been framed in the defensive sense, like where offensive war, we're not doing that anymore.
you make a fair point. It's certainly true that throughout human history, there's been like overt empire building and wars of conquest and things like that. But I guess I'm just saying, at least even there, you would have some type of sell of like why we're going to go take these resources and why that will be good for us. Whereas the idea that they're like Kuwait just needed to be defended by the Americans seems so hard to convince anybody, and yet they were able to do it. If you read like neocon writing in the 90s, it was very interesting because they would tell the truth a lot more. And they were essentially, I think, there was the Soviet Union had just collapsed. It was what Charles Krauthammer dubbed the unipolar moment. There was like there was excitement, there was a feeling of invincibility, and also the neocons weren't in power. And after 92, really, I mean, they were in the George H.W. Bush administration, but after 92, they really weren't. So they're just writing at these think tanks, and it just didn't seem as, like they weren't as guarded. There weren't like these accusations of you're a war criminal or something like that. But what he said, what Jonah Goldberg agreed with, was that I think the statement was every 10 years or so, America's got to find a puny little country and put them up against the wall just to let the rest of the world know that we mean business. And that was actually their mentality.
I'm sure there's people that agree with that. I happen to disagree with that. But the drums of war are beating a little bit over Taiwan and China.
More than a little bit, yeah.
But there I can't even see a justification for just war. What is the long-term benefit to society if you do military intervention?
I also think this, and I've been saying this for a while, but I do think there is this like there's like this empire mentality that Americans have got to shake off, like as if it's even a question of whether we should allow it or not. Like, we in a position to allow or not allow that? Why do we have? It's almost like if you were like I hope China doesn't invade Taiwan. I hope Taiwan remains as free as possible. I hope China becomes free. I root for freedom and prosperity for everyone, but I also root for like everybody to have a healthy marriage. If you were walking to me and you were like, hey, guy down the street is cheating on his wife, like, I don't think we can allow this. I'd immediately be like, that's really not my place. And then on top of that, I also have no power. I have no authority over what they do in their marriage. Like, I have to be concerned with my marriage. And the idea that, like, imagine if there were the political will to invade Mexico. Like, if DC decided we're taking Mexico City, like that's going to be part of America now, and we're taking it by force. And then China was like, we're not sure if we can allow this. I think immediately most Americans would be like, allow? Like, how the fuck do you think you're going to stop us from taking Mexico City? What are you going to do, China? You're going to send your Navy ships over here to fight us off the coast of Mexico? Good luck with that. And at least from my understanding, in almost all the war games that they've run, if we did militarily, even if it doesn't come to nuclear weapons being used, in which case the whole world gets blown up, but even if we go to militarily try to stop China from invading Taiwan, and everyone agrees to not use nukes and we just fight a conventional war, we lose that war every time.
I think what you said applies to a lot of the wars we've been involved in, but China and Taiwan is a little bit different because of TSMC,
right?
Because there's an economic dependence.
If that was the concern, then the response would be, we need some type of Manhattan Project. And I'm not supporting a government project here, but there would be, we need some type of Manhattan Project to say, we're going to make these things here. We can't. And look, I was running that experiment before saying, like, what if we all pinky promise not to use nuclear weapons or something like that? But that's not the reality of the situation. The more reality, look, even in Ukraine, everybody, the biggest hawks, the biggest pushers of this policy, and Joe Biden and policy to fund Ukraine, no one's suggesting we send in the 82nd Airborne, which is really the only thing that could repel the Russians right now and restore, Ukrainian, the original sovereignty of the Ukrainian borders. But no one's suggesting we send in the 82nd Airborne, because we all know, but we can't have a direct war with Russia. That's the end of the world. And same thing with China. So, I'm not saying microchips or whatever aren't important, but we can find other ways Taiwan is not magical. Like, we can produce these things in other places, no?
So you have the humility to say that you don't really know much about the situation. It sounds ridiculous to say, but there's something magical about not Taiwan, but TSMC. It's incredibly difficult to manage the supply chain and manufacture at such a low cost that they are. And to add to that, China has been signaling about the one China policy, but you're absolutely right that you shouldn't be doing the Washington thing of beating the drums of war. It's like completely the counterproductive thing. You should actually try to find partnerships with China, build friendships and cooperation. Like India is doing a good job of this. Like build friendships. It's the 21st century. Conflict, this Cold War thinking is going to be destructive to the economy, destructive to humanity, to the flourishing of the individual nations of the world. There's just nothing positive except making money for the military.
Well, yeah, and it was totally destructive during the original Cold War too, and almost led to nuclear war on a couple of different occasions. But look, I would just say, and I'm no defender of the Chinese regime. I hate communism or fascism, whatever they are, some hybrid mix of the two.
They're paying you, aren't they?
Yeah, no, fuck them. Okay. By the way, I get a lot of people speculate online, but I'm not getting any of these checks, man, and I'd really like them to start coming in.
Yeah.
But there's, like, even when it's like China, you say China's asserting the one China policy, but the one China policy is the policy of the United States of America and has been for 50 years now, right? So it's not, I think what's happening there a lot of times is that essentially, even though officially the one China policy is the policy of the United States of America, all of these American politicians and different figureheads across powerful centers in America are saying that China doesn't have the right to go into Taiwan. And then China's in the position of being like, well, hey, wait a minute. No, that's not actually the policy. We maintain this one China policy, but we allow them to kind of do what they want to do. And, the most obvious example of this was when Joe Biden actually said, like, oh, we wouldn't allow that, and we would militarily intervene if they went into China. And then, and this was so bizarre, then the White House, whoever that was, came out to correct the President of the United States and say, no, the policy of the White House is the one China policy. Which, look, I mean, again, I think the whole point of this is that the reason why whoever the hell was able to overrule Joe Biden and his administration, I don't know who that is, but the whole point is that if you say, and this is why there is some wisdom in America accepting the one China policy, is that if you tell China that we recognize Taiwan's independence and that they're not a part of China, that might be the type of thing that would make China invade and say, no, we're not accepting that. And so at least right now, it's like kind of like, okay, look, this is the reality. It's something that you kind of run up against with the war in Ukraine a lot and with the situation in China and Taiwan, is that there are constraints placed on us by reality. It's not all just how would you like the world to be? How would you like it to work? Obviously, I think we would all like that bigger countries don't invade smaller countries and bigger countries don't bully smaller countries around. That is not the way of the world. We are a big country that is the biggest bully in the world. So we're in no position to but what we're kind of in the position is just like, you're like, hey, we'd sure love if you don't do that. You can do it and you can get away with it, but we would sure love it if you don't. And so the goal would be to do everything we can to make sure that doesn't happen. When Vladimir Putin starts talking about, like, hey, if you keep pushing the idea of Ukraine joining your military alliance, I'm going to invade that country. The goal there, or the move there, would be to be like, okay, we'll stop talking about that. Is there something else that we can agree on? Like, is there a way that you will promise you won't do anything to them, and we'll promise we won't bring them in our military? Like, that's the goal. You don't just go like, no, fuck you, we're doing it anyway, over and over and over again until they do the thing.
I think we got to this discussion from the military-industrial complex and military intervention and Ron Paul before that. If you can, like, rewind a little bit, is there any amount of according to you and according to various flavors of libertarianism, is there any amount of military intervention that's justified, that's okay?
Well, I would say, okay, so at least to me, in terms of like pure libertarian theory, or just in terms of like what I think is right or wrong, like there is such thing as a just war. The most obvious example of that would be like you're invaded by a military and fighting them off. So in that sense, also, like even if you wanna kind of isolate from everything else, from all of the awful U.S. policy toward Russia post Soviet Union, to all of the NATO expansion and color-coded revolutions and all of these things. If you want to, Vladimir Putin invades Ukraine. I do think the Ukrainians have a right to fight and protect their land. Like there's an aggressor there, and you have a right to defend yourself. So certainly in that sense, I think the American Revolution was a just war. I think there are, there can be just wars. In terms of pure libertarian theory, I think I would say that, look, you never have a right to kill innocent people. That's never morally okay. Now, there could be a scenario, just like this is true in life in general, right? Like, there's lots of things that you don't have the right to do, but you could come up with some scenario where you might be in a position where you have to do it because there were all of these extenuating circumstances. You could think of something where, like, you remember the Saw movies where they used to, these crazy like horror scenarios, but it's like, okay, so there's a person, a evil bad guy has buried a key inside this person, and you have to kill that person in order to get the key, in order to unlock these 20 people to let them out of a cage. Now, look, you still don't have a right to kill people. It's horrible and wrong, and what you did there was still evil. But if you were taken to trial over it, you could probably explain to a judge and a jury, be like, I know, but the situation I was in was either these 20 people were going to die or this one person was going to die, and under that situation, I chose to save the 20. So, like, in other words, by perfect theory, no, you never have the right to kill innocent people. There could be a scenario where you were like, look, we had to take this military action, and some innocent people did die. And it's so tragic and awful that we had to do this, but we are certain that many more people would have died had we not done this. Now, in that case, I would look at that as like, number one, it's much like killing the one person to save the 20. It's still wrong. It's still an immoral thing that you were forced into doing. It's not justified. I would say that the overwhelming onus should have to be on you to demonstrate that you absolutely needed to do that. And that's how I feel about all these wars. It's not like, I think that, like, let's just say, like, if you could make World War II, like, you could reduce it down to the simplest caricature of what World War II is and say there's no Joseph Stalin. We're not even partnering with him. Like, there's a good guy in Russia who we were partnering with. And and the British Empire had never done anything wrong. They were just nothing but good guys. And of course, FDR was nothing but a good guy. And Hitler was even worse than the real Hitler. You know what I mean? And in order to stop them, we had to go on this bombing campaign. And we only got Nazis. We only killed the bad guys. And we were able to take out the Third Reich. But one 8-year-old girl died. And you did this thing that stopped the whole world from falling into subjugation. So I think almost everybody would agree, Jesus, man, you have to do that. Okay, this is you have to do that because the whole world's going to be subjugated. There's nothing but good guys here. The Nazis are so evil, and there's one. I still would say that every single time World War II came up, we should all just be somber, and we should all just think about that little 8-year-old girl who died, and what a horrible thing it is that we had to do that, And so, like, when there are these campaigns where, like, where tens of millions of people are killed. The fact that anybody's ever like spiking the football or this kind of like rah, we were the good ones. And then also when you add in all those other complicated factors, like that this wasn't the scenario at all. But but I do. So I guess essentially I'd say, no, you don't ever have a right to kill innocent people. It's never self-defense to be killing innocent people. I mean, short of like, some type of scenario where like, if you're holding a baby and coming at me shooting and I shoot back at you and okay, I was acting in self-defense and it happened to kill a baby. But I'm talking about like what the scenarios where you're dropping bombs on cities. It's never justified, and the overwhelming onus should be on you to demonstrate that you absolutely have to do it, and that should be the standard. Because there's so many other standards that I see thrown out that I just think make no moral sense at all. People will argue about like in Gaza, they'll argue about the civilian to combatant ratio, which that to me doesn't really. That's not what counts. That's not the measure that's important. And also no one knows what the numbers are. They all just kind of like pretend to. And then the other thing will be that people who say, as someone just recently argued with me about, they'll say like, well, Hamas has to go. That's the starting point. Hamas has to go. And I'm like, no, I don't think you get to say that. Because the truth is that, look, you can make an argument that Hamas has to go. Oh, sure. You can make an argument that the Likudniks have to go. You can make an argument that Kim Jong-un has to go, or that Xi has to go, or that Putin has to go, or that Zelensky has to go. Or certainly I would make an argument that Joe Biden had to go. But just because a government had to go, that doesn't mean you could just kill all their people.
Yeah, that should not be the starting point, like the assumption, the axiom of the discussion. Man.
The question is there no other option than doing it this way? It's like, okay, like October 7th happened. We can all agree this was like a horrific tragedy and an indefensible act of terrorism. Like, okay. Is it guaranteed that another one of those is going to happen tomorrow? Or was this the biggest security failure in Israeli history? Okay, well, if it's the biggest security failure, let's just say, not even going down the inside job rabbit hole or anything like that, but just saying it's a giant security failure, okay, then put a bunch more men at that fence, first of all. And now you got to talk about how can you achieve your goal while inflicting the minimum amount of devastation on innocent people.
Let's talk about it.
Sure.
You brought it up. October 7th. So what exactly do you think about the October 7th attack by Hamas on Israel?
Well, I mean, like what I just said, that it was horrible, and it's always by the same logic that I'm giving you now. It's always evil to target innocent civilians. I don't believe civilians can be held responsible for the crimes of their government. This was, by the way, the Osama bin Laden logic, which I think would also be the logic of like Bill Clinton or George W. Bush or Barack Obama. But Osama bin Laden very explicitly said, when he was asked, like, well, are you just going to target like U.S. military sites, or are you targeting U.S. civilians? It was an interview in the 90s before 9/11. And he goes, no, civilians are fair game too, because you guys have regular elections and you guys vote for your government, and therefore you're responsible for the crimes that they commit. Now, I think that's the logic of a fanatic like Osama bin Laden, and that's not the logic that any of us should follow. It doesn't make any sense, and it's not true that people are responsible for the crimes of their government. I think that same argument is used quite a bit by people on the pro-Israeli side when they say like, oh, they had an election in 2005 and Hamas won a plurality. Therefore, 20 years later, they have no rights. I think that's insane. So Hamas had no right to go after civilians. It's horrible, and you see, these, teenagers being killed, and people, you see the images of people who were held hostage for all this time. So it's like your heart breaks for those people. It's truly tragic. I do think that it was, in many ways, an indictment of so many different things. Like October 7th happening was an indictment of the entire occupation / siege of Gaza and the West Bank, for that matter. It was, I think, should have probably forever destroyed the legacy of Benjamin Netanyahu, who is, I mean, this isn't like George W. Bush, he was on the job for almost a year when 9/11 happened, but it was still kind of new, it was still kind of in his first year of being president. Benjamin Netanyahu was the longest serving prime minister in Israeli history and had explicitly been like, I'm the tough right winger who's going to be tough on these Palestinians, who's going to move away from the idea of coming to a two-state solution because this is what we need to keep us safe. The justification is I'm going to be hard on these motherfuckers because I know what it takes to keep us safe. And that culminates in the worst massacre in Israeli history. And then, the other big one is that, and it's not I wouldn't even say an open secret at this point, it's just out in the open, that he had this strategy of propping up Hamas for years. And so, strategy of propping up Hamas for a myriad of reasons, but a major part of it was that, look, man, as long as there's terrorists in power there's never going to be any pressure on us to give the Palestinians a state. Because, look, what, you tell me I got to negotiate with them?
He was allowing Qatar money to float.
Insisting that Qatar money float to them. When the Qatar money dried up, sent the Mossad in to insist that it gets back to them. Hundreds of millions of dollars, briefcases in cash. And he said in his own words that the reason for doing this was his words were prop up Hamas, bolster Hamas, to keep them in power so that the West Bank and the Gazans were divided, and that the international community, as well as the liberal Jewish community in Israel, wouldn't be able to put pressure on them to make a deal.
But what are the options? So if he doesn't allow the money in, it also looks really bad for him. Because if he's not allowing the money in, that means he's not allowing the quote-unquote aid in to help the Palestinians.
Yeah, but the dynamic here, right, is from 2007 to today. Israel's had a full blockade around the country. They won't let potatoes in. They won't let sugar in. They won't. And the justification is because they're dual use. They can be used to make rockets, as well as they can be used to feed starving children. So we can't let that in because it's dual use. But cash to Hamas, does that not have dual usage? Is there nothing else that they can? So yeah, it's yes, when you have a full blockade around the country, you take on certain responsibilities. And I think this is the essence of really the whole struggle here, which is very tough, I think, for the pro-Israel side to grapple with. But the bottom line is that Israel hasn't occupied Palestine for a few months after a war, or even a couple of years after a war, while they're figuring out what we're going to do with them. It's been over 60 years. We're talking about a 1 week long war, or a day short of a week long war, in 1967. Israel's had control of them ever since. And much like in the same way that if you kidnap someone and you lock them in your basement and you don't feed them, you murdered that person. So in other words, stated differently, you're not allowed to kidnap people and lock them in your basement. But once you do, you take on a responsibility to feed those people. You know what I mean? You're not allowed to keep someone and not feed them. That is a worse charge than just keeping them. And so, yeah, anyway, I guess my point is the solution to that, if you go well, I'm a bad guy if I fund Hamas, I'm a bad guy if I don't let the aid in, was to let the reputable international aid organizations bring aid in to the people of Gaza. Don't pressure the Qataris to send in briefcases full of cash. Allow internationally recognized reputable human rights organizations who are lining up trying to do it. Stop turning them away and let them in. And this is just, it's so long past due. It's just, I'm not defending Arab terrorism. I think it's really, it's a tragedy that the Arabs have embraced terrorism. I don't think it's unique to them. And in fact, I think it was the Zionist militias who introduced terrorism to that part of the world. But there was also terrorism persists because it works. And this is true with state terrorism and with non-state terrorism. It's like terrorism has often worked for people. I think the thing, early Yasser Arafat, I know, was very influenced by the Algerians, who successfully kicked the French out at embracing terrorism, and it was almost like the major miscalculation of those Palestinian Arabs who did embrace terrorism was that this isn't the French. This isn't the French hanging out in some colony with their home country back home, where maybe a few acts of violence could work enough to, the liberal population back home is like, oh, I really don't like the response to that terrorism. We killed so many people. Forget it. This is too much of a headache. Let's get out of here. The Zionist settlers were there to stay. They weren't going anywhere. They weren't going back to Eastern Europe. You know what I mean? They weren't. They were just that. And so it's a tragedy that this whole thing went the way it did. But you always, whenever you're talking about a conflict like this, the person who has the party who has the power is the one who needs to make concessions. And it's just indefensible that the status quo of the Palestinian people having no rights, literally no rights, being ruled by a government that they do not get to vote for or against, no right to do commerce with the outside world, no freedom of travel, no freedom of movement, no basic property rights, to be kicked out of your home at any time, no right to a fair trial, no right to a lawyer, no right to a jury of your peers. I mean, the fact that that has been the status quo since 1967 is just indefensible. And then in the context that has been the status quo, I guess I'm just not, even though I'm against it, it's kind of like when you're just lecturing about the way in which they resist this. I think it's very tough to be on a strong moral footing,
Yeah, you have to really empathize with decades of suffering.
Yeah,
in the region. I suppose my question was grounded in how can the Israeli government, how can the world help the Palestinian people flourish? So you suggested allowing reputable aid organizations in, that's kind of almost patching, just helping humans who are suffering. But that's not how you have a nation flourish. You have to build up the infrastructure. You have to build up a culture of the education system, the democratic processes of electing and regular elections, and so that the people are represented, and you have to form partnerships, friendships, normalization of relations with the Arab world, with Israel. You travel back and forth, and lessen the chokehold, like the security chokehold, that you could say is justified in a militaristic situation. But why is it a military situation? The question is where do we go from here? If we, we'll talk about Netanyahu some more. He is, he's very, very criticized inside Israel as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe less so after October 7th, because, again, in the same way you can empathize with the Palestinian people, you can empathize with Israelis, where October 7th touched, just like it is for Americans with 9/11, it touched some kind of primal thing
100%.
Of fear, of and
the same thing I said before, I could also very easily go, if one of my kids was at that rave or something like that and just got gunned down or kidnapped I could understand being level the whole goddamn place, and I'm sure I would feel that way if that was one of my kids, so yeah. No, that's exactly right. I mean, there's lots of examples in the world of like France and Germany are right next to each other. Ireland and England are right next to each other, and they're just totally living in harmony right now. Like there is just the thought of them going to war is like inconceivable right now. Not saying it could never happen in the future, but it seems pretty hard to imagine. And that being the case would have been very hard to imagine for a very long time. Like there's some serious levels of brutality between those two societies, and even more directly it involved Egypt and Israel went to war 4 times in a couple decades. They went to war, and then in the late 70s they made a land for peace deal. They haven't been to war since, and like I do at least try to hold out that like that is it's not like Egypt is, you're not going to say they don't have an issue with radical Islam in Egypt, you know what I mean? Like that's not the answer. It's just that they made a land for peace deal, and once that was solved, it was kind of easier to avoid the war. And I do like to think that there could be a solution to the Israel-Palestine question, but it's going to have to involve Israel taking the boot off of the Palestinians' neck. And I know that that's scary, and I understand that there are like legitimate concerns about that. There's a great Thomas Jefferson quote about slavery, which was we have the wolf by the tail, and we can neither afford to hold on to him nor risk letting him go. Which is like, you could see where that would have been like a real concern of people, like right toward the end of slavery, or whatever, in the early 1800s, in the first half of the 19th century, where you'd be like, okay, we recognize this is wrong now, but we've had these millions of people enslaved for all these years. If we let them go, they're gonna fucking kill us. And what are you saying? They're citizens now, meaning the Second Amendment applies to them, meaning that the guy who I enslaved now can get a gun? You know what? And so, okay, there are these, but I think in hindsight, looking back at it, we would all just go, yeah, but you can't enslave people. So, like, whatever risks come with the next phase of this, unfortunately, like, you're going to have to just deal with that and move. You have to start with abolishing slavery.
And it is good to also remember, in the hopeful message you send, like, at any day you can make a deal. And that's one of the frustrating things I had with I hosted a debate on Israel. It just felt hopeless. And a lot of people I talk to, it feels hopeless. But like, I have a lot of, I maybe naively see a lot of possibilities of peace there. I see, for example, normalization of relations with Saudi Arabia and Israel, and then Saudi Arabia taking some ownership over Gaza. Something like that. Some interesting, where a big major player in that region takes ownership and steps as the middleman.
Yeah, I agree with you, and you're 100% right that, and even before October 7th, I think many steps had been taken away from the peace process and the feeling of that. I mean, really, I think since the second Intifada is when like the appetite for peace, I think, in Israel was greatly diminished. But to your point, I mean, it's going to take really painful concessions on all sides in order to get there. And I think that the personally, I think, and I don't know if I say this for not necessarily like the Arab world, but at least the nation states, like their governments, I think are pretty much there. Like Saudi Arabia and UAE and Jordan and Egypt, like if the Israelis, they're almost like, look, these are American sock puppets, for the most part, right? And so their thing is that, like, okay, 100% of my population is completely opposed to what Israel is doing in Palestine right now, and they just hate that Israel, that the nation was created at all, that all the Arabs were kicked out of what is, very important land to them religiously, and so the governments there are like, look, we want to continue to have U.S. tax dollars flooding in here. we'd love to make a deal with Israel, but like, you gotta stop doing this to the Palestinians so my own people don't, rise up against me. So I think if the Israelis were like, fine, we'll do a two-state solution or something like that, I think Saudi Arabia couldn't wait to broker. In fact, they proposed a two-state solution just a few years ago. I mean, they would love to be a part of that, normalize relations amongst the Palestinians. Like, which again, I think this had been accepted multiple times, at least by their leadership. It's like, yeah, you're gonna have to accept that, like, you lost in 48. You're going to have to accept that you lost in 47. You're going to have to accept that the state of Israel does exist. And you're going to have to accept that, like, the right of return is not going to literally mean that everybody can go back to where they were. And what Israel's going to have to concede is that it was awfully fucked up that they kicked a lot of people out of their land. And that the whole a land for a people without land was never true. That was just a slogan that felt good to avoid what you guys actually did. And the fact that it was inexcusable that you guys occupied these people for 60 years, and that has to end immediately.
I interviewed Douglas Murray recently. He just wrote a book on Israel and Hamas called On Democracies and Death Cults. He makes what I think is a strong pro-Israel case, focusing on Hamas as an evil organization, evil for its corrupt leadership, who's essentially stealing money from the Palestinian people and allocating the money that is there towards terrorist, militaristic actions versus like building up. Can you steelman the case for and then against perspective? Sort of centering, we've been talking about the people, about centering around Hamas, which is like this extremist religious organization. The perspective being like they need to be, as you mentioned before, eliminated before any progress can be made.
Okay, so if I were a steelman Douglas Murray's case, I would say, well, I guess the case is right. Look, Hamas is a fanatical death cult, essentially, which I do think is a fair description of them. There is no question that they have pursued a path that was just devastating to their own people. And there's no question they have not spent the resources they have on, their priority has not been uplifting their own people. Their priority has been, I think, essentially antagonizing Israel into this overreaction so that they can turn world opinion against Israel. I think they've been very effective at doing that. And okay, again, I think the argument would come back to something like, and the people kind of voted for this in 2005, and the people we sure do see a lot of people cheering when Hamas is doing some pretty horrific stuff. And so, hey, you got that on one side, and you have a kind of a country that's much more similar to Western societies on the other side.
If we could just like linger on that, Steelman, what do you make of the celebrations in Gaza after October 7th?
I think it's sickening and incredibly disturbing. I guess the way I look at it, I always, and maybe there is a degree of like naivete to this, or perhaps it's just that I just don't want to allow myself to go down a certain path because I think it leads to such dark outcomes. But I just always, I always try to be kind of like against the government, for the people, against the powerful, sympathetic to the powerless. I think that, look, it's sickening. You see big crowds cheering on, people who have been, with these people who have been in captivity for I think some of them for over a year and a half. I also thought when Nikki Haley and other Israeli politicians are signing the bombs before they're launched into Gaza, I found that sickening. I think there's all types, I think like mission accomplished banners and flying on jet. I mean, I think having Bob Hope specials at the end of the Persian Gulf War was sickening. I just think all of it is like horrific. I look at it and I try to say to myself, okay, we had one 9/11 in this country, and we all, like, collectively, we lost our minds as a society. You know, we were ready to go bomb whoever the hell our politicians told us to bomb, and we didn't care how many people it killed, and we killed a lot more than Israel or Hamas has killed doing it. And I try to think to myself, okay, imagine being trapped in what is, people can call it whatever they want to. I do think Pat Buchanan and these guys were right to call it a concentration camp. You're trapped in a 5-mile by 25-mile area where you cannot leave. You are stuck there. You don't have an airport because the Israelis bombed it. You don't have a seaport because they won't allow you. You have no access to trade with the outside world. And you're not suffering through a 9/11. You're suffering through 1,000 9/11s. Your whole life is bad. These people, the people in Gaza their entire life has been being refugees. You know what I mean? Their entire life, there's generations of people who have been in this status now. And so, if my society lost its mind after one 9/11, I just have a tough time, like, judging the people who came up in this environment. But there's no question it is. I mean, it's, profoundly disturbing.
But I wonder how much of the indoctrination is really made up the software of their mind permanently anti-peace.
Yeah.
Like, extremify them. And that, it doesn't justify anything, but it's more concerning for the prospects of peace.
Well, I'd say I get your point. It's an interesting question that I don't know if any of us know exactly the answer to, but I would say that, like, even after, what was it, 80 years of the Soviet Union, it's like, and there were real debates back then about, like, the new communist man and whether the minds had been so warped of people that they would never even care about these things like liberty or national identity or independence, and then yet at the end it was all still there. It was very repressed, and it went underground, and people weren't allowed to talk about it, but they all still had it. And in fact, I was just listening the other day to this Murray Rothbard speech from, like, the early 90s, and he was talking about how there was something where there was like a camera crew interviewed, like, a Chinese family under real deal Chinese communism. I believe it was before Mao Zedong died, and they were like, they were just saying all this crazy shit to the camera. Like, they were like, would you rather, your sons are, like, healthy and live good lives, or would you rather they suffer but be loyal obedience to the state? And they were like, we would rather they be obedient to the state, blah, 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 and all these things. And Murray Rothbard was saying he saw this interview, and he was talking to his friend. He was, oh my God, this is horrible. Like, it's hopeless. These people's minds have been warped. And then he was talking to his friend who's, like, a China expert who had been there a lot, and he was like, no, they're not. That's what they say when the cameras are around. As soon as the cameras go, like that. So anyway, I'm just making the point there that, like, there is, like, look, even in the situation with Israel and Gaza, specifically Gaza, not even the West Bank, when you could look at it, when the peace talks were going on, support for Hamas plummeted. When the peace talks fell apart, support for Hamas went way back up. Every time there's an aggressive military campaign, support for Hamas goes back up. So I just think that, like, I'm more hopeful than not that, like, you could get to a place where, like, but it requires, like, you have to, like, if you do understand the Ron Paul point about blowback, the General McChrystal point about insurgent math, that you just realize that it's like you're fighting in a way that produces more of the thing that you're fighting. And so the first step is to stop doing that. Like, your cure is making the patient more sick. So stop doing that, and then let's see if maybe we could heal.
What about the case against the Douglas Murray case of the death cults, and that a fundamental part of this process, Hamas, needs to be eliminated?
Well, I mean, first of all, I would just say that, and I'm not saying this as a fan of democracy. I'm not like a big believer in democracy. I believe in liberty, and I think democracy is often not in line with liberty.
The Chinese government paid you to say that as well?
That's literally all I had to get out. But I get to say that what I want the rest of the podcast.
Okay, great.
But there's that I had to. No, I don't. Well, no. I mean, my beef with the Chinese government would not be that they don't hold regular elections. My beef with them would be that they silence speech, that they put people in camps and things like that. The surveillance, that stuff. I think. Look, when you call Israel a democracy, which I guess is right in the title of his book, and I, full disclosure, I haven't read the book, but I have listened to some of his thoughts on this stuff. I think you run up against a real problem, which is that the creation of the state of Israel, even though he tried to walk away from those comments, as Norm Finkelstein called out Benny Morris for writing in his book 1948, which is a great book, his words were, the Zionist project always knew it was going to involve transfer. That was Benny Morris's words. Now, when Finkelstein was grilling him on this on your podcast, he kind of said, like, yeah, but that doesn't mean ethnic cleansing. That could be voluntary transfer. That, you know what I mean? Like, but the point is, the Zionist settlers, and they spoke about this openly. They all knew they had a major problem, which is like, well, you can't create a Jewish state if it's like 50-50, which is, and in all of Israel, it was much less than 50-50. But even in like the Israeli portion of the partition recommendation, it was very close to 50-50. Now, you can't really have a Jewish state with a 50-50 voter base, because now you're just kind of in a breeding war for the next generation, and or who turns out the vote any more than we could hope. It would be the prospect right now of making America an official Republican state or an official Democrat state. Well, how are you going to do that, man? It's like 50-50 between the two. And so I think what Benny Morris was saying was that they always knew some of these Arabs are going to have to get moved out of here so that we could have more of something, which ultimately where they got to like an 80-20, which is pretty much what Israel's maintained the whole time. Now, Benny Morris could quarrel about whether that necessarily meant voluntary, but when it happened, it wasn't voluntary, okay? So, like, when it actually happened in effect, it involved a massive amount, somewhere between 700 and 800,000 Arabs being forcefully evicted out of this area. Now, that's one thing. A lot of nations are started on some things like that. I suppose if you just did that, and then you were left with your 80-20 split, and you go, but we have elections from here on out. I guess you could claim it's a democracy. Still seems like kind of gaming the democratic system a little bit. You know what I mean? Like if I just deported 80% of Democrats and then say, look, Republicans win every election, you might be like, yeah, dude, but you didn't exactly get there democratically. You got there through force. But forget that. I'll let that one go and just say, I'll call you a democracy if you just kept being a democracy like that moving forward. The real problem is the occupation that starts in 1967. Because, look, when you've occupied an area since 1967, you can't even really call it an occupation anymore. It's an annexation. You took these lands. You have control. That you are what the definition of the government is. And you could call Hamas the government all you want to, but they're not the sovereigns. They're not the final decision makers. Israel's the final decision maker. Hamas does not meaningfully in any way decide the biggest questions about Gaza. I'm talking before this war, not even pre-October 7th. And so the problem Israel has in order to call themselves a democracy is that there's somewhere between 5 and 6 million people, less now because they've killed a lot of them, but there's somewhere between 5 and 6 million people who live under Israeli control who do not have voting rights. And by any other reasonable, commonly held standard of democracy, we would not call that a democracy. I mean, I'm not even saying this to try to be inflammatory or try to pick on the Israelis. There's things about Israeli society I like. I don't hate the people there. I'm Jewish. I love Jewish people. It's not. But the fact is, that's not a democracy. That's an apartheid state. And that's just, I'm not even trying to be inflammatory when I say this. It's just literally describing what's in front of you. If we in America right now said black people no longer get to vote and black people can only live in these few neighborhoods, we don't get to call ourselves a democracy anymore then. And I'm not even coming at this from a pro-democracy point of view. I'm just saying, if your defense of them is well, we're a democracy, which seems to be the case so much. Well, no, you're really not. You're really not. As long as you got millions of people who have no say in their own government, then you're really not a democracy. And so, again, so you could frame it as democracy versus death cult was his language for Hamas. It's all right, it's a little bit difficult to accuse another group of being a death cult when the group you're supporting has killed so many more people than them. Now, I'm not saying that's the only metric. There's other things that are factors too. But the fact is that, you have, I don't know to look over the numbers for the whole history of the conflict, but the amount killed by the Israelis on the Palestinian side versus the amount killed by the Palestinians, 20-1 in Israel's, killing more people, maybe more than that. I don't exactly, I'd have to look at the numbers. But Israel's killed far more Palestinians than Palestinians have ever killed Israelis. And so it rings a little hollow to me to just call them a death cult. We're the democracy, even though none of, there's millions of people who can't vote over, who rules them. But they're the death cult. I mean, look, they kill people in a more primitive, barbaric way, I guess you could say. There's something a little bit cleaner about, when it's done by a government, and it's collateral damage, and it was done with sophisticated weaponry, okay. Still innocent people on the end of those bombs.
Absolutely, but there is, I think, a powerful ethical difference when you mentioned about the 8-year-old girl, right? If you're in your stated goals of the war is to do everything you can to avoid the death of that girl, versus saying, we love death more than we love life, and Israelis, democracy or not, are pro-life for life.
There's a little. I mean, okay, I don't 100% disagree with you, but I think if I would say the degree to which that matters, at a murder trial, after somebody's been convicted and before sentencing, sometimes the judge will allow them to give a statement. And if their statement is I'm very sorry for what I did and I'm so sorry to the family and this or that, that might be life without parole rather than the death penalty. You know what I mean? It might make that bit of difference in that. And if you get up there and you're hey, I'm happy for what I did, screw the family, blow that might make a judge who was going to give you life without parole give you the death penalty or something it's that type of margin around the edge. Let's say you're a really bad guy and I want to kill you, and you're at home with a bunch of women and children, and I know there's women and children there. I know for a fact that if I blow up this building, it's gonna kill all those babies. But, what I would be charged with is murder in the first degree. And the fact that I went in there and said well, listen, hold on. It's a shame that I had to kill those babies. I really just wanted to kill that one guy. I wish the babies weren't there. And they'd be yeah, but you knew they were there. And you did it anyway. You get murder in the first degree. Maybe it would make some little difference tinkering around with the sentencing at the end of it, but it doesn't in kind change what the crime is there. And so I just think at a certain point, if you're doing something look, I'll say maybe with a little bit of an edge, let's say Barack Obama wants to drone bomb, this place to kill a terrorist, and thinks he can do it without killing any innocent civilians. Does it, and then it ends up killing some innocent civilians. That's one thing. But once you've done it over and over and over again, and every single time it kills innocent civilians, and then there's a wedding, and you order a drone bomb strike on a wedding, no, you murdered those people. That's murder in the first degree. I just don't. And so, yes, whether you say out loud, oh, it sure is a shame that we got to kill all these kids, when you're doing it over and over and the action you're taking is going to kill more kids, I just don't think it, like, it's a little bit different, but really not that much. It's still pretty much, and then also when you mix in with that, the fact that, like, you know, I mean, if you go, and I'm not taking an opinion on the word genocide, I don't even like to get into that conversation. I feel like it just derails it anyway. What Israel's doing, whether you think it's a genocide or not, it's certainly not what most people envision when they hear the word genocide. But, you know, if you look at South Africa's case that they promoted at the International Court of Justice, the whole thing is just quotes from Israeli leaders. And I'm just saying, like, by the way, it's not like they're always saying, oh, it sure is a shame that we had to kill that 8-year-old girl. They're like, half the time they say that when they're talking to the international community. And then the other half the time, they seem to basically be saying there's no such thing as an innocent 8-year-old girl. And so I guess I just don't find that argument to be very compelling, especially when the thing has been going on for so long.
There is some disagreement I have with you there. I think that thing you're implying is whenever they state it, it's not quite genuine to some degree. Not.
No, I'm saying it might be genuine by some people. I'm not saying it's necessarily not. I'm saying that when there's a lot of people who are saying the opposite, it doesn't seem like it's consistently genuine from the entire, you know, Israeli leadership class, and that even if it is genuine, when some people say it, that's kind of not enough to get away from the fact that you know, when Tucker was on Piers Morgan, he said the thing, he goes, you know, I don't like my tax dollars being used to intentionally kill children. And a lot of people really objected to that word, intentionally, because I think so many of the defenders of Israel fall behind this, like, no, that's not intentional. We're just trying to kill Hamas. But again, like I said, we would never accept that standard in, like, a domestic murder case. It's like, no, like, the thing is that if you know there are kids there and you know they're going to die, then that's intent.
I think I agree with you fundamentally, because war is hell, and that's why I'm against war. But there is a difference. So, like, I think we're like mixing in a lot of things. I think you're fundamentally against war, and that's why to you it really doesn't matter. It is murder. It's just murder, and we shouldn't do murder. And there's a lot of democracies with colorful flags and that justify murder because they're trying very hard not to kill civilians. And then when you look at the reality of the Obama administration, the entirety of the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, you're murdering civilians. Yes, you're trying to kill bad guys, but you're murdering civilians. That said, on a ethical consideration on which kind of ideologies you can build a society after the war, one that even on the surface level states that the value of every life, of every civilian life, is equal and high in value. That's a good society. That's the concern with extremist ideology that basically is very difficult to build a flourishing society on. But then the argument against that is the one you said, which is like, yeah, well, Hamas is really supported now because of the war.
Right. But by the way, I don't disagree with the first part of your statement there. I just don't think it's in conflict with what I'm stating. It's like, look, I understand, first of all, that, like, there is a difference between the way you're going to, say, prosecute crime domestically within your own country and the way you can prosecute crime or whatever, a war between two different countries, right? Like, maybe it's not exactly the same. You don't have cops that you can just send in. You can't arrest somebody and put them on trial. It's not the same. So, like, fine, you could say, but the point I'm making is more like, I'm just saying how we would think about these things in a domestic setting. We're talking about, like, morality here, and morality by its very nature is something that rises above, you know, it rises above logistics. It rises above, like, nationalities or governments or borders or any of those things. Like, what's right or wrong. Like, if it's wrong to rape somebody in New Jersey, it's also wrong to rape somebody in Central Africa. Like, it does. And so I'm just saying you're committing the same act that we would consider murder in the first degree here. And then just to go one step further, I think particularly like part of the reasons why people have different attitudes about the way two nations fight, like what we think of as war versus what we think as like, say, like a policing issue. Like, we would never accept the idea that, like, you know, if whatever, the logic that's used in wars, used in World War II, even used in Iraq and Afghanistan, especially used in the war in Gaza, if you know, if there was a bad guy, even a guy who had done something like October 7th, you know, which we have school shooters and things like that here, you know, if there was an active duty school shooter and he's in a school shooting people, and we know he's already killed like 5 people, blow up the school. He's using them as human shields. No, it's not our fault. You see, listen, those deaths, Lex, while tragic, were the school shooter's fault because he used all these people as human shields. We would never for a goddamn second, if those were our kids in there, we'd never accept that excuse. Like, what? Yeah, that guy was bad. You still had an obligation to do something else. That was never accepted. Now, that we may look at things differently in the context of a war, but also, by the way, I'm not sure I completely do, but typically speaking, when people think of wars, they're thinking of this government versus this government, this military versus this military. That's not the situation here. You know, so like, while Israel is saying, hey, they're using human shields, it's also like, and that is true, I think, to some degree. I think the Israelis overplay it a little bit, but there have been, I think, clear instances where Hamas is using human shields. But it's kind of a flip side of a different point. And like the other point is like, oh, well, why aren't they using their army or their air force or their navy? Oh, right, because they don't have any of those. Oh, that's right. So you're fighting a war against a people that don't have a government because you've denied them their right to have one. And so that's the thing where I do think if you've occupied the place since 1967, you almost now take on an obligation that you kind of have to almost conduct this as a police matter. You know, you're not allowed to just, because now we are getting awfully close to the scenario that we just laid out. We're like, oh, there's a school shooter, blow up the school.
It's difficult to have a discussion about ethics when you're talking about war. It's really, at the core of it, all war is immoral.
Yeah, I mean, by its very definition, it's innocent people dying, almost always, right? Like,
it's difficult to pick which is the just war. And even World War II, because of the complexities that you mentioned, is difficult.
Yeah,
because it's Stalin.
Well, as my buddy Daryl Cooper demonstrated, I think we can have a reasonable civil discussion about these things without anybody blowing their lid. We can all just talk. No, but like, I mean, look, there's so many. I mean, World War II is just, it's the third rail like nothing else. I really, World War II and the civil rights movement, I think, are the like third rails of American politics. That if you like, if you have any type of view that is not the approved, authorized view of how these events went, you're in a lot of trouble. If you wanted to compare Hitler to Stalin's body count, at that time, Stalin was already a genocidal maniac, and Hitler had not gone genocidal yet. So there is a weird dynamic. Now, in hindsight, it looks a little bit better because you go, yeah, but he went so genocidal at the end there, you know? But like, that's a weird decision at the time to ally with Joseph Stalin when he had already done the worst things that Joseph Stalin had done, or at least a lot of the worst things he had done. I guess there were a lot more in the war as well, but
I was curious, though, you didn't mention Mao. It's that funding again, because he did even worse than Stalin. So is that the second?
I'm not sure or that's officially known. Do we actually know that Mao killed anybody? I mean, all right, I'll say it. Here we go. I'm going to blow my funding. Bad guy, that Mao Zedong. Do not care for him.
I think the Chinese government officially says they have like an actual percentage that he was 70% correct.
Is that true? They actually broke it down to that 70%. But the 30% was being the worst mass murderer in human history. That's such a communist thing to do.
Yeah, we measured it.
We measured it and perfectly scientifically figured it out.
Since you mentioned Daryl Cooper, you're friends with him. Can you tell me about him and tell me about the whole saga about where he got attacked after the
Sure.
the talk? interview?
Yeah. So, well, Daryl, I was just a big fan. I'm really just a big fan of him. We chatted like a few times, and I interviewed him on my podcast. I consider us friends. Martyr Made podcast is his show, and it's just phenomenal. I found out about him from my guy is Scott Horton, who is a very close friend of mine, and I think the best person on war in the country. He's just a genius. He runs the Libertarian Institute, and he's also been the editor at antiwar.com for many years now. So he first told me about Daryl, and what I knew of Daryl was just that he did a podcast with Jocko, and so like they did their show together, and I listened to a couple episodes of it and really enjoyed it. And then it was Scott who was like, dude, you got to check out his podcast, Martyr Made. It's like the best history podcast. And I ended up listening to his, the first thing I listened to of his was the Fear and Loathing in the New Jerusalem. He's done a few things on Twitter where he's kind of like shit posting and stuff like that. But when you listen to his work, like when he lays down, like, I'm going to put together this thing, I'm going to take years to put together like a long presentation on the history of this conflict or the history of this. He has like the utmost responsibility in the way that he tells the story and the way he presents it. I cannot understand how anyone would listen to his work and come away with the feeling that this guy is any type of like Jew hater or Nazi apologist or anything like that. It's just not who he is. What Daryl said on Tucker's show was that he goes, I'll say this to be provocative sometimes to kind of rib my buddy Jocko, who's like Anglo-Saxon, so this kind of gets to him. He goes, and I'm being a bit hyperbolic when I say this, but I'll sometimes say that Winston Churchill was the chief villain of World War II. Now, he didn't commit the most atrocities. He wasn't like the worst person there, but he was a guy who was hell-bent on kind of this thing becoming what it ultimately became, whereas like this might have just been an invasion of Poland. This may not have been this whole cascade of like the worst thing that ever happened in human history. Now, the retelling of that is always people go, he said Churchill was the chief villain of the war. But it's like, no, not exactly. Like, you know what I mean? What he's making a point, and I think he's putting out right now a long series on World War II. He just put the prologue to it out, which was excellent, by the way. And I really just have, listen, if after it's out, maybe I'll come back and regret this, but I don't think I really have like trust that Daryl will handle this like responsibly. And in fact, I think that he might be, and not because he's like involved at like this is his angle or what he's attempting to do. I think just that he's going to tell the truth and the truth will take you where it takes you. I think he's actually going to probably serve a function of bringing a lot of those types kind of back to reality and bring them back to being like if you think he's going to be excusing the atrocities of the Nazis in this thing, I don't think you're going to be happy with the end product if that's what you are coming into it for.
Okay. One thing I want to say is I think calling Daryl a Nazi and Nazi sympathizer is just wrong, and it does a lot of damage. I think he has a lot of value to his podcast. I think there's several things to sort of make very clear. I think he's a really interesting guy. I'm sure I'll talk to him in the future. But I just want to lay on the table that I think what he's saying about Churchill is just dead wrong. I think legitimately that statement, removing the trolling from it, is a revisionist history statement that I think is wrong. The invasion of the Soviet Union would have happened no matter what. And possibly, which I'm actually learning a lot more, Stalin could have gone the other way as well. That was going to be a global war, no matter what. The role of Churchill we can debate, and I still don't think he was a main instigator of that expansion there. There's a lot of historical documentation of that.
Well, look, that's a fair debate to have, and it'd be interesting to see you two kind of talk about that. Or maybe not even debate it, but just like have a conversation about that.
Well, I think great. The broader point you're making is there's just a lot of trivialization of the World War II that happens in the West, in the United States, especially, and that's used by neocons, by
Oh yeah.
By warmongers to sort of.
Oh, I constantly. I mean, I don't think. I've done a bunch of like Israel-Palestine debates. I don't think I've ever done one where World War II wasn't invoked, and where that wasn't like well, I mean, look, Dresden, Hiroshima, Nagasaki. So you're going to tell me it's not okay? And immediately, just if you just look at it like that, like let's say the official narrative is 100% true in World War II. Let's even say every aspect of the official narrative is really true. Like the lesson of World War II is that we should have gone to war sooner, which is essentially right, like the dominant mainstream narrative that Chamberlain is the failure. That was the problem, the appeasement. Churchill was the solution. If only Chamberlain had been Churchill, or if only we had gone to war with Germany in whatever in 1933, we would have it would have been better. Okay, let's say all of that's true. It still doesn't follow from that therefore in every situation appeasement is wrong and aggression is good. It doesn't follow from that that's the only lesson of history, and that now it's just okay to slaughter civilians. Like it's okay to go to total war against a civilian population because this one time it was necessary. Like it's and the idea that Bobby Kennedy said this to me again, somebody who I really do love and admire in many ways, and I'm glad he's the health secretary. But I remember him saying this, invoking the Nazis, making a comparison between Hamas and the Nazis. And you're like, dude, Hamas doesn't even control Gaza, really. The Nazis had most of Europe at one point. This is just not an apples to apples conversation. This is not, you can't even compare the two in terms of what type of menace or threat they are to the world. I mean, like, sure, maybe if Hamas had a lot of power, they'd use it in a bad way. But, like, that's true with, like, some homeless guy on the street, too. But he doesn't have that power. So, like, what are we talking about here? And so I do think that the way the World War II narrative is weaponized has been, even if World War II itself was necessary and just, the way that that's been weaponized over the years has led to just like countless catastrophes. And like, it's always, it's not just like, I mean, I guess it's just, in some ways there might be something positive about the fact that everybody's always called Hitler if they're bad. You know what I mean? But we make Hitler the face of what is evil eternally or something. He really does play the role of the devil in our society in a strange way. But there is like, Saddam was the next Hitler, and Gaddafi was the next Hitler, and Bashar al-Assad was the next Hitler. Trump is Hitler. Hamas is Hitler. Except the problem is that like none of them are Hitler. None of them are even close. It's just totally different.
Yeah, and the amount of power is really important. It matters how much destructive power you have within you, the capabilities. But like every major superpower with nuclear weapons has the potential to be that destructive. It's just unproductive.
And yet the only ones who ever have dropped them are us.
Yeah,
I was arguing with one guy on a podcast, and he said that he goes, well, you can't allow dictators to have nuclear weapons because they might use them. And I was like, but we are the only ones who ever used them. And he goes, come on, that's naive for something. Like, wait, what? Why shouldn't that be pointed out? And I don't know. I mean, I'd prefer Iran not get nuclear weapons. I think we're pushing them to probably want to pursue that. And I also think there's been a lot of propaganda about the nuclear program in Iran. I know at least since the 90s, according to Netanyahu, they've been 5 years away.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of warmongering going on about all parts of the world, Iran especially. I have a lot of friends in Iran, from Iran. It's one of the most beautiful cultures in the world. Like this just superpower of intellect and culture, and it's really sad and disappointing that the regime is basically suppressing that culture.
Yeah,
you have to always remember, like, there's parts of the world where the people are beautiful, and we don't get to see it because of the suppression, the lack of freedom.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So all that said, there does seem to be a lot of hatred of Jews on X.
Yeah.
How much of it do you think is actual hate of Jews, and how much of it is just trolls and grifters and conspiracy nerds, just cosplaying as Nazis?
It's really hard to tell. I mean, I don't know how you even figure it out. And I think this is one of the problems with outrage culture. It's kind of one of the unintended consequences of it, is that now you just have no way of knowing who's saying this just to get a rise out of you, or who really sincerely means it, or who's some version of both. Then there's also, it's like there's so many weird dynamics, because there's no question, like, I see it all the time. I mean, I see a level of like Jew hatred on Twitter that I've never seen before in my own replies and other people's things, like it's, and that's interesting. Like, first off, you're like, okay, so what's going on here?
Interesting sociological phenomenon, yeah.
Right, yeah, concerning and troubling and all of that stuff. But then you also see people who will be asking like completely legitimate questions or making completely legitimate points that are called anti-Semitic. And then that, I think, does not help the dynamic at all, because now you're almost like, oh, there's, number one, you just kind of, you make the word meaningless. You take away the disincentive for anybody else to actually be a Jew hater. I mean, I think there's a lot going on. One of the things is that for young white men in America today, they've lived through the years of real insane progressive wokeism. And so, which is something like I'm 42. It's just a different thing for me. Like, I come from a different culture and a different time. That it just simply was not the case that when I was a teenager, or when I was in college, or when I was in my early 20s, that the school, the faculty, the politicians, Hollywood, all of them embraced racialism. They all said, we're playing identity politics, and it is okay to dice people up along these racial lines and have that first and foremost in your mind, and there is this weird feeling over this last year, and now with Trump being reelected, that like we snapped our fingers and wokeism went away or something like that. But these guys still came up in this era, and it was always the case that like one of the dangerous elements of playing this game was like, hey, you think you're going to play this and that like young straight white men aren't going to start playing this game too? Why the hell would they not? Like, why would they just accept, we'll just sit here while everybody else is allowed to have a racial identity and a grievance about it, and yet we'll be the one group who, yeah, you could just stomp all over us. We're the bad guys. And that's part of the reason why I always opposed the woke insanity. I mean, first and foremost, just because I think it's wrong. I think it's wrong to like be shitty to people based on their racial group, and that includes white people too. But then also you're like, you don't see that this is going to result in something bad. So there's that. But I mean, clearly, and it was weird to me is that I guess it's because a lot of the people who are the most upset about the anti-Semitism also happen to be supporting Israel. Oh, like there's a big correlation between that. But clearly, it's a huge factor in this. Like, it's not a coincidence that all of this rose up while Israel is just conducting this brutal campaign with our weapons and money. And so I always think with these things, whether it's with Putin or with Al-Qaeda or with whoever, and I'm not saying like the guy who posts like Jew-hating stuff on Twitter is the same as them. I'm just saying in all of these situations, you always kind of got to separate like what are legitimate grievances and what are like, okay, that you're wrong on that and you shouldn't be doing that. Like, so it's pretty easy for me to like, if I listen to like the Putin interview with Tucker, I thought his whole 30-minute opening thing was like horrible and just like kind of stupid, especially when you're talking to Tucker Carlson. This is like for an American audience. You know how much that does not resonate with Americans being like, we have a historic claim over another land. Our entire society is founded on we think that's bullshit. Like, that's the entire history of our society. It's like, nah, it doesn't matter. Sorry. Like, literally read the Declaration of Independence. It just refutes everything Vladimir Putin said in the first 30 minutes. Like, our view of the world is that God wants us to be free, and we get to overthrow governments if they're infringing on our rights. Like, So that was stupid. But then when he's talking about like NATO enlargement and bringing Ukraine into the American military alliance, you're like, okay, he's got a legitimate point there. We would not allow one of our neighbors to be brought into China or Russia's military alliance. And so likewise, when it comes to those guys, I do think that like you almost look, it is just true. It is the case that America has fought many wars over the last 7 years, with Israel playing a very influential role in us fighting those wars. And these were this was like a scheme that was cooked up by the neoconservatives and the Likudniks in Israel, that we would go through this path. But this has been confirmed by 4-star General Wesley Clark. He literally said it was a study paid for by the Israelis that we were going to topple 7 countries in 5 years. And we didn't get there in 5 years, but we've made attempts to topple all of those countries since then. You see, Trump's bombing the Houthis because they're pissed off about Israel's treatment of the Palestinians, and so they're trying to shut down their straits or whatever. And it's like, so we're just bombing another group on behalf of Israel. And if you really are concerned about the rise of Jew hatred, I would say, like, look, it's much like, sometimes people would argue where, the thing I said in the beginning about the terrorists don't hate us for our freedom, they hate us because we're over there. And people would say, that's just what Osama bin Laden says. He just says he hates us for our military, but he really just hates us because he's an Islamist and we're free people or whatever. And you'd be like, okay, well, even if that's what's in his heart, that sure is his recruiting shtick. That sure is how he gets other people to blow themselves up. And so even if you want to say, which might very well be the case, that some of these people just hate Jews, and it wouldn't matter if Israel was at war with Gaza or not. It's like, okay, but that sure is their recruiting shtick. That sure is how they get other people to go look at what these Jews are doing in our foreign policy. So I don't know. There's a lot going on. I think racialism of all different forms is stupid and wrong. It always just leads to sloppy thinking and bad results. It's always kind of ugly. And then weirdly, it also always ends up hurting the person. Like it's not good for you. It's not good for your soul. So I don't like seeing that stuff. But then I also think, like I was saying before about there's like this hierarchy of outrages that you got to have in order to think and act. You have to kind of put these together. And, I just hear a little bit. It's something that, despite being described as a self-hating Jew, I am really not. I love Jewish people. I love Jewish culture. I've benefited a lot from it. It's in many ways made me the person I am. And I think it's influenced some of the best parts of me. But there is like a whininess and a hysteria about this stuff that I think is just like not healthy. I think it's not good. I've told many Jewish friends and family this privately, but it's like the way I look at it is like, I'm an American. This has been a wonderful country to be Jewish. Jews are doing exceptionally well in this country. We are 2% of the population or so, and we are thriving by any metric. And if mean stuff on Twitter is our great burden to bear, I don't think we should be talking about it like we're in the middle of Nazi Germany or something like that. So I do think people get hysterical about it.
In a way that's completely not productive. But to me, I think of the Jew-hating nerds and trolls on Twitter as just the other side of the woke.
I kind of get that, yeah.
It's almost like a response, like you were saying. It's just that the woke weren't censored, and the response to the woke was censored. And now that on X, they're less censored or not censored, you just get to see it. And they're both annoying.
I agree with that.
They don't really help the discussion on Israel. They don't help the discussion on anything. In fact, one of the reasons I stay away from that discussion of Israel, which I think is nuanced and really complicated in the way that we've been discussing, in order to have an intellectual exploration of ideas, you have to be able to misstep and try ideas for size. And if I'm going to be punished severely by these I'm okay being criticized, but when there's like low brain takes that are just lying about me en masse, like you get a huge amount of engagement just because you're like thinking out loud and reading history, and it's just annoying. And by the way, I'm really interested about World War II, probably in the way that Dan Carlin and Daryl Cooper are interested, because it's such an interesting stage on which human nature was explored in all its forms, the geopolitics of it. Everybody on that stage was complicated. There's a lot of fascinating military tactics and strategy and military technology, plus the nuclear bomb, all of that. That's like a moment in human history. Listen, I love Genghis Khan, Roman Empire, Alexander the Great. Those are all interesting studies of human history, of military tactics, of brutality, of human nature, all of that. That's why I want to be able to discuss that. It's fascinating, like that humans are able to do that kind of thing. What causes them to do it? What were the dynamics involved? The propaganda on all sides. Could it have been avoided or not? You know, plus Stalin is part of this picture.
Yeah,
it's like, what the fuck? What? Like, you don't get characters. You don't get after the nuclear bomb. You're just not going to get characters like that. You're not going to get a global war of that kind. It might be a different one, maybe a cyber war, or maybe a war in space. But we're not going to get this kind of war ever again. That was the biggest and the last global war we're going to get. So I want to be able to like mouth off and explore, and argue with Daryl Cooper about Churchill and say stupid shit in the process. And Daryl says stupid process too, and like together come up to. So anyway, the trolls on the left and the right just make everything worse, and it's annoying.
No, I agree with that, and I'm sure, like I'm sure not without my own bias in this, but from my own like self-interested perspective, I'm not saying like this is the main reason to be annoyed with them or anything like that, but what I personally get is all types of like self-hating Jew, Nazi apologists, all this, literally just because I criticize the way Israel's conducting this war. So I think that's like insane. But then I also feel like, and I want to be clear, disclaim this, I'm not saying this is the worst thing about people who are Jew haters on Twitter, but just from a personal perspective, I'm like, guys, you are not helping me, man. Like, it's like, I'll get people in my comments who I think are trying to like catch my back, who just don't know I'm Jewish, and then like I'll say something critical of Israel, and then someone will argue with me, and they'll be like, "Oh, look, a Jew came in here to defend Israel," and I'm like, "Dude, first of all, you're like literally, you might as well be working for Mossad. You literally make the movement who's criticizing Israel look terrible, dude. Like, you are literally the enemy that they would like to have." And so there's a very weird dynamic in the Israel-Palestine conflict where there's so many of the loons on both sides who almost seem like they're secretly working for the other side. Like, when you see the Palestinian protests and they're chanting "Death to America" and all this stuff, you're like, what are you doing? Are you trying to make people more sympathetic to Israel? Because if Rabbi Shmuley was working for Adolf Hitler or something like that, it would all make perfect sense. You're like, oh, I get it. You sent this guy out to make everyone hate Jewish people, and then like there's just a very, and then with the Jew hating post too, it just feeds right into the opposition side of how to caricature. You know, it's like, oh, so their game is they'll smear everybody who's a critic of Israel as being a Jew hater. So your answer is to just really be a Jew hater. Like, all right, I don't think that's helping.
So maybe this is a good time to ask for your advice, because these folks are the reason why I'm hesitant. So I've interviewed several world leaders recently. It's looking likely that I'll interview Vladimir Putin and several other similar level major world leaders. I've previously interviewed Benjamin Netanyahu for an hour. One of the biggest regrets I have about that interview is it was only an hour. I realized that I mean, I learned a lot, but I think he's a really important historical figure, and I think it's impossible to have an effective conversation with him that's shorter than 3 hours. So it looks like he's interested now to do round 2 with me for 3 or more hours. And I've personally, so this is a bit of a therapy session, but I've personally been leaning against doing it. And I hate that I'm leaning against doing it, because the reason I'm leaning against doing it is because the very people you're talking about, because I just don't want them to, on either side, pro Israel, pro, it doesn't really matter, but the chanting sheep of Animal Farm, Jew hating or otherwise, just make your life, they follow you around everywhere online and make it difficult to think. I think whenever I come across these crowds, the woke left or the whatever you call the Jew haters, the woke right, let's call them, they just like decrease the quality of my thoughts for the rest of the day. Like I feel dumber. It's like Rogan talks about when he hears a bad comedian, he feels like nothing is funny anymore. This is what I feel like when I read their thoughts. It's like I'm going to go read a book now because I need to like recover my brain.
It's a dangerous kind of poison to let in your mind, because then you're like, it's like, hey, I can't be thinking about you when I'm doing what I want to do. Like, I can't be thinking about what your reaction to this is going to be. The way I always thought about it was like, when I get like, hate online, which I'm, always get, it's always just kind of like, I look at it like this. Like, I got a great family and a great career, and I really love what I do. I make really good money at what I do, and I do shows all the time. I get crowds of people who love what I do. I get a lot of people who listen to my podcast who love what I do. And it's like, so if I get all that, and then the price that comes along with that is there's some people who talk shit online. It's like, that's a very good price to pay for all of this. Like, it's just, and I just kind of made a decision at a certain point that it's like, I'm just going to accept that that's the price of business here. That's what it costs. And then, okay, fine. And then sometimes I try to have fun with it or mock them or whatever, or go back. But to me, now again, I can never tell you what to do, because it's a very personal price that you have to pay. And it's a very weird psychological dynamic. I mean, it's just not, it's almost something like that we were not evolved to deal with, and is very artificial, and it's very, like if there's a group of like thousands of people who hate your guts and are furious at you, we're almost like hardwired to be like, well, I'm gonna be killed now. Like, that's the next thing that happens. You're not supposed to get to know what just someone in Arkansas thinks about you right now, But so that's a very personal like decision to make. But I kind of feel like guys like me and you have already made the decision that we're in the arena and we're going to deal with that price. And so I just, from my perspective, I'm like, yeah, but how could you turn down get in 3 hours with Netanyahu? Like, that would just be so interesting. And I'm not even saying, like, I hate the guy, but I'm not saying you should interview him like you hate the guy, or I'm not saying you even have to like grill it, but just if you get 3 hours with somebody, something interesting is going to be revealed there. There'll be a benefit to that. It'll be interesting to just see him talk that way. There's also something about, as we kind of saw with Trump doing the podcast, and even with JD Vance doing some of the podcasts, there is something really interesting about this format, the long form podcast, where it just gets people to let down their guard and reveal themselves a little bit more. Like, it's not just the time factor. Like, that's a big one. It's a huge, huge one. But it's like, there's something about, like, if me and you were just, it's like, we were having this conversation right now, but in back of us was like a cable news, background of red and blue and sparks and a ticker at the bottom of the show, and then you just start interviewing someone. It's just a different thing. Whereas this, you just kind of like fall into conversation mode. And I'd be interested to see him fall into that. Putin too. Like I just think it's great.
First of all, thank you for the encouragement. But to push back on the complexity a little bit, I think everything you said about your life is also true about my life, except family. I want to have a family. You son of a bitch, you bragging. On the podcast side, I can have a lot of incredible conversations. Some of my favorites, talking to programmers or video game designers, or to you about Netanyahu, versus talking to a world leader is a very specific thing, and people don't understand that. For example, you and I can mouth off. We can be super supportive of Netanyahu, super critical in a way that you can't do in front of the guy.
Yeah,
you can't.
That's true.
You have. If you want to reveal something about that person, there's a different skill involved there in order to reveal how they think, who they are as a human being. You have to, just like we said in Derek Cooper, you have to humanize the person to a degree in order to let their mind flourish in front of you, in order for them to let down the barriers that they've put up. And Benjamin Netanyahu has put up a lot of barriers. Internally in Israel, he gets attacked insanely. There's a Game of Thrones constantly going on. And this guy has maintained power for a very long time, so he's very good at putting up those barriers. Plus, globally he gets attacked a lot. So the task there is difficult. And so each one is a puzzle. And you have to make a decision. Do you want to take this on as a project, which might become a lifelong project because of the consequence? And you don't need to.
There's a calculation there. I'm not saying it's not so like evident that there is a correct incorrect answer. And I do think that probably all had like certain type of ventures. You're like, all right, no, I don't want to do that. But then you have to have a moment and be like, well, why is it you don't want it? Oh, is it just because it's going to be a lot of work? Is it just because you're scared of it? Is it just because this? And those typically are not good reasons to not do something. Like, you know what I mean? And then now there is a reasonable, I think, point that you made in there where it's like, it is a different game to interview a world leader. That is a very different thing. Like talking to some comedian about his thoughts on all this stuff is a very different thing than talking to a world leader, and especially one who's conducting a brutal war as you're talking to them. Like and I don't know exactly what the way to navigate that is. I agree with you. It's not just to be like hostile and be like, I've got you here for 3 hours, I'm gonna grill the shit. It's like, probably not the best way to do it. There's probably to like have a conversation, to talk to the guy, probably try to get some important questions in, but also give him a chance to breathe and be a person. I just, from my perspective, but again, it's a very personal thing. For me, I just do think that I hope you do it, because I'd love to see that podcast.
Okay, well, see, this is why. Part of the reason I asked you is because I get a Dave Smith endorsement on
there you go.
So that
when this completely ruined,
yeah, exactly. At least there's another guy who thought there's a chance it might be a good idea. Because I don't know. I see that's the cool thing about the things we do. You've been through a lot of battles. You walked into a lot of tough debates, and it's like you don't know. This could be the conversation that like ends you.
I know. I'll say that. I think that's one of the things that I love about doing debates, and there is something about that where I do kind of feel this, like I'm a little bit of like an adrenaline junkie. I mean, not like really, I don't like skydive or do stuff like that, but like doing stand-up is kind of like, there's always something about that that's like you're risking a lot by doing it. You're like, you feel alive, like not like the way you do when you first start, but there is something about that. And there's something about, well, first of all, I feel there's kind of two things. Like, number one, I feel like I'm obligated, and I wouldn't say this for you, but I think this is true for me. I think I'm obligated to do like at least several debates a year. And I think that if I'm going to go on shows like your show and Rogan's show and and Tucker's show, and Candace or whoever else, Patrick Bet David and Tim Pool. I go on these big shows for long form things, and I'm sitting there and I'm being like, okay, it's like this, like, and this is, and I think it's like this and that. Then if I'm going to do that, I kind of have an obligation to like test myself against someone being like, no, it's not like that, and then like showing that I think I can stand up to these kind of challenges. So I feel like I'm kind of obligated, but then I do, like, there is a feeling to it where you're like, hey man, like, this is not, my career is not a joke. Like, I got little kids. This is how I support them, and like, I am kind of taking my career in my hands every time I go do one of these debates. Like, if I just get smoked and this guy just totally beats me up, it's like, I don't know. How's anyone going to look at me again after that? You'd be like, oh, you acted like you had such a good point, and then this guy just totally destroyed your point. So, but that then kind of motivates me to be like, okay, I got to really be on point. I got to really make sure I've done my homework. I got to make sure my argument's really tight. I got to think about this thing from all ends. And then on the other level, it's like, if someone can do that to me, then kind of that's the way the movie's supposed to end. Like if there is some hole in my argument that I'm just not thinking of, and then someone else can point it out to me and I got no response to it, then I kind of deserve to be humiliated publicly for that. So, all right. I don't know. It's kind of exciting in a way.
Because the movie ends at some point.
Well, that's true. Unless you and your genius friends can figure out how to, give us eternal life or something.
I don't think I want to live. I don't think I want to live forever. I think flirting with that idea too much is dangerous. This kind of transhumanism kind of idea.
Yeah.
It's not a good way of thinking. Of course, I do want to heal diseases and extend human life, especially high quality of human life. But yeah.
If we could be in like much better shape and much healthier and like extend life by a few decades, I think that would be great. But I agree with you. I think there's supposed to be an expiration date on it. I think we're supposed to there's something about like scarcity being a necessary component in a lot of different fields. You know what I mean? Where it's like the life itself having a finite amount of time on it, I think makes it more precious.
Yeah, at the individual level and then at the societal level, it just does seem like death is the way you get new ideas. It's like people kind of solidify their ideas and are unwilling to change their mind. And the only way you get new ideas...
right, the next generation has to take them over, You
have to keep churning. All right, speaking of the trolls and Israel, I got to ask you about this. Let's talk about Jeffrey Epstein. I recently got attacked because a couple of conversations I had with Tim Dillon 3 and 4 years ago. I love Tim Dillon. He's hilarious.
I love Tim too. I've known Tim for many years. Just love that guy.
Yeah. So I bring up Jeffrey Epstein often because it's a fascinating study of evil to me, whichever angle you take on it. And I think they're partially to talk shit, but I showed some skepticism that he's connected to Mossad. So to me, there's 3, and I've evolved on that since then. By the way, I'm not actually sure it's Mossad. It could be any intelligence agencies. It could be CIA. But I was wondering if you could educate me. I did a little research on this last night. I looked into it a little more. And then I saw that you said he's definitely Mossad.
Well, I don't know if I didn't say he was definitely Mossad. I don't know my exact. I mean, I made one kind of jokey post, as is the case with almost any intelligence operation. Look, I don't want to like poo-poo anybody's hopes here because I guess like the JFK files just got released and supposedly the rest of the Epstein files are coming out. And there's a lot of there's a major yearning right now to get to the end of the movie where we find out everything that happened, and that I think it's great that people have that desire, and I hope more and more does come out. I think the truth is that with any intelligence operations, we're probably never going to know all of the details of exactly what happened.
The funny thing about intelligence agencies have been regularly accused of being CIA, FSB, or Mossad, depending on the group that's attacking me. But I think it's a fascinating topic, and it's very difficult to know these intelligence. But if you have any nuance and want to discuss the nuances, then the comment is going to be that guy for sure.
Right.
If we're talking about Mossad or so on. But yeah, that's one of the things I didn't know, and I saw Alex Acosta said that basically mentioned that Epstein's intelligence. That to me is like, okay, that's a piece of evidence. That's a really valuable piece of evidence that he's intelligent. And that was very not just intelligent, but Mossad. Because before that I thought it might be CIA, because I kind of heard,
and I think it's quite possible that he was working with elements of both. I mean, as I think is often the case. I also think that's something that people get a little bit wrong, like when they think like, okay, this guy was CIA or this guy was Mossad, and then there's also, I think there's the possibility that there are rogue elements within those organizations. Like this is not necessarily coming from the director or but I don't know. But you look at the guy, the way his career trajectory tracks is like completely unexplainable outside of being connected to intelligence. Like it's not just like the one or two people saying that he's intelligence. It's like, dude, the idea that you're just like you have no experience and you're a teacher at Dalton, which is like this incredibly elite New York City private school, and then all of a sudden you're at Bear Stearns, and like within 2 years you've like made partner and you're worth hundreds of millions of dollars and nobody knows where you made your money from. This just doesn't happen. And then you're just inserted into this world with all of the most like highest level political leaders and cultural figures and stuff. But the thing that's amazing about the Jeffrey Epstein story is that it's like the level of evil and the level of corruption that it exposes, no matter what the answer is. Like no matter what the answer is, you're gonna tell me that there was a pedophile ring in our country that involved, I mean, listen, dude, if you had said this shit before it came out, this would have been the wildest conspiracy theory. But a pedophile ring that involves the most powerful people in the United States of America and in the world to some degree, touching the royal family, the Clintons, like all these people, and that this was known and covered up and then allowed to continue. I mean, like, there's a blackmail operation that relies on raping American children, and like, if this is whether it's CIA or Mossad doesn't make one less, it's equally horrible.
What's
but
going
then
on?
there's
How
like
are
these
you?
elements where like you're like, okay, so when he first,
How's your day? Excellent. How'd you find out about me? Oh, it's Hank. Well, why is it amazing? I know. I didn't see it first.
So, how many people in this survey?
1,700.
1,700. Okay, it's not like. I think it's much people.
It's good. So, why is your day amazing?
Because it's always amazing every day. Because as a student, I really enjoy my student era.
Very cool.
Wait, dude, your beard is golden, bro.
Thanks, big dog.
What? You think like you wanna shave it up or what?
No, I'm growing it.
I think the American like they always have their beard still growing.
Very well.
Hey, would you mind it that I ask you? I see many people that have Rothschild, right?
Well, what?
Rothschild, like your nickname or something, his name.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, um, I see many people with that name, and they most of them is Jewish, right?
Yeah.
So, what is Hebrew? What is Hebrew? It's different from Jewish or what?
Uh, Hebrew is one of the languages that some of us speak or read, but there are others, including Yiddish.
Oh, Hebrew is just like Arabic for Muslim.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
What thing that made you scared nowadays?
Nothing.
I think it's AI.
Okay.
It really is dangerous now. Well, I gotta speak now. Like,
Take care, big dog.
yeah.
First got arrested, and then he was given a slap on the wrist, and then the prosecutor says, well, I was told by the intelligence community that he's intelligence and to go easy on him. It's like, oh, okay. And you didn't resign and discuss that day? You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that's too much to ask for. You know, there was the ABC reporter who said that she had the whole story. She's on the hot mic saying she had the whole story, and then the network told her to squash it. It's like, and you stayed working there? Like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm not saying like we're all imperfect and none of us are heroes, but like, you're at a news network and you uncovered a child raping ring that implicated the most powerful people in our society, and your news network told you we will not run this story because of our relationship with the royal family, and you did not resign in disgust that day and take this story to every single independent outlet that would maybe publish it. I'm sorry. It's like it's so damning to the entire apparatus that we did not see, at the very least, see mass resignations of this. Forget even like at the very least expect that it would have been prosecuted and shut down. And then, still to this day, even it's like, and I think Tucker Carlson just said this recently, but like, and I guess it's a little bit of a weird area when you're filming people raping children, but where are the tapes? Why is everyone talking about the flight logs and the files? Where are the tapes? This guy was clearly taping people to blackmail them. Where are the, I don't know what the legal process of this is, but like, because I think technically it's child porn. So like, yeah, okay, you can't just like distribute it out and let everybody watch it. But isn't there a way that like somebody has to sit down and watch it and see who is implicated in this and see who would like, I just don't, and there seems to be, I think there's a lot of LARPing with this administration going on right now on this topic. But does anybody really expect that we're actually going to get to the bottom of this? Because I don't. And that in itself just tells you what a sham this whole goddamn system is. One of the things that's so amazing about the Jeffrey Epstein story, right, is, you have all of that. And then, of course, the end of it, which is just like, wait a minute, wait, what? Hold on. He's in, like, the most secure, like, prison. And then he gets this... The cameras go out and the correctional officers don't fill out the log and he is found dead. It's it's just, but when you look at it in totality, there's just like no getting around the huge indictment it is of this entire, like, everything. And I mean, even the fact that even the Trump administration, when Pam Bondi goes, we're going to release all of this information. We've only redacted what needs to be redacted for national security. Like, what? Why does anything need to be redacted for national security? Like, I'm sorry. You're telling me there's a pedophile ring and we can't tell you everything about it for national security? Why would that be related to national security? There's just, it's like, and I do think there's something, and it's very interesting because, like we talked briefly, was that on air before we were talking about Sam Harris kind of like criticized me a little bit for not having the credentials to talk about some of this stuff, which, like I even said, okay, he's got a point. But it's like one of the things that like guys like Sam Harris will talk about a lot is that like, look, we need trust in institutions. And this is his big thing where he goes, these people like Joe Rogan and Dave Smith are just tearing down the institutions. And while I recognize that's an issue, I also think we need trust in these institutions. It's like
Sam Harris.
Well, it's like, yeah, but what? Yeah, well, if you talk in that tone, then it means you're not being emotional. You're only being logical and rational, which is like I actually don't think is appropriate when you're talking about a child rapist ring. But whatever. That's my take on it. But it's like, okay, so where are these institutions I'm supposed to trust, man? You're telling me there's a pedophile ring that is at least in some degree associated with national security. Like, what? And how could you possibly have this story? Like, if you did care about the trust in institutions, then you should be even louder than me talking about, like, you gotta tell the truth on this story. Otherwise, we'll never have trust in these institutions.
I'm the same, actually. I believe in institutions. Like, I think they have out. So this is where you and I probably disagree on the libertarian side. I think institutions, if they're run efficiently, can. Right.
Who's the utopian now?
That's right. There is the utopian notion to it, for sure. But because it's very possible the bureaucracies always destroy the productivity and the effectiveness of institutions. It's possible.
It's the Lord Acton kind of power corrupt type deal.
And you're absolutely right. If you believe in institutions, you should want to release everything about Epstein. You should want to be transparent as much as possible. Yeah, But the one thing and it is very suspicious. So I'm more and more becoming convinced that there's some intelligence agency connected to it. But I also want to, like, setting that aside, just comment on one thing where, again, super entertaining, but people say about me that I came out of nowhere. And that's proof that I'm intelligent. So first of all, there is a track record of where I came from, quote unquote. It's just people are too lazy. And there is something sexy about, like, just saying fucking Mossad. Oh, he's denying it? Fucking Mossad. Yeah. By the way, the Mossad thing is a new thing. It used to be FSB and CIA. What do I want to say about that? Oh, yeah, I've been gradually growing in popularity over the past 10 years. I've been doing interviews, lectures, podcasts, and it's actually very gradual. And I don't know what else to say.
There's a difference. There's something I know I've experienced this too, right? Like there's such a difference in perspective because like if somebody just found me and they just found out who I am, and they go, this guy's brand new and he's doing like all these shows, but you're like, yeah, well, I don't know, dude. Not from my perspective, I'm not brand new. Like, dude, I've been doing stand-up comedy for 19 years. I've been podcasting for like 15 years. And you're like, and then when it like starts taking off, everybody's like, oh, this guy just came out of nowhere. And you're like, I mean, all right, I wish I had been aware that it was all this quick. But look, a lot of this stuff with so much of this too, it's just laziness and people searching for confirmation bias and people searching for a simpler story because that's easier. So if they believe that Epstein was Mossad and there's a clip of you where you're like, I don't know about that, then they go, see, he's Mossad too. And now that fits perfectly into my little story. I don't know. The truth is that it's quite possible that people just aren't convinced. However, given enough time, Tim Dillon is always right about it.
That's true.
So you got to eventually you'll have to admit that he got it
right. And not to say the cliche, cheesy thing, but it is true that the comedians sometimes say the obvious thing that people are a little resistant to say. That ends up being true. Now we just landed some more credibility to Tim Dillon's insanity. Great. Now, I do want to comment on there's the other aspect of me that came out of nowhere. Fine, but I do get to talk to world leaders, which I have to really admit I don't understand why. So the experience I've had is you basically gain a reputation. Like I talked to a lot of scientists early on. You gain a reputation like this is a interesting person to talk to, and that travels. And then over time, you get fans, and world leaders are humans too. Like they listen to this stuff, and sometimes it's their family that listens.
Yeah, oftentimes, right? Like their kids. It seems to be a big one.
And so, that's just how it happens. And so you send an email, hey, you want to talk? And then their team or them directly, in several cases, they just respond, yeah. And that's it. It's as simple as that. And they're human beings. And I think a lot of them, as human beings, are exhausted by journalists. By shitty journalists, I should say. And it's hard for them to know which is the good journalist. By good, there's the cynical view that they want somebody who's just going to spout propaganda that aligned with their propaganda. No, they just want a good faith person in front of them. Now, and I should also say that no single world leader has told me which questions to ask. There's this meme about my conversation with Modi that's scripted. Nope, there was zero oversight. I have full control.
Well, it's also there's, obviously one of the major dynamics, which is just one of the most interesting kind of themes in the world, I think, right now, but it's particularly true in America, is that the corporate media is just shrinking and shrinking and shrinking, and this whatever this is, which is so weird that we still all call them podcasts, because that's just not the right name for them at all. And none of us have had an iPod in quite a long time, and I don't. It's just such a the first thing person came up with it. It's a cast on an iPod. It's a podcast, and we all still use that term, even though but whatever these shows on the internet have the audience, and so that's a big factor. Just that it's this is where you can go to the audience. And then I would say, and I don't know exactly, I have no idea, I would say the motivations inside any individual's heads, but I would say, in the case of Vladimir Putin, he is completely blacked out in American media, and to the point that even RT has been blocked out. They never play any of his speeches. They never allow you to hear, look, this is what this guy's perspective is. It's very interesting in the same way that they kind of all flipped out when Osama bin Laden's letter to America went viral on TikTok. And, then all the talks of banning TikTok increased and stuff. so for him, say like when he did the Tucker interview, or if he does an interview with you, well, that's a way for him to do an end around and allow his perspective to be heard, which I personally think is like obviously a good thing. Like if you're going to go in a war, and we're kind of in a war with Russia right now, you should know what the other guy's perspective is. Not that you should take it as gospel, but and then from Netanyahu's perspective, I would imagine, you know, Israel has a lot of control in a lot of different areas, but they have been losing the internet battle very, very badly, and it's a major problem for Israel. I mean, I don't know. I still think, in a very strange way, everybody seems to be underestimating how grave the implications of all of this are. But Israel, the view of Israel from the world is never going to be the same as what it was before. The generational divide on it is so stark. Like everybody, 40 and under, who very quickly, the time goes by quickly. Pretty soon, that's, the 40 and over crowd gets aged out pretty quickly. And this is just, it's never going to be the perception of Israel that my parents' generation had ever again because of this war. And, I'm sure to some degree, at least Netanyahu is feels like he has to try to get his perspective into that internet conversation area. And so I think a lot of different people, obviously Donald Trump's, it's in a way it's kind of shocking. And I guess kind of Bobby Kennedy, when he was running for president, and Vivek Ramaswamy, when he was running for president, they kind of were doing some of it even before Donald Trump was. But it is kind of crazy in a way that it took this long for politicians to figure out that it's like, oh, well, I guess we got to go where the audience is. That's the point of doing shows, right? I mean, would you rather do a show, with 1 million people or with 10 million people? It's like, well, okay, you guys do CNN all the time. Why wouldn't you do Joe Rogan's podcast? It's just a bigger audience, and those people get to vote too.
You reminded me with Netanyahu that one of the goals I have with the podcast is to have the kind of conversation that a historian would find useful 20 years from now, which is tough to do because you're going to get punished for it. Because it's mostly I want to reveal as much information as possible without the signaling, you just want to know who is this person.
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly right. And I think this was kind of what Daryl was saying. I think that the part of the awful thing of always using World War II as the next example for the next war is that it's almost like you're never, this is, they hate us for our freedom, or Vladimir Putin's just mad and he wants to reconstitute the Soviet Union. It's like they always insist that we can never treat our enemies as people and be like, this is a real person with real grievances. And even they might be a fanatic also. I'm not saying they're not, but it's just like that there are these human qualities to it. And it's always whatever, even when they were going, before they did the, Obama and Hillary Clinton did the regime change war in Libya, it was this propaganda. They're he's buying up Viagra to rape all the women and he's going to go genocide. This guy had been in war for decades. You know what I mean? It hadn't done that. And it's it's like the way you're supposed to think about war is almost like these people have been possessed by pure evil. They are monsters. And there's no talking to them. There's no dealing with them. It's just simply this. But a good example, just this recent conflict with the Houthis, where you have the Houthis in Yemen, which Saudi Arabia invaded in 2015 with the full backing of the United States of America. And the Houthis maintained power for 8 years through that. They maintained power until the Saudis finally gave up. And it was literally the Saudis were just killing hundreds of thousands of people, and then the Houthis would get a drone off at one of their oil refineries or something like that. And eventually they were just doing enough damage that it was shit, all right, this isn't worth it anymore. And so they end it. And so anyway, you have this thing, you're okay, so if they went through a total war for 8 years, what do you think, Trump sending a few Tomahawk missiles over there is going to stop them from doing this? Okay, but then they didn't do anything, and this is according to all reporting on it, they didn't do anything during the ceasefire. It was only once the ceasefire broke down that they went back to attacking ships again that were coming through. So you just see this thing where you're like, it's not saying right or wrong or who's good or bad. It's like, look, sometimes there's a diplomatic solution and there's not a military solution. And like in this case, you're like, it just shows you, okay, if there was a ceasefire here, these guys will chill out. What do you want to do? Again, do you want to go to total war with it? Because like, okay, we could overthrow the Houthis if the U.S. invades Yemen. Like that's kind of what it would take. Like, does anyone here really have the appetite for another catastrophic war in the Middle East against the poorest country in the Middle East, you know? Or we could pursue this diplomatic route, which seemed at least, I mean, I'm just saying, based on the evidence that they weren't attacking ships during the ceasefire, seems like there could be a diplomatic solution here. And so there's just like a lot, and the problem is when you don't, like, if you make everybody monsters and they're not human beings, well, you can't do diplomacy with monsters. You can't you can't negotiate with monsters, but you can with humans. And like, you know, I'm sure there are, you know, like to our earlier discussion, like maybe there are times where you shouldn't negotiate or you can't negotiate with humans, but it's better if you can. And we could use a lot more of that thinking.
Can we take that idea and move to the war in Ukraine?
Sure.
What do you think is the path for peace there?
Well, I think what Trump is pursuing is like infinitely preferable to what Biden was doing. You know, what puts Donald Trump, and I don't think everything he's done has been perfect, and I really did not like that mineral deal that he was floating out for a while there. And I think maybe that might be the best thing that came out of that Oval Office thing, is that maybe that, you know, Donald Trump is going to be very, very tough to do business like this. And it's like, yeah, we shouldn't be doing this business deal anyway. But, and by the way, I don't think we should do it on a few reasons. Number one, principally, I think it is kind of like bullying Ukraine out of resources. And from what I understand, they don't even have that many like fine minerals, but whatever. But it's also like, well, look, if he was selling it to Zelensky, that's kind of a security guarantee, you know, because like, hey, if we're in business, then if Putin messes with you, he's messing with us. But from my perspective, like that's the whole point, is you don't want to get into the business of giving out security guarantees. I mean, this is why George Washington was against entangling alliances. Like, you give out war guarantees to too many places, you might have to fight a lot more wars than you otherwise would have fought. And also, like, we're in this weird position where America postures like they're so tough, but really when it comes down to it, we're not going to war in Ukraine. There's no political will here. Like, I'm sorry, I'm going to try to convince the American people we should send our boys to get, like, I understand you're from the region, but like, or you have roots from there, but like, to the average American, the idea of going to war over whether Luhansk is ruled by Kiev or Moscow is just, they don't even know what Luhansk is. And if they met someone from there, would probably just assume they were Russian. You know what I mean? Like, and they might be, but whatever. I think the first step to a path to peace is that you have to want to get a path to peace. So I think Trump's doing a good job in that.
Do you think all three sides want peace, from what you understand? Obviously, Trump legitimately, fully, with an urgency, wants peace.
I think for sure Trump wants peace. I also think Putin wants to wrap the conflict up, and I think that Putin has been willing to deal for the entire lead up to the war and pretty much throughout the war. And there's been a lot of solid reporting on this, and I mean the sources on it are pretty impeccable. The head of NATO, Stoltenberg, I always mess up his name, but he literally said that in late 2021 that Vladimir Putin actually sent a draft agreement to NATO, and that his condition for not invading is like, I will not invade, but you have to put it in writing. Like, he sent a draft treaty to them. You have to put in writing that Ukraine will not join NATO. And then Stoltenberg bragged about how he said no, because we won't let Vladimir Putin dictate to us whether we can expand NATO or not. And then he was bragging. He was like, and look what he got, more NATO expansion, Finland and this and that. So look at that. It didn't even seem to notice, like, wait a minute, you're admitting that you could have just promised not to bring Ukraine into NATO and saved hundreds of thousands of lives. Seems like it would have been a much better deal. It's going to be a much better deal than what Ukraine will ultimately end up getting. So I think also the Joe Biden's CIA director, who was a CIA director, is whole 4 years, William Burns. When he was ambassador to Russia, he wrote the Niet means Niet. And in the memo, and again, this was dumped by Julian Assange, this wasn't for the public. This was just him writing to Condoleezza Rice to tell the Secretary of State his assessment. And he said that his exact words were, a decision Russia does not want to have to make. And this was the decision about whether to invade Ukraine or not. And he was like, they say, if you keep pushing for Ukrainian entry into NATO, this could lead to a civil war, and even worse. And in that situation, Russia would have to decide whether or not to intervene, a decision Russia does not want to have to make. So essentially, it's like, I think it's pretty clear from all sides that Putin didn't want it to come to this. And look, I mean, even after the coup in 2014, he took Crimea, but he didn't invade the country. I mean, he may have sent special forces in, but I mean, not the full-scale 2022 invasion. And even the Civil War, going all that, you know, he did, it seemed like he, I'm not defending the decision, I'm just saying it seemed like he reluctantly debate. You know, what was it, in 2014 or 15, when they had the plebiscites in Crimea and in the Donbass region, and they voted to be independent? He didn't take them then. I mean, he could have used that as a pretense for like, hey, they voted to be with us, and he didn't. I think he wants to end the war. Zelensky, from everything he said publicly, seems like he still feels like, I mean, I'm just taking him at his word here, that it's like, well, no, look, like, we could end the war, but we got to end the war. It seems like he's moved from his position being like, no, we have to reclaim all of our territory, to now his position is kind of like, all right, maybe we don't reclaim all of it, but we got to be given some type of security guarantee in the future. I think the problem with that is just, again, like, I don't mean to be cruel about this, because like it sucks that there's little countries that are next to big countries that kind of get bullied around about them, but there also is a bit of an entitlement to demanding a security guarantee. Like, what exactly do you mean? From America? What, that we'll go to war if you're invaded? Why do we owe that to anybody? Like, that's crazy. I'm sorry. You can just sign up to say that we'll go to war if anybody invades anybody. I mean, I hope nobody invades anybody, but that I don't want us to get dragged into that. That's a recipe for always being at war, you know? And I don't think that's right for our country. So essentially, I think Trump and Putin want peace. And if that's the case, I think we'll ultimately get to an end of this war.
So there's a lot of stuff to say here. Let's think you start at the beginning, at the foundation of this. I think the thing that we left unsaid that's important to say is that Putin invaded Ukraine in February 24th, 2022. And I think he is, at least from my perspective, the person who started the war. You could talk about NATO expansion. You could talk about any other thing that led to it. You could start at the collapse of the Soviet Union. You can go all the way back as he did, 1,000 years. The reality is, and this goes to our deep discussion about the morality of war. No matter the reasons, the guy that like pulls the trigger first, non-accidentally, and keeps pulling the trigger, that's the guy who's at fault.
Oh, I agree. I'll say one standard, like one standard for everybody. The standard that I laid out before is the same one I said. It's like, did you absolutely have to do that? You know, once you start killing people by the hundreds of thousands, it's like, was there any other option? Are you telling me like you absolutely had to do this? And I don't think that's right. You know, my friend Scott Horton, who I was talking to you about, who's just totally brilliant guy, even in his book, there's a whole chapter of all the other options of what Vladimir Putin could do. So you're absolutely right. And there's a weird thing where like people say, like if you say that the West provoked this conflict, that is a very different thing than saying that this conflict is, that this invasion was justified. And in the same way that, like, you know, if you were at a bar and someone goes and spits in another guy's face and then he pulls out a gun and murders him right there, like, he's not justified in doing that. That is not okay. You don't get to murder someone because they spit in your face. Also, if you were talking about, like, why did he murder that guy? I'd be like, oh, because you walked up and spit in his face. That's why it happened. And that is essentially my contention about this war. And it is, I think it's just crystal clear that that's why it happened. Listen, it may be right or it may be wrong. But if China or Russia ever backed a street putsch to overthrow the democratically elected government in Mexico and then install a pro-Chinese or a pro-Russian government and then started pumping arms into that conflict and then kept floating out the idea that they were going to bring them into their military alliance, DC would simply not allow that. You cannot do that. Any more than the Soviet Union could put nukes in Cuba. Sorry.
That should be said that's really Cold War, 20th century neocon thinking, right? It is the way the world works, but that's. I don't think you should still punish.
I don't think outside of the neoconservatives. Listen, whether you're talking about the neoconservatives or going way before any other group that has ever had control of U.S. foreign policy, going back to the Cold Warriors, the Truman administration, the Eisenhower administration. I think you could take this back to Thomas Jefferson. If this happened in 1801, there is simply no way that they would allow a foreign great power to come bring our neighbor, overthrow their government, and then bring our neighbor into their military alliance. I think there's no great power that would ever tolerate that.
First of all, we're in a post-nuclear world, right? So, meaning there's nuclear weapons. So the threat of somebody being on your border is just not the same kind of threat when you're a nuclear power, which is why you look at Finland.
No, I think in some ways it's more of a threat in some way.
Well, Putin is not upset about Finland joining NATO nearly as much.
Look, I'm just saying, to Vladimir Putin, in his own words, what his issue always was the military hardware that comes along with NATO membership. It's not just that you get into NATO, but then you get all that military hardware there. And he made a huge deal about the dual-use rocket launchers in Poland, which George W. Bush put there after 9/11. So I think all of those things are factors. I think Ukraine, the Crimea being their only year-long warm water port, I think there's several, elements to it. But I do think a huge part of it is that the country's been invaded through Ukraine multiple times. And so there's just, I think very reasonably, within the grading on a curve of how reasonable governments are, he saw that as a security threat.
But we should make very clear, because the way that comes across, the full responsibility of the invasion of Ukraine lays at the hands of Vladimir Putin.
Sure. I completely agree with that. Vladimir Putin launched a war where, again, I don't know exactly what the numbers are. I've read a whole bunch of estimates, some that contradict each other, but the consensus seems to be it's at least in the hundreds of thousands, possibly well north of 1 million, if you're talking about the casualties on both sides. And Vladimir Putin launched a war that led to that. And he's responsible for that. That being said, you can also point out that really what we're talking about here is the George H.W. Bush administration, the Clintons, Bush again, Obama, and then Trump. And the people who were in charge of the foreign policy in those administrations, the same ones who gave us Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria, Somalia, Yemen, they were also in charge of our European foreign policy. And they had the most reckless policy of all was their NATO policy. And that they drove up to this conflict with Russia with nothing but off-ramp after off-ramp after off-ramp, and consciously decided that we're not going to take any of those. We're going to drive it all the way up to this point. And Thomas Friedman for the New York Times interviewed George Kennan in 1998. And this is George Kennan was the Cold Warrior. He's credited as founding the containment strategy in the Cold War, and he was talking about the first round of NATO expansion, which he and many other foreign policy graybeards opposed. And he was like, this is the worst thing we could possibly do after the fall of the Soviet Union. To now say that we had this alliance in NATO that was an anti-Russian military alliance, and now that the Soviet Union isn't there anymore, and it's Boris Yeltsin's Russia, that now we're going to expand NATO because of that. And he literally said in 1998, Because the people advocating that we expand NATO are going to continue advocating it and advocating it and advocating it. And then there will be a Russian reaction. And then they'll say, see, that's why we were right to expand NATO. But they'll get this completely wrong.
When do you think a deal is reached?
I really have no idea what the timelines are going to look like. I'm hoping sooner rather than later. I think Donald Trump would love nothing more than to have some type of like big spectacle of ending this war, some type of big press conference or some type of, you know what I mean? And so I'm sure, like my guess would be that's where Trump's mind is how to do this in the best way that sells him the best. And you know, but I think that already we're in a position where Donald Trump has put a lot of political capital chips into the middle of the table that I can end this war, you know? Oh, and he's going to look very, very bad if he can't. So he's very highly incentivized to get this thing done as quick as possible. And so hopefully that can happen soon. It would be great if it could happen in the next month.
Yeah, people on both sides outside of Donald Trump are telling me that it's a process.
Yeah.
There's kind of implication it's gonna take a while, which I really hate. I really love Donald Trump's urgency.
Well, it's also terrible. There's something really awful, like, you know, look, when innocent people dying in war at any time is terrible, but there is something profoundly awful, and I'm old enough now that I've seen this a few times happen. I've lived through it a few times. I've read about it happening earlier, but it's like once you've kind of already decided the war's over and people still die, you know what I mean? There's something almost like sadder about that, because it's always like, come on, you already know, you know, like when there'd be like a big, you know, there'd be like a bombing campaign in Afghanistan, like when we already knew we were a few months away from ending the war. You're like, you got to kill more people like on the way out. We already know we're leaving. We already know that, because there's something, at least in the beginning, they could kind of hide behind this justification, or they could be like, listen, we're going to overthrow the Taliban and we're going to install our new government. They're going to be a democracy. It's going really good. We have to do this in order to do this bigger project. But then by the end, you're like, we're not even pretending anymore that we're doing anything more positive. It's just someone dying in a senseless thing we never should have been in.
Well, in the spirit of that, that's why I traveled to Moscow, and we'll travel to Moscow again in the near future to likely interview Vladimir Putin, and hopefully travel back to Ukraine, which I did, to talk again with Volodymyr Zelensky or with whoever the future president is.
You'll be the only guy who's interviewed both of them, I think.
Yeah.
During this war, right?
And I have to say, the border crossing is getting increasingly more intense. Like,
yeah, I went to Canada last week and I didn't care for that, so I'm sure.
Primarily, it's the nations of war, as it was in Ukraine. And it's dangerous to do both.
It's also like, I think something that's a little bit foreign, no pun intended, to America is, you know, like we've fought in a lot of wars over the last, say, 25 years. 50 years, whatever, but all of them, including in a way the world wars even in the 20th century, it's like, but it's been since 1812 that we fought one on our shores, and none of the other ones, I mean, I guess Pearl Harbor, but even Pearl Harbor, that was a one-off, and it was only it was America technically, but it wasn't mainland America, you know, and so we're fighting wars like halfway across the world. It is a very different thing for two neighboring countries to fight. And even though most of the fighting's been done on the Ukrainian side, not all of it, like there have been, I think there still are areas in Russia, like inside Russia's borders, where there's action. And so it's just like, there's something so much more real about that. That's not just like, the wars we're used to are we send a military that is 100,000 times more sophisticated than anything it'll be meeting on the ground over to a third world country to go do that. Now, as we found out over the years, there's still a lot of challenges to that. Even when your side has night vision goggles and the other one doesn't, and your side can call in airstrikes and the other one can't, and your side has all this sophisticated training, and the other side's practicing on monkey bars. It's still very hard to occupy a people and dominate them and defeat an insurgency. But that's very different than like two nation states on right next to each other on the border. Like there's just a real feeling of like survival in that moment. And I do think that probably I don't understand this as well as you do, and probably you don't even understand it as well as maybe like an older generation of Russians and Ukrainians would. But like there's also something about like both Russia and Ukraine in their own ways got so absolutely fucked over in the 20th century multiple times in a way that Americans just, it is just too foreign to us to even understand anything like that. Like millions of people starving to death, being invaded, the entire nation collapsing. And the Russian government collapsed twice in 100 years, right? And that's pretty like, that's traumatic. And we just simply have never been through anything like that. And so when you have that kind of like trauma as a society, and then there's a war on your border, I'm sure there's a whole lot of different kind of feelings that we just can't relate to.
Plus a history in both nations of super sophisticated and expansive intelligence agencies.
Right. Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah.
You host a podcast called Part of the Problem.
Yes.
What have you learned through that whole process of interviewing some interesting people? And are there topics you cover that make you sweat still to this day? It feels like going into the fire.
What I've learned just from the podcast is that there is there's an interesting like relationship that you build with your audience, and you know, I travel a lot and I do shows a lot. So like I meet people who listen to the show, and I know like I've had this experience before. I kind of had this experience with you, where like me and you met once, I think, before today. Me and you actually met on a very interesting night. I don't know if you remember this, but we were at it was before the Comedy Mothership was built. You came by a Joe Rogan and Friends show at the Vulture.
Yeah.
And it was while Joe was going through the shitstorm of cancel culture, and he was on the phone with Dana White and stuff in the back. It was a wild night.
What a wild night, yeah.
But then at the same time, right, like, even though we just kind of met that one time, and then we talked on the phone, and now we're doing this show, I know you already.
Yeah.
Like, I already know you. And it's not just that we have friends of friends, but I've just, like, seen so much of your stuff that it's like I know who you are. And then it's weird because people come up to you and they're like that. It's like they know you. And I've had this experience. I had this experience with Joe. Like I knew him before I knew him. And so that was kind of like one of the things that I really learned from doing the podcast over the years was like how much that's actually a relationship. Like you actually have a relationship with your listeners. And almost like in the same way that like, you know, you can't lie to people like in your life. You also can't lie to your, like, they're a relationship too. Like you can't lie to your audience. And that I think that there's often almost like kind of shortcuts that are presented before you, but there is a payoff to not taking the shortcuts and to like kind of doing it the way you want to do it.
What do you think is the number of hours it takes to form a relationship? Because I absolutely agree with you. First of all, I should say I'm a huge podcast fan. I've listened to you as a guest and your own show a lot. So yeah, I think with you, I've already crossed the threshold of hours where like I feel like we're friends.
Yeah.
One way, and I guess because you listen to me, it's the other way, which are like separate parallel dimensions.
It's very weird. It's very strange in a way. It's very interesting. And it's also, there's something there, which is more your area of expertise than mine, but there's something there where like technology is playing this wild role. Like we could have a two-way friendship without actually having to meet each other, all facilitated by the machines that we built. It's very trippy.
I think it's probably like, I'll say it's like 50 hours, maybe 20 to 50 hour range is when you're like, okay.
It's kind of interesting in a way, right? Because like the thing before like the Joe Rogan experience and what was like kind of the thing that made comedians big, the things before that used to be like Letterman and Leno and Conan, like comedians would get like a 7-minute set on there. And even if you do great, like if you're just like, you killed, and someone watching is like, I love that comedian. That comedian's amazing. First of all, unless they were like on social media and then went and like shoot you out, there was no way to connect. They just be like, love that guy. Anyway, back to my life. And then maybe you'll remember him, and maybe when he's coming to town, you'd see, oh, that same guy I saw in Conan is going to be at the local comedy club or something, maybe. But then like Rogan became the main thing, and now they didn't just see you do 7 minutes of stand-up. They sat and listened to you for 3 hours. So even, let's just say, even off the 1 3-hour podcast, you come away knowing a lot more about that person. It's not like just a little taste. You know a lot about it. But there is, I probably would put the threshold at 40 to 50 hours. Like if you've consumed 40 to 50 hours of somebody, especially when they're doing what we do on these shows, where you're speaking very you're speaking in a very unguarded manner, even though like this is your show and you asked like a lot of questions, you don't know exactly where this is going to go. You know, then you're seeing what I say and then go, okay, well, let me ask something based off that. Let me make a point based off that. We're both kind of like unguarded. And when you consume somebody like that for like 40, 50 hours, you do see into their soul. I think there's almost no way to avoid that. And also, I would say if they're not letting you see into their soul, you'll notice that. And you know that about them. You know, this is a guarded person. This was ultimately Kamala Harris's issue, right? And this is why she was probably, correct not to do Rogan. Even though everyone looks back at that and says like, no, this was the big disaster of her campaign. It's like, I don't know, she was so guarded in every single interview that she ever did. She was always constantly not trying to let you see who she really was. And if she was going to try that on Rogan, that would have been so apparent to everybody involved.
So you've had a lot of intense conversations on Jerry. What do you appreciate most about Joe? As a human being, as a conversation partner?
I can't overstate how much I love Joe and how much I admire him.
Not as much as Ron Paul. Just let's be clear. There's like a hierarchy here.
He's close.
Wow.
Man.
Holy shit.
They're both like there's like very
that
few,
means a lot.
Well, there's Ron Paul and Joe Rogan those are like my generals.
Yeah.
And I'm a soldier, and those are my guys. Like if Joe Rogan pointed to some guy and said, "You got to go fight that guy right now," I'd be like, "All right, I got to go fight that guy." Or what, Ron Paul too. I just think it's both very personally for me. Like Ron Paul like introduced me to like a set of ideas that like changed my life, and I'm just enormously grateful for that. Joe Rogan was like, I was a huge Joe Rogan fan before the Joe Rogan Experience. Like I'm an old school Joe Rogan head. I used to go on JoeRogan.net before when websites used to end
before
with that.
Jerry, before like whatever it
before
is,
everything.
2003.
I remember I was a fan of his before he confronted Carlos Mencia, and the day he confronted Carlos Mencia, I watched the video on his website. It was like, oh shit, Joe Rogan called him out, dude. This is the craziest thing ever. And then when I was a fan that like when he started the podcast, I remember going, this is gonna be big because he's gonna be so good at this because he's got so much interesting shit to say. And I didn't realize it was gonna be quite what it became, but I did think like, oh, this is gonna be an awesome thing. And then so there's like that. So, like, I always really admired him, and I was always a huge fan of his. And then he literally, not only did he, like, change my life, but he changed, like, all of my friends' lives. Like, it's, like, a very weird situation. Like, he's the Santa Claus of my world. Like, he's literally just, and there was something, like, I don't know, man. He's just a very, like, genuine person, and he's really loved, I think he really derives a lot of pleasure out of the fact that he gets to help the people who he sees as like the good guys, like the guys worth helping. And I just think that's like such an unbelievable thing. The first time Rogan had me on his podcast was, I believe, in 2016. And I had like I might have had like 5,000 followers or something like that. Like I was real completely unknown, and like it was like I did nothing for him. It was just the fact that he heard me on Ari's show, and he was like, "Oh, I like what this guy's got to say. I think this is cool. Like, let's talk about it." And yeah, I mean, it's just like, you know, like he's just been such a great guy to me. And in every little angle, like everything, you know, you open for him, he takes care of you better than anybody else does. You work his club pays better than anybody else does. He you know, like just everything is always like he's always great to the people who are around him. And you know, again, like it's just hard to like, you know, again, I have a wife, I have 2 little kids. Like he's put me in a situation where I can like provide a great life for them. And like, don't get me wrong, I mean, you know, like I did something with the opportunity. It's not like he just gave me, you know, like it's like he gave me the opportunity and I did something with it. But still, I mean, he didn't have to give me that opportunity. And I will go to my grave being enormously grateful for his friendship and his you know, the platform that he's given me. And also just, he is like, and I try not to abuse this, but there's been like a few points like over the years where I was like, I really need advice on this. And I've gone to him and he's been like the absolute best at literally every single time. I followed it a few times I didn't follow his advice and I really regret not following his advice, but he was the absolute best like guy to be like, all right, let's talk about this. Which, and last thing I'll say is that it was freaking crazy. It's like, he's like, you know, got more shit going on than anybody else in the world, and is still very interested to take time out to like discuss some thing that I'm asking him about, which is a really, really great quality.
Yeah, always takes a phone call. Yeah, you're right about the advice. His advice is spot on, and it's often the ones for me personally. What's needed is like he's been through so many fires.
Yeah,
that he's really good at like making you feel like don't fucking worry about it. Just like move on. It's the don't read the comments thing, but generally.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, just like fuck it. And he has that whole vibe, which kind of looks effortless, but I think when you look at it serious, especially in contrast with journalists, there's a fearlessness there.
100%.
Like that not giving a fuck. I mean, he says it's like fuck because of fuck you money or any of that. I don't think so. I think it's
more than that. I mean, I'm sure that's a component of it, but there's people who have that who still don't have this fearlessness.
Most people who have money, a lot of money, are actually become more scared.
Yeah,
because they like the comfort of just like normal life. Because when you're taking risks, you're gonna pay for it even if you have money, not just financially, just like. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna disturb your life. It's gonna create turbulence. Yeah, the guy is fearless and follows just his genuine curiosity. It's like an inspiration to me. Friendships aside, just inspiration of how great of a conversationalist he is, and he legitimately didn't give a fuck if like he talks to any of the presidential candidates or not. If he'll just talk to friends. Just because he wants to, and there's no like clickbaitiness to it. There's no like giving a shit about views or likes or anything like that.
During the COVID stuff, man. I mean, he was like interviewing Dr. McCullough and who's the other one? Malone, Dr. Malone, and had Bobby Kennedy. All these people, like at this time when it was like so, and he's had it with me before too, like talking about Ukraine and Israel, like at the times when it's really white hot. You know what I mean? And like there's this huge penalty on not going along with the regime's talking points. And he's like it's really hard to overstate it. I mean, there used to be nothing like this. It used to be that if CNN and Fox News agreed, well then that was it. That was the line now. And now we got the biggest show in the country will actually allow the other perspective on and allow people to like challenge the regime. I think it's been historic.
I think also there are people that just are constant conspiracy theorists, which is fine also. But I sometimes feel that those lack genuineness. Yeah. They kind of put themselves in a bin where everything, like you question everything to a point where like, I don't know. I feel like you're not getting closer to the truth when you question everything.
There is something that some people in the conspiracy world do, which is like, they speak about something with certainty when they're really not certain about it. And it's like it's fine to like ask questions, and it's fine to speculate about things, but you also have to like it's true in general in life. You got to be really careful about like presuming your conclusion and then working backward from there. And then sometimes when you have one, it's a matter of being sloppy versus not being sloppy. And like sometimes people, like I remember for a long time back in the day in the 9/11 truth movement, there was this one of the huge smoking guns that they would point to was that in the 90s, there was this one document, I'm blanking on the title of it, but it was from PNAC, the Project for a New American Century. And this was the think tank, or one of the think tanks of the neoconservatives. Like all the big neoconservatives were involved in PNAC, from Dick Cheney to Rumsfeld to Richard Pearl, David Wormser, all the big neocons. And there was this one document where they were like, their project for the new American century was how we're going to have hegemony for another 100 years. Now that we won the 20th century, how are we going to win the 21st century? And they were like, okay, well, here's what we want to do. We want to start multiple wars in the Middle East. And we want to go all the plans that they had. NATO expansion in Europe was a big part of it too. And then there was one line where they said, it's going to be tough to work up popular support for these multiple wars we want to fight in the Middle East, short of another Pearl Harbor style event. And the 9/11 truthers would point to this and go, see, clearly they did it. They did 9/11. They even say in their own words here that they want another Pearl Harbor event so they can do this. And it's like, well, look, that doesn't actually prove anything. I mean, it might just be the case that they were like, oh, we wouldn't get this without a Pearl. And then when 9/11 happened, they went, hey, we got our Pearl Harbor style event. And, and even if you like that story of 9/11 was an inside job, because it's kind of sexy and exciting and like, oh my God, what a crazy world we're living in if that's true. And I'm not even saying it's not true. I'm just saying if you're not sloppy and you're scrupulous, you go, that's not really evidence. It sounds like evidence. It's evidence-y, but it's not actually a piece of evidence because that doesn't in any way demonstrate that they actually were in on the thing. And there's just a lot of things like that. There's a lot of things. I even see because it's a very popular conspiracy theory online now that Israel did 9/11, and I'm like, I'm open. What do you got? What's the evidence? And they'll be like, well, did you see that Larry Silverstein took out a huge insurance policy on the World Trade Center? How did he know? And you're like, how did he know that the #1 terrorist target in the world might need a big insurance policy on it? You realize that the same guys attempted to knock those towers down in 1993, right? And so there's just little things like that where, like, if you're being sloppy and you already really want this conclusion, I see where you could see these things as evidence, but if you're just being if you're critically thinking about them, it's not as strong a case as you think it is. And I like to, again, I'll speculate every now and again on things, but I like to take on something where I feel like I can prove this case. Like I really have enough evidence that I think I can prove this. I think I can prove that the neocons didn't invade Iraq because they were worried about weapons of mass destruction, and they actually had this agenda for at least a decade before the war broke out. There's strong, tangible evidence for that. It's just sometimes the constant conspiracy guys, not always, but sometimes they just get sloppy when it comes to actually analyzing how strong the case is.
I mean, there's several psychological effects. I think there's a certain drug to the dogmatic certainty that you were mentioning. It really annoys me. There's something about human psychology because I usually, when I say stuff, I usually show doubt and show the humility that I might not have the right answer. And I sometimes look at multiple perspectives. And that's seen as weakness and lack of intelligence often. It just sounds like, when I even listen back to people that do that kind of thing, that certainty sounds like intelligence to people. Like, if you say something with a lot of certainty, it sounds like this is a smart motherfucker. And I hate that about myself and about human psyche, that seems to be the case, because then the dumb dogmatists are going to be the ones that are driving agenda.
It is true. I've noticed that for a long time, though. It's almost like, in a weird way, it's kind of like a prerequisite for leadership in a way. You kind of have to be certain about things. But then there's a real problem with that, which is that a lot of times you're just bullshitting, or you're not right. You're not correct to be this certain about this. It's at least debatable, and so you always try. And then the thing, like I feel like, at least for me, is, which I try to do. I'm sure I fail at this a ton, but you try to at least go like, you got to work on training your brain, and you have to be conscious about it. And so you have to go like, hey, if there's something here that is confirming my bias, that I get that, you start getting that little sense of pleasure of like, oh, great, here's another point that proves the thing I want to be true. Then you have to like be 10 times as, skeptical about this. You have to really examine this one and be like, okay, am I sure that this one, because sometimes you'll hear people even throw out things where it's like, oh, I know you liked that because it was helping your case, but come on, think about this. This doesn't even make sense. It's like, okay, I want to make this argument, and then everything that would support that just gets sucked in like a force of gravity or something, and you're like, yeah, but half of these are bad data points.
I mean, like, for me, there's something definitely about my brain that is attracted to conspiracy theories. So
yeah,
I'm very well aware that gravitational pull is there.
Well, it's if nothing else, it's a crazy story.
Yeah,
it's like a movie. So it's like, oh, that's
crazy. Yeah, every fucking aspect.
Yeah, you don't need to work on Epstein.
I don't understand. Story. I don't. That's one of the big mysteries of like our modern era. Smart. I think really smart people to like hang out with them.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
And has anybody? I mean, obviously, Ghislaine, however you say her name, Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay, she went to jail. Like, has anybody else? Has anybody anywhere been forced to resign? I mean, like, just even like, say, like, I don't know, like at the FBI or something, just for not like catching the thing sooner. Like, even if you weren't in on it, it's like, no, there's a real problem with the American system, and it's that like, and I think this just went on for too long before like the American people just wouldn't put up with it anymore. And this is why trust in every institution and the corporate media and the Congress and all of it is evaporated. Is that it's like, you're just saying, of all the people who sold the war in Iraq, no one so much as like got kicked out of polite society. Like, I'm not even saying like, oh, they went to jail for war crimes for life, but was just like, yeah, you can't, we're not looking to you for advice on the next war. Thanks. Go home. Like, none of that. It's like all these like crazy things. Nobody goes down for it. I mean, like, they lied us into war after a war. They bankrupted the country, damn near destroyed the dollar. They locked down the country on the basis of pseudoscience. Then lied through their teeth about what this vaccine would do as they were forcing it on people, and like, no one loses their job. No one even gets in trouble over any of this. And look, in any area of life, a business or a relationship or whatever, you cannot screw up that catastrophically and face no repercussions for it and think that your business or relationship isn't going to fail as a result of that.
I think ultimately there's been a lot of wake-up calls, and I think we're going to build a better society from it. Better institutions. I believe.
I hope you're right.
Might, more transparency, more like authenticity. I think also the Democratic Party has learned the lesson of like, you have to have candidates that do. I don't give a shit about podcasts, but do podcast-like things, meaning reveal themselves as human beings.
I think it's one of the best things that happened in this last election. And I'm not saying, like, I did think they were great, but I'm not saying that, like, any of the Trump podcasts were perfect or, like, maybe there'd be a better way that they could be done. But I will say that I used to say this for a while, like, as a, like, the last few years. But I'd be like, so it's like, so I'm me, and for me to do what I do, it's kind of expected that I'll probably like, I don't know, I get like at least like maybe 10 to 15 times a year, I'll come do a show like this, like a long form show on a big platform where I'm gonna, like my ideas will be poked and prodded and tested, and there'll be pushback questions, and there'll be that. Sometimes they're more, adversarial. Sometimes they're more friendly. But like and then yet our standard for who is the commander in chief was like you show up to these debates that are like 90 minutes long with these really, really stupid questions, and you give a 90-second answer to it or above. And at least for the first time now, it does seem like, the standard is kind of, you're going to have to do a long form show where you really have to have, and that I think is long term a real positive development, like you just kind of know going forward the Democrats, right, which I think is kind of what you were saying, right, you can't run a Kamala Harris if she can't do a long form interview. You got to run somebody who's able to sit down and express themselves and have real genuine thoughts, or at least try to convince people they have real genuine thoughts, at least, and it's very different in a way. Then, I look back at some, like, the most talented politicians of my lifetime, which I'd have to say the two were Bill Clinton and Barack Obama. It's like the most talented traditional politicians. Trump's like the anti-politician. But, like, they were like the traditional and just unbelievably, but they never had to do that. It was just a different time. Bill Clinton had to walk up and be like, oh, it's a beautiful baby out there. Like, go back and then play the sax and then have a couple good answers to a smart guy. I'm from a little town called Hill. Like that. That's not the game anymore. Now the game is like, can you sit down and actually, have some ideas in a long form? And I think that's so much better because it's so much more revealing of, kind of like what we were saying before. You reveal a little bit. It's not 50 hours. But in those 3 hours, you reveal a little bit of your soul.
Yeah, and I think that process makes you actually a better person. I ultimately think that Barack Obama was a fascinating human being, and there was a choice made early on to do like less interviews, be more behind the wall. I think, and that's a disservice because I think it's a skill to be an authentic person, like that you build.
Yeah.
To be able to allow yourself to be yourself. Like, it's very possible that Kamala Harris is a fascinating person. Like,
yeah, we've just never gotten to meet her.
And I don't know if she has gotten to meet her, but, it's a practice thing to, like, reveal yourself as a tricky thing. I think it's just good for the candidate. I think what she did, I'm a critic. I don't think she's a good candidate. What she did is pretty freaking incredible. Meaning, like, to raise that much money in that short amount of time. I think it was a terrible thing for the Democratic Party to do. She's a terrible candidate. But still, with the tools you got, like use TikTok, use whatever.
I'll say the fact that she came as close as she did to being president is pretty goddamn insane, if you ask me. But yeah, the Democrats are a mess. They're a mess like I've never seen a political party before. But that in itself is I think a very good thing. And what comes from here is there's a lot of possibilities now. And there's never been, like, I don't know who the person is. I don't see anyone out there that I could think of that would fill this role. But there's never been a more right time for someone to Donald Trump the Democratic Party. Like somebody what Donald Trump did, people tend to forget this because now, like, it's also because the accusation from the Democrats is that, the Republican parties are all a bunch of Trump cultists or something like that. But, like, I'm old enough to remember 2016, and what actually happened was that Donald Trump came in and just really resonated with the voters, and the establishment of the Republican Party hated it. They were openly talking about changing the rules at the Republican National Convention to deny him the nomination in 2016. What they were saying is that they were going to raise the number of delegates required so high that nobody could hit it, and then say, hey, since nobody hit it, we select Mitt Romney again, and we're going to run Mitt Romney again. Like, they were openly conspiring. to steal the thing from him. And eventually he just had so much support on the ground that they couldn't do it. Right now, someone could totally do that to the Democrats. But the thing is, it would have to be somebody outside of the three-letter agency control, because that's what everyone's rejecting right now. But if you were to actually sit there and go like, and even policies I don't necessarily agree with, but there are a lot of policies that if it was actually like a pro-labor working class party, you could, Bernie Sanders showed you a little bit of what's possible, and this was from like an 80-year-old socialist who didn't really have the balls to go through with it at the end of the day. Like if somebody younger and a little bit more with the current zeitgeist were able to do that, that could happen.
I mean, I legitimately think that AOC can develop into that candidate. She might not be there yet, but I think she can develop into that. It could be out there. It could be.
I don't know. I don't see AOC being the one to do it, but I could be wrong about that. She's got some qualities, unlike almost all the other ones you could think of. I just, I don't see anyone right who I think could be that person. But I never would have. I mean, if you had asked me in 2014 who's going to come take over the Republican Party, I never would have guessed Donald Trump was going to come do what he did. So it might be the person we're seeing who we're not even thinking of, or it might just be some unknown. Same with Obama was an unknown. I mean, obviously he had very powerful people behind his presidential run. It's not like he was a true, just like grassroots guy. But anyone we would have been necessarily thinking about. I mean, he gave that big speech at 2004 DNC, but that was it. That was the thing he was known for. He gave one great speech at the thing. Besides that, he was a state senator and then a junior senator. He was going to be the next president.
It could be like a Jon Stewart type thing. Of course, I don't think he would ever. I honestly don't think a comedian will ever run, but I never thought Trump would ever run. So
there is something about Jon Stewart that is he's, and obviously I disagree with him on a lot of stuff too, but he is an authentic person. And there's something about that gives you a huge advantage, particularly in our current political climate. People are so sick of the phoniness. That's like, and they're right to be, because you could only, but you can lie to some of the people some of the time. Like this, you can only lie so much before eventually nobody wants to hear you in that phony voice telling the same phony lies anymore. And at least Jon Stewart is, I will say, I think Jon Stewart is telling the truth the way he sees it. Like, I don't think he's necessarily right about a lot of things. He is right about a lot of things, but I think he's wrong about a lot of other things. But I just get the impression that he believes what he's saying. And there's something powerful about that.
Especially when he's surrounded by people that disagree with him, he's still willing to say it.
Yeah.
That takes a certain kind of courage. Yeah. And be funny doing it. He's not going to run.
No, I don't think so.
This is annoying. Nobody, you have to be fucking crazy to run.
That is one of the real problems, And then, people, attack Donald Trump for being, like, a narcissist. And
You have to be.
Yeah, but who the hell else is going to ever do this?
All right. What gives you hope about this whole thing we got going on? America and human civilization.
Okay, so this is not mine, but this is Gene Epstein, who's is a really brilliant economist and a great guy. And he told me this once, and I just always loved it. And so I call it Epstein's case. Not that Epstein, different Epstein. Gene Epstein, no relation. I want to be clear on that. Okay. This is let's call it Gene's case for radical optimism. And the way he put it was he goes, so imagine you were sitting around in 1845 and you're at the height of, the slavery. And you were like, hey, in 20 years, slavery is going to be abolished across the West. And if you told that to someone, they'd be like, dude, slavery has existed for all of human history. Slavery is, look around, it's not going anywhere. You'd have to be out of your mind to think we're 20 years away from abolishing slavery. And yet we were. I mean, it's just, like the greatest thing in the history of the world. And unfortunately, America had to fight a bloody civil war to get there, but many other countries didn't, and they just walked away from what had been the status quo forever, and just stopped doing it. And now, look, you can argue there's slavery by other names and things like that, and to some degree, paying an income tax is some degree of slavery, but there is not chattel slavery in the way that there used to be, and that is like an incredible advance for humanity. And then the other example he would give is he was talking about how at the beginning of the Reagan administration, like in 1981, that the neocons, because when he was trying to have détente with Russia, the neocons were in the press being like, he just guaranteed another 100 years of Soviet dominance, And if someone had just been to you like, hey, calm down, in 10 years, there won't be a Soviet Union. It's just been like, what are you? Like, okay, nice idea, but you're out of your fucking mind. And yet that was true too. And so there is, even when, and you can see some dynamics even in our politics today where 3 years ago, I was really concerned about whether they'd shut the whole thing down. Us, I mean, like when it was during the COVID times and during times where it was like everyone I knew was just getting strikes on all their channels. And if you just even wanted to talk about how there are people being vaccine injured, you'd lose your YouTube channel, get people getting kicked off Twitter left and right. And I just saw it and I was like, dude, the grasp is just getting tighter and tighter and tighter. The regime is not going to allow these alternative voices, in here, and they're just getting too big, and they're going to shut this whole thing down, and I'm going to have to figure out what I'm going to do after that. And I was totally wrong. The trend totally went in the other direction, and things are now at a point where it's like I couldn't even imagine it. I never would have envisioned Elon Musk was going to get $44 billion together and buy Twitter, and then he was, it's like, and so I just think that if you kind of zoom out, I think that the regime has lost their monopoly on propaganda. And this opens up enormous possibilities for what, I remember so vividly 2002. And 2002, 9/11 happened in late 2001. We invaded Iraq in 2003. But all of 2002 was a massive propaganda campaign, just constantly laying down the blueprints for this war that we knew was George W. Bush was about to launch. And it was, they have weapons of mass destruction. They were in on 9/11. They're friends with Al-Qaeda. They're going to hand this weapon that they don't have off to the terrorists they're not friends with. And then they're going to nuke Kansas. And every right-winger, by the way, this is also, sorry for rambling a little here, but this is also one of the reasons why when the Jew haters will say things like, they'll be like, oh, look, all of the Jews support Israel, or 70% of the Jews vote this way, or 70% of the Jews support this way. It's like, listen, I don't like blaming, or even when the Palestine haters will say 70% of Gazans support Hamas or whatever. It's like, okay, look, I remember a time in this country, I know I'm going back 20 years, but every right-winger in this country was completely convinced that we have to go invade Iraq because he has weapons of mass destruction, and you're some type of leftist homo if you don't agree with that. That was the entire culture in this country. And it was the one thing that the New York Times and Bill O'Reilly and CNN and the Washington Post all agreed on. They were all on board selling this war. You could not do that today. They could not get away with that today. Because if they did, how do you control this entire problem? You tell me. How do you control Joe Rogan and Tucker Carlson? How do you get these guys to go along? They're not going to go along with it. And in fact, they're almost definitely going to have people on their show who are just tearing it apart. And so I just look at that and I go like, I mean, we're in a place now where we have this world of possibilities that would have seemed impossible just so recently. And so just thinking all of that rambling stew, whatever all that was, that leaves me feeling very, very hopeful for the future.
Yeah, there's a lot of social and political progress in that rambling stew over the decades and the centuries. For me, probably some of the technological progress is really exciting. Me personally, it just fills me with hope whenever I see the rockets go up. To clarify,
not the ones going into Gaza, the ones going into outer space. I assume.
You had to clarify the Epstein thing, the Epstein rule. I had to clarify exactly which rockets. SpaceX and Blue Origin rockets. So, taking humans out to space and for us to be among the stars. Like, it makes me feel like we're gonna make it. Because the bleaker times throughout human history, you think, I mean, there's just a sense, you're right, and during COVID, there was a sense of, like, for many reasons, maybe just a simple psychological human reason, it felt like bleak. Like, fuck, I don't think we, as a civilization, are ready. If we can't handle this pandemic from a policy perspective, from a human perspective, economic perspective, like, this is like pandemic light. There's going to be other bigger troubles coming our way. Yeah. And then now you have this kind of, again, the rockets are going up. It's like first of all, we'll colonize space and other planets, and we're inventive motherfuckers. We'll figure it out.
Yeah. And then certainly, like for me, just personally, because this like really touched my life, but the innovations in medical technology are just done. And my son had a congenital heart defect, had open heart surgery when he was 3 days old, and I mean, it's like something that 20 years ago I would have lost my child, and he's fine, just absolutely fine, because it's just amazing what these surgeons and cardiologists and neonatologists and all of them, what they do now is like goddamn magic. And so there was always something about that it was almost like that inoculated me against ever having a sense of like, well, I wish it was a previous time, because like now, sorry, in a previous time I lose my kid, so I don't get whatever other challenges there are out here. Like, I'll take that trade-off where this baby survives and gets a shot at having a life. And there is a lot of that stuff is just kind of easy to take for granted. And it's like, when it touches your life, you don't take it for granted as much, but it's just like now it really is. There are miracles going on all over the place now that like everybody in human history did not have access to.
All right, brother. It's great to finally meet a friend and have a conversation.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this.
And I can't wait to talk to you again, buddy.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Dave Smith. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, let me leave you with some words from Ron Paul. Real patriotism is a willingness to challenge the government when it's wrong. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. They end up chanting in front of him, Viva la muerte, long live death. They have their counterpart today. They are the people who taunted Americans, Westerners, Israelis, and others with lines like, "We love death." More than you love life. The following is a conversation with Douglas Murray, author of The War in the West, The Madness of Crowds, and his new book on democracies and death cults. We talk about Russia and Ukraine and about Israel and Gaza. Douglas has very strong views on these topics, and he defends them brilliantly and fearlessly. As I always try to do for all topics, I will also talk to people who have different views from Douglas, including on the next episode of this podcast. We live in an era of online discourse where grifters, drama farmers, liars, bots, sycophants, and sociopaths roam the vast, beautiful dark land of the internet. it's hard to know who to trust. I believe no one is in possession of the entire truth, but some are more correct than others. Some are insightful, and some are delusional. The problem is it's hard to tell which is which, unless you use your mind with intellectual humility and with rigor. I recommend you listen to many sources who disagree with each other and try to pick up wisdom from each. Also, I recommend you visit the places in question, as Douglas has, as I have, or at least talk face to face with people who have spent most of their lives living there, whether it's Israel, Palestine, Ukraine, or Russia. Let's try together to not be cogs in the machine of outrage, and instead to reach toward reason and compassion. There is no Hitler, Stalin, or Mao on the world stage today. Plus, there are thousands of nuclear weapons ready to fire. Human civilization hangs in the balance. The 21st century is a new geopolitical puzzle all of us are tasked with solving. Let's not mess it up. This is a Lex Ruben podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Douglas Murray. What have you understood about the war in Ukraine from your visits there? Just looking at the big picture of your understanding of the invasion of February 24th, 2022, and the war in the 3 years since.
Well, I mean, several things. There's political angles which are forever changing, but on the human level, as you know, if you visit troops, frontline troops, you have that admiration for people defending their country, defending their homes, defending their families. I'm struck by the way in which that is at a remove from the sort of political noise and the media noise and much more. It's very easy to get caught up in the to's and fro's of today's news, but that, to my mind, that's the single thing that struck me most in my visits there. It's just the people I've met who are fighting for a cause which, at that level, is unavoidable, undeniable.
So the thing that struck you is different from the media turmoil is just the reality of war.
Yeah, of course. I mean, people who have either lived under Russian occupation from invading armies and then come back out into the world, having been liberated as in late 2022, or the people now, when I was most recently there in recent weeks, who were just getting on with their job as soldiers whilst the world was talking about them.
When were you there? Early on in this escalated war of 22?
Yes, first time was with the Ukrainian armed forces when they retook Kherson, and I was back in recent weeks and was there when the Trump-Zelensky blow-up happened. In fact, I was in a Ukrainian dugout at the front lines when I was watching it.
How's the morale? How's the way, the content of the conversations you've heard different from the two visits, separated by, I guess, 2 years?
At one level, I mean, nothing has changed much. It's a sort of, it's not a total standoff, because intermittently each side gains territory from the others, but it's not. I mean, there've been no very significant military gains by either side in the interim period.
I think my experience of the soldiers, the people of Ukraine early on in the war, there's a intense optimism about the outcomes of the war. There's a sense that they're going to win. Yeah. And the definition of what win means was like all the territory is going to be won back.
Yeah, I certainly, on the front lines facing Crimea, became quite familiar with people who thought that the Ukrainians in late 2022 were even able to get Crimea back, and that struck me even at the time. And I said I thought that was an overreach.
And now, I think the people, the soldiers, at least in my experience when I visited the second time, are more exhausted. The morale, the dreams, the certainty of victory has maybe faded from the forefront of their minds.
Well, 3 years of war will tire out anyone.
What did you think of the blow-up between Zelensky and Trump as you're sitting there in the dugout?
Well, it was a very disturbing place to watch it from. Perhaps anywhere would have been. And I mean, obviously, it was a meeting that shouldn't have happened. Far too early.
Why do you think so? There's not enough actual pathways to peace on the table.
Well, I think the mineral deal. I mean, I love the fact that everyone's now an expert in Eastern Ukrainian mineral deposit, but
I think as I've learned, and we'll talk about Israel and Palestine, I'm learning that everybody's an expert on geopolitics and history of war on the internet.
And now mineral deposits, obviously.
Yes.
The really speaking at the edge of my mineral deposit knowledge here. No, I from what I could see, the deal that the American administration was trying to get the Ukrainian government to sign was sort of too early, too forced. Because we're ready to sign a deal, but we're obviously under intense pressure. And I think certainly Zelensky wasn't expecting to go until pretty much the day before. Was obviously visibly tired and exhausted again, as you are after that amount for that long a time. No, the thing that struck me, and I commented in your post, that the thing that struck me was I said to some of the soldiers I was with, what do you make of this? And, one of them just said to me, well, we're advised not to follow too closely the ins and outs of the politics of this, but of course everyone has Instagram or scrolls, and among dog pictures of the hot women or whatever is, what happened in the Oval. And, but what struck me was the same guy and saying, I've got a job to do.
Right. And there's a clarity and a wisdom to that. But your job is bigger than that, right? Just to understand the politics as well. And what do you think about the politics of that moment? Because that was a real opportunity to come together and make progress on peace, right? And it, by all accounts, was not a successful step forward.
I don't think by any account it was a successful step forward, unless to some extent it was played, but from DC to say to Putin, look, we duffed off Zelensky and, now give us something. That's the only remedial idea I have about what might have been behind it. But I think it was just one of those extremely, just awful political moments. Zelensky was obviously deeply irritated by the interpretation of the war that he was hearing from Washington. It was only a week after the Trump comments about Zelensky being a dictator, and people in the administration implying that Ukraine has started the war. And I think that must be, for Zelensky, a pretty Alice in Wonderland situation to be in. And I had significant sympathy for him in finding it bewildering, because it would be bewildering.
I think the sad thing to me also, on the mundane details of that meeting, and just the unfortunate way that meetings happen, I think it's true that he was also exhausted.
Yes.
There was a dickhead of a reporter that was asked a question about outfit in a way that, listen, Zelensky, everybody has their strengths and weaknesses. He's an emotional being. for better or for worse. And there's a dumb dickhead of a reporter.
Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend.
Oh, yeah, the things you know. See, you're a real journalist.
He's from one of the new. I'm all for opening up the White House press pool and all that sort of thing, but it means that you get some people in who are sort of, from blog land. There's nothing wrong with that, but it means that you get somebody who will do something like that. The problem with that interaction, as I saw it, was that that guy asked that disrespectful question, and I think it was disrespectful. I'll very quickly say why. I think that when a man comes from the realm of war into the realm of peace, the people in the realm of peace should have some respect, or at least concession, that the other man has come from the realm of war. And that if you're sitting in a political environment where you talk about people being destroyed, decimated, defenestrated, and much more, to a man for whom none of that is metaphorical, I think that's extremely hard to accept. And I think that probably also at that moment there was a sort of sense of, Zelensky being disrespected by being asked about what he's wearing. When, as everyone knows, Churchill during World War II used to wear his fatigues on foreign visits. This is just that, is to remind people you're coming from the realm of war. And I think that probably in that moment, one of the things that would have been going through his head would be, but I mean, if this was Putin sitting here being insulted by a journalist, you'd hope your host stepped in and defended you. I mean, let me try this one out. And if a journalist in the Oval Office, if Putin was sitting there, or a putative journalist said to Putin, everyone knows you've had a lot of facial work done, and word is you've used the same guy that Berlusconi used to use. Can you comment on that? You'd say, well, that's a kind of disrespectful question for journalists to ask, and it's a little bit off what needs to be gone over. And this is the same thing with Zelensky with the outfit. I think it was just petty and threw things off in a bad way.
Yeah, I know it's poorly researched, because I think Zelensky was explaining this like 3 years ago at the beginning of the war, why he wears what he wears, and he's been consistent wearing the same.
It's also, by the way, it's an example of the frivolity of a lot of the attempts to understand what's going on. I mean, my view is that since actually most people, in fact everybody, cannot be an expert on everything, one of the things that we always do is to seize on minor and really quite unimportant things. I mean, every side does it. Look at the way in which the American right for years talked about the Churchill bust leaving the White House Oval Office in the Obama years. I didn't want to hear another darn thing about the Churchill bust after 8 years, because it was in lieu of trying to understand and actually critique Obama's foreign policy. It was just an easy shorthand. I think it's the same. We're always taking that.
But the thing is, I think you mentioned Putin. I think Putin would have been able to respond himself to that journalist effectively, and he would have done it in Russian.
Oh yeah, the language thing.
Yeah, so I wanted to sort of lay out several just unfortunate things that happen in these situations. And I think it happens in all peace negotiations, and it's funny how history can turn in moments like this. I do think there's a dickhead reporter, combined with the fact that, with all due respect, but Zelensky's English sometimes is not very good.
Yes, and apart from anything else, if he had agreed to not done it in English, he would have bought himself the extra seconds in some of his replies that he needed.
Yeah, and have the wit. The guy is funny, witty, intelligent. He could do that in the native language of whether it's Ukrainian or Russian, to be able to respond and get the interpreter. So all of that is really unfortunate, because I think on those little moments, it's a dance. And there's an opportunity there the Republicans, the right wing in the United States have a general kind of skepticism of Zelensky, but that doesn't mean it has to be that way. It can turn, it can change, it can evolve.
It's very interesting why it has happened. Why do you think it's happened?
Politics in the United States is so dumb that at the very beginning it could just be reduced to, well, the left went Putin bad, Zelensky good, rah rah, Ukrainian flags. Therefore, the right must go the opposite.
Yeah,
Sometimes it's literally as dumb as that. Let's each pick a side and call the other dumb.
I had a line I used recently. It was the necessity of people who live too long online to try to wade their way out of the memes. It is sort of like that, isn't it? Because yes, I mean, I can understand that people find it very irritating that so many people who would put BLM flags or pride flags or trans flags in their bio, then put Ukrainian flags in their bio, despite almost certainly not knowing where Ukraine was. And if that happens, the inevitable instinct of a lot of people who aren't really thinking is to say, that's really annoying. These people are really annoying. I'll sock it to them. But that's where you've got to try to rise above that and say, actually, funnily enough, the fate of a country doesn't depend on my tolerance for memes online today.
Yeah, so I think the memes can be broken through in meetings like the one that happened between Zelensky and Trump. There could have been real camaraderie. I've seen the skill of that just recently, having researched deeply and interacted with Narendra Modi. Here's somebody who has the skill of, for his country, for his situation, being able to somehow be friends with Putin and friends with Zelensky and friends with Trump and friends with Biden and friends with Obama.
It's very skillful.
And that, while still being strong for his country and like fundamentally a nationalist figure who's like, very not globalist, not anything but pro-India, India first, nation first. In fact, nation first with a very specific idea what that nation represents. And that, Zelensky could do all of those things, but have the skill of navigating the Trump room. Because every single leader has their own peculiar quirks that need to be navigated.
Yes, the obvious one, I mean, I don't make it sound like it was all Zelensky's fault, but I mean, the obvious one was at the beginning of the meeting to say yet again, as he has done for 3 years, thank you to America and American people and American politicians from across the aisle for your support for my country in its hour of need. We're deeply grateful. And because he, for once, forgot to say that.
I think it's not that simple. I think there's
It's not that simple. It's wondrous.
I think saying thank you, he didn't need to say thank you.
That was what Vance leapt in on.
He's just picking a thing to leap on. There's a whole energy. You have to acknowledge in your way of being that you have been very Biden buddy with the left for the last 4 years. There's ways to fix that. Listen, these people are complicated narcissists, all of them, Biden, Trump. You have to navigate the complexity of that. And you basically have to say a kind word to Trump, which is like showing, there's many ways of doing that, but one of them is saying, feeding the ego by acknowledging that he is one of the world's greatest negotiators, right? I'm glad we're able to come to the table and negotiate together because I believe you are the great negotiator, mediator that can actually bring a successful resolution to as opposed to have an energy of like, it should be obvious to everybody that Ukraine are the good guys and Russia is the bad guys. There's this whole energy of entitlement that he brought. He forgot, but there's a new guy. You gotta like convince the new guy that this global mission that this nation is on, this war that is in many ways the West versus the East, that there's ideals, there's whole histories here. This is a war worth winning. You have to convince them, right?
Yeah, no, sure. And you obviously failed on that occasion. But as I say, it must be bewildering to have landed in a place where people were seriously talking about Ukraine starting the war,
Right.
and Zelensky, not Putin, being a dictator. I did the front page of the New York Post the day after the president's comments on that, saying that, the big picture of Putin, just saying that this is a dictator. And, I think that people can be live enough to be able to recognize that, you can make criticisms of Zelensky or the Ukrainians, but it doesn't mean you have to fall for Putin. And again, unfortunately, a lot of people in our time don't have that capability.
Can we go right into it? What is your strongest criticism of Putin?
He's a dictator who's very bloody, as repressive as you can be of political opposition, internal opposition. He's kleptomaniac of his country's resources, has enriched himself as much as he could, as he has with the cronies around him. He's not just acted to destroy internal opposition in Russia, but has gone to other countries, including my own country of birth, and killed people on our soil, using, as it happens, weapons of mass destruction. The use of polonium in the center of London, not good. The use of incredibly dangerous nerve agents that could kill tens of thousands of people in a charming cathedral city like Salisbury, not good. If the sort of apologists of Putin say, well, he's just a sort of tough man who's looking after his house business, well, I don't think, even if you think he has the right to do that, he should be doing it in third countries, deliberately using weapons that are meant to show that you could take out tens of thousands of British citizens. Yeah, I mean, that's just for starters.
What do you make for, do you think he's actually popularly elected?
No.
Do you think the results of the elections are fraudulent?
Yeah. I mean,
do you think it's possible that it's just that the opposition has been eliminated and he's legitimately popularly elected?
It definitely helps the chap if he's killed all of his opponents.
Something about using the term "chap" in that context is just marvelous.
But I know. I mean, but very seriously, if people are worried about this, is another of the sort of slightly Alice in Wonderland things about Zelensky. People are saying, well, why hasn't he's a dictator because he hasn't held elections during a total war of self-defense? And it's like, well, if you're really, really passionate about free and fair elections in that neck of the woods, you'd at least notice that Russian elections are not free and fair in any meaningful sense. But this doesn't mean that you have to say that, therefore, they should have Western-style elections and freedom, that Russia is ready to go and become a Western liberal democracy. It doesn't mean any of that at all. It's just at least note that this is what Putin is.
What do you think is the motivation for his invasion of Ukraine in 22?
It's what he's said for years, which is basically the reconstitution of the Soviet Union.
Do you think there is empire-building components to that motivation?
I would trust most of my friends in Eastern and Central Europe who certainly do think that. There's a reason why the Baltic countries are the countries that are spending highest in percentage of GDP on defense, and it's because they're very worried. I don't think they're faking it. I don't think they're faking it for me or for anyone else. I think the Lithuanians, Latvians, the Estonians, and others are genuinely worried for the first time in some decades.
Do you think there's a possibility that the war continues indefinitely? Even if there's a ceasefire and the peace reached, the war will resume. Yet he will seek expansion even beyond Ukraine?
Yeah. And the most obvious thing is that if Trump manages to negotiate a ceasefire, it'll be a temporary pause. And whoever comes in as president after Trump, Putin will use the opportunity to advance again. Yes. Again, one of the things that I have heard from parts of the American right and others is that all he wants is Ukraine. That that's all he wants. And that he has no history of rhetoric or actions that suggest anything else. And again, it's one of the reasons why it's useful traveling to places and seeing things with your own eyes, because I very much remember being in the country of Georgia after Putin tried to invade in 2008. So I just, again, people don't have to be the greatest supporters of the Ukrainian cause just to recognize that it doesn't seem to be the case that Ukraine is the only thing in Putin's vision.
Do you see value and maybe depth and power to the realist perspective of all this? Somebody like John Mearsheimer's formulation of all this, that in these invasions of Georgia, of Ukraine, it's using military power to expand the sphere of influence in the region in a cold calculation of geopolitics.
It's interesting. One of the fascinating things about the last few years has been an act of sort of necromancy of certain figures were totally debunked. In the area of Ukraine, Mearsheimer, and in the case of Israel, people like Finkelstein, and it's been interesting because these are people that one hadn't heard of for some years because they were not listened to, usually for good reason. But by the way, first of all, I'm very skeptical of the term realist in foreign policy because most people, to some extent, will say that they are a realist in foreign policy. Very few people are surrealists in foreign policy. Very few people are unrealists.
I would like to meet them.
Surrealist foreign policy analysts.
We did mention Alice in Wonderland. So.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we should introduce the term. But, I mean, if you want to look gimlet-eyed out across the world, you're a realist. I think the steelman of their argument would be Russia has or believes it has a sphere of influence, and it is regrettable, but there's very little we can do about that. That would be about the best version of that argument.
Well, to expand on that steelman, isn't this how superpowers operate in the dark, realist / surrealist way? Meaning the United States uses military power to have a sphere of influence over the whole globe, really. China appears to be willing to use military power to expand its sphere of influence.
And political power, yeah, more importantly in the case of China.
Political power.
Non-kinetic warfare to take over areas, Hong Kong being the obvious one.
Behind that, isn't there always a kinetic threat?
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. I mean, you disappear some booksellers and students are protesting, of course. But to go back to this, yeah, of course. Okay, the countries believe they have or would like to have spheres of influence. I do think at some point that the so-called realists on that have to try to decide how much leeway that allows you to give to a fairly rapacious regime. And it's not. It's not the easiest calculation always to make. You have to work out whether or not, for instance, it is true that if Putin had managed to go all the way to Kiev in the first weeks of the war in 22, he would have gone straight on to other places. And, maybe he would have done, maybe he would have taken his time, maybe he wouldn't have done. And this is a very fine calculation that changes every week, let alone every year. My friends in Georgia, I thought, were wildly off the mark when they were believing that after 2008 they could get, for instance, either NATO membership or EU membership, and I thought that was completely unlikely, and I still think it's unlikely and almost certainly undesirable for Europe and for NATO, because you've got to be very careful and obviously this is one of the issues with Ukraine and has been since the 90s is, are you going to set up a tripwire to start World War III? And that's not a small thing to consider.
So what do you think the peace deal might look like? And what does the path to peace look like in Ukraine? in the coming weeks and months?
I thought it would be, regrettably, the Ukrainians ceding some territory in the east, and then making sure they rearm during whatever peace period comes afterwards.
And probably all 4 territories of Donetsk, Luhansk separation of Kherson.
You couldn't lay any of that out because it has to be negotiated on. But I mean, I think that, and I think the ease with which non-Ukrainians are currently speaking about Ukrainians ceding territory is concerning, because these territories include hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian citizens who do not want to live under Putin's rule, and people who have families in the rest of Ukraine, and much more. And I recently interviewed children who had managed to get out of the Russian occupied areas, and it's brutal for the Ukrainian to be growing up in that territory. So when people say, well, obviously, Donetsk has to be given to Putin, I think that is not as easy a thing if you're in Ukraine as it is if you're sitting in New York, say. And by the way, I think that on the issue of, there is a school of thought that obviously President Trump to some extent was floating in recent weeks, which is that if a deal is done, a business deal in relation to minerals or anything else, you get a kind of buffer zone of American businesses and investment, and therefore American business people in the region, which would effectively warn Putin not to invade. I don't follow that idea, because not least there were Americans in the regions that were invaded in 22 and they left fast. And we know from Hong Kong and other places, just because there are international financial interests in the region does not mean that a dictatorship will not either militarily or covertly take over. I don't see American miners as being an effective buffer zone against Putin.
By the way, what did you learn from talking to the children, Ukrainian children from those regions?
Well, I mean, it's heartbreaking, because the only schooling is Russian schooling. Obviously teaching the Russian language, Putin's view of history, and effectively indoctrination. And people can quibble with that term, but it's genetic indoctrination. And any children or families that do not want that effectively have to hide and not go out. And I spoke to children and parents who'd had school friends who'd, for instance, the Russians set up in 22 and 23 summer camps for the children of some of the areas that had been occupied, and the children went off to the camps and then they didn't come back. They were just stolen. I mean, it's thought that around 20,000 Ukrainian children have been stolen in this fashion. That's not a small thing. It's not got very much attention, but yes, I mean, the children who would hide whenever the Russian troops came to the door. One teenage boy who described to me how, when his mother was out, a woman came around the house, knocked on the door, and gave him his papers and said that he had to attend the next week to sign up for the Russian army. This is not good, and that's obviously what life is like for thousands of people behind the Russian lines in Ukraine. I just have it in mind when people say things like, well, obviously these regions have to be handed over. It's very, very hard if you're Ukrainian to conceive of that.
Yeah, and even if they are as part of the negotiation to hand it over, I think it'll probably be generations or never that could be accepted by Ukrainian people.
Absolutely, I would have thought never.
What do we know about this kidnapping of children? The stories of the thousands of children that the Russian forces kidnapped.
Some of them were in orphanages in eastern Ukraine, not all by any means, but some were. And it's a very complicated story, actually, because many children were taken from their families. Many, the Russians said, well, look at these Ukrainians, they don't even look after their children, therefore we will look after them. And I was recently, when I was there, looking into this story, because it's a very interesting question as to why it hasn't had more attention. You know, one thinks of, for instance, the abduction of the Chibok schoolgirls some 12 years ago now in northern Nigeria, and the appalling abduction of 300 girls by Boko Haram completely gained the world's attention. And I was very interested into why the Ukrainian children had been taken by the Russians had not gained similar attention. There's a slight similarity with the war in Israel, which I'm sure we'll come on to, but I do think that one reason is that they were effectively hostages, and the Ukrainians knew this. This is my estimation of the trail, is that the Ukrainians knew that if they made a great deal about this, or as it were, more than they did, that the children would effectively be the most effective bargaining chip. And I do think there's considerable truth in that, because if you look at, for instance, the way in which pressure has been put on the Israeli government by the Israeli population about the kidnapped Israelis, you'll see that it's a pretty effective tactic for any totalitarian regime or terrorist group to operate in a way that means that the population of the country you're attacking pressure their government to do something in terms of concession. It's a very effective tool, and I think that story of partly played down not just outside of Ukraine but also within Ukraine, partly for that reason.
As a truth seeker, as a journalist, how do you operate in that world where, at least to me, it's obvious that there's just a flood of propaganda on both sides? Now, of course, when you go there and directly experience it and talk to people, but those people are still also swimming in the propaganda. So unless you witness stuff directly, sometimes it's hard to know. Like I speak to people on the Russian side, and they're clearly, first of all, hilariously enough, they almost always say that there's no propaganda in Russia.
Cool.
Which makes me realize, I mean, you can be completely lied to. Maybe I am in the United States as well, and just be unaware. Maybe Earth is run by aliens. Maybe Earth is flat. So I don't know.
Maybe you've taken mushrooms.
I have before this. And I finally see the truth. And it's you that are deluded, Douglas. Okay, but back to our rounder discussion. Rounder shows that we are. How do you know what is true?
You can tell it when the bare facts become not true. Like, you can tell it when somebody is willing to claim that everything caused the invasion of 2022 except for Vladimir Putin invading Ukraine.
Yeah, there's a hilarious thing that happens, and I think you've actually spoken about this, that people are generally just much more willing to criticize the democratically elected leader. Forward. So the interesting thing that happens is these wise sages that do the narratives of, like, NATO started the war, right? Which there is some interesting geopolitical depth and truth to that, like that NATO expansion created complicated geopolitical context, whatever.
For sure.
But they forget to say, like, other parts of that story.
Well, yes, of course. I mean, of course, to some extent, it's rather, there's a very, the most irritating type of question asker at any event is the person who says, I was disappointed that in your 30-minute talk you didn't address X. And I tend to say, well, looking forward to coming to your next talk where in 30 minutes you'll cover everything that could possibly be covered. There's always stuff that's going to be left on the sides. There's always going to be stuff that's left unaddressed. There's always going to be other angles. There's always going to be somebody else who has this interesting perspective, and you can't cover it. Nevertheless, if you cover everything other than the central thing, then it's suspicious. Many years ago, I was at a debate in London, and there was a debate about the origins of World War II, and Pat Buchanan, talking of necromancy, was one of the speakers, and Andrew Roberts, historian, was one of the people on the other side. And at one point, they got so completely stuck into issues of iron ore mining in Poland in the something like this. And the moderator, I remember, it was just a melee. And the moderator turns to Andrew Roberts and says, "Andrew Roberts, why did World War II begin?" He says, "World War II began because Hitler invaded Poland." And it was a magnificent moment because everything had been a mush. They were just so lost in all the intricate and clever and interesting things that you can talk about the origins of a war, that you forget to mention the thing that's most important. And certainly my experience as a journalist and writer is that one of the reasons why you need to go and see things with your own eyes is because people are certain to tell you that what you've seen with your own eyes didn't happen or hasn't happened. And it helps to steel you for that moment.
It's a gradual thing that happens where the obvious thing starts being taken for granted and people stop saying it because it's like the boring thing to say at a party. And then all of a sudden, over time, you just almost start questioning whether like the obvious thing is even true. I don't know how that happened.
I think
in psychology.
Yeah, I think
it does.
I think it does. I've observed it in a lot of different places, which is the important thing is the only thing you do forget. Everything else is what you remember. And some of us are, for some reason, wired in a way where we try not to forget the important thing.
Remember the obvious thing, yeah.
Yes. And as you say, no, I'm not wanting to be the boring guy at the party who reiterates what is true. But what a douchebag you'd be if you were that guy.
Nobody likes Captain Obvious at a party. Okay, is it possible that Donald Trump is a mediator, a successful negotiator that brings a stable peace to Ukraine?
It's possible. We'll have to see. I think it's just too early and complicated to tell. That he wants to bring a peace seems to me to be obvious. He's stated it a lot of times. Whether he can, we're just going to have to see. It's extremely hard to see some of the parameters. And I would suggest that not the most difficult, but one of the most difficult is that there is no peace guarantee on paper that the Ukrainians can possibly believe. It doesn't matter because we in the West, some of the countries in the West have said it before that we'd secure their peace, and we haven't. And so, what other than NATO membership, which is not possible in my view, what other than NATO membership would reassure the Ukrainians that they are going to have their borders secured and the peace of Ukraine secured? I can't see.
I think there's not going to be ever a guarantee that you can trust. I think the way you have a guarantee, implicit guarantees, by having military and economic partnerships with as many partners as possible. So you have partnerships with the Middle East, partnerships with India, perhaps even with China, with the United States, with many nations in Europe.
All of which still suggests that if there's enough financial interests in Ukraine, they would prevent another Russian invasion.
There would be financial pressure. Yeah, there would be, Russia needs to be friends with somebody, either China or the West. I think a world that's flourishing would have Russia trading and being friends with the West and the East.
It would be ideal. It would be ideal if the regime in Moscow wanted it, but that's not. I mean, there again, you get into the thing of people accused of Russophobia, but I mean, I do believe that after the fall of the wall, Russia was ill-treated by the West, not treated with the some of the courtesy that it required. I do think that. And at the same time, that doesn't justify the actions of Russia in the last 20 years.
Right, but let's descend from the surrealist to the realist. It's very possible for Russia to be on the verge of military invasion of these nations, and that being wrong, while also not doing it because they're afraid to hurt the partnerships with the West and with China.
It's possible, but the alliance they formed was this sort of rogue alliance with China to a considerable extent. North Korea, not useful, and Iran is something they seem to find bearable. It's not a very good alliance in most people's analysis, but it's an alliance.
It's bearable, but I don't think, maybe you disagree with this, I don't think the Russian people or even Putin wants to be isolated from the West. I think he wants to be friends with the West and with the East and with everybody. He just also wants Ukraine, right? And there's, how does the Rolling Stones song go?
Which one?
Not the Satisfaction one.
Sympathy with the Devil.
That's the one. You got me on that one. No, like there's interests, whether it's expanding the sphere of influence. That's one thing on the table, but that can be put aside if you want to maintain the partnerships with these nations. And if Ukraine has strong economic partnerships with those nations, then that prevents Russia from invading.
I think the premise is one that I've seen before. There was a famous, what was his name? Norman Angell. He wrote this book, which was a fantastic bestseller in his day, where he believed that Europe would be in a period of endless Kantian peace because the prospect of European powers going to war was so economically unviable. The book was reissued after World War One, and I never got the second edition, but I assume it was significantly rewritten.
That's a very kind of cynical take. That just because the book is wrong.
I'm not saying the book's wrong. I'm saying that the idea that cooperation on an economic and other levels is any significant preventative device to madness breaking out is not something I've seen. Could deter some people. It could deter some very, very rational, economically driven actors, but it fails to take into account all of the other things that motivate people to go to war and to invade and to go mad.
Okay. Well, I would argue that in the 21st century, one of the reasons we have much fewer wars is because of the much more, so there's few tools here on the geopolitical stage. One of them is that we're just much more interconnected economically, globally interconnected. And that is always a present pressure on the world to keep peace. There's a lot of money to be made from peace. There's also a lot of money to be made from war. There's a lot of interest and tension. And I'm just presenting one of the tools that a leader should be using. The alternative is what? Military force? That is an interesting one, sometimes a useful one, but unfortunately, it has its downsides also. And after 3 years of war and the hundreds of thousands dead, you have to start wondering what are the options on the table.
I agree. I'm obviously for economic cooperation, but my only caveat is not to think that is something which is of ultimate interest, or even at the top of the list of interests of despots, tyrants, extremists who want something else.
Yeah, but can you read the mind of Vladimir Putin? No. A lot of the ideas I hear about peace is Putin bad, victory must be achieved, NATO membership required.
Yeah,
There's this kind of like, but what's the you have to come to the table to end the killing is one, and to have different ideas of how to have a non-zero chance of peace. So that, well, the options are, it seems to me the only option, not the only option, the likeliest option is a lot of strong economic partnerships. There's of course other radical options. There's Russia joining NATO or something like this, or there's giving, flirting with World War III, essentially giving nukes to Ukraine or something like this. There's like crazy stuff, or a totally new military alliance with France and Britain and Germany and European nations and Ukraine, or some weird network of military power that threatens Russia in some way, or maybe some big breakthrough partnership between India, China, and Ukraine, something like this. Just some really out there ideas, and I think that's how the world finds the balance and realigns itself in interesting ways. And
look, it could be. I hope your idea is right. I think it's about it's certainly the most peaceful way for this to be resolved. My only caveat, as I say, is, and also never forget to factor in that people want different things in this world, and some people don't dream as you dream.
I think we'll talk about that in the new book, Death Cults. That one is an easier one for me to understand to the story that you're describing. I am more hesitant to assign psychopathy to leaders of major nations.
Sure. Yeah. I'm not by any means urging you to regard Vladimir Putin as a millenarian madman who cannot be in any way understood.
I think he could be negotiated and reasoned with.
From your lips to God's ears.
He's still on the case for and then against Zelensky as the right leader for Ukraine at this moment. Is he the right person to take it to the point of peace?
We'll see. If he can, then of course he is. He deserves enormous respect for galvanizing his people, for being elected in the first place, for galvanizing his nation at a time of incredible peril, for playing the international game of getting support for his country well. And sometimes the person who does that, not that there are many people like that, can be the person who also brings about peace still, and sometimes not.
I think there's a degree to which he may have seen too much suffering of the people of the land he loves to be able to sit down at a table with a world leader who did the destruction, to be able to
That is very hard.
Compromise on anything.
That's possible. Again, it puts the onus on him there. Sort of slightly presupposes that Putin doesn't have the same human instinct on that. It is extremely hard. I've noticed this in a lot of conflicts. It's extremely hard the way in which outsiders come in and others who haven't seen what you've seen or gone through what you've gone through and say, it's time to get around the negotiating table and just, you think you didn't see what I saw, or you didn't go through what I went through. Who were you to tell me? Goes back to that thing of the visitor from the land of war and the visitor from the land of peace. The visitor from the land of peace can easily talk about getting around negotiating tables, but the visitor from the land of war has seen other things, and it's very hard for somebody who hasn't seen it to tell the person who has that they should act differently.
The sad thing about humanity is both the person from the land of peace and the person from the land of war are right.
Yes, so that's a struggle. That's definitely a struggle. It's like asking somebody to forgive. I've seen that at a lot of ends of conflicts. People saying, the important thing is that we forgive and move on. And then the other person says, your child didn't die of shrapnel wounds.
Yeah, this is, I got a lot of heat for an interview I did with Zelensky. By the way, people privately, the people that message me, is all love and support. The people that disagree in Ukraine, soldiers. People online are ruthless. They're misrepresenting me. They're lying.
People online are ruthless and misrepresenting and lying?
Yeah.
Good God, Lex. You discovered a new phenomenon.
I'm a real radical intellectual.
Nothing misses your eye.
I see the truth and I'm unafraid to point it out. No, there's a degree, this idea that you need to compromise with the person, with the leader of a nation you're at war with, and in so doing, to some degree, are forgiving their actions. Because the actual feeling you have is you want it to be fair, and the definition of fair when you've seen that much suffering is for him and everybody around him, and maybe even all of the people on the other side, to just die because you've seen too much suffering. But the other side of that is, yes, there's children that have died, but you coming to the negotiation table,
other children from dying. Yes, of course.
And so, there is just, you had this kind of way of speaking about it, embodying that perspective, that it's naive to say to come to the negotiation table. And it is for a person from the land of war. But the very smart, intelligent, and non-naive person from the land of peace, that is often right in some deep sense about the long arc of history, for them it is the right thing to come to the negotiation table to end the more killing.
The one thing I would add to that, though, is, don't forget that it also depends on whether or not there's a clear shot of winning. So if there's a clear shot of winning, and that's the most important thing in wars is not final negotiations. It's simply winning and losing. And if you have a clear shot of winning and you can take it and you're near it, then having somebody else come in and saying, why not stop just before victory is very hard. That's one of the many complexities of the conflict we're talking about.
You know what's the other big complexity of that? Because the clear shot of winning is like a man walking through the desert seeing water. It could be, during war, it really is an illusion. So here's what happens. The really complicated aspect of negotiation is, in order to negotiate peace from a place of strength, you have to have victory in sight.
Yes.
And so the temptation from that position is to not negotiate, is to keep pushing forward to achieve victory. And this, I would say, hindsight is 2020, but this is the failure in 22 and 2 occasions to negotiate a ceasefire and peace. One in the spring, because Ukraine was in a real big, I would say, position of strength, having fended off the Russian forces around Kiev. That's one. And then, as you mentioned, in the fall of 22, with Kherson and Kharkiv, had a lot of military success. They were in a place of strength. And from that place, they decided to keep going because victory was in sight. But that was also an opportunity to make peace.
It's perfectly possible, yes.
That's the hard thing.
It's very hard. It's all hard. But I'm just, again, victory can be won in wars, and is often won in wars. And you're right, they can also grind on because nobody has the capability to make a breakthrough. It's the case. I mean, the wisdom about civil wars tends to be that they sort of burn out after about 10 years or so, for similar reasons.
When you're in the war, can you actually know that a victory can be won?
It's a very good question. And you mean troops on the battlefield, or military leaders, or political leaders?
Military and political leaders. It just feels like I said, man in the desert, seeing water. I think there's a sense that victory is so close. The times in a war when you feel like victory is close.
No, you're right.
And then it just slips away.
Yes, it's an interesting insight. It's like the way in which there's a force in nature, which is that if you amass an army, amassing it will pull you in to using it.
Yeah.
Extremely hard to amass an army somewhere and then say, hey, let's go back. Yes, you're right. No, it's one of many, many interesting aspects of warfare.
I think the sad thing about successful wars, at least in the modern day, is it takes a great military leader, which I would argue that Zelensky really unified Ukraine in this fight in the beginning of the war.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be that, and like you said, after you amass the army and have military success, to be able to step back and make peace. Those two just don't often go hand in hand, because again, as a wartime leader, especially one who has seen the suffering firsthand, walking away is tough. Especially also combined with that, just the realities of war, where there is probably corruption, that there is things. Once the war ends, there has to be investigations, because the war wasn't won. You might not turn out to be, when history looks at it, the good guy, and a leader doesn't want to. The leader always wants to be the good guy. So there's just all psychological complexities that are, and you look at this whole picture. In a basic sense, if you want Ukraine to flourish, if you want humanity to flourish, you just ask the question, okay, so what is the thing I would like to see?
There's so many historical analogies that you can give, but just surely not rewarding Putin's actions in any way would be a good way to deter him and other dictators from trying to grab land in the future.
So, yeah, but this is nuanced, because it's very probably good to be the boring person at the party that says dictatorships are bad, democracies are good, many of the ideals of the West are good.
Democracies are better.
Yes. This sounds like Animal Farm, but yes. 2 legs better. But yes, democracy is better. And invading countries is bad. But World War III is bad too. So after you say something is bad, what's the next step? Because military intervention in a lot of these conflicts,
it'll be about deterrence.
Yeah, but what's effective deterrence?
That we're going to have to keep going over for a long time to come.
My question is, how can we achieve peace in April, in May, right? Not like the adults at the table all seem to tell me, well, it's a process, it's complicated, it just feels like this is a thing that might go into the next winter. And that there's still maybe initial ceasefire, and then ceasefire is broken, and there's more people dying. And it's that mess. It seems like civility and politeness ignores the fact that people are dying every single day.
I mean, of course, like we all, almost everybody, not everybody, but almost everyone would like the thing to stop immediately. Of course.
No, I think that is the boring thing at the party. Yes, but they don't say it often enough. Not often. There has to be a frustration. There has to be a frustration. I don't understand why Putin, Zelensky, and Trump can't just meet in the room together without signing anything. Leaders meeting and discussing, and like the human connection. There's so many layers of diplomats. It's the problem I have with a managerial class. They schedule meetings really well.
Sure.
They don't get shit done. And I would love it if people got shit done. So the soldiers get shit done. They're fighting the reality of the war. And then the leaders have the capacity to get shit done on the scale of nations and geopolitics. But like these diplomatic meetings and
no, I agree. Look, I share your frustration about it. At the same time, I think I share your frustration because I've seen it all, a lot of it, in my own eyes. And there was Dan and I was with the other week, and they were hit just after I left their base, and you wouldn't believe what a thermobaric bomb can do to the human body. And I share your frustration with that. At the same time, one of the things that happens if you are rushing is that you do, and I've seen this elsewhere, you will put pressure on the people you can pressurize, and you will not put enough pressure on the people you can't pressurize. That is one of the worrying things that could happen with this. Simply, America can put extraordinary diplomatic, financial, intelligence, military pressure on Ukraine. And it can put significant pressure on Putin, but it's much easier to pressure Zelensky. And that's one of the many things that makes it harder, is that the temptation to rush for peace, accepting that peace is the most desirable thing, accepting the horrors of war, which, we can linger on, but you accepting all that. If somebody says we've got to get peace today, and the three of them around the table, the most likely thing is that it'll be the person who you can pressure most easily, who will be the person that you pressure, and as a result, have an outcome which, yes, might stop the killing as soon as possible, but might also set up a situation which rewards the aggressor and effectively punishes the victim. And that's an extremely ugly and common thing to happen.
Yeah, and that's the other boring thing to say. The boring truth that the easy shortcut here is to punish Ukraine, and you just have to not do it.
Let's keep it in the boring people's party.
Yeah, well, nobody's gonna invite us. All right, let's go from one complicated conflict to perhaps an even more complicated one. Israel and Palestine. Can you take me through what happened on October 7th, as you understand it, and as you outlined at the beginning of the book?
Well, the book on democracies and death cults is a mixture of first-hand reporting and observation, interviews, and a wider reflection, not just on the war that's been going on since the 7th of October, but the war's been going on a lot longer. And also, I suppose, on what for me is one of the overwhelming questions, which I'm sure we'll get to, which is the reaction in the rest of the world. Obviously, on the 7th itself, it was a brigade-sized attack on Israel from Gaza. Hamas broke through the security fence and attacked all the softest targets they could. They swiftly overwhelmed things like the observation base in Nahal Oz. They ran through the communities in the south, very peaceful, peacenik, effectively communities of the kibbutzim, as they're called, the communities, and murdered and raped and burned and kidnapped. And of course, they, from their point of view, had the great good fortune of also coming across hundreds of young people dancing in the early hours of the morning at a dance party, and rampaged through that with RPGs and Kalashnikovs and grenades and hammers and more, and got within 20 kilometers into Israel, places like Ofakim and Sderot, important towns, carried out their massacres there as well. We now know that the plan was that Hezbollah did the same thing from the north. Hezbollah joined in the war within 24 hours by starting firing rockets again in very large numbers into northern Israel from southern Lebanon. But the plan was that they would do the same thing from the north and carry out similar massacres there, and effectively be able to meet in the middle and garrote Israel from the center. The interesting reason why I think this will be found out in the future, but why they didn't coordinate better, was that Hamas didn't trust any line of communication to Hezbollah to let them know exactly when they were going to do it that wouldn't be intercepted. The Iranian Revolutionary Government in Tehran, which obviously funds Hamas and Hezbollah and trains and arms, knew of the plan. It was a very successful attempt to annihilate the state, but they didn't get close to that, but they got worryingly closer than people might have thought they were capable of. I think from the Israeli side, it was obviously one of the most, if not the most catastrophic intelligence and military failure since the foundation of the state. And I think there are several reasons why. One is a perception problem. What a lot of military commanders and others describe to me as the conception that had prevailed in Israel for some years and the security military establishment was that Hamas were content with being corrupt and governing Gaza and, lining their pockets and living in Qatar and becoming billionaires, but that, like many other terrorist groups and cults, that they would end up becoming just corrupt and not losing their ideology, but the ideology becomes secondary. And that's the first thing, was there was just a massive error of the conception in Israel. And then there are the multiple, manifold security and military failures of the day and leading up to the day. And there already have been quite a lot of people held to account for that, and there doubtless will be in the future as well. The single thing I heard, which I heard most and which was most distressing in a way, was the number of people who described to me, who survived the massacres in the south, who said that, they'd said to their children, "Don't worry, the army will be here in minutes," and they weren't. In many places it was many hours till the army got there. And there are reasons for that. There are some reasons that will be military failings, leadership failings. Other things were I discovered were very human failings. I don't want to overstress the failure of the army, because actually certain units and things got down very fast. The unit of Devan got down to the junction by within about an hour, 90 minutes of the massacres starting, and joined in the fight. And then there were self-starters, who I write about in the book, extraordinary people who just broke orders and just realized the magnitude of what was happening and said, "We're needed in the south, go," and fought very hard for hours, days, in some cases. But the complexities on the ground were unbelievable. I mean, as usually happens in warfare, but what they call the fog of war is a very real thing. You know what it's, you can see it in hindsight, but you can't see when you're in it. And one of the things that made it very complicated was, for instance, Hamas coming in, taking uniforms off dead Israelis, wearing them, coming in with Israeli-style apparatus on them. There's a Muslim doctor I quote in the book I interviewed who describes how he was going to he's an Israeli Muslim Arab, and he's a doctor, he was going to his shift at the hospital at 6:30 in the morning. The rockets start coming in because the rockets started first, for them the full invasion. And he described to me how he's one of the members of this group, the United Hatzalah, which is a first responders group, and they sort of they get an alert that tells them that a car has crashed nearby, and they put on their first aid kit and so on and go. And he got one of those alerts at one of the junctions and realized there was a car, that something had happened and there were some dead bodies, and he stops and he sees these men dressed as soldiers, and they start, and he's wearing his Hatzalah gear, and they start firing at him, and he just thinks, what the hell is going on? And they turned out to be Hamas dressed as Israeli soldiers. They used him as a human shield to try to protect from any air assault, and in the end they shot him and left him, and he survived. He was a very, very brave man. So there was a lot of confusion like that. There's a girl whose father I interviewed, she was at the Nova party, and I met him at one of the reunions of the party in the weeks after, and the reunions of the survivors and the family and so on. And he described how in the last moments of his daughter's life, she phoned him on her phone, like a lot of people, and he reassured her that Khan would get there and so on. Her boyfriend was shot, and her head was lying on her lap, and she was obviously panicked, and they managed to get into a car and escape the party. But they went to a community where they thought they'd be safe in the south of Israel. And they were told to stay where they were by somebody who she said was a policeman. And he wasn't a policeman, he was Hamas, dressed as police, and she died, and she was shot and killed as well. And so there was a lot of confusion like that. Hopefully, we're the world will find out exactly what went wrong. Israel will find out exactly what went wrong that led to this catastrophe. But I mean, it was a complete catastrophe.
Do you have a sense of how such an intelligence failure could have happened? So there's a bit of a temptation to go in a conspiracy lab because it's such a giant intelligence failure. It seems that there was some manipulation on the inside for political reasons or for...
You don't need to go into conspiracy land. I think there are people who say that there were parts of the intelligence network and so on that were withholding the information. I don't know. Again, people will find out. There's an awful lot of politics inside Israel, and it's hard to know that at this stage. I think that most people are sort of still Israeli and not Israeli, including people who are anti-Israel, who just believe that Israeli military and particularly intelligence dominance is so strong that there must have been some kind of conspiracy. Otherwise, how could this have happened? I don't think you need to go into that. I think that, for instance, some of the young women at the observation base that are on the record, they've said, I've spoken to myself, and who said that they had been warning in the weeks running up to the 7th that they were seeing maneuvers and training by the border, which suggested that Hamas was going to do something like this. And they say that they were ignored. Though you speak to some of the more senior commanders about that, and they say the thing is that this stuff was happening all the time. So it's very hard. It's very, very hard to know.
Can you talk through your understanding of who and what Hamas is, its history, and the governing ideology of this group?
Well, Hamas, in a way, quite easy to understand because they say what their ambitions are. They say what their beliefs are. They've said it from their governing charter onwards. And you also have the advantage with Hamas that they, as it were, in trying to understand them, is that they tend to do what they say and act on what they believe. The primary aim of Hamas is to destroy the state of Israel and then see. They're not an unusual group, sadly. The bit of it that is hard for some people to understand, I think, is that they really do mean what they say, and that they really do mean what they say they want to do. And I give a number of examples in the book of this, but I mean the most obvious is the case of Yahya Sinwar, the Hamas leader, who is generally regarded as having orchestrated and arranged the 7th of October. We know a fair amount about him because he was in prison in Israel in the 2000s for murdering Palestinians in Gaza. And he was released in the prisoner swap he was one of the more than 1,000 Palestinian prisoners inside Israel who was released in a swap for Gilad Shalit, the abducted Israeli soldier. And Yahya Sinwar, in prison in Israel, talked to, among others, a dentist who ended up saving his life because Yahya Sinwar had a brain tumor, and this dentist identified this and actually sent him to the hospital. And the Israelis famously removed the tumor and saved Sinwar's life. But this dentist used to speak to him in prison very regularly and has related, not least to the New York Times, his conversations with Sinwar. And Sinwar said in one of those conversations, he said, at the moment you, Israel, are strong, but one day you'll be weak and I'll come. And that's what he did.
Is it a hatred of Israel, or is it a hatred of Jews? Is it on the level of nations or the level of religion?
Both. It's both. I mean, it originates from a religious mindset, but it's, of course, political as well. I mean, the Hamas Charter, of course, some people sort of think the Hamas Charter is of no significance. And I often notice this sleight of hand that people do. Again, it goes back to what we were saying earlier. Forget everything other than the most important basic things. But the Hamas Charter, among other things, quotes the Hadith that the end times will not come until all of the rocks and the trees shout out, "Oh Muslim, there's a Jew behind me, come and kill him." And that is so. Hamas is both obviously anti-Israeli, obviously, and anti-Jewish, obviously. And by the way, I mean, one of the many painful stories I tell in the book is of the fact that so many of the people in the communities that they attacked, it's not as if there'd be a right community to attack and a wrong community to attack, but that many of the communities they attacked were communities which deeply, deeply dreamed of the idea of living in peace with their Palestinian neighbors. There's a woman whose name has become relatively famous since inside Israel, Vivian Silva, who was a peace activist who spent every weekend driving Gazan children from the border to, if they had very rare medical needs that could not be seen attention to inside Gaza, would drive them to Israeli hospitals. And she spent every weekend doing that. Worked for all of the sort of left-wing peacenik organizations in Israel. And for a while after the 7th, her neighbors and others thought that she had been taken captive into Gaza and that there was a hostage posted for her, and there were appeals by the various peacenik organizations for Hamas to hand her over, but it turned out she'd been burned alive in her home, and this wasn't discovered for quite a long time because there was so little DNA left of her that it was very hard to identify the remains as being hers. So there were a lot of people in the Gaza envelope, as it's called in Israel, in the area around Gaza, who who would have been the people who, wanted to live peacefully with the Gazans someday. And there's a certain, among many, it's not an irony, but just among the sort of pagans of the day is that so overwhelmingly these are the people that Hamas brought hell to.
The response to October 7th by Israel. Can you steel man the case that Israel went too far?
Well, the case that started from very early on that critics of Israel had was the claim that, I think I first heard it on about the 8th of October, before Israel had done anything in response, was the claim that Israel must act proportionately in response. And I have a critique of this that I've often expressed, which is that there is such a thing as proportionality in warfare. And at the same time, Israel is always accused of acting disproportionately. And the proportionality that much of the rest of the world seems to think Israel should express in warfare is to have an equal level of suffering or killing on both sides. I don't think there's any law of war that says that if you kill 1,200 people and you kidnap another 250, that, as it were, the other side's allowed to do the same back. But that's what a lot of people think. And then when they see the death toll escalating on the Gaza side, they say Israel has acted disproportionately and has overreacted. That one is tricky because it's my belief that, again, this is a basic thing, but it has to be stated that 9 million citizens of Israel, if you extrapolate that out to what the 7th of October would have meant in American terms, you'd be talking about a day on which, if the attack had happened in America, where 44,000 Americans were killed in one day and 10,000 American citizens taken hostage. Nobody can tell me that if such an atrocity occurred, that America would not do whatever it needed to destroy the groups that had done that and to retrieve the hostages who'd been taken.
So just on that point, I agree with you 100%. America would hit hard back. I think a lot of Americans would feel justified in that. But it's also possible that the military-industrial complex and the politicians would do something like the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, which means extend far beyond hitting back and actually do a thing that's destructive to everybody, including America financially, and the flourishing of America and the flourishing of humanity broadly, and the region, and the stability, and the war on terrorism. If that's a real thing. The war in Iraq and Afghanistan did not maybe succeed in defeating terrorism or even making progress, probably made more terrorists than not. So there's a justified feeling of hitting back and going after somebody like bin Laden in the case of 9/11. And then there's just the actual implementation.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like the implementation can sometimes intended or unintended have consequences that are bordering on war crimes, if not downright war crimes. Now this is a general statement. And now we look at Israel, where things are small land, everything is very compact. There's a lot of complexities that are well studied that we've talked about extensively.
Well, the two-state aims of the Israelis after the 7th were to get the hostages back and to destroy Hamas. And many people said that you could do one but not both. And I actually think that they've gone a long way to doing both. By no means everything. There are still hostages, we're speaking, held in Gaza, including a young American. And Hamas is not completely destroyed. It's very, very significantly degraded, but it's not completely destroyed. Well, those are the two aims. I believe that, and I've seen as much of the war as any outside observer. I don't know, I think there's some exceptions maybe, and so I think I can say with considerable certainty what the Israelis have and haven't done. There were various operations at the beginning, various plans which didn't happen, like storming straight in and getting, for instance, as many hostages as possible out of the Shifa complex, which is called a hospital, but it's also at the very least the Hamas command headquarters. And there was a plan to maybe go and do that fast, but it was avoided because of the number of deaths on all sides that would be likely to happen. The Israelis did actually hold back at the beginning. There was a period of making sure that when they went into Gaza, they didn't do so in any way blind. But Gaza is a very built-up area, and population-wise is densely populated. Something, by the way, which the people who claim frivolously that Israel has been committing genocide never take account of, because the fact that the Gaza population has boomed since the Israeli withdrawal in 2005, it's doubled. But yeah, it's a densely populated area, and it's an incredibly difficult place for the train of war because of one thing in particular, which is Hamas. Goes back a bit to our conversation earlier. This is a much more extreme example. I mean, Hamas really don't play by the rules. In fact, they use the rules of war, the laws of war, completely to their own advantage. You know, it has to be reiterated. You are not meant to disguise your army as civilians. You're not meant to use places of care, like hospitals, as bases for your military operations. You're not meant to use schools and places of worship as operating centers of war. And Hamas does all of these things, and has always done so. And it does so with the very obvious reason that for them the whole thing is a 2-for-1 offer. You get to operate everywhere, and if the Israelis operate anywhere, you claim that this is a war crime, because how could they attack this group of civilians, these people who are dressed as civilians, these people merely fighting from a mosque, and so on. And that's why everybody who's been to Gaza, who's seen the fighting, knows the same thing, which is this is just incredibly difficult warfare of a kind that American troops have seen in the last 20 years in Fallujah and elsewhere. Kurdish militia, the Peshmerga, saw when they were fighting as our frontline troops in the war against ISIS. Similar house to house, but by no means with the same entrenched bases. Again, it can't be stressed enough that Hamas has used the years since the Israeli withdrawal from 2005 to build this vast underground tunnel network. And again, it's obvious, but it has to be remembered. And I quote one of Hamas leaders in the book saying this in an interview. When they build their tunnels, they do so in order that their tunnels are used by them, Hamas, to store their weaponry, to secure their fighters, and to hold hostages. They do not build their underground tunnel networks for the safety of Gazan civilians avoiding aerial bombardment. And every difference in the world seems to me to exist between a country which does build bomb shelters for citizens and a government which builds bomb shelters for its bombs.
Can you discuss the flow of money here? So how does Hamas, the leadership, use the money? So you started to talk about the tunnels, but how much corruption is there? Can you just lay it all out? Because I think that's an important part of the picture here.
It's totally corrupt. Every Hamas leader who's now dead died a billionaire.
With a B.
With a B. To say that they used Gaza's resources or the resources that came into Gaza for their own ends is to just vastly understate matters. Hamas used everything that came in to build the infrastructure of terror that allowed them to do the seventh and everything since. They militarized the whole of Gaza. They, by the estimations of troops I've been with there, every second or third house had weaponry stashed there. Bombs, RPGs, Kalashnikovs, rockets, tunnel entrances. The network that they just embedded all these years was total. They one of the many tragedies of this is that whatever you're reading of the rights and wrongs of the Israeli withdrawal in 2005, it was an opportunity for the Gaza to become something else. It could have become a thriving statelet. It could have been a thriving Palestinian state. It's just that Hamas, like the PLO before them, decided that they wanted to destroy Israel more than they wanted to create a Palestinian state. And that is to the great detriment of the Palestinians of Gaza, to put it as mild as.
So just to outline here, leadership of Hamas are stealing the money to get sent by Qatar by everybody. So they're putting it in their pocket, and then
by the American taxpayer and by the European taxpayer.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's not just about stealing the money. It's about using the money and the infrastructure to annihilate your neighbor. I mean,
those two things. But the corruption is a signal from an economic perspective. It's also a signal of deep moral corruption because they're screwing over the Palestinian people.
Yeah, the cynicism, certainly.
Okay, and then the money they do spend on the Palestinian cause, they're not doing that to build up Gaza. They're doing it to strengthen the militaristic capabilities of the terrorist organization of Hamas. You have, maybe you can correct me on this, has said that the people of Gaza have some significant responsibility for the actions of Hamas.
Yes.
Because they've elected them.
They're elected. The what-ifs are endless, but very unwise of the George W. Bush administration to push for elections in Gaza after 2005. But Hamas were elected, and they then, 2007, killed the other Palestinian faction that was their main challenger, Fatah. Killed them, threw them off rooftops, dragged their bodies behind motorbikes through the Gaza, and from that point they had total control. And this is difficult because you can get into the realm of being accused of advocating or in any way justifying collective punishment if you talk about this, but it should be borne in mind that Hamas had effectively 18 years to run the Gaza, and that's the time that it takes from the birth of a child to the end of their formal education. And in 18 years, they could have presided over and produced a generation of young Gazans who were productive for their people, for their society, for their neighbors, the rest of the world, and they didn't. They spent 18 years indoctrinating the children of Gaza into a death cult, and into a genocidal hatred, which obviously was most dangerous to the Israelis, but it was obviously disastrous for the people of Gaza. And there's just, if you speak to soldiers who were there in 2014 when Hamas started a war again, one of a set of rounds of war since 2005. If you speak to the soldiers who were there in 2014 going house to house and who were also involved in the war since 2003, they all say the same thing, which is the marked radicalization of the Gazan population. The marked increase in it's so banal in a way to cite the numbers of copies of Mein Kampf in Arabic in an average Gazan household, the protocols of the learned elders of Zion. There are so many what ifs and other paths that Hamas could have taken, but that was the one they took. They decided to take the path of using their time in power to build up their infrastructure, radicalize the population, and encourage them to believe that they could destroy the state of Israel. And then on October 7th, they gave it their best shot. And by the way, there is no organized collective punishment of the citizens of Gaza. Collective punishment would just be dropping bombs with no purpose across civilian areas, carpet bombing, this sort of thing. This is simply not what the IAF and IDF have done since the 70s. They have been fighting a house-to-house war against this terrorist group. They do aerial strikes. Gaza is very, very badly beaten up. The buildings, the infrastructure that existed, there aren't many buildings standing. But this is not the result of just wild and imprecise bombing by the Israelis. It's been extremely concerted. It's extremely difficult. But when people say, well, this must be collective punishment, I think that the people who say that, simultaneously, that's not true. And also, there is not a hostage who's come out who President Trump made this point recently. There is not a hostage who's come out who I've spoken with who found any Gazan Palestinian who expressed even the slightest human kindness to them. If you look at the footage from the 7th that Hamas recorded themselves of them taking young Jewish women into Gaza and so on, you will notice that the trucks and the motorbikes and so on are not stopped by horrified Gazan civilians saying, why have you got this Israeli girl whose tendons you've cut, and why are you bringing her here? It's all celebration. It's all celebration. And it's the same with there's a couple of cases of hostages who managed to escape from the civilian houses they were being held in, who were immediately returned by the citizens in there.
Yeah, the celebration, I do wonder what percent of the population they represent. There's something really dark. There's several ways to explain the celebration. It could be that there's a deep indoctrination where you do legitimately hate Jews. And there also could be a place of just deep desperation. And it's a kind of relief that you have to convince yourself that you're on the side of fighting for freedom in order to justify to yourself that this is the right way to fight out of desperation, out of extremely harsh conditions. Because the way we're kind of speaking about this with the celebration, it's very easy to project a kind of evil on the populace that I just am very hesitant to project, especially on the general populace.
You don't have to project it onto them. You can just listen to their own words. What? I'm sure you've heard one of many audio recordings you hear from the morning, but I'm sure you've heard the audio recording of the young man who ends up in one of the communities in the south of Israel and calls back home. Have you heard that?
Yes, I've heard it.
I quoted in the first chapter of the book. He calls back home and he says to his father, who picks up, he's on WhatsApp. I think he's on the phone. He's saying, turn on to WhatsApp because I can show you. He says, I've killed 10 Jews in my own hands. Oh, Father, your son has killed 10 Jews. And his father is saying, where are you? Where are you? I want to show you, Dad. I want to show you. I've killed Jews in my own hands. Your son. Put mother on the phone. Mother comes on the phone. The brother comes on the phone. This is one of many, many stories from the day that suggests something which I would say is not just indoctrination, but yes, evil.
First of all, those phone calls are somehow uniquely horrific. But I've also heard recordings of phone calls made by Ukrainian soldiers to their parents and Russian soldiers to their parents. And they have not as intense and not as horrific, but they have a similar nature to them, which there's an aspect of war where you dehumanize the other side, right? In order to fight that war. So we have to remember that that element is going to be there in a time of war, in a time of desperation.
It would be a strange type of simple sort of, I don't know, pride in war to go into an 80-year-old woman's house and kill her on her floor and then film her dead body, her body in its final moment, and send it round to all of that woman's friends on her phone, on her Instagram account. You may have heard different things from me, but I mean, I would be surprised if there were phoning back home to Moscow and saying, Mum, I managed to rape and kill this 80-year-old woman. That's quite even in warfare. And that's one of the things about Hamas and what I describe as cult types, which makes them different from other people.
But that's the channeling of evil and hatred and anger in the human spirit, but that doesn't make that person evil.
No, I disagree.
You commit that once.
I think that there is such a force as evil in the world, and I think it can descend and it can be used. And it's very hard to find a non-theological way to talk about this, but everything I've seen, there are actions that people like Hamas committed on the 7th that cannot be described as anything other than evil. The things that happened at the Nova Party were especially appalling. I mean, it was all appalling, but it was especially appalling because, first of all, it's a sort of party which people like you and I, or at least you and I, when we were younger, might have been at. And so everyone knows, the world of a dance party all night, rave in the desert to commune with nature and the universe and to take some psychedelics and to, expand your consciousness and your love and all of that sort of thing. The fact that people doing that at 6:30 in the morning then encountered people coming in to the party on trucks and military vehicles and just massacring them and raping them. And I mean, I give examples of the first-hand accounts of people who survived, but I mean, it's beyond belief of almost anything else I've covered in war. And it's because it seems so I mean, an army facing another army is one thing. A terrorist group in civilian clothing facing an army is another thing. But a terrorist group facing a group of young people at a dance, unarmed, and doing what they did is pretty hard to comprehend unless you use the lexicon of evil somewhere.
So that stated, can you empathize with the suffering of Palestinians in Gaza, with the destruction that resulted as a response?
Yes. What has happened in response is terrible for the citizens of Gaza. I was there on the first time, a couple of days early into the ground invasion, when the citizens of Gaza were coming south. I was in the middle of the strip, and the humanitarian corridor had been set up to try to stop the hostages being taken south, deeper into Gaza, and to try to stop the Hamas leadership from making it south. It didn't really work because they'd already got a lot of the hostages south. It was an attempt to keep Hamas there and fight them in the north, so as not to be dragged all the way in. In the end, it was dragged all the way in anyway. But yes, I mean, watching the citizens of Gaza moving through the humanitarian corridor, and everyone was being checked for bombs, suicide vests, checked for particularly young men of military age, and I mean, you look at the tide of human misery and you think this is terrible, but this is a terrible thing that has been brought upon them by the people who have been misgoverning the place that they lived in. And of course, on a human level, you feel terrible that these people are going through this. At the same time, human empathy for them can coexist beside an unspeakable anger that they had come to this point because of the fact that they'd elected a terror group to run their territory. And one of the things obviously is that a lot of people like to say, and it's true, of course, that this didn't all start on October the 7th. Absolutely true. This particular intense round of war started on October the 7th, without doubt. Hamas did not have to attack on October the 7th. It wasn't like they were forced to liberate themselves, or some defended Hamas today. The conflict, of course, goes back a lot earlier, but you will have to always keep on contending with this fact that there is one central issue to the paradigm of that conflict. What used to be called the Arab-Israeli conflict now has become, interestingly, rebranded the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. But there is one absolutely essential issue to this, which cannot be forgotten, which is, do the Palestinians want a state, or do they want to destroy the Jewish state? And if they want to destroy the Jewish state, as they've tried many times, it's a disaster for them. It's a total disaster for them. If they want to create their own state, they've already had several very, very good shots at it, one of which is Gaza post-2005. But they've never shown in their leadership the desire to live with a Jewish state. And that's a catastrophe for the Palestinians.
Can you speak about the case of the lived experience of Palestinians and pro-Palestinian voices that describe the Gaza situation as a occupation, the West Bank too, and in the case of Gaza, open air prison.
To take them in order, there's nothing about Gaza that was an open air prison. They had ability to trade. They had the ability to move in and out in increasing numbers. Egypt was also keen on allowing Palestinians from Gaza into Egypt, but there was actually an interesting. One of the things the international community was pushing for was for more Palestinians to be coming into Israel every day through the Eretz crossing and others to work in Israel, because they can make a better living in Israel than they can in Gaza. And this, as it were, normalization was slowly being attempted. It was being pushed on Israel by the international media a little bit too fast for Israel's comfort. But it happened. That completely came to an end, and that dream is done, gone, since the 7th of October.
Can you clarify the dream, the normalization
Dream
between Gaza and Israel?
Gone. There will be,
really?
Yeah, no normalization. No, not after that. And one of the reasons is the number of people, again, who I've spoken with, who employed Palestinians, worked with Palestinians, worked alongside Palestinians, encouraged more Palestinians to be coming from Gaza in order to work in Israel, and these were their brothers and sisters and so on and so forth. One of the reasons why the massacres of the 7th were so successful in the similar communities in the south was because of the number of the terrorists who came in with detailed house-to-house maps of those communities. I spoke with one man who, in his community, they had a security officer, chief, and Hamas came in. They knew to go and kill him and his family first, and then which families. It was just, I've seen the maps myself. They came in with incredibly accurate information about this community. How did they have them? Because it was given to them by the brothers, by the workers, by the people of Gaza who were coming in and out. So there is nobody that would trust that ever again.
There's a lot of Palestinians that have lived and flourished inside Israel. What are they saying? What are they feeling? And what are the Israelis feeling about them? Is there still camaraderie to some degree, or is it completely destroyed?
My observation at the beginning was that everyone was extremely wary. I mean, you know, if you've worked beside somebody and then found out they sold out your family, you will never trust again. And that, particularly in a small country like Israel, the word of that happening goes out very fast. The very beginning, there was intense fear about that, including of the 20% or so of the population who are Arab Israelis. I actually think one of the few sort of positive news stories of the period is that population within Israel is by and large held. It's not, there hasn't been an intifada. One of the reasons why there hasn't been more activity, terrorist activity in the West Bank, in Judea and Samaria, is because the Israelis have been very careful, along with the Palestinian Authority, to some extent cooperating to keep that down. But there wasn't a full war on three fronts, for instance, which was a risk of happening. So I think that the sort of coexistence within Israel is pretty much held. There are some terrible examples, far too regular, but not as regular as it could happen, of Muslim Arab Israelis carrying out acts of terror in, as it was, sympathy with Hamas. I was in the middle of one such attack myself late last year, and in a town called Hadera. And those things have happened, but it's not that particular catastrophe has not occurred.
Can we talk about Benjamin Netanyahu? For a lot of people who spoke of evil, they refer to him as evil. On the spectrum between good and evil, as a leader? Where does Netanyahu fall?
Well, he's certainly not evil. Interesting if people looking at this conflict were to be reluctant to use the word evil of Hamas and eager to use it of the Israeli Prime Minister. It would be sort of telling, I would say.
Can we just actually linger on that point? There is a point you've made multiple times, which is we're more eager to criticize and maybe even over-exaggerate the criticism of democratically elected leaders.
Yes.
It's a dark, weird, other quality of discourse at parties, aforementioned parties.
Isn't it also, I mean, not to be flippant for a moment, it's a little bit like, who do you show your worst side to? The people you love. It's like, my intense irritability is something that tends to be felt most by people who are closest to me, because I'm if I expressed it to absolutely everybody I met at the party or a social setting, it would be hard. I mean, there's a tendency to lean heavily on the people who are closest to you, the people who will put up with it. And something similar happens in international politics. You pressure the people who will listen. I mean, it's one of the things you hear a lot in the last year. People sort of ignoramuses and governments in places like Britain, will say we need to put more pressure on the Israelis to do X. And you go, well, in part that's because they will listen. If you go, we need to put more pressure on the Ayatollahs in Iran to persuade them that Hamas are really bad and they shouldn't be doing this. Right, what the hell do you think they're going to do? They're going to listen to you? Think you damn? You're talking totally different worlds. Not just a different language, it's a different world. And by the way, that happens in Israel. I mentioned it earlier. It happens in Israel. When the hostage families forum came about, I spent a lot of time there. We've got to know a lot of the families, and they're remarkable. But one of the things you did notice from them as well was that a lot of them, they protest outside Netanyahu's house. They use klaxon horns to make sure he can never sleep. They will, put up great big posters by his house of him with bloodied hands and so on. And I have, I think as much sympathy as you can for these families. The plight of knowing that your child is sitting in a tunnel in Gaza for a year, a day, an hour is intolerable. But there's a reason why the families protested Netanyahu, and that's because Sinwar didn't care. That wouldn't work. If you said, understand my plight, I'm a Jewish mother and my daughter is thing. You think Sinwar, the heads of Hamas, care? You think the leaders in Qatar who host them care? The Qatari emir's mother, when Sinwar was killed, praised Sinwar. You couldn't talk that language to these people, but you can talk that language to the elected Prime Minister of Israel. Because that, first of all, he's somebody who might listen to your pressure, could be pressured. And secondly, is simply the only person you can pressure. There's no one else. Hamas doesn't care. Hezbollah doesn't care. The Iranian Revolutionary government doesn't care.
Yeah, so let's just sort of say once again the obvious thing that while it is possible to discuss Hamas soldiers as freedom fighters, I'm not one of the folks that can take that perspective. It's a tough one to take.
I don't see how you can.
So this goes to the man from the land of peace and the man from the land of war. There is a lived experience of what it means to grow up in Gaza. And if you fully load that into your brain in a real way, not using the words of good and evil, but in a very deep human sense, from that place of desperation, when your home and your family is destroyed, Doesn't matter why. Doesn't matter if there's evil all around you that caused it. Doesn't matter. The facts are the facts. And from that place, somebody who's fighting for you can feel like a freedom fighter. I think it should be called out that, yes, it can feel that way from the lived experience. But Hamas is very clearly, since we're talking about Netanyahu, Hamas is evil. Okay. Now, you can still, in that context, discuss the degree to which Netanyahu is the right leader for this moment and whether he goes too far, whether he's too politically selfish in the decisions he makes, whether he's too much a warmonger, whether he's utilizing the war for his own political gains and is not caring about the death of civilians in Gaza, for example, but more caring about his own political maintaining power. That's a perspective that I can steal, man. That's a perspective worth discussing, and that's a perspective many in Israel hold when they criticize Netanyahu. He's increasingly less and less popular.
That's wrong. Opinion polls last month in Washington showed him an all-time high.
You know,
but you were saying,
I make my own poll, and according to my poll, I'm the greatest, I'm the nicest and the coolest person in the world. 100% of people agree.
So I didn't mean to laugh that much.
Yeah. You laughed a little too much.
Too long.
More than the joke, yeah.
But you were saying, I mean,
yeah. Okay, let's steelman the criticism of Netanyahu. Can you, and then steelman the case for him, that he's the right leader, actually.
Well, the most devastating thing that anyone can come up against Netanyahu is that the 7th happened on his watch. After the Yom Kippur War in 1973, Golda Meir, who was a very distinguished Prime Minister of Israel and a remarkable woman, but she effectively took the political hit for the Yom Kippur invasion by Israel's Arab neighbors happening on her watch. And I would have thought that most critics, fair-minded critics of Netanyahu, inside Israel and without, would always hold that against him. I suppose that one of the criticisms you hear a lot as well is this thing of Israel being divided in the year before the 7th because of the judicial reforms. I think there's a strong case for the judicial reforms in Israel, but it's a sort of niche Israeli governance issue, which we don't have to get into. The point is that Netanyahu and his government are pushing these reforms through judicial reforms, and it was very divisive. And on the streets of Tel Aviv and other cities every weekend, there were protests, and the police were tired because they spent week after week on overtime policing these protests, which often turned raucous, not to say violent, but sometimes violent. And you could say, well, if you see that something is dividing your country this much, why don't you stop? There is a claim by some people that one of the things that prompted the 7th was that Hamas and its backers in Qatar and Iran saw the division in Israeli society, saw the Israeli population, a significant chunk of it every week on the streets, shutting down highways, shutting down services and so on, and thought, good, now's the time. In other words, what I quoted Sinwar as saying earlier when he was in prison in Israel was, this thing, one day you'll be weak and then I'll strike. Maybe that is one of the things that Sinwar thought. Israel was very weak, it had been divided, and therefore time to strike. There's an argument against that, which is that the 7th was in preparation and being planned before the judicial reform process in Israel began. So you can look at it several ways. But you could use that. You could say, hey, look, this is, if your nation was divided, don't push through any more on that. There's lots of things like that. You could say that Netanyahu was one of the people responsible for the conception. You could. There are critics of his, including critics who were in the war cabinet, who thought that he was too focused on Hamas and not focused enough on Hezbollah. Other people think he was too focused on Hezbollah and not enough on Hamas. There's them and many other criticisms that people make of him. I would say I've interviewed, I think, every political leader in Israel from right to left, pretty much. And I have to say, I don't think there's any of them that wouldn't have responded similarly to the 7th of October, to the way he has.
Okay, so that's inside Israel. Outside of Israel, despite what he said, he is one of the most hated people in the world. Just the raw quantity. Now, relative, he's loved by a lot of people, but there's a lot of people that, there's a lot of psychological effects that might explain that.
I mean, it's sort of strange if there is a widespread global loathing of Prime Minister of a country of 8 to 9 million people.
Yeah, that might mean something more than hatred of the military actions and the policies of the one person. Yeah,
I mean, there's an awful lot of people to hate in the world. There's a lot of wars in the world. It's always of interest to me. And obviously, some of the one things I go into on democracies and death cops is this question of why is this so galvanizing for so many people? And I think that is a very, very interesting question. Why? By the way, let me do a quick addendum to that. You can notice something else like that when people talk about the Republican failures in foreign policy in the last 30 years or so. It's very interesting. There's a certain type of person who will immediately mention Paul Wolfowitz.
Yeah.
And they will say, well, Wolfowitz. You mean Deputy Undersecretary of Defense under George W. Bush? I think he guided everything. Why would that be? Other than the fact that his name, as Mark Stein once said, starts with a nasty animal and ends Jewish. I mean,
that's a good
so
line.
I do think that there are very deep things at play.
It's a good line.
There are very deep things at play. Netanyahu, irrespective of anything he does, for a lot of people, is a kind of devil. And you have to say, well, why is that? Now, of course, some people will say, well, that's because his terrible hawkishness and his action, and so on and so forth. The case for Netanyahu is that he sees it as his historic purpose to defend the only homeland of the Jewish people, and that's his life's mission. And on that basis, I think he's been, by any measure, a historic leader. He has warned the world about the threat from the mullahs in Tehran, warned about Iranian revolutionary expansionism across the region, across Iraq, Lebanon, Syria, Yemen. And after the 7th, he has held together a very, very difficult set of challenges to keep international pressure at a tolerable level, to do all sorts of things, but most importantly, to oversee the 2 war aims that he set out at the beginning. I thought, let me just express this to you, I thought, like a lot of people, when I heard about the hostages, my immediate instinct was, they're all dead. They're all going to be dead. We'll never see them again. And that was the attitude of a lot of Israelis. But although there are still hostages being held, and as I've always said, the war could end tomorrow if they were handed back, or at least the beginning of the end of the war could begin tomorrow if they were handed back. Nevertheless, because of the actions of not just Netanyahu, but the Israeli government, most of the hostages have been returned. Did not expect this to happen. And Hamas has not been completely destroyed, but it has been very, very significantly degraded. And you end up in the definition of what a total destruction of Hamas would look like. But they are not anywhere near the capability they were in November of 2023. Their leadership has almost all been killed. The second tier of leadership, almost all gone. And this is a just response to what Hamas did. The moment Netanyahu's reputation in Israel was at a low early on because of what had happened. But, and there's no doubt, as I say in the final chapter of the book, I mean, there's General Slim had this phrase, from defeat into victory. Israel isn't a victory yet in this conflict, but when in September last year, there were a set of operational successes so extraordinary that, I mean, it was just like every day's news was. There was one day I remember when after the Assad regime fell, when the Israeli Air Force took out the entirety of the Syrian Air Force in a day because they didn't want it falling into the hands of the new jihadist administration in Syria. It was story number 4 on the BBC News website. The leadership of Hezbollah gone. The second and third tiers of Hezbollah gone or wounded. Iran's Rolls-Royce destroyed. These are very, very significant military achievements, and are, in my mind, a just response to the attempts by Hezbollah, Hamas, and other Iranian proxies to destroy the Jewish state. Would another Israeli leader have been able to hold firm as Netanyahu has? I don't know, but I do know that any of them would have done something similar, or would have tried to do something similar, because there's no country on earth, no democracy on earth, which could possibly not respond to such an atrocity.
To the point, the underlying point you made, why do so many people want to call him evil? So the implication is, it's not just a hatred of Israel. There's an ocean of hatred for the Jews.
Yes.
Why is there so much hatred for Jews in the world?
I would say there's one reason in particular. It's a stupid and gullible person's easy answer. Why do certain things happen in the world? What is our explanation of chance or unfairness or any number of things? Easiest, stupidest person's explanation is there's a small group of people doing it.
Let's not say stupidest, because there's something in the human mind that craves a nice, clean theory of everything, right? That explains all the problems. It's not just stupidest.
Okay, let me rewrite. Lowest grade.
Right, because I have that desire too to simplify everything. Like,
be a bit anti-Semitic. What?
We've all been anti-Semitic here and there. Just get a few vodkas in me. No. To find, I mean, maybe it's the mathematician. It's like to find a simple explanation for everything.
Right.
That's nice for everything.
Yeah. No.
Historians do this.
Absolutely.
Like,
I agree.
Analyzing why the Roman Empire collapsed. It's so nice to have one, especially if it's a counterintuitive explanation. It's one of the favorite go-tos, right? It's an explanation for all the problems in the world.
It's the lowest resolution analysis imaginable.
Why is there traffic? Why did my wife leave me? Why did my wife cheating on me? Why did I lose my job? Why did I not get the job? Because so even on the personal level,
especially on the personal level, why did I not get everything? Somebody must have held me back.
And it's just that the hatred of Jews has been such a popular go-to throughout history. You just always return back to the hits, I guess. And what is it special about the Jews as a group that people love to hate? Is it just because it's a small number of people?
I think several things.
Successful.
One is small, and without by any means saying this is a general rule, but disproportionately highly accomplished in certain fields at certain times. Prominent is the word I would use. Prominent, slightly beyond their numbers in certain places. It's not a full explanation. I mean, all sorts of historic reasons why Jews were involved in banking. But then there are also historic reasons why the Scottish people, my own, were involved in banking. And to this day, you don't find many people who blame all international finance problems on the Scots. So there are just like easy grooves for people to fall into, it seems to me.
We should also mention banking for some reason. Money is a thing that people go to. But Jews have been disproportionately successful in the sciences and engineering, mathematics,
yes,
and the arts and so on.
A sensible person would try to work out why that is and see what is replicable. I don't want to use the word stupid again now. A different type of person.
I'm triggered already.
A different type of person would look at that and say that must mean they took something from me, and that's the most zero-sum game there is. It's an endlessly fascinating subject because it seems to me that anti-Semitism is almost certainly a sort of ineradicable temptation of the human spirit at its ugliest and cheapest. But because it's back in our day, it bears some analysis again. And I would say two things about it. One is, as I and others have said many times in the past, one of the fascinating things about anti-Semitism is it can cover everything at once. So the Jews get hated for being rich and for being poor, both for being the Rothschilds and for being Eastern European Jews escaping the pogroms. They can be hated for being religious and for being anti-religious and producing Marxism, for instance. Hated for religiosity and secularism. They can be hated for, most recently, not having a state and therefore being ruthless cosmopolitans, and also hated for having a state. And that makes it something very unusual, actually, in the history of human bigotry and bias and ugliness. But the real thing is, one of my great heroes, Vasily Grossman, says at the center of life and fate almost everything that's worth saying about anti-Semitism. Grossman's genius, that he could say in 3 to 4 pages what most people couldn't say in an entire life, even after a life of study. But there's this passage in Life and Fate I quote in my book, which it just bowled me over when I read it some years ago. When he says, the interesting thing about anti-Semitism, he says you can meet it everywhere, in the Academy of Sciences and in the games that children play in the yard. But Grossman's great insight is, he says, everywhere it tells you not about the Jews but about the person making the claim. And the most important gift he gives in his analysis is when he describes it as a mirror to the person who's making the claims, culminating in this phrase I've been trying to make popular, which is he says, tell me what you accuse the Jews of, I'll tell you what you're guilty of. It's a searingly brilliant insight. The Iranian revolutionary government accuses Israel of being a colonial power. The Iranian Revolutionary Government has been colonizing the Middle East throughout our lifetimes. The Turkish government accuses the Jewish state of being guilty of occupation. Do you know northern Cyprus? Turks have been occupying half of Cyprus since the 1970s. Cyprus is an EU member state and Turkey is in NATO. So you can do this on and on. The people who accuse the Jewish state, like the people who accuse Jews of something, almost without fail, is the thing they're guilty of. Look at the supporters of Hamas and Hamas. One of the things they say is that Israel is guilty of indiscriminate killing. Hamas? Hello? What were you doing on the 7th? You see, there are these crazy guys online who repeatedly claim that for some reason Israeli soldiers will rape Palestinians when they meet them, whether in a prison or on the battlefield or in a hospital. It erupts occasionally. These people go around and say, "Oh my God, the IDF are rapists." Yeah. Excuse me? You're the ones who spent the years after 2016 saying believe all women. Then from the 7th of October said believe all women except for Jewish women who say they've been raped or seen their friends raped. And then you say, aha, the Jews are rapists. You've been carrying water for rapists and then go and accuse the Jews of rape. I mean, it just works. Every way you do it, it works. I do think the thing of psychological projection in the case of Israel is wild. I mean, it is wild. By the way, there's an interesting thing on this that I try to get into in the book, which is this thing of why did so much of the world respond the way it did? I mean, we're sitting in New York. There was not one protest against Hamas in New York after the 7th of October. The Believe All Women crowd didn't come out against Hamas's rapes. The Black Lives Matter movement did not turn their attention to the killing of Israeli children or anything. Nobody did it. Nobody did it. The one thing that did happen very prominently was that people came out to attack the people who'd been attacked. And as I say in the opening of the book, I saw that myself down the road from here in Times Square on October the 8th. October the frigging 8th. The protests are in Times Square against Israel, justifying the attacks that were still going on. And this is something that deserves deep self-examination on behalf of people in the West who've seen this movement overwhelm parts of our society. I mean, degraded parts, but parts, bits of the universities and so on. And I think there's an explanation for it, by the way, which again goes back to that issue of projection. When you and I last talked on camera, we were talking about my last book, The War in the West, and I remember saying to you there that one of the things I was talking about in that book was the deeply, deeply, wildly biased, unfair and inaccurate estimation of the Western past, whereby, you know, America's original sin had to be identified, and the original sin is slavery. So America has an original sin. Does Ghana have an original sin? No one knows. No one really would think it polite to point one out. And you know, you go on and on with these things that I identified in the War in the West, these sins of the West, and they have in recent years been reduced to the claim that countries like the one we're sitting in are guilty of what? Colonialism, settler colonialism, white supremacy, slavery, genocide, and a couple of others you can throw in probably. One of the things I remember saying to you when we spoke about that was that one of the deep problems of setting up that system of thought pseudo-thought, non-thought, would-be thought, is that there's nothing you can do about it. Even if it was true, there's nothing you can do about it. If it turned out that your ancestors in the 18th century once owned a slave, what are you going to do? There's no mechanism to forgive or be forgiven because you didn't do it, and there's no one alive who could accept the apology. And I remember setting it up there in the War in the West. I set up this very, very risky, dangerous, unforgivable, unforgiving thing that had been set up about our society. But I would say that since October 7th, there has been an answer for a certain type of person, which is, I am from a society where I have been told I am guilty of settler colonialism, white supremacy, genocide, ethnic cleansing, and more. I've been told all of these things. I have been put in an unget-outable of situation of moral burden that can never be relieved because I can't ask anyone's forgiveness and nobody can forgive me. But here's a country which I can accuse of all of these things in the here and now. Load my energies, my guilt, my burdens onto. And what's more, I might be able to end it. And by doing so, would relieve myself. And in other words, I tweak Grossman with the people in America and elsewhere who've fallen into this trap. I tweak him by saying, on this occasion, tell me what you accuse the Jews of, and I'll tell you what you've been told you're guilty of.
Yeah, it's an interesting kind of projection. Just to observe some of the sociological phenomena here on top of all this, it does seem that hatred of Jews gets a lot of engagement online.
Mm-hmm.
Is this... So I watch it like a curiosity, like I'm an alien observing Earth. Is this dangerous to you, or is it just a bunch of trolls and grifters, let's say cosplaying as Nazis? It's just
Could be both.
fun to trigger the libs.
It could be all of those things. I think it is, and a lot more. Taboos, taboos can be fun to break, I suppose. And I suppose there are some people online who have grown up knowing that, since the Holocaust, anti-Semitism was taboo. And they'd run out of, go back to what we were saying earlier a bit, they sort of run out of, they've got bored of that, Holocaust, Schmolocaust, they'd say, I've heard enough about that. And maybe those people have gone off in a funny direction as a result, but I don't think that's the main. I think that's like a detail compared to the real thing. The real thing is that anti-Semitism is back, and there's a certain type of person who's loving it.
Is it really back? So I watch.
Well, it never goes away. It's just that it's since the 7th, I think that it's had a great resurgence. And this isn't to say, and that, any criticism of Israel is anti-Semitic. No, it doesn't. But, as I have often said, if you don't ever express any interest in the murder of Muslims in Syria, not any interest in genocide in Sudan, killing of hundreds of thousands of people in Yemen, but on the 8th of October you're on the street with a placard attacking Israel, I'm sorry, you're an anti-Semite, for sure. You may not know you are, but that's what's motivating you.
It gets a lot of engagement.
It does.
I watch it.
But it's one of several things you can always see get huge engagement. It's like if you say that there's like a massive paedophile ring, run by prominent politicians. It might be total horseshit. Likely to be total horseshit, but it'll also get a hell of a lot of engagement.
Yeah, but that's still the pedophile ring, like Epstein Island, that kind of stuff. It's
all
pretty,
of which is very interesting.
Yeah, it was like, great, all right, cool. Let's get behind that conspiracy. But the Jews thing, the hatred of Jews is still, that's the greatest hit still.
It is. And I mean, you see it with, some of the people who've made minor celebrities of themselves with a sort of made up version of history with a smattering of this and a little bit of that. And then just asking questions, and, I'm not saying, but there's certain, rhetorical sleights of hand that have helped this along. But as I said earlier, it's just the lowest grade explanation of a certain type of mind looking for a pattern and looking for meaning. And I mean, I can give you just one quick example of why that in the case of Israel is so extraordinary. Is the number of otherwise semi-intelligent people who will tell you that the problem is simply that the Israelis need to give the Palestinians another state. And that if they do, it will solve the problems of the region and the wider world. And irrespective of the fact that the Palestinians have been given several states, the claim that this particular land dispute would unlock every other injustice in the world should be seen on its face to be preposterous. There is no reason why, if the Palestinians got another state, either in Gaza or in parts of Judea and Samaria, the West Bank, there is no reason why we should expect the economy of Yemen to boom. It would not inevitably lead to the mullahs in Tehran giving equal rights to women or anything else. It would solve it. The most likely thing is you simply have another failed Arab state run by a sort of proxy of Tehran. That's the best case scenario. And by the way, even lifelong defenders of the Palestinian cause, like Salman Rushdie, he said recently, he said, I've always been a supporter of the Palestinian people and their cause, but it is an unavoidable fact that if another state was given to the Palestinians, it would simply be, at best, another front for the Iranian regime in Iran. At best. So why the passion about it? Why the unbelievable wild passion about this? Why the... And I say, some of it can be, should be argued out and so on. And some of it can be explained. But there's definitely a realm of it, a layer of it, which is simply at that level of this excites something within me. This excites something within me.
Yeah, there's something compelling to people about hating Jews.
Look at the prominence of semi-prominent people who are willing to play around with the idea that 9/11 was an inside job, often somehow done by the Israelis, or the Jews. I mean, look at this shit is going around.
I have to admit, there's a part of my brain that's pulled towards conspiracies. There's something compelling and fun about a simple explanation for things, what's really going on behind the scenes. Because the real world, when you don't look at the conspiracies, first of all, it's complicated. Second of all, it's kind of boring. A bunch of incompetent people.
Usually opening up Pandora's boxes they don't understand.
Yeah, it's a bunch of buffoons. And I've been, I've walked around and hung around with a lot of powerful rich people. And the thing I learned is they're just human beings. I've yet to be in a room where exceptionally brilliant psychopaths are plotting.
You never got that invite?
No. In fact, a lot of people in the positions of power, they're just not good. I'm just continuously disappointed that they're not ultra. I love competence.
Yeah.
The places where I've seen competence, inklings of it, is in low level, like soldiers, like low level. What do you call that? People that do stuff with their hands. So builders of different kinds, like engineering, like craftsmen. Like I've seen.
Yes, because you've got a very specific task that could be highly complicated.
Yes.
But you get to apply yourself to and to solve.
Yeah. Over years, you master it. It's passed across generations and so on. But like statecraft and like that kind of stuff.
Well, it's because there's so many variables. I mean, this is one of the when you were trying to lure me on to prognostications on Ukraine earlier. I was saying, I've seen enough to know that I just don't know, because I know the amount of things that can change all the time. I was some years ago. I was talking to a former public servant in the UK when Boris Johnson was Prime Minister and COVID started. And I mentioned to this friend, I said, well, it's pretty bad luck for Boris that, he came in to do one thing, which was Brexit. And then there's a global pandemic from Wuhan, and he's got to like mug up on that and then gets it really wrong. But anyway, and I was really struck by the fact this man, a man of great insight who happened to disagree politically, but said to me, but Douglas is always like this. And he said, look at Tony Blair, came into power in 1997 wanting to reform education in the UK, ends up trying to remake the Middle East. And I mean, as I say, one of the reasons why I am scornful of conspiracy theories, and most conspiracy theories, not to say that there aren't some that do actually turn out to be, to have something in them, and that happens. A lot of things are called conspiracy theories that turn out to be true, gladly. But in general, the suspicion and the scorn I have for people who fall into this is, as I say, it's a very low grade, low resolution look at the world by people who clearly have never seen the wildness of actions in the world and the way that they reverberate and the number of events. I mean, I once spoke some years ago to a politician who literally said to me, I won't name the country, but said to me, can you help us out with just how to cope with the day to and understand the day-to-day struggle we're having with the cycle? And I said, well, right, what are you talking about? And they said, our experience in government is that every day something comes up which we have to firefight. And that's what we do that day. And then the next day something else comes up which we have to firefight. And we're not getting our policies done. And I just thought, for me, that rings an awful lot truer than that country gets the odd phone call from a member of a Jewish family telling them, I just, it's like, come on. So, that's...
I do, before I forget, when I ask you about Iran, what role do they play in this conflict? It's it's fascinating how it seems like Iran is fingerprints everywhere in the Middle East. And it's also fascinating that, I have a lot of friends, my best friend is Iranian. It's fascinating that the Islamic Revolution in Iran took the country from a leadership perspective backwards in such a drastic way, and that they're still in power. That confuses me because now it's possible I don't know the people of Iran. Sorry to make the obvious statement, but I just have a lot of friends in Iran, and a lot of them, everybody I know there opposes the regime, and they're brilliant, educated, thoughtful, worldly people. And it confuses me that there's this is one of the, I would say, one of the greatest nations on earth.
Certainly one of the great cultures of it.
Cultures,
yes.
the peoples
yes.
of Iran.
Yeah.
And then you look at that, and then you look at the leadership, when they're behind most of the terror groups
in the region. So, yeah.
Can you just speak to that, and how is it still the same regime since 1979?
I know. As you know, I start on Democracy and Death Cults with the flight taking the Ayatollah Khomeini from Paris to Tehran.
The flight that you say you wish never happened.
I think it's one of the two worst journeys of the 20th century.
What's the other one?
Was it Lenin's train getting to Petrograd?
So it's always about the transportation.
Yes, I know. I'm really a transport guy. No, wait till my book of 10 best journeys.
Across the world.
No, just as the train to the Finland station brought the bacillus of Bolshevism into Russia, so the flight coming from Paris, bringing the Ayatollah Khomeini to Tehran, brought the bacillus of Khomeiniism, the most radical form of Shiite Islam, to Tehran and to Iran. And it's one of the great tragedies of the modern era, what happened there. Like you, actually, I have a lot of Persian friends, and I had the great good fortune early in my life to have a very close late friend who had grown up in pre-revolutionary Iran. Was very fond of the Shah and so on. Her father had been an Ayatollah before the overthrow of the Shah. But, and you know, everyone had criticisms of him. But when you saw what came after him, it was, among other things, what I learned from her and other friends of that region was that, I suppose, two things. One is, of course, is that it's a sort of simple conservative insight. You know, things can always be worse. They can always be worse. Never say this is rock bottom, because, you know, like you might have a Shah with hundreds or even thousands of political prisoners in cells, but you could always have Ayatollah Khomeini butchering them all, and including the people who helped him get to power, like the communists and the trade unionists who simply were fighting against the Shah and then were very useful for the Ayatollah until he didn't need them anymore. But the other thing I learned from that particular friend and others was this thing that, and again, it's very hard for the Western mindset, very hard for American mindset in particular, that there is such a thing as fanaticism, real fanaticism, and real ideological and real religious fanaticism, and the thing that I described leads to the death cult mindset. That fanaticism is something which is very easy for the West to forget because we haven't seen it in a while. You know, we get very distant echoes of it in our own societies, really. And we're highly attuned to hear them, which is good in some ways. But Khomeiniism not only vastly set back the Persian people, the Iranian nation, but has managed to keep it in subjugation since 1979. And your question of why gets to one of the really the biggest questions, really, that has to be the answer to which has to be understood, which is, it's what Solzhenitsyn says at one point in Gulag Archipelago, in that passage where he describes, when we heard the footsteps on the staircase and the knock was on our neighbor's door, and we knew our neighbor was being taken away, why did we not stop them? And in the case of the revolutionary government in Iran, you know, it's the same answer as whether it's Hamas governing Gaza with the people, whoever the people in Gaza are, who would have liked to have seen them overthrown. Whatever it's, you know, people don't realize that despite the rhetoric and everything else, everything changes if the other guy might kill you. And that, you know, when the Green Revolution in 2009 started in Iran, Why was it put down? Why didn't it work? Why, like you, the sort of Iranians who I really hope one day get their country back, why did all these smart young students and others, why after they came out, why was it put down? It was put down because the Basij militia will shoot you in the head and they'll take you to a prison, as they did with the Iranian students, and they'll rape you with bottles and kill you. And even a little bit of that goes an awfully long way to tell the rest of society not to do it again. You know, we know it happens like that from films, but too few people understand that regimes like that in Tehran operate like that on a grand scale, on the biggest of scales, and with the ultimate of brutality. And that's how they stay in power. And one other thing on that, by the way, which is, I was reminded of this the other day, but, you know, thinking about this sort of, you know, what I just described as a sort of a problem in democracies is that we just, you know, we like to think everyone thinks like us, and, you know, we'd like everyone to sort of be like us, and we believe fictions that we're taught in films like, you know, everyone basically wants the same things as us, and you go, you haven't stepped outside the walls of the city if you think that. But the second thing is this thing of the death cults, of why we sort of singly fail to understand that this is possible. And Khomeinism is both very specific and also very strongly linked to totalitarian and radical and extremist death cult movements that are not that far in our past. I mean, you know, there's a moment in when Oriana Fallaci interviewed Ayatollah Khomeini in 1979, one of the very few Western journalists to do so. She says to him, these people in the street, this movement, this revolution you've begun, it's guided by hate. It's hate. It's all hate. And Khomeini says, no, it's love. It's love. And it's actually a scene that appears in the Satanic Verses of Rothschild, where that exact same thing happens. But I was thinking about this recently because I was thinking, but how can you explain to a Western mindset that's something that's going on? That there are people directed by this hate that calls itself love, this. And I was reminded of a book I haven't read since I was probably a teenager or something. It made a great impression on me then. Did you ever read The Tragic Sense of Life? Miguel de Unamuno, a great Spanish existentialist philosopher who died in the 30s. Unamuno had an encounter with students at the university in the 30s when he realized, I mean, this is the early period of the Francoists, de Rivera and all those people. Unamuno is at this meeting and the chant goes up from the eager students who have fallen into this sort of phalangist Francoist ideology already. They end up chanting in front of him as he's trying to defend the principles by which he has lived his life. They end up chanting in front of him, Viva la muerte, long live death. Long live death. And he tries to explain to them this is a necrophilic chant. Yeah. But those young men in pre-Francoist Spain shouting long live death, they have their counterparts today. They are the people who taunt Americans, Westerners, Israelis and others with lines like, we love death more than you love life.
Yeah, that's the line you return to. That's a really difficult line to load in. Because if you base your whole existence on that notion, then, well, you're a danger to the world. That's a good foundation for committing evil. I have to ask because you mentioned that interview. You had a good interview with Benjamin Netanyahu after October 7th. And I've been very fortunate to get the opportunity to interview a few world leaders. It looks like I'll interview Vladimir Putin and others. One, I have a general question about how do you interview people like this? Maybe to put your historian hat on, of like, how do you approach the interview of world leaders such that you can gain a deeper understanding in the hope that that adds to the compassion in the world. So I have a deep sense that understanding people you might hate helps in the long arc of history add compassion to the world. But even just to add understanding is difficult in those kinds of contexts. And, you know, maybe it's more useful to think about from a historian perspective of how you need to interview somebody like Hitler or Stalin or Churchill, FDR during World War II. It's not, you know, I think about this a lot, especially if it's, you know, 2, 3, 4, 5 hour conversation.
Well, there's a lot of weight on you when you do those conversations.
From where? So, like, where? Who's watching? Is it historians 20 years from then?
Who knows? I mean, the whole data might be wiped. I suspect there's a weight on you because every major world leader you interview, and you've done some amazing ones, but I mean, you presumably you have a set of people saying you've got to ask him about this. You can't not address this, and that's a very challenging one because, of course, although in an interview with a politician should not be supine, nor can it be endlessly interrogative, because like you're not the prosecutor and they don't have to be the guilty party answering to you. And I've noticed the number of people who interview people, world leaders and others, who go in with a set of sort of those things, and at some point the other party can just I don't need this, and people criticizing you don't realize that you just can't do that.
Yeah, I suppose why journalists behave the way they do. Although I have increasingly less respect for the journalist, the average journalist. More respect for the great journalist, as my respect for the average journalist decreases. Because a lot of the journalists seem to be signaling to their own in group. But there is a lot of pressure on people in that situation to ask what I would say is the dumb question. Why is it the dumb question? The adversarial question that the world leader, the person is ready for. They've answered that question. And what you're trying to do is, I guess, one, to signal that you've asked the question, to push them.
Yes.
Two, you're trying to like just create drama, because really what people that ask you to ask that question, they want you to embarrass that person. They hate them and they want you to like make them piss their pants or something, or just start crying and run out.
Walk out.
Yeah, walk out in a way that's embarrassing for them. They could be like, look at that pathetic person. And that reveals to me nothing, except maybe the weakness of the interviewee, that they can't stand up to a tough question.
Yeah.
But mostly, like, I'm starting, I have to do a lot of thinking, because you get attacked a lot. If you ask questions from a place of curiosity that actually have a chance to reveal who the person is.
Yeah, there's a very interesting mind that Robin Day, who was a very distinguished interviewer back in the day, has said about Jeremy Paxman, who was a very interrogative interviewer in the UK. Robin Day, who was quite good at being rude to politicians, but carefully, said the problem with the new approach, as he saw it from the 90s of political interviewing, was, he said, if you think the person you're speaking to is a liar, you should get them to reveal that they're a liar. Don't just call them a liar.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that is, again, it's something that a lot of people sitting on the other side of the screen don't realize, is that it may satisfy them that you call a person a liar to their face, but it doesn't do anything. And it actually reveals nothing. If somebody is a liar and they reveal themselves to be a liar, then that's something else. But yes, I mean, I hear you. You're obviously, you have a lot of different voices telling you what to do. It's also difficult because one of the things that I don't think anyone really understands is that in the end it's just you. I'm sure you have this about Putin. Like people say, I know exactly how you can, they could give endless advice. The end is you sitting down talking to him. It's like everybody knows how to behave on the presidential debate stage, but only a few people have done it. In person is actually pretty difficult. It's very difficult because you've got all this weird behind the scenes stuff as well. You've got all of the games that people play. I mean, yeah, with I interviewed Zelensky. I'm pretty fearless in general, and he was a very human and fascinating human. But there is soldiers with guns standing all around. You didn't have anyone? No one was acting on your side?
I had one friend, security person, who's also crazy. You never know. He could turn on.
You've been infiltrated.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, I mean, that doesn't have any effect. And by the way, I should mention that because it's hilarious to me, but process-wise, with Narendra Modi and with anyone, they don't. They said it was scripted and all this kind of stuff. I would never do anything scripted. They don't get to have a say in anything I ask. I have complete freedom. Sometimes you'll have people on the team very politely nudge, like, "Hey, can you?" And I'll very politely say, "Thank you," like smile. But that doesn't mean I have to fucking do it. I can do whatever the hell I want. This actually, by the way, with world leaders, it doesn't happen. It happens more with CEOs because they have like usually PR and comms people. They'll just be like very polite, like, "Hey, that thing about when that sexual assault harassment charges they had. Could we just? There's no reason to really linger on that.
You don't have to do that." Yeah. One of my favorite things anyone's ever said. It's only ever happened. I know a couple of cases of this happening in private. A friend of mine once years ago was debating against this is before the civil war in Syria, was debating something to do with the Middle East, and one of the people on the other side was the then Syrian ambassador in London. The then Syrian ambassador in London says something about the Israeli treatment of the Palestinians, and my friend stands up and starts talking about Assad Senior's massacre of the Palestinians in Hama, where he killed like 10,000 Palestinians in a day. And my friend starts talking about the Hama massacre by Assad Senior, and the big fat Syrian ambassador stands up to this one and he says, "That is none of your business." And my friend was like, "Oh, I thought we were going to get into denial."
Let me just ask you one more thing about Netanyahu, because I also have the opportunity to do a 3-hour interview with him at this stage, and I've been, if I'm just being honest, very hesitant to do it, and I just don't know how a conversation there could help add compassion to the world, and that particular topic. No matter how well you do it, you do take on a very large number of people that will just make it their daily activity to hate you and to write about it and to post about it and to accuse you of things. In some sense, I don't want to lose the part of me that's vulnerable to the world.
People have very little understanding of things if they're willing to say that because you're sitting down and talking with somebody, you are ergo platforming them, advancing their cause, being used, being a show or whatever like that. You might be actually just finding some things out, which I think is something you do expertly. And Another thing your critics wouldn't realize is that they, life is long, and hopefully, God willing, we're both around for a long time, and therefore you don't blow everything up at the request of some twat online.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that a superpower of a kind is to identify the people whose opinion you care for and worry about their opinion and no one else's, really. And you just keep your own guiding light. That's what's always done it for me. Is that I've always said I just don't really. I wouldn't care if I was the only person in my opinion, and billions of people disagreed. I mean, I might be curious if the whole planet disagreed. It doesn't fundamentally. That's not right. I'll send you Churchill's great speech on the death of Chamberlain. I mean it. He says one of the most wise and brilliant things. I was thinking about it slightly earlier when you were talking about Zelensky, but because one of Churchill's greatnesses was his magnanimity. And when his great political opponent, Chamberlain, died in 1940, and Churchill had just taken over as Prime Minister, he could have used the opportunity. And we might even say that some politicians in our day won't be able to resist the opportunity. He could have used the opportunity to say, you see, I was right. And Chamberlain didn't know what the hell he was doing, and he's led us into this mess. And you should have all listened to me. Because that would have been a good time.
Yeah.
It would have been a good time to say that. That would have been one for the win, as they say. But Churchill doesn't do that in his great eulogy for Chamberlain. He talks about how hard it is for mankind to operate in the world and how you can do it successfully. He very movingly says, he doesn't even mention the name of Hitler. He says what were Neville Chamberlain's flaws. He says desiring of human peace, to be seeking peace. And he said, and the curse that he had was he was led astray by a very wicked man. But then he has this great passage where Churchill says, beautiful resonant passage about how he says it's not given to men happily for them, for otherwise life would prove intolerable, to foresee or to predict to any great extent the unfolding course of events. And he says, in for one phase, men seem to have been right, and in another they're proved wrong, and then there's a different scale of values emerges. And he says, what is the worth of all this? He says, the only guide to a man is his conscience. The only shield to his memory is the rectitude and the sincerity of his actions. And in fact, he says it doesn't matter what happens. If you have this, finishes it, he says, however the fates may play, that if you have this shield to guard you, that you march always in the ranks of honor. All that can guide a man is that. If you lose sight of it, and some people do, and maybe everyone does at some point, then it's a challenge. And then you get buffeted by the to's and fro's of the waves of popular opinion. But and that's dangerous. But if you keep sight and hold on to what you believe, a billion foes don't matter.
Yeah, that is the path. We were talking offline about the great biography of Churchill. Churchill himself made mistakes and admitted the mistakes, and we can even say was proud of the mistakes and
Learn from them.
That's all the best you could do. The worst you could probably do is being afraid of making mistakes.
That's what TR says about the man in the arena speech.
TR. Yeah. The old TR. Those two have made quite a few mistakes, but are, in the end, some of the greatest humans ever created. Norm Macdonald, Churchill, and
Did
Teddy
we do
Roosevelt.
I think we did it before coming on air.
Oh, before coming on air, yeah. Well, he's always and everywhere in the air around us. one of the great comedians. All right. What gives you hope about this whole thing we have going on? Human civilization. You've been covering some of the darker aspects, the madness of crowds, the madness of geopolitics, the madness of wars. Sometimes when the sun shines through the clouds and there's a smile on Douglas Murray's face, what's the source of the smile? The warmth.
Endless numbers of things. Endless numbers of things. And I get enormous encouragement from smart young people. Actually, that's not the way of it. That's just the best thing ever. I was in Kiev the other week, and I was asked to speak to some students at the university, and irrespective of the rather tricky situation that they are in, it's just great to, as you know, to speak to a room full of students about things and then hang around afterwards and just answer all the questions you can and hear from them about their lives and what they want to do, and remembering what you were like at their age and how goofy you were and how much you were going to get wrong and how much you had to learn and how much you were going to enjoy it, and seeing the opportunities they have in front of them if things go right, and just smart young people give me enormous encouragement all the time. That's the best thing.
Yeah, you can see endless possibility in their eyes. And they're not like burdened by let's say the cynicism that builds up.
But even the cynicism, though, I mean, you can resist that. I mean, I've got quite a deep wellspring of it, but I mean, you can't only fall into that because there's so much else it doesn't cover. It'd be like spending your life being ironic,
So that said, you have seen a lot of war, especially recently, indirectly. Ukraine, Israel. Has that changed you? Has that dimmed some of that warmth and light?
That's a very difficult question to answer. I don't know. It differs day to day.
So sometimes there's a heaviness there because of
Yeah, at times.
You regret some going as much as you have to the front lines?
No. One of the reasons why war is for a writer kind of the ultimate subject is because you see life weirdly at its ultimate. Very, very strange thing. But, it is the truth. Death, when it's in front of you, is something which gives a terrible clarity to everything. And you see how people will love and even sometimes laugh more, how they'll as Ibn Montaigne, that's always on my mind, why we weep and laugh at the same time. Everything's just more, and people. The real thing is that people, you see the very, very best of people and the very worst, and they're beside each other.
There's some. So I've gotten a bunch of chances to interact with soldiers on the front line in Ukraine, and there is some level of like all the bullshit niceties or whatever it is of civilian life is all stripped away. It just seems more honest somehow.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I mean, I couldn't agree more. And there's the wild clarity about things, not because of enemies or anything like that, but because of I joked, I think I mentioned, but I joked about this. Some Ukrainian soldiers in 22 because they want a cigarette, and we stepped outside. I accompanied them outside because they weren't allowed to smoke indoors in this hotel. There were rockets falling.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I said to him, isn't it strange that fear of secondhand smoke has superseded this? But I don't know.
It's seeing the humor in that. When you're on the front line, when you're fighting in a war, the humor of that is somehow just perfectly delicious. You can just laugh all day about that.
Yeah.
And the absurdity of life is just right there. And
That's right.
It's so honest and it's so beautiful. And that's why a lot of soldiers are traumatized and destroyed by war, but they also miss it.
That's right. Absolutely. Oh my God, yes.
It's an intimacy to the whole thing.
Absolutely. Well, that's right. I mean, everyone says, never felt more alive. Yeah, and I wouldn't do anything different.
Well, I hope just like Churchill, you keep fighting the good fight and not listening to anybody. And I'll try to learn to do the same. Douglas, I'm a huge fan. Thank you for doing this.
It's been a great pleasure. Right back at you.
Thank you. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Douglas Murray. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Bertrand Russell. The problem with the world is that fools and fanatics are always so certain of themselves, and wiser people so full of doubts. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Democrats still think the currency of politics is money and the currency of politics is attention. And that's a huge difference between the two sides right now.
I think the steel man is very easy to make here. Department of Government Efficiency. That sounds like an organization that's needed if government is inefficient. And one of the themes of our book is just how inefficient government can be. Not only at building houses, building energy, often at achieving its own ends. Building high-speed rail when it wants to build high-speed rail. Adding affordable housing units when it wants to add affordable housing units. I love Ezra's line that we don't just need to think about, deregulating the market. We need to think about deregulating government itself, getting the rules out of the way that keep government from achieving the democratic outcomes that it's trying to achieve. This is a world in which a Department of Government Efficiency is a godsend. We should be absolutely obsessed with making government work well, especially if we're going to be the kind of liberals who believe that government is important in the first place.
In my lifetime, the Democratic Party has never been as internally fragmented and weak, leaderless, rudderless, as it is right now. Now, it won't stay that way. You cannot change American politics. You can't change the Democratic Party if you're not willing to upset people. Donald Trump reformed the Republican Party by being able to fight Republicans. He ran against George W. Bush, against Jeb Bush, against Mitt Romney, against the trade deals, against a bunch of things that were understood to be sacred cows. Somehow this guy ran, right after Mitt Romney and John McCain, while attacking Mitt Romney and John McCain, right? If you are not, the Democratic Party does need to change. It needs to attain a different form because the Obama coalition is exhausted. It's done. It's not going to be able to do that if it doesn't have standard bearers who are willing to say, we were wrong about some things. We have to change our views on some things. We have to act differently and speak differently.
When Elon takes over Tesla, when Elon is at SpaceX, when Elon's at X, I would imagine, and you know this better than me because you know him, and maybe most importantly, for the purposes of this part of the conversation, you know the people who work for him. I'll bet if you ask the people who work under Elon at X, Tesla, SpaceX, they say, I know exactly what Elon wants. This is his goal for Super Heavy rocket. This is his goal in terms of humanoid robots. This is his goal in terms of profitability of Twitter and the growth of our subscription business and how we're going to integrate new features. There's probably a really clear mind meld. Right now, I have no sense that there's a mind meld. And in fact, I have the exact opposite sense. But rather than an example of creative destruction, which would be a mitzvah of entrepreneurship, we have an act of destruction. We have destruction for the sake of destruction. It's much cleaner to me from an interpretive standpoint to describe Doge as an ideological purge of progressivism, performing an act of, or performing the job of efficiency, rather than a department of actual efficiency itself.
The following is conversation with Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson. Ezra is one of the most influential voices representing the left wing of American politics. He is a columnist for the New York Times, author of Why We're Polarized, and host of the Ezra Klein Show. Derek is a writer at The Atlantic, author of Hitmakers and On Work, and host of the Plain English podcast. Together, they've written a new book, simply titled Abundance, that lays out a kind of manifesto for the left. It is already a controversial, widely debated book, but I think it puts forward a powerful vision for what the Democratic Party can stand for in the coming election. If I may, let me comment on the fact that sometimes on this podcast, I delve into the dark realm of politics. Indeed, politics often divides us, and frankly, brings out the worst in some very smart people. Plus, to me, it is frustrating how much of the political discourse is drama and how little of it is rigorous, empathetic discussion of policy. I hate this, but I guess I understand why. If the other side is called either Hitler or Stalin online by swarms of chanting mobs, it's hard to carry out a nuanced discussion about immigration, healthcare, housing, education, foreign policy, and so on. On top of that, anytime I talk about politics, half the audience is pissed off at me. And no, there is no audience capture. I get shit on equally by different groups across the political spectrum, depending on the guest. Why, I don't know, but I'm slowly coming to accept that this is the way of the world. I try to maintain my cool, return hate with compassion, and learn from the criticism and the general madness of it all. Still, I think it's valuable to sometimes talk about politics. It's an important part of the big picture of human civilization, but indeed, it is only still a small part. My happy place is talking to scientists, engineers, programmers, video game designers, historians, philosophers, musicians, athletes, filmmakers, and so on. So I apologize for the occasional detour into politics, especially over the past few months. I did a few conversations with world leaders, and I have a few more coming up. So there will be a few more political podcasts coming out, in part so I can be better prepared to deeply understand the mind, the life, and the perspective of each world leader. I hope you come along with me on this journey into the darkness of politics, as I try to shine a light on the complex human mess of it all, hoping to understand us humans better, always backed, of course, by deep, rigorous research and by empathy. Long term, I hope for political discussions to be only a small percentage of this podcast. If it's not your thing, please just skip these episodes. Or maybe come along anyway, since both you and I are reluctant travelers on this road trip. Who knows what we'll learn together about the world and about ourselves. This is the Lex Rubin Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson. You are both firmly on the left of the U.S. political spectrum. Ezra, I've been a fan of yours for a long time. You're often referred to At least I think of you as one of the most intellectually rigorous voices on the left. Can you define the ideals and the vision of the American left?
Oh, good. We're starting small here.
And maybe contrast them with the American right.
Sure. So the thing I should say here is that you can define the left in different ways. I think the left has a couple fundamental views. One is that life is unfair. We are born with different talents. We are born into different nations, right? The luck of being born into America is very different than the luck of being born into Venezuela. We are born into different families. We have luck operating as an omnipresence across our entire lives. And as such, the people for whom it works out well, we don't deserve all of that. We got lucky. I mean, we also worked hard and we also had talent and we also applied that talent. But at a very fundamental level, that we are sitting here is unfair. And that so many other people are in conditions that are much worse, much more precarious, much more exploited, is unfair. And one of the fundamental roles of government should not necessarily be to turn that unfairness into perfect equality, but to rectify that unfairness into a kind of universal dignity, right? So people can have lives of flourishing. So let's say that's one thing. The left is fundamentally more skeptical of capitalism, and particularly the unchecked forms of capitalism, than the right. I always think this is hard to talk about because what we call unchecked capitalism is nevertheless very much supported by government. So I think in a way, you have both. Like, markets are things that are enforced by government, whether they are, you know, how you set the rules of them is what ends up different between the left and the right. But the left tends to be more worried about the fact that you could get rich building coal-fired power plants, belching pollution into the air, and you could get rich laying down solar panels, and the market doesn't know the difference between the two. And so there's a set of goals about regulating the unchecked potential of capitalism that also relates to sort of exploitation of workers. There's like very fundamental questions about how much people get paid, how much power they have. Again, the rectification of economic and other forms of power is very fundamental to the left. When you think about what the minimum wage is, I am a successful podcast host. When I go into a negotiation with the New York Times, I have a certain amount of market power in that negotiation because other firms want to hire me. When you are a minimum wage worker, the reason we have a minimum wage is in part to rectify a power problem. A lot of workers do not have market power. They do not have a bunch of job opportunities. They are not working with firms. And by the way, without certain kinds of regulation, those firms would cartelize and make it so they can hold down wages anyway. So trying to rectify power imbalances is, I think, another thing folks on the left take more seriously. That would be a start of things that I think broadly unite maybe let's call it the intuitions. I want to say that's a answer, another book. I'm sure I like a million's out here, but I'll start there.
I mean, there's a lot of fascinating things there on the unfairness of life. That could be the interpersonal unfairness, so one person getting more money than another person, more skills or more natural abilities than another person. And then there's just the general unfairness of the environment, the luck of the draw, things that happen. All of a sudden, you cross a street and the car runs a red light and runs you over and you're in the hospital. So that unfairness of life. And in general, I guess the left sees there's some role or a lot of role for government to help you when that unfairness strikes. And then maybe there's also a general notion of the size of government. I think the left is more comfortable with larger government as long as it's effective and efficient. At least in this idea.
That's certainly true in the last 100 years. It was New Deal liberals who enlarged the government in the 1930s. It was Republicans who acquiesced to that larger government in the 1950s. And then starting in the 1970s, 1980s, it's typically been conservatives who tried to constrict government. Sometimes they failed, while liberals have typically tried to expand certain taxing and spending. But one thing that I was thinking as Ezra was talking, and I was just writing this down because I thought Ezra's answer was really lovely, but like at a really high level, I thought, maybe disagree with this. I thought about distinguishing between liberals and conservatives based on three factors: what each side fears, what each side values, and what each side tolerates. I think liberals fear injustice, and conservatives often fear cultural radicalism or the destruction of society. And as a result, they value different things. Liberals, I think, tend to value change. With the level of government, that can mean change in terms of creating new programs that don't previously exist. It's typically been liberals, for example, who've been trying to expand health coverage, while conservatives have tried to cut it back. Just in the last few years, it was Biden who tried to add a bunch of programs, whether it's infrastructure, the Chips and Science Act, the IRA, and then Trump comes into office and is unwinding it. And then I also think they tolerate different things. I think liberals are more likely to tolerate a little bit of overreach, a little bit of radicalism in terms of trying to push society into a world where it hasn't been. Well, I think conservatives are more likely to tolerate injustice. They're more likely to say there's a kind of natural inequality in the nature of the world, and we're not going to try to overcorrect for it with our policies. And so I think that even at a layer above what Ezra was articulating with the policy differences between liberals and conservatives, there's almost like an archetypal difference between what they fear and value and tolerate. Liberals fearing injustice, seeking change, tolerating sometimes a bit of what people might think of as overreach, while conservatives fear that overreach, value tradition, and often tolerate injustice.
The only thing I would say is that I do think this sort of the left likes big government, the right likes small government, oversimplifies. The left is pretty comfortable with an expansive government that is trying to correct for some of the imbalances of power and injustices and imbalances of luck I talked about earlier. The right is very comfortable with a very powerful police and surveillance and national security state. I always think about the sort of George W. Bush era, although right now with ICE agents hassling all kinds of green card holders, you can think about this moment too. But the right's view that on the one hand, the government is incompetent, and on the other hand, we could send our army across oceans, invade Afghanistan and Iraq, and then rebuild these societies we don't understand into fully functioning liberal democracies that will be our allies, was an extraordinary level of trust in a very big government. I mean, that was expensive, that took manpower, that was, compared to we're going to set up, the Affordable Care Act in America, that took a lot more faith in the US government being able to do something that was extraordinarily difficult. But the left has more confidence in the government of the check, and the right has more confidence in the government of the gun.
You're right. There's some degree to which when the right speaks about the size of government, it's a little bit rhetoric and not actual policy, because they seem to always grow the size of government anyway. They just kind of say small government, but they don't. It's in the surveillance state, in the foreign policy in terms of military involvement abroad, and really in every program, they're not very good at cutting either. They just kind of like to say it.
Cutting is really hard. If government spends trillions of dollars, and if you cut billions of dollars, someone is going to feel that pain and they're going to scream. And so you look at defense spending under Reagan, you look at overall spending under Reagan. Reagan might be one of the most archetypally conservative presidents of the last 40, 50 years. He utterly failed in his attempt to shrink government. Government grew under Reagan. Defense grew, all sorts of programs grew. So I think that one thing we're sort of scrambling around in our answers is that at a really high level, there are differences between liberalism and conservatism in American history. But often at the level of implementation, it can be a little bit messy. Even Bush's foreign policy that Ezra was describing, sort of from a big sense of American history, is very like Wilsonian, right? This sense of like it's America's duty to go out and change the world.
Or to use a current example, McKinleyan.
Or McKinleyan, right? And a lot of people compare Donald Trump's foreign policy to Andrew Jackson. This sense of we need to pull back from the world, America first. We need to care about what's inside of our borders and care much less about what's outside of our borders. Sometimes the differences between Republican and Democrat administrations don't fall cleanly into the lines of liberal versus conservative because those definitions can be mushy.
All right, so to descend down from the platonic ideals of the left and the right, well, who's actually running the show? on the right and the left? Who are the dominant forces? Maybe you could describe, and you mentioned democratic socialists, the progressives, maybe liberals, maybe more sort of mainstream left, and the same on the right with Trump and Trumpism.
So on the right, it's pretty straightforward at the moment. And the right is composed differently than it was 10 years ago. But the right is run by Donald Trump and the people who have been given the nod of power by Donald Trump. So that is right now Elon Musk, but Elon Musk's power is coming from Donald Trump. That is, maybe in some degrees J.D. Vance, maybe in some degrees Russ Vought, maybe sometimes, Homans over at DHS. The right, beneath that, the Republicans in Congress are extraordinarily disempowered compared to in other administrations. They are sort of being told what to do, and they are doing what they are told. Republicans in Congress, Senate Republicans, they didn't want Pete Hegseth. They didn't want Kash Patel. They didn't want Tulsi Gabbard. They didn't want RFK Jr. Nobody got elected to be a Republican in the Senate hoping that they would confirm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., a member of the Kennedys, a Democrat who was pro-choice and running as a Democrat 2 years ago, for HHS. But Donald Trump told them to do it, and they did. So the right has developed a very, very top-down structure. And one of Trump's talents, one of the things that makes him a disruptive force in politics, is his ability to upend the sort of coalitional structure, the interest group structure that used to prevail. The Koch brothers were the big enemy of the left, 10, 15 years ago. The view was that in many ways they set the agenda of the right. The Koch brother network is much less powerful under Donald Trump because he just disagrees with them and is disempowered them. Not to say none of their people or none of their groups are meaningful at all. They are, but you wouldn't put them at the forefront in the way that you might have at another time. Right this second, we're using the left, but Democrats are in fundamental disarray. There is no leader. Senate Democrats decided to vote for the continuing resolution avoiding a shutdown, or a critical mass of them did. Hakeem Jeffries, the leader of the House Democrats, and Chuck Schumer, the leader of Senate Democrats, are in bitter disagreement over whether or not they should have done that. Democratic leadership isn't even united on the single biggest point of leverage they might have had. They disagree over whether or not it was even a point of leverage. Outside of them, the party has no leader, which is fairly normal after a pretty crushing defeat. But there isn't the next in line. So you go back, right, and it was pretty clear that after Barack Obama, it was going to be Hillary Clinton. After Hillary Clinton, it was either going to be Joe Biden or Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders coming second in the primary, Joe Biden to be vice president. You often have a presumptive next nominee who the party can look to for a kind of leadership. Even after 2000, Al Gore was still giving big speeches. It was a question about Al Gore running again. There is no presumptive in the Democratic Party right now. You can't turn around and say, oh, it's going to be Pete Buttigieg, it's going to be Josh Shapiro, it's going to be Gretchen Whitmer. Absent, parties are given force, modern parties, which are quite weak by historical standards. Modern parties tend to be given force by a centralizing personality. Donald Trump being a very strong example of that on the right, but Barack Obama was the person who held together the Democratic Party for a long time. In my lifetime, the Democratic Party has never been as internally fragmented and weak, leaderless, rudderless, as it is right now. Now, it won't stay that way. There's a rhythm to these things. There'll be a midterm. They're probably going to pick up a bunch of seats in the midterm. If that means Hakeem Jeffries becomes speaker after the midterm, he's going to have a much louder voice because he's going to have power. It's going to be a harder road for Schumer to get back to the majority because of the Senate map. And then we'll start having a primary on the left. And you'll begin to see voices emerge out of that. But right now, the Democratic Party, it doesn't have points of power. There's simply, outside of, at the national level, there is no Democrat who wields control over a branch of government, right? They don't have the Supreme Court, they don't have the House, they don't have the Senate, they don't have the presidency, and they don't have a next in line. So you're looking at an organization without any of the people in the position to structure it. And the head of the DNC, the new head, Ken Martin, doesn't have power in that way. So it's they're pretty fractured.
you got a lot of criticism for this, but you were one of the people that early on said that Biden should step down. Why is the Democratic Party at this stage in its history so bad at generating the truly inspiring person? To me personally, AOC is an example of a person that might be that person.
You should have her on the show.
What?
I would watch that.
Definitely. I mean, I really try to, and we'll talk about this. I try to do like 2-3 hours, and there's a hesitancy on the left, especially to do these kinds of long programs. I think it's a trust issue. I'm not exactly sure what it is. 80% of the people on the show are left wing. I'm pretty good faith, and I try to bring out the best in people.
Have you invited her? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
We'll see what happens when people get closer to 2028.
Sure.
Maybe you'll begin taking that.
I hope so. Bernie's up there in age, so he can't do it anymore. Why is the Democratic Party so bad at generating?
I don't think it's so bad at generating them. I think that it turned out to be bad at generating them this year. Look, like as you mentioned, back in February 2023, I was somebody who came out and said, like, Biden can't run again. This isn't going to work. And my view, and that was really what that set of pieces was about the argument that even though Biden was clearly going to win the primary, there was still time for Democrats to do something the parties had done in the past and have an open convention. And you could structure the lead up to an open convention in a number of different ways, right? You could have something like a mini primary, but basically you'd have Democrats out in the media, out giving speeches, and their ultimate audience would be the delegates at the Democratic National Convention. And my hope was through that you would find the person for this moment. The thing for Kamala Harris was really difficult was she was for another moment. She was picked by Joe Biden in 2020 amidst just a very different political equilibrium, a sense that you had a transitionary moment between two versions of the Democratic Party. Maybe Joe Biden reaching a little bit back to the past, these sort of lunch pail, blue collar Democrats. Joe from Scranton was a big part of the Joe Biden appeal. But also Biden never has a chance if he's not Barack Obama as vice president. And so you have this sort of weird set of historical factors like operating at the same time. There's a desire for stability and experience amidst the chaos of Donald Trump and the pandemic. There is Biden as Obama's vice president, who nevertheless did not run in the election after Obama. I think a lot of people look back at 2016 and think, you know what, if Biden was the candidate, he would have beaten Trump and we would live in a different reality. And then Biden chose Harris as an effort to shore up his own, at least assumed weaknesses, right? He's a white man in the Democratic Party at a time when the Democratic Party is diversifying. And when the view of how you win elections is you put back together the Obama coalition. And the Obama coalition is young people, it's voters of color, and it's enough working class white voters and then college educated white voters, right? That's the Obama coalition. And so Biden picks Harris, for different reasons. My view at that time was I was sort of a Tammy Duckworth person and thought I should have picked Tammy Duckworth. But there are different people out there. And then the kind of moment that Harris was running in just sort of dissipates. First, she has a particular background from California where she's a tough on crime. Her book is called Smart on Crime Prosecutor. But she runs in the Democratic Party at a time when it's turned on that kind of politics. People want a lot from her personally, but they don't want a sort of prosecutorial character. So she sort of abandons that and never, I think, really finds another political identity, certainly before she begins running, in 2024 that works. But she's a talented debater. She's a very talented performer on the stump. But she doesn't really have a theory of politics and policy that she's identified with. But she's a way for Biden to signal that he understands that him being, in 2020, a 78-year-old white guy, he understands the future is not him, or at least not just him. And he's sort of trying to make a coalitional pick that speaks to his own, potential weaknesses. I think by 2024, you have two problems, right? Once he only steps down, June? Like, they are weeks from the DNC. They don't have time anymore for an open convention. you now have the Biden administration is very unpopular for a number of reasons, but particularly inflation, cost of living. So now you have Kamala Harris running with the sort of anvil of being associated with the Biden-Harris administration. She doesn't really have a lane on cost of living. It's not something she's known for working on in the Senate. It's not something she has a bunch of great ideas about, not something she's great at talking about. It's probably not the candidate you would pick for a cost of living election. And she's had no time to build that out, right? Maybe if she had been running in a primary for, a year and a half, having to fend off Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders and Pete Buttigieg and whomever else, she either would have figured out how to do it, right? Primaries are periods of education and learning for the candidates too, or they would have found somebody else who could do it. But she doesn't get any of that, right? She's thrown into the game with 3 months to go. So, they picked the candidate in 2020 who won. Whether you think Biden's inspiring or not, he was a reasonable pick for that moment. He should have never run for a second term, and he sort of implied to a lot of people that he wouldn't. And then the handover to Harris was a very difficult handover to a candidate who didn't go through any kind of selection process for the moment in which he was running. We'll see what they do in 2028, but the consequences of what they did in 2024 have been severe.
There's two really big questions on the table that I think click together in an interesting way. You asked, one, why did Trump win? And two, why do Democrats have this certain communication style that might make them less interested in coming onto an unstructured 3-hour conversation with you? Let me try to tell a story that connects them. I think Trump's victory in 2024 was overdetermined. There are a lot of factors here. Number one, if you look internationally, incumbents lost all over the world. They lost in the US, they lost in Europe, they lost in pretty much every developed country at rates that we really haven't seen in 50 years. And that's largely because the inflation crisis that came after COVID created an absolute disaster for incumbent establishment power. People couldn't bring prices down, voters were furious, and they were destroying establishment orders all over the world. Democrats happened to be in power, and as a result, they got the brunt of it. That's number one. Number two, if you look at elections over the 21st century, two things are true. One, almost every election is unbelievably close. For reasons that I'm not sure I entirely understand, the parties have gotten really good, historically, bizarrely good, at getting each group to come to the polls with about 48%, such that every election is a battle over the next 1.5%. And in a world like that, little thermostatic swings are very important. What we've seen over the last few years, and there's this theory about thermostatic public opinion in American politics, that says that what often happens in politics is one party has a very compelling message of change, they become the establishment, and then they become the victims of exactly the weapon that they marshaled. That then the next outgroup party says, we have a theory of change, and we're going to throw out the bums. And the next party comes in, and they overreach, and then they lose. In a world where you have thermostatic change, and every election is very close, you tend to have elections swinging back and forth. So I think that also explains why Democrats and Republicans have struggled to hold on to power for 6-year, 8-year, 12-year terms the same way they did, say, in the 1930s or 1960s. But finally, you have to look at what kind of character Donald Trump is and what kind of a media figure he is. We were just talking off camera about how every age of communications technology revolution clicks into focus a new skill that is suddenly in critical demand for the electorate, right? The world of radio technology is a world in which Franklin Delano Roosevelt can be powerful in a way that he can't be in the 1890s. And then you have the 1950s. Dwight Eisenhower, 1956, I believe, was the first televised national convention. Famously, the 1960 presidential debates between JFK and Richard Nixon take an election that is leaning toward Nixon and make it an election that's leaning toward JFK because he's so damn handsome and also just electrically compelling on a screen. We have a new screen technology right now, which is not just television on steroids. It's a different species entirely. And it seems to favor, it seems to provide value for individuals, influencers, and even celebrities and politicians who are good at something like live wire authenticity. They're good at performing authenticity, as paradoxical as that sounds. Trump is an absolute marvel at performing authenticity, even when the audience somehow acknowledges that he might be bullshitting. He's just an amazing performer for this age. And it speaks to the fact that he seems to be, to borrow Ezra's term, remarkably disinhibited in front of every single audience. There doesn't seem to be this sort of background algorithm in his head, calculating exactly how to craft his message to different audiences. He just seems to be like a live wire animal in front of every audience. And I think that compares very distinctly to the democratic character of bureaucratic caution in our age.
Yeah.
And there is a really important distinction between this vibe of the Trumpian ruler and the vibe of the rule follower. And the vibe of the bureaucratic rule follower is a little bit afraid of unstructured conversation, is always performing the background algorithm of how do I communicate in a way that balances all of the coalitions on my side. Because if you look at the Democratic Party right now to compare to the Republican Party, I mean, in 2015, I think there were 4 political parties in America. There was MAGA, there was the center right, there was the Bernie wing, and there was the Biden, Clinton, Obama wing. And what happened is that Trump killed and skinned the center right and is now wearing it as a hat. The entire Republican Party is Donald Trump wearing the skins of the old center right, the Romney wing. And the Democratic Party is still a fight. It's exactly what Ezra described. It's a jungle. And maybe there's something about that jungle nature of the Democratic Party that is making some of its leaders perform this sort of coalitional calculation when they're communicating, such that it makes them less interested in appearing in settings that might cost them, that might not benefit them in exactly the sort of pre-calculated way they have to get their message across. And so there's not necessarily a whole lot of empirics to that theory. I'm a little bit going on vibes here, and maybe Ezra sees some flaws to the theory.
It's an age of the vibe.
It's the age of the vibe. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm trying to perform the live wire authenticity that I'm describing, but I do think that might begin to explain why you, Lex, might be picking up on a difference between the political vibes. An eagerness and a willingness on the one hand to have kind of unstructured and even chaotic conversations, and a care on the other side about not letting conversations become too unstructured or too careless.
Can I build on that? I know we're supposed to talk about abundance, but I want to talk about this.
There's an abundance of time.
An abundance of time. We're on the Lex Friedman show. So, 2 or 3 things. One is Democrats still think the currency of politics is money and the currency of politics is attention. And that's a huge difference between the 2 sides right now. So what did Kamala Harris come in and do? She came in and raised a shit ton of money, right? Like $1 billion in record time, basically. She had more money than Donald Trump did, and used it to try to buy attention. What it meant for Democrats to be good at social media is to have a good social media team. People in your office somewhere, in your campaign headquarters, who put out cool things on social media, good memes and good advertisements, and so on. What it means on the right to be good at social media is to be you personally good at social media. You're Vivek Ramaswamy, you're JD Vance, you're Donald Trump, you're Elon Musk, and what you understand is you are the product. What it means to be good at attention is you are good at attention. Now, Harris, I think, was actually better at some dimensions of this. They were just slightly older dimensions than people always gave her credit for. Hell of a performer on the stump. She was way better on the stump than people realized she would be. And a good debater. She'd always been a good debater. She trashed Donald Trump in the debate. But she does not do social media herself at any level, right? Because she's not going to take risks. Most Democrats, still live in a world where the thing that they are optimizing for in attention is to not get negative attention. And what the Trumpist wing of the Republican Party understands, and this is truer for them than it probably would be for Democrats, because for them, the media is the enemy, or at least the mainstream media is, etc., but is that attention, a volume of attention is itself good, and you can only get a critical mass of it if you're willing to accept negative attention. Agenda control doesn't come from positive attention. It comes from conflict. You get agenda control by doing things the other side disagrees with. So they enter into functional agreement with you to keep the thing you're doing at the front. Now, that doesn't make you highly popular. Donald Trump is the most unpopular modern president at this stage of his presidency, except for Donald Trump's first term. It took, I think Nate Silver said it was 221 days for Joe Biden's net favorability to go negative. It's taken something like 55 days for Donald Trump to do the same. So what Donald Trump is doing is not optimized for favorability. It does not optimize, by the way, for big wins. Democrats feel like they got trashed in 2024, and in a way they did. But Trump's popular vote victory was the smallest popular vote victory since 2000, when Al Gore, beat George W. Bush by 17 dogs and 3 old men, or whatever it was. And so attention works really differently. And while I think some of the the Rogan of the left discourse has been frankly overstated, because honestly, the most parsimonious model of 2024 and 2020 is in 2020, you have a 48-48 nation, something like that. Or maybe you have something that's more like a 49 Democrat, 47 Republican nation. And in 2020, because of the pandemic, Donald Trump suffered let's call it a 2.5-point incumbent penalty. People are mad about the pandemic. They're mad about things being chaotic. So he loses 2.5 points. That given the natural split of the electorate, Joe Biden a 4.5-point popular vote victory. In 2024, people are mad about inflation. They're somewhat mad about the border. You have a 2.5-point penalty applied to the incumbent administration. Now it's Harris. And you get a 1.5-point popular vote victory for Donald Trump. I genuinely don't think, and this held internationally too, right? I genuinely don't think you need a lot more to explain the election right now than that. But you do need something more than that to explain Donald Trump's now, since 2016, almost decade-long dominance of all attention in American politics. Starting when he came down the golden escalator in 2015. Donald Trump, American politics from 2015 to 2020, when Joe Biden won, was about Donald Trump. Then from 2020 to 2024, when Joe Biden was president, it was about Donald Trump. And then from 2024 on, it's about Donald Trump. Joe Biden was an attentional void. Be it his age, be it their strategy, they agreed that the topic of the nation should be Donald Trump, right? When he went back to begin his campaign in 2024, he goes to Valley Forge and gives a speech about January 6th and Donald Trump, right? It wasn't about his own achievements. It was about Donald Trump. Joe Biden didn't do the Super Bowl interview, right? In 2023, that's when I did my thing about this is not going to work. Probably because at that point, he's capable of good extemporaneous, interviews. I mean, I think that was my view of them, right? That the revealed thing here was that they didn't trust him to do interviews. I didn't have some inside information about anything. I just looked at what they were doing, what they weren't doing. They're behind in the polls. They weren't doing things like the Super Bowl interview. If you can't turn your candidate into the product, if you don't trust your candidate to be the product, in an election you're fucked, right? And so that was to me the tell. But attention is the coin of the realm. Now, there are better and worse ways of doing it. I don't think Donald Trump is doing himself huge favors right now. I think there was a path they could have walked to be a majority party. I think that if he was more restrained, more inhibited, if he was able to not do a bunch of things that are mobilizing opposition to him, you could talk about what they would or wouldn't achieve that way, but I think they could be in a much stronger political position. That would make them stronger for the midterms. It would eventually make, J.D. Vance stronger as a successor. I think they are running a very high-risk strategy that has a very reasonable chance of, if they don't make what I would call like an autocratic breakthrough, they might completely blow up their own movement, right? It's all very high risk. So for them, like for everybody, for everything, what makes them good at politics is also what makes them bad at politics. But for Democrats, the caution, this sort of bureaucratic culture, the fear of saying anything that will make anybody mad, it is optimized for a different attentional era. And one of the things that I am watching, when you were saying about leaders, one of the things I'm watching in the people coming up, the ones who want to run in 2028, is who seems like they've adapted to this era, not in the way Trump did or Vance did or Musk did. I think they're going to need something different. They fully represent the Twitter era of politics, and Musk bought Twitter. They're sort of all in on what politics right now, what online politics feels like. I think the thing that will come next is someone who's able to synthesize both the lessons of it and the feeling that we all have that it's kind of sick and poisoned, right? That Twitter's not a good place, X is not a good place, TikTok politics is not a good place, that we're all being turned on each other. Somehow you need to be authentic and authentically angry at what we've all become, in the way that Obama ran as a political reformer who hated the red and blue cut of America, who hated what political consultants and pollsters are doing to us. You're not going to have somebody who just echoes. There will be no Joe Rogan of the left. There will be no Donald Trump of the left, because the left is different than the right. But it will have to be something authentically of this era, but also authentic to the backlash to it, which I think as we enter into this period where the president and everybody around him fully embraces this attentional economy, I think people are going to want something different from this attentional economy in 40 years.
And be okay with the negative attention that comes with being authentic.
You're going to have some of it, right? You cannot change American politics. You can't change the Democratic Party if you're not willing to upset people. Donald Trump reformed the Republican Party by being able to fight Republicans. He ran against George W. Bush, against Jeb Bush, against Mitt Romney, against the trade deals, against a bunch of things that were understood to be sacred cows. Somehow this guy ran, like right after Mitt Romney and John McCain, while attacking Mitt Romney and John McCain, right? If you are not, like, the Democratic Party does need to change. It needs to attain a different form because the Obama coalition is exhausted. It's done. It's not going to be able to do that if it doesn't have standard bearers who are willing to say, we were wrong about some things. We have to change our views on some things. We have to act differently and speak differently.
Is there a degree to which the left uniquely attacks its own more intensely than maybe other parts of the political spectrum?
It's possible. You go back to the model that I gave you of 2015, where there used to be these four large parties: MAGA, center right, center left, and left. Right now, the Republican Party is all MAGA. So there is no coalitional fight to be had. It's all Donald Trump. And if Donald Trump wants to name a former left-wing environmentalist to be the HHS secretary, everyone says, okay, that sounds like a fantastic idea. That's exactly who we were going to nominate too. Thank you. That's wonderful. Tip of my tongue. On the Democratic side, there is a fight. And it's happening right now. And our book is trying to win a certain intra-left coalitional fight about defining the future of liberalism in the Democratic Party. So I'm not of the left. I'm certainly not of the far left. I have center-left politics and maybe even like a center-left personality style, if we can even call it that. But I do not begrudge the left for fighting, because there's a fight to be had. In many ways, I think sometimes they see, I'm not endorsing this, I'm describing it. I think they see their near-term opposition as not always the Republican Party, but as the forces in the Democratic Party that are in the way for them controlling one of the two major parties in this country. And so they do have an oppositional style, and maybe that's personality-based. They are fighting the center-left. They are criticizing the center-left consistently. But I want to be good faith about this, even though I don't share their politics, and say that they're doing it because they're trying to win power on the left of center. And so that's why they're criticizing the way they are. Now, our book and much of my writing is an attempt to do a little bit of a very specific dance. Ezra touched on this, I think, really beautifully. We're in an era right now of anti-institution politics, anti-establishment politics. And Democrats are at risk right now as being seen as the party that always defends institutions, the party that always defends the establishment status quo. And that is an absolute death knell, I think, for this century's angry anti-establishment politics. So what we're trying to do is essentially say, here's a way to channel the anger that people have at the establishment toward our own ends, right? We believe that we have answers on housing and energy and high-quality governance and science and technology, really good answers that are fiercely critical of the status quo in Democrat-led cities and Democrat-led states. We're trying to be oppositional in a way that's constructive rather than just destructive.
To put a nice, pretty bow tie on the whole thing, let me ask for advice. What do I need to do for AOC to do a 3-hour interview with me? Ezra, from your throne of wisdom.
I don't think I know how you get AOC herself to do it. I would not pretend to know her offices or her particular views on this. I do think, though, that you can see different Democrats taking on different kinds of risks. Right now, we're sort of in the age of Gavin Newsom starting a podcast. I mean, Gavin Newsom is the governor of California. He's spending some percentage of his time doing a podcast with Charlie Cook and Michael Savage and Steve Bannon. Gavin Newsom realizes that one lane for a Democrat is to be high risk and talking to virtually everybody. I think Pete Buttigieg, in a different way, is somebody who wants to take media risks. Now, I think my gut on him is he's going to hold his powder a little bit. So he'll probably want to do the Lex Friedman podcast, assuming he runs in 2028, in 2027. Buttigieg, right. I think a lot of them are trying to figure out what is the lane for right now. And there's a lane for the next 2 years, and there's a lane for the 2 years after that. And you're going to see a lot of people begin to blanket media in the 2 years after that. That'd be interesting. I would be curious to know, would Hakeem Jeffries come on and do a show right now? That'd be interesting. I mean, would he do it for 4 hours? I don't know. The 4-hour ask, the 3 to 4 hour ask, as somebody who also books politicians, is hard. I have trouble. I like to book people for 90 minutes to 2 hours. And I tend to get negotiated down to, I try not to go under 75 or 65. But even as somebody I think well regarded in that world, it's very, 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 very hard for me to get politicians to sit for 2 hours.
I don't have the sense that the 3-hour ask is a big ask because of scheduling. I think it still is grounded in the fear of saying the wrong thing.
I just think they're used to something else, right? I think that when you talk, they are scheduled by schedulers, right? If you talk to them yourself, if you end up having a personal relationship with Wes Moore of Maryland, and he wants to do your show, he will tell his scheduler, I want 3 to 4 hours to do the show. Yeah. But the scheduler is used to a world. The staff is used to a world where nobody gets 3 to 4 hours with the boss. Reporters don't, donors don't, policy staffers don't. So then when some interview comes in and they say, hey, I want 3 to 4 hours, the answer is no, because culturally it's not done. You need Donald Trump himself, Pete Buttigieg himself, AOC herself, to say to their staff, no, we're making time for this. Yeah. Because it's not how they make time for things normally. I don't know how much it is fear. I do think they're unused to it, but I suspect a lot of it is simply booking culture. I run into it too. They're not used to saying yes to 3 to 4 hours for anything. It's not that they don't have it. They have 3 to 4 hours if their kid is having a graduation, right? I mean, they're human beings. They can make time, but it would have to come in a way from them. My sense is it's part of the Rogan. It's very unclear because there are very different stories on what happened in the Rogan-Harris negotiations, but it does seem that time is one of the sticking points.
It's also possible that you're going to find, as you try to interview Democratic politicians, that the exact same thing that happened with tech CEOs is going to happen among Democratic politicians. You interviewed some tech CEOs, and then they did a great job. And their friends were like, you were fantastic on our Lex Friedman podcast. That was such a great thing that you said in, minute 97. And then there becomes a bit of a meme that you can create really high-value moments for yourself if you appear on Lex's podcast. And then it becomes less risky for the next marginal CEO to say yes. And I think right now, what we're talking about fundamentally is not physics. It's culture. It's just norms. I think there's a fear of low expected value if you're a high-ranking Democratic politician, and if you do a podcast like this, what if I say the wrong thing and it goes viral, and my bookers and my agenda people and myself just feel terrible for the next few weeks because all we see on Blue Sky and X is just people hating. But if you get one interview that goes well, if you talk to Wes Moore, let's say, and there's a 5-minute segment where he articulates some vision of liberalism in the 2020s that everyone says, my gosh, that is the best possible articulation of what the Democratic Party can stand for the next 4 years that I've ever heard. Suddenly what's happened is that appearing on the show becomes massively de-risked. And in fact, the risk valence entirely switches. We are leaving dollars on the floor by not appearing on this guy's podcast because I'm AOC. I'm a sensational communicator. If Wes Moore can do it, I can do it even better. And so I think to a certain extent, there's a little bit like of a riot theory phenomenon here. The person who throws the first stone in a riot has to be very courageous. The person who throws the 100th and first stone in a riot doesn't need to be courageous at all. And there might be a little bit of that going on, that people need to see proof of high expected value before it breaks what we're acknowledging to be a bit of a communications norm on the web.
That's a really convincing and powerful theory. I think I want to push back on it because so what's going to happen? For example, this very conversation, you're both going to come off brilliant.
Well, we're barely like 50 minutes into 4 hours.
Let's see
I
what
have no
happens.
more
Yeah,
material.
right.
It's all straight down.
But what people will
Get tired.
they'll listen to this
Sloppy.
and they're like, well, that's Ezra. Like, he's brilliant. They're going to be worried about their own candidate. If the AOC comes off brilliant, they're not going to be thinking, oh, this is a place to be brilliant. They're going to be like, well, that's because AOC is brilliant, but my candidate is not. It still boils down to the caution. I've had a lot of high-profile Republican people reach out to me. They don't give a shit. They're just like, whatever, I'll come. People on the left, I've had two people who I respect deeply and admire express caution about the previous people I've interviewed and not wanting to come on.
Well, that's the thing the left has to get over. Yeah, like what that's a very important cultural. They began to do a thing where spaces were verboten because it had platform so and so, and I think that culture is changing. I think they realize, that they abandoned huge, vast swaths of significant culture because like they wouldn't go places. It's crazy. Like you have to. The idea that you only go where people agree with you is genuine lunacy. I don't want to act as your booker here. And 2020 candidates are what they are, and they each have their own press strategy. But I would say, like, I'm doing this myself on my show. I don't think the best people to get right now in the Democratic Party are the 7 people who lead the polls. Like, I'm looking for people who will think out loud. Like, I just had Jake Auchincloss on. He's like not that well known House member from Massachusetts. I just think he's a guy who thinks out loud. I am booking someone else right now like that. I have 2 more people like that, frankly, who are neither of them. They're like the net. Like I could get like a bigger name. I'm more interested in people who are thinking. Like one reason I think Bernie Sanders always did everything is, to him, the thing he was really doing was he had something to say. The point of almost everything for Bernie Sanders is to be in a place where people can hear the thing he has to say. And a lot of politicians don't have that, right? The point of anything is what it does for them in the polls, what it does for them with the donors, how it repositions them. I'm interested right now at this moment because it's not 2028. It's not 2027. There's no Democratic primary happening right now. The idea that you can like pre-run the Democratic Party is stupid, or primary is stupid. We don't even know what we might be in World War III, right? We have no idea what, we might have AGI. Like the things that the 2027 primary might be about, the kinds of scandals that might have erupted by them are totally different. Whereas, the reason to have people on is because they are saying something. They're a live mind in the moment that has a perspective on this that you want to hear. And so I would look for that. And I think a lot of people who are not, there are people who are trying to protect something, protect a standing in the polls, protect a sort of coalitional set of allies they currently have. And then there are people who are, trying to just be heard. Again, a lot of Bernie Sanders' culture, the way he does media, is now Bernie Sanders is Bernie Sanders. He didn't used to be. He wasn't in 2015 even. Like when Bernie Sanders ran for president in 2015, it wasn't initially a big deal. It was like, oh, bummer, Elizabeth Warren didn't run for president. It was a feeling of most people on the left. And so Bernie Sanders was a guy who's been saying the same thing for decades, but in the wilderness, so nobody was listening. Yeah. And now he still has the instincts of somebody who understood that, like, the most important thing was to find a place where people would listen, where they would let you talk, and even better, let you talk for a while. I think the candidate who's going to do well in 2028 is going to have an instinct like that. But even right now, I think the question is, one of my big questions I'm booking for my show is just, I want someone who has a perspective on this moment, who feels like they have had a thought that is about right now and who we are right now and what the story of America is right now.
I think what's really important is what Ezra said. It's about having something to say. We wanted to talk to you and talk together about how much we wanted to talk to you, because we got something to say. You know, we wrote a 300-page book about how much we have to say. We love going on podcasts and television shows and radio and then doing live events to tell people what we have to say. We think that this idea of abundance isn't just important for redefining what the American left means. We think that the outcome of thinking abundantly about housing and energy and science and technology is what politics is all about. It's about giving people the good life, and we think this is the path toward it. So certainly one thing that's profoundly motivated us is having something very concrete that we just want to get out there in the world. Like, my sense as a writer, as a thinker, is I want my software running on as many pieces of hardware as possible. I want to get my ideas out there as much as possible. And who gets credit for them and where the idea goes, and that's all secondary. I believe in ideas because they're important. And so I want to talk to people who have large platforms about those ideas, because how else does the idea get into the mainstream except through those large platforms? That's how broadcast technology works in the first place. So maybe one thing that you're touching on is a little bit of ideological ambiguity. Maybe a part of this is this sense that people don't know exactly what it is they have to say for 3 hours. All I can say for sure is that we know.
There's also a reality, and I mean, the book is trying to enter into this reality. I think one thing you're saying is that people have coded you. And so Donald Trump is really excited to do it, and maybe left-wing politicians are not. One thing that we think is that we're in a period of realignment. The last chapter of the book, we talk about an idea that is picked up from a historian named Gary Gerstle, which is the idea of political orders. And political orders are periods that have a sort of structure of consensus and a structure of a zone of conflict. But it's more or less agreed on by the two sides, even if only tacitly. So you have a New Deal order. New Deal order is founded by FDR. It is entrenched when Dwight Eisenhower accepts the New Deal as part of the U.S. proving that it can treat workers better than the Soviet Union. So those are sort of right there, the three ingredients typically of an order. You have a party that starts it, opposition party that accepts key premises, right? Dwight Eisenhower doesn't come in and say, we're going to roll back the whole New Deal. And it's often held in place by an external antagonist. In that case, the Soviet Union. You have in the 70s, stagflation, the Vietnam War, a series of problems that the New Deal order no longer seems able to handle. So you have the rise of what he calls the neoliberal order. And the neoliberal order is, if you're going to choose a founder, it's going to be Reagan on that one, right? It's much more about markets. It is very concerned with things like inflation. And it really is entrenched by Bill Clinton. You know, the era of big government is over. And partially, it's entrenched also by the fall of the Soviet Union, right? The fall of the Soviet Union is like this proof point that the sort of capitalists are right, that markets are the way of the future, government does not know what it's doing. And that becomes like the governing set of assumptions. And so there are arguments about what the markets should be doing, right? You know, Obamacare is about creating some markets in health insurance, right? You can use markets for very progressive ends. We want to use markets for lots of progressive ends. But the neoliberal order basically collapses amidst a financial crisis and climate change and China. And those are the three things that sort of Gerstle, but also separately we think kill it, which is the neoliberal order does not have an answer to the financial crisis, and it botches in many ways the answer to the financial crisis, puts too little demand into the economy, lets a sort of recession linger and a very slow recovery linger for too long. It doesn't know what to say really about climate change. Markets have made a lot of people rich by, doing a lot of things that are very, very damaging for the environment, very damaging for the future of the human race potentially. And you have the rise of China. And the neoliberal order said, you integrate China into the global economy. You bring them into the WTO. You trade with them. You help them build their industrial base. You help them pull their people out of poverty, which that part is done. And they will become more like the West. They will liberalize. They will have a free press. They will. The richer we make China, the more China is going to become like us. And that proves totally wrong, right? China becomes more authoritarian over time. But it also sort of develops an industrial base. It becomes, as it does not become more like us, becomes dangerous, at least in our view, right? You don't want to ever have a conflict with another country who you've outsourced your key industrial base to. And so you have to sort of follow that order. And then, again, here, things that would have been ridiculous at one point in American politics then become possible. Bernie Sanders is one of them, right? The idea that you would have somebody, a self-described socialist, running for president and coming anywhere near the Democratic nomination, that was unthinkable in 2004. And by 2016, it almost happened. And Donald Trump is another thing. Donald Trump runs like headlong into the failures of neoliberalism in the Republican Party. He runs against trade. He runs against a sort of Paul Ryan, more open immigration. George W. Bush and John McCain were both very big on liberalizing immigration policy. He runs against the Iraq War and, sort of foreign adventurism. And there's a sort of isolationist instinct that coexists very awkwardly now within a territorial expansionist instinct, but at least in 2016, there's more isolationists. And so Donald Trump and his sort of reimagining of the Republican Party as a right-wing populist, more like sort of some Christian democratic parties in other countries, up in that quadrant of socially conservative, economically populist. That becomes something that's possible. But nothing has found an equilibrium, right? Nobody's agreed to the other side's premises. There are certain ones that people are agreeing on. Both the Republican and Democratic parties have a very different view on China now, right? Like Biden kept a lot of Trump's policies on China and actually strengthened them. And now Trump is building on that aggressively again. But in terms of the other things, there isn't agreement about what the next period in American politics should look like. And that's one reason I think it's very dangerous, both as a question of media strategy, but also as a question of politics, to code people, places, platforms too tightly. Republicans and Democrats aren't going to get along in Congress. That has to do with, I think, the incentives of Congress. My first book is called Why We're Polarized. It's about those almost hydraulic incentives for partisanship. But in terms of what is the meaning of my podcast, of Derek's, of yours, of Joe Rogan, of Theo Vaughn, of Call Her Daddy, of a million different places that are not well coded, that's, I think, very up for grabs. I mean, Elon Musk was an Obama-era liberal in 2012. I mean, I think his personal process of radicalization is not going to unwind itself. But a lot of the people who Democrats are like, all these billionaires are right wing now. No, people are just uncertain. I mean, some of them are a little bit afraid, but people are uncertain. They're moving back and forth. The sort of texture of it is unsettled. And it's going to take time. These transitionary periods, I mean, they can go very badly too, but they take time. And I think people who are clinging to old certainties about what tells you which side folks are on, my sense is a lot of people who are very open to MAGA in 2025 are going to feel very differently about it in 2028, depending on how they do, right? If they do great, then they're going to entrench. But if they don't, then a lot of people who became MAGA curious are not going to be MAGA curious anymore. But they're not going to want the last Democratic Party either. I was making this point to someone the other day about why the Democratic Party's embrace of the Liz Cheney style independent didn't work. Liz Cheney, of course, being Dick Cheney's daughter, a Republican, but what Liz Cheney, the Never Trumpers were a way of reaching out to who the Democratic Party thought the independents were. But the key thing about an independent to a political party is not that they don't like the other party. It's that they're an independent because they also don't like your party. And so finding a bunch of people who are meant to be messengers to them about why they shouldn't like the other party, it's fine. But what you need to do is explain why they should like your party. You need have some message. You need to accept some fault. You need to think about what it was about you that drove them away. One of our like deep views about politics right now, and not politics, policy, the texture of the economy of the country, is that the last period in American politics, in the economy, was about demand. The fundamental problem coming out of the financial crisis was demand. We had too little demand in the economy. Behind that too little demand in the economy was this other thing that was building up, which was a cost of living crisis. Housing was getting super expensive. Healthcare, in certain ways, energy, but energy is more complicated in ways we can talk about. Elder care, child care, higher education, right? This is a point. My wife is a journalist with The Atlantic, Annie Lowry with Derek. And she wrote this piece in 2020, early 2020, right before the pandemic, that went very viral, called The Affordability Crisis. And it sticks in my head because she's writing at a time when people were saying the economy's great. Everything's great. Like, you looked at measures of consumer confidence in 2020, February of 2020, terrific. She's like, so how come if the economy's so great, everybody I talked to is so upset? And she's like, look, like, people are making more money than ever, but it's getting eaten up and eaten up and eaten up by these things they really need. They keep getting more expensive even as consumer goods get cheaper. Then the pandemic hits, the problem becomes COVID. But then you have inflation. And inflation moves the problem of the economy, the fundamental problem everybody's paying attention to. From the demand side, how do we get more people at work? How do we get them to spend more money? To the supply side, we don't have enough, right? We have a constriction of semiconductors, of used cars, and then eventually everything, right? Everything is getting more expensive. And we do get, I mean, we'll see what happens with tariffs. We do get, by 2024, the rate of inflation under control, but prices are still much higher. And now people are paying real attention to prices. And the affordability crisis, which again is a cost of living crisis, which had been growing for a very long time, is now at crisis levels. And it becomes the substance of politics. People, you had all these Democrats saying, I don't know what the problem is. Like, inflation has come down to whatever it was, 3 to 4% in 2024. And they're right about that. But one, the price level of everything remained high. But two, people were now like, the fuck is housing so expensive for? Like, I'm never going to be able to afford a home. Like, my parents went to public university debt-free. I could never do that. And what we've done is fail. I mean, Democrats in this case, Republicans haven't done that great on it either. But in blue states, Democrats have failed on cost of living. The reason California, Illinois, New York are losing hundreds of thousands of people to Florida, Texas, Arizona, Colorado is that they failed on cost of living. It is too expensive to live there. And the reason they failed on cost of living is supply. They did not make enough. They actually made it too hard in many cases to make enough of the things people needed. Some of those are straightforward, like we didn't let people build enough homes. Some of them are more like we've made it too expensive to build public infrastructure, like high-speed rail or the Second Avenue subway. Some of it has to do, I think, in the long run with innovation and the relationship between Democrats and technology. But one of our views is that there are other things in politics that will matter too. But we are in a period where the cost of living, supply, affordability is the fundamental economic question. Donald Trump himself has said he won because of the price of groceries. He's got this very funny quote where he's like, nobody said, I don't have a Donald Trump impression, but he's like, nobody ever used the word groceries in politics before I did. Well, it'd be good if he then wasn't making it more expensive. But Democrats believe his weakness is cost of living. They're probably right, but they don't have a strength on it. And the key question our book is trying to refocus politics on is, how do we make more of what we need? How does the government either organize itself or organize markets to create more of what we need? And how do we admit, as liberals, times when we've made it so the government makes it too hard to make more of what we need? I'll say one last thing in this pretty long answer. I thought one of the most important things that has come out recently is a piece in Foreign Affairs by Brian Deese, who's a former head of Joe Biden's National Economics Council. And Deese helped negotiate every major bill Biden passed. It's a very straightforward piece about what it is Democrats have not done to make it possible to build at the level of their goals. And he says things like, we should just remove federal funding from cities that have highly restrictive home zoning codes. He says we should have a goal for how much nuclear we build in the next 10 years. We should be trying to reach a goal of new nuclear capacity. It's a very, very important piece because Deese is right at the center of Democratic policy. Instead of retrenching, he's like, okay, we didn't get there. What do we do now to make it possible to get to the place we promised you we can go?
And we should say that the book you've mentioned, which I've gotten a chance to read, and I think it's incredible, highly recommend. It's called Abundance. I think of it as a kind of manifesto for what the left would represent in the coming years. So I think people should read it from that angle. And both of you have been writing about this topic sort of from different angles for a while. I think in 22, Derek, you wrote an article on this topic of abundance titled "The Simple Plan to Solve All of America's Problems." And Ezra, you wrote an article in 21 on supply side progressivism titled "The Economic Mistake the Left is Finally Confronting." And you just laid out this more progressive perspective on supply side economics, you're presenting in abundance. I was wondering if you could kind of give the broad, high level explanation of this idea of supply side progressivism.
Well, my piece about the abundance agenda, which I wrote in 2022, started with me standing outside waiting for a COVID test. And this was a period where 2 years after the pandemic started, COVID tests were still being rationed. And it was like 21 degrees outside, and I was getting very, very frustrated about the fact that still we seem to have a scarcity of COVID tests. And as I'm sitting outside, just freezing my ass off and just getting really mad, I'm thinking, it's not just COVID tests we've had scarcity. We also had a scarcity of COVID vaccines early on in the rollout, which created this really discombobulated scheme for distributing the early COVID vaccines. And then also you go earlier into March and May of 2020, and we had a shortage of PPE equipment for our doctors to remain safe because they were taking care of the pandemic. And I thought, it's interesting that this entire experience of the pandemic has essentially been defined by this concept of scarcity. And as I zoomed out a little bit, I thought, it's not just the pandemic. It's really so much the 21st century economy that's been defined by scarcity. Ezra beautifully described the degree to which housing unaffordability has become the economic problem of our time. In the history of political orders, each political order is in part defined by the internal crisis. The Great Depression springs New Deal liberalism. Stagflation springs neoliberalism. Now we're in this molten moment where we're waiting for the new political order to emerge. And it's going to emerge because of the lever, because of the power of housing affordability. You have to solve that problem if you want to solve the problem of American anger about prices. And part of this is just pure arithmetic. If you look at any family's budget, the biggest part of their budget in any given year is the part that goes to rent or mortgage. It's housing, housing, housing. And housing connects to everything else. It connects to innovation. You want cities to agglomerate, to bring smart people together. Housing relates to all sorts of other affordability. Like if you care about the cost of child care or elder care, you want to make it cheaper to house institutions, buildings that can care for children, which means you want to bring those rents down. And so I thought, as I'm zooming out on this concept of scarcity in the 21st century, we have chosen to make housing scarce. In some of the most productive cities and states, often run by Democrats, we have rules, zoning rules, historic preservation rules, permitting processes, environmental reviews, laws that we created that have gotten in the way of making abundant the most important material good there is, which is housing. And as I kept sort of working myself into a lather and getting mad about the world, I thought, it's actually not just housing, it's clean energy too. But there's lots of environmentalists who are on my side and believing very fervently in climate change, who've made it very difficult to site solar panels or site solar farms, or to raise wind turbines, or to advance geothermal, or to accept nuclear power. We have chosen to make clean energy scarce as well. And then finally, the ultimate boss of scarcity was the pandemic itself, which constricted the supply of all sorts of goods around the world, setting the price of everything to the moon. And that's why inflation wasn't just an American phenomenon, not just a North American phenomenon, it was a global phenomenon. I thought what we need to solve for this crisis of penumbral scarcity is an abundance agenda, an approach towards solving America's problems that puts abundance first. And Ezra and I have a very focused definition of abundance. We say in the first page of the book, America needs to build and invent more of the things it needs. We believe that housing is critical. We believe energy is critical. We talk a lot about science and technology, but we really put government effectiveness at the heart of this. Because one really deep vein of our book is a criticism of where liberalism has gone wrong in the last 50 years. Where liberalism has gone from, in the New Deal era, a politics of building things. The FDR and the progressives transformed the physical world. Not just with infrastructure projects, but with building roads, the highway system under Dwight Eisenhower. We changed the physical world during the decades of the 1930s to the 1950s. But in the last half century, liberalism has become very good at the politics of blocking rather than the politics of building. And if you look at the way that liberals define success in the last few decades, it's often about success defined by how much money you can spend rather than how many things you can actually build. I mean, you look at the fact that, for example, in the book, we have so many examples. California authorizes more than $30 billion to build a high-speed rail system, which basically doesn't exist. I mean, just last week, the mayor of Chicago bragged that they spent $11 billion building 10,000 affordable housing units. That's $1.1 million per affordable housing unit. That's absolutely pathetic. We have a story in the book about a $1.7 million public toilet built in San Francisco. $1.7 million for a toilet because of all of the rules that get in the way and raise the price of building public infrastructure like public bathrooms in San Francisco and California. So liberalism, I'm worried, over the last 50 years has become so good at the politics of blocking and the politics of associating the money authorized as success rather than what you build in the physical world, that we've lost sense of material abundance, of how important outcomes are and not just processes. And so this is a book that's trying to nudge the Democratic Party back to what we think are, in a way, historically its roots. Thinking about what Americans need and making it easier for government to act efficiently to provide them. And that really does, I think, begin with housing management.
Is there a tension between kind of the left, the progressive wealth redistribution kind of ideas with the idea of building that's primarily sort of getting out of the way and letting the market get the job done?
I'd say two things on that. So one, we think there's a real tension between equality, redistribution, and constricting the supply of specifically housing.
So housing, by the way, I would love to understand this. That's the big problem of our era.
Housing and energy, I think, are the two most significant that we focus on in the book, right? Housing and clean energy. We don't have housing, we don't have enough clean energy. I would add things to that, public infrastructure. We don't really focus that much on education, but we could, and we could talk about that. Immigration is probably there for me too, and we talk about that a little bit in the book. And we do talk a lot about how to pull innovation forward in the future. But when you ask about sort of redistribution, I really think this is an important point because there's a great new paper by David Schleicher, and I'm so sorry because I'm forgetting his co-author. They're law professors, though, and they talk about the victory of gentry law. We used to have a law that was very dynamic when it came to property and land. It was very different than how things were in Britain. And over time, sort of back half of the 20th century, we moved American law to be much more for what they call the gentry. We moved it much more towards protecting those who currently have things, right? And we do that through a million things, covenants and HOAs and all these sort of contracts we make people enter into so they can't even build on their own land. But one of the things that just happens when you constrict the supply of housing is that people who got in when the getting was good, it's a classic story in New York and LA and in SF. You bought a place in 1977 for $220,000, and now it's worth $2.7 million, and maybe you'll pass it on to your kids or you'll sell it. But the working class families can't afford to live there anymore, right? So that's not even a question of redistribution. Sometimes what you need in order to create the possibilities for opportunity and mobility is enough supply of the thing. At the same time, we don't think like that redistribution isn't a problem here. I'm pro redistribution. I'm pro more redistribution than we currently do. But to give one example of the way these can be great to go together, Derek tells in the book at some great length the story of Operation Warp Speed. And here you have in the mRNA vaccines technology that was critically funded by public money, specifically DARPA at different points. Then hastened, after COVID, the government through Operation Warp Speed under Donald Trump, really tried to clear out regulatory cruft, move these things really fast. But the demand on the side of the public for having funded so much of this, for having made so much possible, was that when these vaccines hit, they were going to be free. Maybe the most important medical advance of that entire era. And it wasn't going to be like Ozempic, say, where it's, $15,000 for a year of doses, right? It wasn't going to be only available to the richest people at the beginning. We were going to try to give it to everybody, sorted by need to the best that we could, and it would be free. Now, you're not going to do that with everything, right? There are places for the price signal to actually function, and where it can function to then bring on more supply later. And, there's all the Econ 101 stuff that we all know. But there are a lot of places where redistribution and supply increases go hand in hand. Another good example, I've done over the course of my career a huge amount of work on health insurance reform and universal health care. And let's say you got, Bernie Sanders had become president in 2016 and had swept in a huge Democratic majority, and they passed Bernie's single payer for all plan, which was, by the way, much more expansive than any existing single payer plan in the world, right? It covered much more than Canada's or the UK's or anybody else. If you had done that, what you would have needed immediately was a huge supply increase in healthcare, because you would have had a huge demand increase. What happens if you make healthcare free? People are going to use more of it. If you make insurance much more widespread, people are going to go to the doctor more often. Well, if you don't have enough doctors, you don't have enough nurses, you don't have enough surgeons, you need more. We constrict the supply of all those things using residency rules, using nursing rules, immigration rules, who can practice as a nurse practitioner, what can a nurse practitioner actually do. You have to be attentive to the supply side, even if what you're doing is aggressive redistribution. Now, there are places where these things don't conflict. Like, I'd like to see a much expanded child tax credit, and I don't think that has a big supply side implication one way or the other. But on a lot of the things we're talking about, even if what you want to do, and it is often what we want to do more redistribution, if you're redistributing some kind of thing that gives you access to a good or a service, you need to expand the good or the service. We do rental vouchers. Giving people rental vouchers in the San Francisco housing market, unless you build more housing, just creates something that our friends at the Niskanen Center call cost disease socialism, where you are increasing demand for good at which you've constricted supply. If you do that, you're just going to drive the price up. To some degree, that's at least part of the story of higher education. We give people Pell Grants, we give people all kinds of subsidies for higher ed, but we have not done nearly enough to increase supply or regulate the way in which colleges just then pocket part of that money. And so they're building these fancy gyms and they're competing with each other, but they're not actually increasing the supply of slots. It's just certainly not the level we want them to. So there's a lot here where I think it scrambles traditional categories. You cannot do effective redistribution in ways that we would like to see them done, and many people on the left would like to see them done, if you're not taking supply of the thing that you're subsidizing seriously.
If you think about it from a first principle standpoint, what if what you wanted to do was to bring American poverty as close to 0.0% as you possibly could? You got a bunch of smart people into a room. You said, what can we possibly do? In my opinion, the answer would include a lot of what are sometimes called demand-side policies, a lot of redistribution of income. The child tax credit, I think, would be essential. Expanding the earned income tax credit would be essential. Expanding cash welfare might be essential. Certainly redistributing income from the rich to the poor would be essential. These are demand-side policies. They're tax and spending policies. But if you only approach this subject through the demand side, you will utterly and categorically fail. Because like we said, housing is the biggest part of a typical family's budget. And if your only policy on housing is to increase housing vouchers without increasing the supply of housing, macroeconomically speaking, there's only one direction for housing prices to go, and it's straight up to the moon. You're not actually bringing housing prices down. You're just subsidizing a constricted market and therefore creating hitting enormous inflation. You have to solve some of these problems on the supply side. And one of the conceptual scoops that Ezra and I are trying to work out for the left, for liberals in America, is to get people to ask the question, how do we solve this problem with supply? Housing is a crisis. How do we solve it with supply? Energy is a crisis. How do we solve it with supply? Medical innovation, scientific discovery is a massively interesting phenomenon. We don't even understand how it exists, really. Like, how do great discoveries actually happen? Is there a supply side policy for that as well? That's the question we're asking over and over in the book. So at the end of the day, demand side progressivism and what Ezra calls supply side progressivism really are peanut butter and chocolate. They are two flavors that go beautifully well together. But here's the problem that I think your question was putting your finger on. I think a lot of Americans don't believe that these things work together, because what they see is a liberalism that just taxes and spends, and Americans don't see the benefits of that spending. The Biden administration authorized $42 billion to build rural broadband in America. Practically none of it was built. Authorized $7.5 billion to build EV charger stations in America. Practically none of it was built. How many tens of billions of dollars have been authorized to build high-speed rail in California? Practically none of it exists. You can't ride it. So the problem is when the reputation of a tax and spend liberal makes contact with the fact that people don't see the results in the physical world. Like, where's my money going? I have in my head something like this idea of what I call equinox liberalism, which is to say there's some forms of liberalism where it's very expensive, but you see what you're getting. Like when you spend $270 to go to Equinox for the month, right? It's a really expensive gym bill, but people who go there seem to love it. They're like, the equipment is always free, everything is clean. I go into the locker room, there's a bunch of Kiehl's lotions to like put on my face after I shower. I am getting exactly what I'm paying for. Yes, I'll pay out the nose for a gym because I love seeing that money going to work. And in places like Sweden, Denmark, citizens seem very happy. They're paying much higher taxes than people are in America, but they're seeing where the money's going to work. The problem with a liberalism that blocks rather than builds is that people don't see the money going to work. All they see are the dollar signs being spent by government, and then they walk out of their house and they see collapsing infrastructure, and they see crime, and they see housing prices going to the moon. And so they think, wait, this social contract is broken down. You're asking for Equinox prices, but you're giving me a shit-ass gym, and that's unfair. And so what we're trying to say is, in a very serious way, because I'm not trying to be flippant about gyms, in a very serious way, what we're trying to say is a part of this problem is that you Democrats have looked so hard at the demand side of the ledger that you've forgotten how powerful the levers are on the supply side. And if we can just pull those levers on housing in particular, we can bring down the cost of living, and people might even support the tax and spend model more because they'll feel like they're participating in equinox liberalism and not that's opposite.
Can we zoom in on the housing problem? Can you explain the housing problem and what's the importance of housing in the quality of life and the flourishing of the nation, the United States in general, and what is broken about it?
Let's take the second part of the question first. What's so important about housing? We're talking about life. And even at a higher level, we're kind of talking about freedom. Like the freedom to live where you want to live, the freedom to feel like the good and achievable life is actually good and achievable. This is profoundly a question of housing. There's this great paper that was written several years ago called The Housing Theory of Everything by Bauman, Southwood, and I forget the other guy's name. But they made this really beautiful point that no matter what you care about in terms of public policy or politics, housing probably makes contact with it. If you care about innovation, as I said, is about getting people together in a city where they can work together. That's about housing density. If you care about childcare costs, that's about bringing down the cost of buildings. That's also about housing. If you care about being able to live near your friends and family, this is also profoundly a question of housing. So when we talk about housing over and over, we're not just talking about the four walls and roof and floor. We're talking about what housing means to people because housing is life. And right now, what we very clearly see in the data is that Americans are leaving expensive cities and states that tend to be run by Democrats, and they're moving to areas that are sunnier, that are cheaper, and are often more likely to be run by Republicans. And this is, I think, because starting in the 1960s, 1970s, you had this era of blockage points in housing. We started seeing zoning regulations. We started seeing historic preservation rules. We started seeing laws that made it easier for citizens to sue to stop a new development from going up. Essentially, new tools were invented to empower people's natural conservatism. For hundreds of years, people might have always felt like, I kind of want my neighborhood to stay the same. Like that might have been something that like the Neanderthals were feeling, but only in the last 50 years have we really outfitted human beings with a weapon to go along with their biological preference for the familiar, such that they can utilize it to stop the change of the physical world around them. And so we've seen the rise of what is commonly called NIMBYism, not in my backyard, the rise of movement to stop the development of new housing on where they live. And so what you see in the data is, according to one study that was reported on by Yoni Applebaum, my colleague at The Atlantic, if there's a city with a 10% increase in the progressive vote share, there's a 30% decline in the number of houses that are permitted. For some reason, it does tend to be these areas that are more populated by progressives that have more of these choke points. Some of this is just historical quirk, but some of it is, I think, maybe the character of a certain kind of liberal, maybe often an older liberal, who believes that preserving the physical environment is the good. The best thing you can do for the planet is to stop things from changing around you, stop things from being built. And that's an old-fashioned version of environmentalism that we're trying to turn the liberals against. Because really we see the challenge with climate change is not how do we get everybody to stop using electricity? How do we get people to stop using any power or joules or electrons that come from natural gas and oil? We want people to recognize that if the people want to lead modern lives, and they're going to continue to demand modern lives, and so we have to use clean energy technology to allow them to live those lives. That means you have to build an absolute shit ton of new clean energy, solar and wind and geothermal and nuclear, and maybe in the near future, even fusion. It requires an attitude of being excited about building new things rather than a liberalism that seeks always to block changes to the physical environment around them. So I think that what we're trying to do is to allow people in a way to meet processes and outcomes. I think liberals want housing abundance at some in some part of their brains, some part of their hearts. I think they want the price of housing to go down, but there hasn't quite been a really clean articulation of a mindset or paradigm shifting argument that gets them to see how the processes that we've created go so dramatically against the outcomes that liberals want. And we're trying to say, here's a new process. Here's a new question you can ask yourself. How can we solve the housing problem on the supply side?
And also, solving the housing problem is one of the mechanisms to lift people out of poverty. So there's a lot of goals that align well with liberals. You're right about cities. Cities are where wealth is created, not just where it is displayed. They are meant to be escalators into the middle class, not penthouses for the upper class. So the housing problem we're talking about specifically, or most important, is in urban areas.
Yeah, this is something that you spend a lot of time thinking about. There's a lot of land in the United States. And sometimes you'll hear people say something like, I've heard this a lot, well, not everybody can live in San Francisco or Venice and Los Angeles or, Manhattan or Brooklyn or whatever. And fine, right? Not everybody can, that's true. The problem is that cities are engines of opportunity and economic dynamism. I mean, as you know better than we do, the frontier AI labs in the U.S., basically all of them outside of China, exist in 50 square miles in the Bay Area. There's not one in New York. There's not one in Dallas. There's not one in Chicago. There's not one in Austin. There's not one anywhere but in the Bay Area. But the key thing is that there is huge spillover from these hyperdynamic industries, be it finance in New York, be it tech in San Francisco, be it culture in Los Angeles. You make a lot more money being a barber near Google than you do being a barber in rural Arkansas. And this is the ancient pathway to mobility. People who are poor and work in the service sector, they move to richer areas where the productivity is higher, and thus the sort of money spreads around. And if you look at American mobility and opportunity over the 20th century, about a third, roughly, on some calculations, just comes from this people moving to richer areas. And if you look in like the last 20-ish years, 30-ish years, you see this extremely steady process of income convergence as people move towards richer areas begin to throw itself into reverse. Because it used to make sense for the janitor and the lawyer to move to New York City. But now it only makes sense for the lawyer too, and the janitor leaves. Because you can't support yourself and your family and live in a home and have a reasonable commute being a janitor working in Manhattan. Now, obviously, some people do it, and it's often very tough and they live very far. It's very hard in San Francisco. You can't look at cities as, well, that's just where the rich people are. And that's a problem many Democrats now have. I mean, Michael Bloomberg famously described New York City as a luxury good. And luxury goods cost luxury prices. And that's true in the sense that New York became a luxury good. But that's a problem. Like, that is a terrible problem and an inversion of what the city is. There's this famous advice, and possibly apocryphally, from Horace Greeley, who's a kind of early American newspaper publisher and political candidate. But he says, like, go west, young man, go west, right? But the opportunity is out in the west where the lands are open. It's never been true, including for him. That guy moved from a rural area to New York City. And that's how he became famous, and he ran a newspaper, and he ran against Ulysses S. Grant in a presidential election. The cities are the frontier. The cities have always been the frontier, not of the land, but of the economy. Because the frontier of the economy is where ideas are produced. And ideas, even now, even in the age of remote work, are produced in the big cities where people live together. And they compete with each other, and they cooperate with each other. And so if you gate the cities, if you make it impossible for someone making $50,000 with 2 kids to live in the city, then what you've done is you've actually closed the American frontier. You have forced them into lower productivity places. Their children are less likely to grow up around, the sort of inventors in the cities. There's really amazing research from Rothschild and others, basically showing that kids, no matter what they are, no matter what income class they're in, they're likelier to grow up innovating and patenting in the innovations of the place around them, right? Smart kids don't just grow up and innovate in anything. If they grew up in the Bay Area, they innovate in technology. Yeah, as Steve Jobs did and Wozniak did, right? Because they just lived around those people. And that is true in many, many, many different things. And so when you gate the cities, housing is almost too small of a thing for what we're talking about. We're talking about if you can live next to economic opportunity. We are talking also about if you can put the people together who will create the next era of economic opportunity. Right now, the Bay Area is still in some ways drafting off the back when it was cheap. A lot of the people we're talking about who have made amazing things there, they started in the Bay Area when you could afford to live there. It wasn't always like this, and it wasn't that long ago that it wasn't like this. And now, fine, you can go there if you have money or you have a great job offer from Google or Apple or whomever. But over time, you need the ferment. I have a personal interest in reading memoirs and noticing if the memoir is really a housing story. One of the ones I like about this, Moby, the electronic musician, his first memoir, which is great, it's a memoir of a certain era in New York. It's a housing story. He It was just living next to a bunch of other musicians in cheap-ass housing. I just read Meet Me in the Bathroom by Lizzie Goodman, a sort of oral history of the alts rock revival in New York City. A housing story. They could afford to live here, right? I've read a bunch of these in San Francisco too, where people just like functionally squatting, right? Like the San Francisco ferment, its queerness, its openness and tolerance of new ideas. It's sort of like it's home of the psychedelic counterculture that intermixed with the defense culture that created Silicon Valley, right? You've read probably, is it Frederick Turner's from counterculture to cyberculture? That was a story of cheap housing. You need to allow people to be around each other, to mix each other. If only one type of person can afford to be there, it becomes a monoculture over time. And so it's not just housing. This is about the geography of economic innovation and opportunity. That's why it's so fucking important.
Yeah, I mean, that's so brilliantly put, that, you know, the economic dynamism and the intellectual dynamism that makes America, I think, the greatest nation on earth, is at the core housing story. It's like you have to live near the place where there's turmoil and turbulence, intellectually and economically speaking. And so, like, you want to be able to move there and, like, be part of that culture, part of that economy, and part of that, like, how you raise your kids and culturally what you want them to study, what you want them to do. Yeah, that's fascinating. So how do we solve the housing problem? Is it just remove as much regulation as possible and get out of the way?
There's certainly a lot of regulation that you want to get out of the way. I mean, you look at California, for example. You were just giving a beautiful summary of just how important it is for people to be able to move next to economic opportunity. If you look at the number of houses that have been permitted in the state of California, over the last 40 years, it's basically just a squiggle line down. The tragedy here, just to put a really fine point on it, is that the city wasn't gated by geography or by destiny.
Or by technology. We know how to build apartment buildings.
Yeah. Elijah Otis invented the elevator in like the 1850s. This is not exactly a breaking technology. We chose to do this. We wrote these laws. We people are filing these lawsuits. We judges are accepting these lawsuits and determining that this building can't be built. This is entirely self-inflicted, and it's why over and over again in this book we call it a manufactured scarcity. Which is like a little bit of a funny term. How do you manufacture the absence of something? No, a manufactured scarcity means you didn't have to do this. This is a human-made rule whose purposeful goal was to make it harder to add to the supply of something. And in this case, especially since the 1960s, we have made it purposefully difficult to add housing supply. And the outcome just followed the process. You see housing supply decline, often in the richest cities and these states that are governed too often by progressives. How do we undo it? Yes, a huge part of it exists at the layer of law. Right? California is already trying to change its laws, right? End single-family zoning, make it easier to add accessory dwelling units called ADUs. We're changing this at the level of law, but one thing I'm very fixated on is making sure that we also communicate to people that it has to be changed at the level of mindset and even at the level of political courage. Because here's like a model of what often happens. You're the mayor of some city, and you want to add a housing development of, let's say, 500 units, right? 500 apartment unit building is going to be set up by some developer. And there's a city council meeting to determine whether or not this apartment building is going to be built. Because of loss aversion, and because the people who tend to go to city council meetings are older and richer and homeowners, guess what the overwhelming volume of reaction is in those city council meetings? It's a lot of people who feel like they have something to lose, saying you cannot put up this building. You cannot add these apartments. It's going to ruin the character of the neighborhood. It's going to create traffic. It's going to be like an eyesore because I don't like buildings that are that tall. any number of excuses can come out of like the Pez dispenser of excuses. You take care of one, there's going to be another that comes to the surface. And so what often happens is that these mayors or these people sitting on the city council will look out into this room of 50 people saying no, 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 and they'll say, I'm going to represent the feedback that I see, and I'm going to vote no on the addition of this housing bill, on the addition of these housing units, the addition of this apartment building. Where political courage comes into play is the ability to say, you know what, I want everyone here to know that I hear you. I'm listening to you and I represent you. And so I'm grateful that you showed up to the city council meeting. But for every one person here who says they see a benefit to adding a new apartment building, I know that there are 10,000 people in the city that didn't have the wealth or the knowledge to be here at this meeting. And they're going to benefit from more housing because that's going to bring down their housing costs. And I represent them as well. I don't just represent, you could say, the circle of care that I can see right now. I also represent the circle of voters that we can't see right now, who are in the city, or who are in the state, or might even want to move to the state, but currently can't because housing prices are too high on account of housing supply being restricted. And so one thing we're trying to get at liberals to have is a sense of political courage to stand up against this very visible NIMBYism and say, we represent interests that aren't necessarily visible at this city council meeting. We represent the larger interest of housing abundance. So we're going to always default to saying yes rather than default to saying no, just because the people who happen to come to these meetings are NIMBYs.
I want to add a wrinkle on regulation and deregulation. So we were talking about coding earlier. Who gets coded as right wing, who gets coded as left wing. Deregulation is a word that is highly coded as right wing. The right wants to deregulate, right? They want the government to stop regulating the market. It's fine. In many cases, the government should deregulate parts of the market. In many cases, it should regulate parts of the market more. What we don't talk about enough is how much the government regulates the government and how badly it needs to deregulate the government. So I have many more left friends, and they'll come to me or they'll critique me and they'll say, this all is fine, but what we really need in this country is public housing, where it's been rebranded social housing. It's fine. Singapore, huge amount of social housing, right? They do a great job with that. One of the things we go into, and this book is a manifesto on some level, but something we really try to do is take you into the gritty, grimy, frustrating details of how policy plays out on the ground. What actually happens after a bill passes and why we get the outcomes we do. Because often it's like a bunch of decisions made after everybody stopped paying attention. So one of the things we pay some real attention to is the part of the kind of housing that people on the left all agree on is affordable housing through government grants. Right? The government says, oh, we're not just going to have market rate developers coming in building more luxury condos for the children of the upper class. We're going to build affordable housing for people who should be in this city, but otherwise couldn't pay enough to be here. California, I can give you two different examples, but let's look at Los Angeles. I'm from outside LA, and they have something. I always forget if it's Measure H or Measure HHH, but California, LA voters pass a bond measure, about $1 billion, a little bit more, I think it was, to build affordable housing. 6 years later, when I'm writing about this, they have built a couple thousand units at an average cost of $600,000 to $700,000 a unit. So it's costing more to build housing under this affordable housing bond measure, which they have agreed to pay for, than it is to buy a home, market rate in Denver. Denver's a nice place to live. So why? What had happened? Well, it turns out that when you trigger the public money in California, in various cities, these are city ordinances often, but not always, and you use these public grants and you cobble together the different grants you need to build an affordable housing complex, what you've done is layer onto yourself a huge number of rules that the market rate developers don't have to follow. You're either using union labor or paying prevailing wage. You're building to higher green building codes. Oftentimes, by the way, to get through the kind of planning board meetings that Derek is talking about, you've made a bunch of concessions on the design. Is there going to be parking in it? Security, things like that. you have to often agree to who's going to be in the home. So you're getting, there's a thing in the Measure H stuff where, well, they wanted it to not just be the taxpayer money. They also wanted nonprofit grants, so the money would go further. So you're trying to get these other grants, but these grants are to house homeless veterans. So now to open the thing, you need to find these homeless veterans. You need to go through extra disability accessibility reviews. And of course, we all want these things to be accessible, but they already had to comply with the American Disability Act. But now you're doing another Disability Act review in the city. And they come in and say, well, your doors are a little bit, doors 3 inches wider before you can open. That adds time and that adds cost. Subcontractor rules, right? This is from San Francisco, but you had a preference in contractors that became illegal, became small businesses, but that meant it had a preference against the bigger contractors who were more efficient at building housing. In order to use public money, and then very much in order to build public housing directly, it ends up being more expensive and slower than market rate. And that is a choice. We do not have to try to solve problem in society through an individual housing project. Building affordable housing is hard enough. It's not impossible, but it's difficult to do. You do have to talk with the neighbors, right? It's never going to be trivial to build 500 unit apartment building. But instead, we layer on all these external and additional agenda items. I call this everything bagel liberalism. Because, you sprinkle just enough on the bagel and it's great. But if you saw everything everywhere all at once, you put everything on the everything bagel and it becomes a black hole from which nothing can escape. And so the need to deregulate government, right? Why I saw some of Elon Musk's marathon appearance on your show, and he talks about high-speed rail in California. And the thing he says there, that it's functionally illegal to build high-speed rail in California. I got 100 disagreements with Elon Musk right now. That's not one of them. It's functionally illegal to build high-speed rail in California. I went out, I toured the high-speed rail. I've done a lot of reporting on that. You can't build it affordably. You just can't on time. They have no way to get the money to build the rest of it. It's not going to happen. And it's not going to happen not because you can't build high-speed rail. Europe builds high-speed rail. Japan builds high-speed rail. China builds high-speed rail. And it's not because of the private market, we'll only build luxury high-speed rail. It's because we have so heavily regulated a public project that you can't finish it. And you definitely can't bring it in on time and affordably. And so I really would like to uncode deregulation, because there's places where I would like to regulate more. I don't want you to be able to build a coal-fired power plant in America. I just don't want it to be possible. I think it's bad. But I do want it to be possible to build high-speed rail and affordable housing, including through the public market. And one thing my friends on the left, I think, really underrate is how hard they've made it for the government to act. They believe in government, but if you believe in government, then you have to make it possible for government to complete projects. You have to make it possible for the people who work for government to apply their own genius and initiative. They have to have agency. I always say that we're sort of trapped right now between a party that wants government to fail and a party that won't make government work. And we're trying to push this idea that the thing we want is a capable government, a strong government, a government that when it promises it will do something, it actually does it and gets it done. And that requires not just deregulation of the private sector, though sometimes it does require that. It requires deregulation of the government itself.
I love this question of deregulation. But I also sometimes find it very frustrating, because sometimes I find that people's sense of regulation is so specifically coded. Regulation is just rules. If you change the word from regulation to rules, I think it'd be easier for people to see some rules are good and some rules are stupid. We all understand that in life. That's what regulations are. They're just rules. And sometimes they give us exactly the outcomes we want, and sometimes they give us the outcomes we would never hope for. And here's a good example. You go back to the 1940s, 1950s. America was fucking disgusting. Disgusting. The air and the water was horrifying. In 1943, residents of Los Angeles woke up to a smog that was so black they thought the Japanese had launched a chemical attack against America. In New Hampshire, in the rivers next to textile mills, sometimes the rivers themselves would run green and purple and red, depending on what textile colors were being dumped into the river. You had the Ohio River on fire in the 1960s, 1970s. The world of 1900s America was truly sickening, and it made people sick. And so we passed a raft of environmental rules, and some of them achieved exactly what we wanted. The air we breathe and the water we drink is cleaner because of the Clean Air and Water Act. We did extraordinary things with this era of regulation. Some of these regulations were about outcomes. The Clean Air and Water Act regulates specific pollution levels in the air and the water, or the emissions coming out of tailpipes. Some of the regulations, though, were about process. NEPA is the National Environmental Protection Act, and it, among many other things, empowered individuals and citizens to sue the government and organizations, businesses, to stop construction or fill out environmental reviews to prove that their construction would meet muster, wouldn't degrade the environment too severely. This opened the door to an infinitude of lawsuits to wrap up any effort to build anything in red tape forever. So fast forward to 2021. The month after Gavin Newsom, governor of California, signs the law to end single-family zoning in California. Seems like a massive win for the pro-housing YIMBYs of California. The month after that law was passed, the Board of Supervisors in San Francisco decided to rule against an apartment building that would have added 500 total units and 100 below market rent units, so something like public or social housing. It was going to be built on a Nordstrom parking lot, just about the best possible place you could add housing in the world, a Nordstrom parking lot, because the builders, the developers, didn't file the appropriate paperwork under environmental review. So this is a world in which the most housing-starved city in America is being starved even more of housing because of the expression of, or the power of, the instrumentalization of a rule passed in the 1970s that has allowed people to sue to stop the physical world from being changed. And I think it goes back to this idea that, like, sometimes the solutions of one era can become the problems of the next generation. Right? It was really good to pass the set of environmental bills that we did in the 1960s and 1970s because it addressed the extremely real problem of air and water and land being degraded by industries. But we're in a new world, and the problem of environmentalism today is in part the problem of global warming, and we have to build not only dense housing, but also clean energy. And the same rules that were designed to help the environment in the 1960s and 1970s are sometimes ironically used in a way that hurt the environment in the 2020s. And that's one reason why we, as liberals, need a paradigm shift.
Okay, you said a lot of really interesting insights there. So one, if I understood correctly, that regulation of outcomes is it more a good idea than regulation of process, because regulation of process is where you can breed a lot of, basically the lawyers show up. And the other insight is if you get rid of 99% of lawyers, the world would be a better place. There's a lot of jokes around that. I don't know if you agree, but that
I definitely wouldn't say 99%.
98.
Yeah, 82.3.
In the 80s.
No.
Okay, majority of them. No, they're simply there to take advantage of the rules.
We talk a lot about a book. I don't know if you've run into this one, but it's by Sir Olson, who's sort of a founder of public interest economics, and it's called The Rise and Decline of Nations. This is a very famous book. Libertarians love this book, and I love this book. It's not right about everything, but its fundamental question is, how come after World War II did the completely destroyed, bombed out countries of Germany and Japan, you would have thought they would be just screwed. And instead, they both become growth miracles. They both do much better than the UK, which was on the winning side of the war. Why? And Olson's argument is that affluent, stable societies over long periods of time develop something that is very difficult to develop and very important to develop, which is bargaining organizations. Right? Collective action is hard. It is hard to form an organization. It is hard to make that organization persist. But if you can do that in an atmosphere of stability, then over time, that organization will tend to entrench its power, right? Think about AARP or the Chamber of Commerce. or certain unions, or the National Manufacturing Council, etc., Business Roundtable. They're not that powerful when they start, but over long periods of time, they become really powerful, and they start to pass laws and make themselves more powerful, and so on. There's a lot you can say about this insight, but my favorite part of Olson's book, and one that I don't think people emphasize enough, is this insight he has, which is that over time, every country has a kind of form of natural selection within it. And that form of natural selection will select for people with the skills to best navigate the kind of economy that country has. So if you're in China right now, and China's in its developmentalism phase, you really want to be in civil infrastructure, right? It is great to be a civil engineer in China. Great to be working with semiconductors in China. Great to be doing all this stuff in the physical world. But America, as a kind of price of our affluence and our success, we've become a country, and this happens for a lot of countries, where negotiation is really important. And a country in which negotiation is really important is going to, over time, start developing a preference for lots of lawyers, people in finance, management consultants, because it is a society that requires continuous, what he calls, complex bargaining. And I think this actually explains all. Patrick Collison, we quote him who's the CEO of Stripe, brilliant tech guy. Here's his point that he made in an interview with Noah Smith, who's a blogger and economist, where they were talking about high-speed rail, and sort of Patrick makes this point, is like, it's just tough to be a high-speed rail engineer in America. You're going to have a much easier time working in the digital space, and so the digital space becomes a kind of frontier of last resort. And so people want to build things going into bits and bytes, not into atoms, right? To use the old kind of Peter Thiel cut. And I think there's something to that. It's not that lawyers are bad. Some of the people I love most in this world are lawyers. And many lawyers do amazing, amazing work. But one reason we've selected for so many lawyers, and America has a lot of lawyers, is we became a society that needs a lot of lawyers, because we are a society that is stable, affluent, and we become very into bargaining. Donald Trump is a real estate developer. That's a relational business. The way real estate development works in this country, the reason you don't have all that many huge firms building housing in many, many states simultaneously, is it requires a lot of relationships in the individual city you're in. And so, if you read, say, Maggie Haberman's great biography of Donald Trump, Confidence Man, which focuses a lot on his time as a real estate magnate in New York, you see, Donald Trump doesn't build a ton of stuff in other states. He actually builds in other countries sometimes, or more to the point, he puts his name on things built in other countries. But really what he did was build here. And he built here through his relationships with the New York political system. And so over time, societies that make building and construction and creation something that is the output of negotiations, rather than very clear standards and rules, where if you've done it, you can just do it, you get a lot of lawyers, you get a lot of management consultants, you get a lot of finance people, because that's what society is selecting for. That's what you've made it possible to have agency and freedom in. That's what you need to do to do big things. This is coming from Nick Bagley, who's a University of Michigan law professor. But between Walter Mondale and Tim Walz, there's not a single person on a Democratic presidential ticket who didn't go to law school, not one. The Democratic Party in particular is a party of lawyers. And lawyers look at things through the legal perspective. And the legal perspective is that government is legitimate by following process. And Bagley's point is that government attains legitimacy, at least in part, through outcomes. And when you prize process so high over outcomes, you think you're acting legitimately.